The story began with a warning, advising parental guidance for the intense violence that was to follow. On a forum, users left a stream of lukewarm reviews for Blessing of Miracle, dismissing it as yet another generic pay-to-win gacha game. The game's title screen materialized, inviting the player to begin their journey with a simple touch. 3 of the game's iconic female characters struck a dramatic pose, the heroines of the world he was about to enter. The narrator revealed he was unexpectedly pulled into this game world, not as a hero on an adventure, but as something far less significant. He lamented that his fate wasn't even to be a playable character or a common NPC. A persistent tapping sound echoed his new, insignificant role. He had become a mere background extra, a creature not even in the original game, who only existed to be poked. The title card, Geomma Kang, Demon Blade, ominously filled the screen. A heavy thud marked his jarring arrival into the new world. Unseen voices cried out in alarm, shocked by the sudden appearance of a woman. Now a young boy, he apologized after bumping into a woman, realizing with relief that the game world of Wangxi was just a slightly altered version of Korea. The familiar sounds and station announcements of a subway confirmed that the names, places, and geography were all comfortingly similar. Thanks to this familiarity, he had little trouble adapting, paying his adolescent fee at the turnstile. The ding of the gate was a sound he couldn't experience in his past life, a simple freedom he now possessed. The constant beeping of the card reader was a mundane sound that almost made him forget he was trapped inside a game. An elderly woman's voice cut through his thoughts, joyfully calling out to Geomma, the pride of the Kang family. An acceptance letter to the prestigious Awakens Academy fluttered into view, addressed to Geomma Kang for the 2034 academic year. In a warm memory, his family celebrated his admission, their pride and joy echoing around him. The elderly woman excitedly reminded her son Geomma that his admission day was tomorrow, urging him to finish packing. He knew then that his modest dream of living an ordinary, quiet life had been completely shattered. Alone, Jin-woo sighed, realizing that with his family so excited, there was no way he could get out of attending the academy. He flopped onto his bed, remembering how his pleas to skip enrollment were completely ignored. Muttering to himself about what a pain this all was, his thoughts drifted to the person whose body he now inhabited. He recalled a man in a green jacket questioning how Geomma managed to get accepted into such an elite school. The man had noted that Geomma took the exam right after gaining his blessing, leading Jin-woo to wonder if the original owner of this body was a genius. The concept of blessings, special skills granted to humans, was the foundation of Awakens Academy's curriculum. Jin-woo grimaced, recounting how Geomma Kang was accepted through a new, special admission scheme for students from non-hero families. He then posed the central question of this world: why was there such a desperate need for heroes in the first place? The answer was brutally simple: there was a demon king to defeat. He reminded himself that this was a game, and being sent to a hero academy felt uncomfortably like being re-enlisted for mandatory military service. Jin-woo scoffed as he thought about the blessings he had inherited. A status window materialized before him, detailing his first blessing, Blessing of Painlessness, which lasted a mere 30 seconds with a 12-hour cooldown. He read the words, painlessness, and relieves all, with a deep sense of irony. Jin-woo felt he could cry at the pathetic stats, finding the pitiful duration and lengthy cooldown to be a cruel joke. He then recalled that there was another blessing, one he received the moment he took over Geomma's body. A new window appeared for the Blessing of the Blade God, and he couldn't help but note the irony of its name, given his new identity as Geomma, the Blade Demon. For such a grandiose name, the description, and it shall be cut, was so simple it was unsettling. He calculated the blessing's strict requirements: a blade no more than 12 inches long and 2 inches wide, and groaned in realization. The only weapon that fit such a specific description was a common sashimi knife. Defeated, Jin-woo leaned back, deciding to just forget about the absurdity of it all. With a sigh, he mentally checked if he had packed everything he needed. A sudden, crucial thought struck him: he didn't own a weapon. He lamented the insane cost of armaments in this world, unwilling to spend his own money for a school he was being forced to attend. But he knew that showing up empty-handed when a weapon was a required item was not an option. He let out a long, frustrated sigh. A new idea suddenly dawned on him. He remembered the words of his first teacher in his past life, a chef who always said a true master never blames their tools. A strange, angry face flickered in his memory. The face belonged to a furious, purple-skinned man from his past. A voice in his memory firmly confirmed his new plan. On admissions day, all students gathered for the mandatory armament inspection. An instructor internally grumbled, tired of dealing with elite children and their yearly pranks. The muscular instructor slammed his hand on the table, yelling at a young man for bringing nothing but sashimi knives to the placement exam. The young man, Jin-woo, calmly insisted that this was, in fact, his armament. The instructor roared the boy's name in disbelief. Jin-woo explained that as a special entrant from an ordinary family, asking his parents for an expensive weapon on top of tuition would make him a terrible son. The instructor's eyes widened as he noticed the color of the nameplate, confirming the boy was a special entrant. Guilt washed over the instructor, realizing he had harshly judged a thoughtful son based on his own prejudices. Jin-woo paused for dramatic effect before delivering his final line. The young boy declared his firm belief, only the weak blame their tools. The instructor was profoundly moved, recognizing those words as belonging not to an ignorant boy, but to a true master at the pinnacle of their field. Overcome with emotion, the bulky man sobbed, calling the boy, "Goat." Another instructor, a man with a mohawk, stepped forward to officially acknowledge Geomma Kang's armament. Jin-woo offered a polite word of thanks to the man. Nearby, other students from noble families sneered, calling the special entrant a lowly commoner who stank. The bulky instructor immediately silenced the students, ordering them to proceed quietly after their inspection. He warned the students that he could be an angel or a devil, a speech that gave Jin-woo unpleasant flashbacks to boot camp. Finally finding a moment alone, Jin-woo let out a sigh of relief and looked for a place to rest. He felt a sense of dread, realizing that even though he had anticipated this, the actual experience was profoundly awful. Having made it past the inspection and skipped the entrance ceremony, he knew only the class placement exam was left, but he already felt exhausted. He took a moment of quiet contemplation. As he looked around the campus, Jin-woo couldn't believe he had actually come to this place. The sprawling campus of the Hero Training School, Awakens Academy, spread out before him. He mused that seeing the school in person, which was as large as a small city, was a completely different experience from viewing it on a phone screen. He had to admit, the place was undeniably impressive. It was a stark contrast to his past life, where family troubles had forced him to drop out of high school. An overhead announcement crackled to life, calling all new students to assemble at the training grounds for the placement exam. Jin-woo realized it was time, and knew that unlike the entrance ceremony, the placement exam was something he couldn't afford to miss. He took out one of his sashimi knives. It occurred to him that he had never actually used a knife since arriving in this world, as he'd never had a reason to. Recalling his old master's words, he felt confident that 2 decades of culinary knife skills wouldn't disappear in just 1 year. He decided to test his edge with a simple motion. After a quick inspection, he found the blade was better than he expected. He flicked the knife towards a nearby leaf, intending a simple, clean cut. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp zing. A system notification suddenly popped up, announcing the activation of his blade god blessing but warning his body's grade was too low to handle it. His vision was suddenly flooded with chaotic images of intense magical combat. The strange vision showed a devastating attack, a woman's shocked face, and a man desperately reaching for something. A figure in a blue suit was consumed by an overwhelming blast of bright blue light. Just as suddenly, the vision ended, returning him to the peaceful sounds of the academy courtyard. A sharp, throbbing pain shot through Jin-woo's body, causing him to cry out. He couldn't understand the intense rebound from using the blessing, a pain far worse than the mild aches from his painlessness skill. He trembled, horrified at the thought of experiencing that agony every time he used his power. He stared down, his simple practice cut having left behind a glowing sword-like energy on the ground. The campus announcement repeated its call, but Jin-woo remained frozen by the pain and the shocking result of his test. He reasoned that he had to pick up the knife, trying to convince himself that the excruciating pain was just a one-time occurrence. Trembling, he tried to reassure himself that he would be fine. With a hesitant hand, he gripped the handle of the knife. An electric shock of pure agony shot through him, and he screamed, realizing he was absolutely not fine. Meanwhile, the training grounds were alive with the cheerful buzz of the assembled crowd. The air was thick with the chatter of wealthy parents and esteemed guests. A round man complained to a man in purple about the fortune he had to spend on his child's admission. Their conversation was cut short as they and a green-haired man noticed a distinguished figure arriving. Gasps spread through the crowd as the legendary Seven Stars hero, the Blade Emperor Siegfried von Nibelung, made his entrance. A guest whispered that Siegfried was the descendant of the founding hero's most prized disciple. The men who had been gossiping fell silent, awkwardly deciding it was best to return to their seats. The Blade Emperor's imposing presence cast a shadow over the stands. A woman in blue, the sage Medea Poison, casually greeted Siegfried, remarking that it had been half a century since they'd last seen each other. Siegfried shot back, criticizing Medea's attire as inappropriate for the Academy's director, to which she retorted that a woman has the right to stay beautiful. Medea cheekily offered to use her blessing to make him younger, but he dismissed her as immature, stating that true value lies in character. She scoffed, calling him the same stuck-up geezer he was 50 years ago. Despite their bickering, Medea admitted she was surprised to see him there at all. She commented on his well-known distaste for elitist snobs like the ones filling the stands. With a sly smile, Medea concluded that his presence must mean he cares a great deal about his granddaughter. Siegfried remained silent, his expression unreadable. Down among the students, a boy shouted a friendly warning to another. The constant chatter of the students filled the training grounds. Standing alone, Jin-woo felt incredibly isolated, aware that as a black-haired commoner, he was the target of the noble's scorn. The murmuring of the crowd suddenly shifted, a wave of excitement passing through the students. A young boy pointed towards the entrance, asking what was causing the sudden commotion. The students watched in awe as a new figure approached, the rhythmic clack of their shoes echoing across the field. The boys in the crowd stared, completely captivated by the new arrival. The main heroine of the game and Siegfried's granddaughter, Abel von Nibelung, made her entrance, commanding the attention of everyone present. The moment to decide the students' futures was drawing near, setting the stage for the next chapter. In the training subspace, all wounds and pain were experienced as if they were real, even though the physical body remained unharmed in reality. For this very reason, even heinous acts like murder were often overlooked within the confines of the subspace. The green-haired woman, Medea, confirmed to the old man that she had indeed changed the Academy's traditional exam into a brutal subspace battle royale. She explained that students would be divided into groups of 10, with rankings determined by who could survive the longest in a no-holds-barred survival game. The old man noted the inherent advantage this gave to well-equipped nobles, but Medea conceded it was a necessary compromise to secure the Academy's funding from those same families. Elsewhere, a man in a suit proudly recounted the difficulty of getting the special admission scheme approved to a woman with teal hair. A heavy silence hung in the air as the students awaited the start of the trial. Murmurs of awe rippled through the crowd as they laid eyes on Abel, whose beauty surpassed even the 2D illustrations from the game. The black-haired young man watched his peers desperately try to get her attention, knowing their efforts were futile due to his knowledge from playing the game. He recalled her destiny from the game. Abel von Nibelung was fated to become the player's lover. In other words, she was the true protagonist of this world. The young man mused that beautiful people like her were naturally drawn to partners of equal worth. Realizing she was leagues above a special entrant like himself, he decided it was best to keep a low profile and stay clear of her. He tapped his foot, silently reaffirming the 3 guiding principles he had set for his new life: peace, order, and safety. His plan was simple: get through his studies, land a peaceful job, and live out a safe, unremarkable existence. He glanced at a career pamphlet advertising high-paying hero jobs and scoffed at the very idea. The young man muttered that they could kiss his behind, as his body was still sore from the minimal training he'd done so far. Deciding to leave the world's safety to others, he clapped his hands together and began wondering what easy jobs might be available. An electronic buzz cut through the air as the exam rules were about to be explained, and the young man knew it was finally beginning. A voice announced that the 783rd cohort's exam would be held in a battle royale format. The system for the 10-person groups was explained: the highest scorer would be a star, followed by dragons for second and third. Ranks 4 through 7 would be wolves, and the bottom 3 would be designated as ordinaries, with these ranks determining their class placement. With scores calculated automatically and no time limit, the black-haired young man recognized the rules from the game and resolved to aim for an ordinary rank by taking it easy. The command to activate the scepter generator was given, and the exam officially commenced. As a blessing was wished upon the students, the young man decided he wouldn't even draw his knife if he could help it. In a flash of light, the exam for Group 24 concluded violently, with a student named Rachel declared the top survivor. Moments later, Group 47's exam also finished, with Ryojo Saki taking first place. In the stands, Medea remarked to Siegfried that one group had finished in a staggering 7 minutes and 14 seconds. Medea then revealed that the victor was Siegfried's granddaughter, Abel von Nibelung, who achieved the feat with only a C-rank armament, just like her stubborn grandfather. Siegfried stated coolly that such a result was only natural for a descendant of the Nibelung bloodline. Believing the exam was essentially over, Siegfried announced his departure, expressing his lack of interest in the children of noble swine. Medea retorted with a cheeky goodbye, telling the old man she'd see him in the afterlife. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy pulsed through the arena. Siegfried and Medea froze, sharing a look of disbelief at the impossible sensation. Below, the students murmured, confused by the strange disturbance. Medea realized with a start that the energy wasn't coming from the auditorium, but from the subspace itself. The distinct sound of blades slashing echoed ominously. A woman with glasses gasped, her eyes wide with shock at the scene unfolding. A loud shattering sound followed the slashes. A powerful gust of wind swept across the training field. 3 figures looked up, their faces grim as they watched the chaos. Students began to fall from the sky, crashing hard onto the ground as they were violently ejected from the subspace. One student stared in shock, wondering aloud if this was how the exams normally ended. A brilliant, blinding flash illuminated the fallen bodies. Amidst the chaos, a single eye was seen, filled with cold determination. The sickening thwack of a heavy blow landed. An elderly instructor with scars roared for the medics to check the vitals of the fallen students. Another staff member frantically urged the medical team to hurry. A single face was illuminated, caught in the harsh glare of the subspace's artificial light. A blond man screamed at his tormentor, knowing the outcome of their fight had been decided from the start. He was struck down with a heavy thud, another victim of cruel luck. A deafening boom rocked the virtual battlefield. The black-haired protagonist, Jin Woo, realized with mounting dread that he had been placed in the group of nightmares. He watched the wicked twins from the Iron King family, Jun and Shun Mao, known for their sadistic cruelty, toy with their prey. Jin Woo gritted his teeth in disgust, noting that the 2 brothers had already been torturing their classmates for 30 minutes. He couldn't help but wonder if the only reason they were ignoring him was because he looked too weak to be worth their time. As another student fell lifelessly, Shun Mao complained that the fight was getting boring. He casually began to count the remaining survivors, his expression one of utter disinterest. His brother, Jun Mao, was busy tormenting another student when Shun called out to him. Jun looked up, annoyed by the interruption. Shun taunted his brother, asking if he was done yet. Having killed 4 students himself, Jun mockingly offered the final survivor, a terrified girl, to his brother. The red-haired girl trembled uncontrollably as she became the twins' new target. Jinwoo's eyes widened in alarm as he saw the new focus of their cruelty. He realized the girl in the corner was too rattled to even try to defend herself. The 2 brothers began to slowly advance on their terrified prey. Shun Mao paused, looking the girl up and down with a predatory gaze. He lecherously commented that she was just his type, while his brother Jun chuckled at his siblings' creepy behavior. Licking his lips, Shun sadistically wondered aloud where he should begin tearing her apart. A defiant shout from behind suddenly cut him off. Jinwoo jumped in without thinking, condemning their cruelty before immediately regretting his impulsive action. Shun turned in surprise, having forgotten about the other survivor, as Jun told him to look at the boy's nameplate. Jun sneered, pointing out that Jinwoo was just a lowborn special entrant. The 2 brothers exchanged a knowing, sinister smirk. Jun confidently declared he would handle the lowborn, swinging his weapon and promising it wouldn't take long. The air was split by the sound of a vicious, splattering strike. Shun, the brown-haired man, told his brother to make sure he ripped out Jinwoo's tongue for the insult. Jinwoo's mind raced as he realized his blessing of painlessness, which lasted only 30 seconds, would be useless against opponents who had been torturing others for half an hour. A strange energy suddenly zinged from the sheath at his waist. He immediately recognized the sensation as coming from his sashimi knife. Jinwoo knew that the moment he drew the blade, it would activate his true power, the blessing of the blade god. Cursing his luck, he realized his commitment to a life of peace, order, and safety hadn't even lasted a full day. The sudden shift in Jinwoo's presence caused both Mao brothers to pause in confusion. He unsheathed the blade, its name, Daikso, flashing as it was drawn. The 2 brothers stared in stunned disbelief at the weapon he held. Shun burst into roaring laughter, completely baffled by his opponent's choice of a kitchen knife for a weapon. Jun, the man in red armor, admitted Jinwoo had made him laugh and promised to make his death quick. With a powerful leap, Jun flew towards Jinwoo, declaring he would crush his head first. Knowing he had no time to be picky, Jinwoo resolved to somehow hold out for just 30 seconds. He decided to use his blessing of painlessness, hoping it would create an opportunity. With both powers activating, his plan was to use the painlessness to endure the brutal backlash from the blessing of the blade god. Jun mocked him as he closed in, shouting, "The hell are you gonna do with a kitchen knife, moron?" Jinwoo knew in that instant that if he didn't cut his opponent, he was finished. He had to use this knife to slice through the towering mass of armor. He steeled his resolve to cut not a fish, but a person. A memory surfaced of being told by an old man that sashimi knives couldn't cut people like in the movies, that not even a god could pull it off. But as the blade gleamed, a different truth resonated in his mind, slash, and it shall be cut. A blinding light erupted from the center of the battlefield, obscuring everything. Through the light, the man in red armor could be heard screaming that Jinwoo was a dead loser. The blessing was about to be given. In a flash, the blessing of a god was delivered as one of the armored figures began to collapse. With a final, decisive crash, the ordeal was over. But the battle had only just begun, as the remaining Mao brother would surely seek revenge. In a flashback, a chef recalled a student's jarring question about why gangsters always seem to use sashimi knives. The impertinent question was immediately met with a sharp thwack. The chef, a former gangster himself, demanded to be addressed as "Sir" before revealing his past. He explained that to atone for his old life, he had cut off his own hand and opened a sashimi restaurant, determined to bring joy with his blade. His skill with a knife was undisputed, sparking a debate between his apprentices about its cinematic applications. One student explained the grim logic: a narrow sashimi knife could be plunged in and out repeatedly, unlike a wider kitchen blade that would get caught. The argument evolved into a shouting match about skill versus reality, ending with the master's old words echoing in his memory, not even the blade god could cleanly slice a person. Back in the present, a monstrous red-armored figure descended upon the battlefield as the victor stood his ground. A man's eyes were wide with shock, sweat beading on his brow as he witnessed the impossible. The young victor's eyes narrowed with intense focus, his resolve hardening. A pink-haired girl watched from the sidelines, her expression a mixture of fear and determination. Surrounded by the lingering flames of battle, the young man held his stance, the sashimi knife ready. Nearby, the devastating effects of the single slash became apparent as two men screamed in agony. One of the wounded men stared in horror at his severed arm. He shrieked in pain as his assailant slowly, deliberately walked towards him. The wounded man tried to back away, crashing into debris and screaming for the figure to stay back. His pleas for help grew weaker as the footsteps drew ever closer. Spotting his brother Jun, the man begged for help, trying to explain that his arm had been cut. His desperate cry for help was cut short by a final, fatal slash. The man known as Jun realized with dawning horror that he was going to die. A sickening splat of blood signaled the end of his companion. The man in the blue suit could only stare, frozen in shock at the carnage. Blood arced through the air as the second man fell, his screams echoing in the sudden silence. The man with the scar, Jun Mao, bellowed his fallen brother's name as the victor stood over Shun's grotesque remains, a lone girl watching from behind cover. Jun's mind reeled in disbelief. Shun had been defeated by a mere kitchen knife. He couldn't comprehend who this newcomer was, noting the attacker's clumsy, amateurish motions. Seeing his opponent breathing heavily and shaking, Jun wondered if the victory was just a fluke, but knew the true threat was the knife itself. He concluded that Shun had only lost because he'd underestimated his opponent and let his guard down. In that case, Jun decided to unleash the full potential of his armaments, which required both hands. System notifications confirmed the activation of 3 powerful blessings, drastically increasing his defense, jumping power, and strength. Jun roared that he was activating all 3 of his blessings, a power a low-born commoner could never imagine possessing. He boasted that not even an S-rank armament could pierce his enhanced defense, declaring he was nothing like his careless brother. Unfazed, the young man simply continued a quiet, mumbled countdown. Jun mocked him, asking if he was saying his final prayers while just standing still. The armored monster lunged, screaming that he would crush his skull right where he stood. The young man's internal countdown continued, reaching 7, then 6. His quiet count reached 5. Suddenly, glowing blades erupted from the young man's body, impaling him from all sides. He coughed up blood, his body trembling from the devastating self-inflicted wounds. Despite the agony, his lips continued to move, whispering the final numbers, 3, 2. He reached the end of his countdown, 1. As a dark, phantom-like energy began to swirl, the blessing of painlessness deactivated. A flash of light filled his vision as the system announced the end of the pain-nullifying effect. A phantom scream of unimaginable agony echoed in his mind. His eyes fluttered open, strands of black hair falling across his vision. He stirred, the rustle of sheets the first sound he registered. His vision cleared, and Jinwoo groggily realized he was in a hospital. He tried to sit up, a sharp groan escaping his lips as his body protested. The rattling of his four-stand drew attention to his movement. A man with glasses noticed he was awake and immediately called out to the others in the room. The sharp clack of footsteps on the tiled floor announced their approach. He didn't recognize them personally, but he instantly knew who they were. They were members of the 7 Stars, the legendary heroes who had defeated the Demon King's 6th Legion commander half a century ago. Before him stood the strongest human alive, Isekai'd. Beside him, the academy director, Medea Poison, offered a friendly greeting and asked how he was feeling. The young man replied that he was fine, though his mind raced, wondering why such monumental figures were at his bedside. Isekai'd wasted no time, demanding the boy's name, to which he calmly responded, Geomma Kang, sir. The strongest human decided to cut to the chase, addressing Geomma directly. Media Poison finished the question with chilling gravity, asking what exactly he had done. Geomma reflected on the fight, recalling a sensation that felt both alien and undeniably his own. His gaze remained steady and intense as he met the eyes of the legends before him. A shadowy aura seemed to flicker around him as he realized making an enemy of this monster, Isekai'd, was the last thing he needed. Internally, Geomma conceded that while the Mao twins had crossed a line, he too had gone overboard, and he resolved to accept any punishment without complaint. The tension hung heavy between the stern, white-bearded elder and the resolute young man. Media sighed, asking Isekai'd to ease up, reminding him that Geomma was just a kid. Patting his arm, she revealed that it was Isekai'd himself who had unblocked Geomma's acupoints while he was unconscious, chiding the old man for his hard-headedness. With a giggle, Media asked Geomma to forgive the grumpy geezer for her sake. She then playfully praised Geomma as a brave lad, ignoring Isekai'd's protests. Geomma was stunned, wondering why the legendary Blade Emperor would help him, even as he noticed his body felt light and airy. Media explained that while he was unconscious, the faculty had reviewed the footage of the incident. She declared with a flourish that he had thrown himself into danger to protect a helpless girl, like a prince from a fairy tale. Isekai'd, drool momentarily forgotten, corrected her, insisting Geomma was not a prince, but a hero. Media playfully yelled at the darn geezer, acquiescing to his demand for more decorum in front of the student. The green-haired woman, Media, assured Geomma he wouldn't be penalized, adding that the twins had only been admitted due to their family's influence and had since dropped out. She giggled, remarking that it served them right, and Geomma quietly acknowledged her words. A wave of relief washed over Geomma. He wouldn't have to face those two around school. He began to offer his thanks for them coming to tell him in person. But before he could finish, Media interrupted with the true purpose of their visit, congratulating Geomma on being the exam's top scorer. Geomma was left utterly speechless, only able to stammer in confusion. His mind went blank, the promise of peace and safety suddenly overshadowed by this shocking new reality. An ornate academy building stood against the sky, a symbol of prestige and power. Inside a grand office, a blonde woman let out a long, weary sigh. The green-haired director, Media, lamented that in her 2 decades at the academy, she had never witnessed such a bizarre situation. Geomma, however, was unwavering, stating plainly, "No, thank you." His shocking refusal sent a wave of disbelief through the room. Media, stuttering in confusion, asked Geomma if he truly understood he was turning down a coveted position in the elite star class. Certain she must have misheard, she explained that while the elders could complain, the subspace itself had chosen the top scorer. Geomma met her frantic words with resolute silence. "Even so, no thank you," he repeated, his decision firm. The white-haired man, Isekai'd, finally snapped, shouting that this was not a matter for Geomma to decide. Media calmly turned to the fuming elder, calling him by name. She then chided Isekai'd, questioning if his outburst stemmed from bitterness over his granddaughter not being chosen, reminding him that he had seen the footage too. Isekai'd scoffed, calling her a fool for even suggesting it and stating that while the academy would honor the subspace's choice, something else was troubling him. In his mind, he conceded that he would have understood Geomma's victory if his technique, physique, or experience had been remarkable. Instead, the young boy's movements seemed to embody a singular, raw concept. It was the pure, unadulterated will to cut. Isekai'd recognized this as the very essence of cutting, a fundamental principle of swordsmanship. It was the same mastery of the blade that the old man himself had been chasing his entire life. However, a deep and unsettling contradiction lingered in his mind. He recalled the strange sensation from when he unblocked the boy's acupoints, finding a body that was soft and clearly untrained. It was as if Geomma's physical form was a fragile vessel containing a power it was never designed to hold. The legendary Blade Emperor found himself lost in a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. He mused with some annoyance that he was feeling competitive at his advanced age. The absurdity of the situation was compounded by the fact that his rival was a mere boy, the same age as his own granddaughter. Nearby, a silver-haired woman sighed dreamily, remarking on Geomma's handsome face and heroic rescue, wondering if he would have saved her had she been 10 years younger. Medea playfully turned to the daydreaming woman, asking the old man for her thoughts on the matter. The director then prodded her, asking if she knew what young people called people like her. The older woman took the bait, coolly asking Medea to elaborate. A teacup clacked softly in the otherwise silent room. The air was thick with tension as a heart pounded in anticipation. The silver-haired woman looked Medea dead in the eye and uttered a single, devastating word, delusional. The director's eyes flew wide in pure, unfiltered shock. A sharp crack echoed through the office as her composure, and her teacup, shattered. Sometime later, Geomma stood on a wide staircase landing, finally free from the faculty's clutches. A sign on the wall indicated his new home within the academy, the Wolf class. Geomma reflected internally that this was the best compromise he could have hoped for. A flashback revealed his heated argument with the director, in which he desperately pleaded for a place in an ordinary class while she insisted the top scorer couldn't be so lowly ranked. She had eventually relented, agreeing to keep his status a secret in exchange for his placement in the mid-tier Wolf class. The director had mumbled that placing him in a truly ordinary class would only infuriate the elders further. For Geomma, whose only desire was a peaceful school life, this outcome was well within his acceptable range as he pushed open the classroom door. The door banged loudly against the wall, causing a nearby student to jolt in surprise. The lively chatter in the classroom immediately hushed. Every student turned to stare at the newcomer who had just made such a disruptive entrance. Geomma's name, Kang Geomma, was displayed prominently on the classroom's main screen. After a brief glance, the students lost interest and erupted into laughter, their attention already diverted to something else. Geomma noted their complete indifference, figuring it was far better than being the subject of their focus. This confirmed for him that the director had, in fact, upheld her end of the bargain and kept his secret. He quietly found a seat, satisfied that this was the perfect, out-of-the-spotlight environment for an introvert like himself. His moment of peace was shattered by a soft knock on his desk. The red-haired girl from the exam stood before him, nervously fidgeting as she stammered out her thanks for his help. A heavy, awkward silence hung in the air between them. She tried again to explain, managing only to mention the test. Geomma finally recognized her from the exam, silently questioning why she was being so formal with a classmate her own age. He casually told her not to worry about it, claiming anyone would have done the same in his position. The girl, Chloe, quickly refuted this, confessing that she felt like a hypocrite because she had only been trying to save herself. Deciding to change the subject, Geomma formally introduced himself. She replied that her name was Chloe, and they exchanged a brief, pleasant greeting, both surprised to have ended up in the same class. Geomma's mind drew a complete blank at the name Chloe. He mentally scanned his extensive game knowledge, realizing he'd played the first half and her name had never once appeared. A sudden realization dawned on him, she was a background extra, just like him. He quickly agreed to her request to keep the exam incident a secret. Just as Chloe began to ask him something else, their conversation was abruptly cut short. The class instructor strode in, sharply ordering all the students to get to their seats. Chloe quickly whispered they would talk later, and a flustered Geomma could only agree. With a loud thwack, the instructor dropped a book on the lectern and began his opening address. He introduced himself as Wonbin Lee, the instructor for the Wolf class, and charged his students with upholding the honor of the Academy's founding hero. Wonbin Lee then announced a light, physical training session for their first day, giving them 30 minutes to change and assemble. One curious student in glasses raised his hand to ask what the training session would involve. The instructor calmly listed off 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-lap run, a regimen the students seemed to find laughably easy. With that, Instructor Lee barked at them to get moving and meet him at the training grounds. As the other students chattered excitedly, Geomma morbidly wondered if this Saitama workout was meant to make them all go bald. He quickly rushed to intercept the instructor, who surprisingly greeted him by name. Pushing aside his confusion, Geomma began to formulate an excuse, determined to get out of the intense training. Instructor Lee waited patiently for the boy to state his case. But a terrifying memory of the director's voice echoed in Geomma's head, reminding him of his special permissions and the option to join the star class. Cursing the darn hag in his mind, he realized asking for an exemption would instantly expose the very secret he had fought so hard to protect. He immediately pivoted, claiming he just needed a quick trip to the bathroom and that his body was stiff and needed this exact workout, earning him praise for his spirit. Before long, Geomma was gasping for breath, his lungs burning with exertion. His feet felt like lead as they pounded against the dirt track. While other students jogged along laughing, the instructor's voice boomed across the field, demanding more speed. Geomma's form faltered, each ragged step a monumental effort. The simple rhythm of the run became a torturous chant in his head as he felt he was on the verge of collapse. A concerned voice cut through his pained haze as Chloe jogged up beside him, noting that he didn't look very good. Geomma forced a laugh, trying to brush off her concern by insisting he was fine. After a nearby girl mentioned being on her 5th lap, Geomma asked Chloe for her progress, remarking that she had seemed far behind. Chloe casually replied that she was already on her 9th lap. Geomma stared at her, completely and utterly dumbfounded. She flashed him a bright smile, cheering him on and telling him he could do it. Then, with an effortless burst of speed, she zoomed past him. Left in her dust, Geomma could only huff in exhaustion and disbelief, struggling to comprehend what the hell he had just witnessed. A low grumble echoed in the silence. The sound of an empty stomach rumbled again, more insistently this time. The persistent growl was a clear sign of Geomma's increasing hunger. He slammed his hand down in frustration. Internally, the protagonist cursed as the pangs of hunger became unbearable. 1 week into his academy life, Geomma realized he had hit an unexpected and agonizing snag. In the grand dining hall, the chatter of other students filled the air as they enjoyed their meals. Geomma, however, could only cry out in his mind about how desperately hungry he was. He rushed to the counter and urgently requested a stir-fried pork, pleading for them to hurry. From across the counter, the chef shot him an intense, piercing glare. The protagonist was stunned to learn about meal tickets, realizing with dawning horror that the food was not free. Promising to be right back, he asked the chef to have his stir-fried pork rice bowl ready for his return. Geomma froze, his hopeful demeanor instantly vanishing. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the menu, realizing his coveted stir-fried pork cost a staggering 50,000 won. Geomma muttered the price in shock, his mind struggling to comprehend the exorbitant cost. A single drop of sweat trickled down his face, a testament to his growing despair. He let out a cry of anguish as his head thudded against the wall. Geomma raged internally at the outrageous prices, his hunger making the injustice feel even more pronounced. He bitterly recalled refusing his father's offer of pocket money, berating his past self for being such a fool. Geomma lamented that he had been surviving on the cheapest campus brand water, even starting to miss the free meals from his army days. Utterly defeated, he collapsed onto his bed. With a groan, Geomma wished for a blessing that could simply make his crippling hunger disappear. A familiar system window suddenly materialized in his thoughts, detailing the blessing of the Blade God, and his recent body grade increase. Geomma noted with slight annoyance that the blessing status window seemed to pop up even when he merely thought about it. The black-haired young man's thoughts trailed off as he considered his situation. He took a determined step forward in his small dorm room. Acknowledging his progress, the black-haired young man felt a flicker of satisfaction. He wondered if this new, evolved feeling in his body was the direct result of the Blade Emperor unblocking his acupoints. Though his blessing was still limited to blades the size of a sashimi knife, He felt confident he could eventually wield a short sword if he kept training. Geomma fell silent, lost in contemplation. He reflected on his journey from being terrified of knives on admission day to now feeling uneasy without one. Scratching his head, he questioned the strange sense of pride blooming within him over this change. A sudden knock at his door startled the black-haired young man out of his reverie. As the door creaked open, the black-haired young man peered out, wondering who could be visiting. He found a flustered Chloe, who stammered an apology for disturbing his rest. Surprised to see Chloe, the black-haired boy assured her she wasn't bothering him at all and asked what brought her to his door. Chloe explained that she hadn't seen him in the school canteen all week and had grown worried that he might be unwell. The black-haired boy quickly fabricated a lie, laughing it off by claiming he didn't like food prepared by others. Though Chloe seemed to accept his excuse, he could see the lingering concern in her eyes. Just as Chloe began to awkwardly suggest they get ingredients to cook dinner together, the black-haired boy cut her off with a decisive, "Let's go." Chloe was completely taken aback by his immediate and enthusiastic response. Boasting about his cooking skills, the black-haired boy rushed ahead, leaving a stunned Chloe to hurry after him. Night fell over the academy grounds, blanketing the buildings under a starry sky. Chloe expressed her sheer delight with the meal, telling the black-haired boy it was seriously delicious. A young boy's voice, full of awe, remarked on how quickly he had prepared everything. The boy explained he'd only ever had boiled fish and had never tasted anything like this, eagerly asking to see what was in the fridge. A girl correctly guessed his affinity for fish, to which the boy confirmed he grew up by the seaside, prompting her to declare that fish was her specialty. P4T7, the young boy thought to himself that he'd been itching to use a knife anyway, and cutting some fish might help clear his head. Narration transition. He considered using a kitchen knife as the blessing of the blade god flared in his mind. The girl, however, asked for a longer blade, explaining it felt wrong to use her armament knives for simple cooking. The girl, now clearly Chloe, called out Geomma's name. She then dramatically presented a full-sized katana, asking if this would be an acceptable tool. Staring at the massive sword, the young boy quickly decided the kitchen knife would be perfectly fine after all. Activating the blessing of painlessness, Geomma resolved to finish the prep work in 30 seconds. He recalled his old title with pride, the best knife master in Korea. Declaring, "I've got this," the boy activated a culinary version of his blessing of the blade god and began to slice. His movements were a blur of perfect, clean cuts. It took him a mere 21 seconds to scale, deb one, gut, and fillet the sea bream, leaving Chloe to marvel at the result. Geomma privately admired his handiwork, considering it a masterpiece and proof that he hadn't lost his edge. When the girl asked how he became so good at cooking, the boy casually claimed he used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Her confused reaction to the term part-time made the boy immediately apologize for his comment. The girl assured him it was fine, quietly musing that it was just a sign of the difference in their social classes. The boy quickly changed the subject, expressing his happiness that she enjoyed his cooking so much. Since he had cooked, the girl cheerfully announced that she would wash the dishes, an offer he gratefully accepted. Geomma watched contentedly as the red-haired girl began washing the dishes in the kitchen. Feeling full and happy under the light of the moon, the protagonist thought he couldn't possibly be any happier. The peaceful moment was shattered by the sound of breaking ceramic, followed by the red-haired girl's sheepish apology. As another dish shattered, the protagonist chuckled to himself, realizing she had likely never washed dishes before in her life. A soft thud suddenly drew the protagonist's attention. Something small and book-like had fallen from Chloe's clothes. Geomma's eyes widened as he recognized the object on the floor. He saw it was a diary, and an open page revealed an entry about repaying the person who helped her during the class placement exam. Noting the bubbly handwriting and cute stickers, the protagonist decided to put the diary back before she noticed. As he reached for it, he accidentally flipped the page, revealing another entry. The boy with black hair read Chloe's adorable, flustered thoughts about meeting him, Geomma Kang, and being too starstruck to speak. Geomma found it incredibly endearing, finally understanding why she had been so shy around him. His curiosity piqued, the boy with black hair decided to look at just one more page, flipping it over. The boy with black hair could only let out a choked gasp at what he saw. The cozy atmosphere of the evening shattered completely. A close-up of the girl with red hair showed a chilling expression as she asked him if he saw. In a world where hero families gained glory slaying demons, their power grew until it corrupted them, forcing one family to rise from the shadows to enforce true justice. They were the Auditora de Cecilia, a family of assassins tied to darkness, yet devoted to preserving the light. The children of the Auditora family were subjected to ruthless mental conditioning long before they reached adolescence. They learned to completely suppress their emotions while enduring grueling, endless training. Through this torment, their very identities were stripped away, their faces becoming blank masks. They were being systematically reforged into perfect killing machines, and a trembling Chloe first stained her hands with blood at the tender age of 15. The old man overseeing her training declared that she must embrace her talent as an assassin. This was a line she had heard her entire life, so Chloe simply accepted it as her unchangeable truth. Her sense of self began to slip away under the immense weight of her duty. This endless training twisted her very essence, casting a dark and permanent shadow deep within her heart. With her spirit worn down and her emotions reduced to a faint whisper, Chloe finally came of age to attend the academy. Although the Auditores easily met the standards for Joaquin Academy's elite dragon class, their clandestine nature dictated a different path. A secret agreement with the academy relegated them to the ordinary class, forcing them to remain unnoticed. Chloe was given a single, unyielding command: do not stand out. Even the 3 fleeting years of her youth were to be completely sacrificed for the family's mission. Chloe accepted her fate without complaint, believing there was nothing she could do to change it, or so she thought. Her entire world began to shift the moment she met a certain boy, just as a bully's shout shattered the peace. During a subspace battle royale, Jin-Woo had fearlessly stepped between her and her attackers, and Chloe found herself trembling at the thought of her first, albeit simulated, death. Her heart began to pound in her chest as she realized, in utter shock, that someone was actually there for her. She had been ready to face her end in quiet submission, seeing no purpose in a meaningless struggle, just as she'd always been taught. Her grim destiny seemed utterly inevitable. Or so it should have been. But in that moment, it felt as if the sun had pierced through dark clouds, casting its light upon her frozen heart and igniting a burning sensation within her. He wielded his blade not for glory, but with the clear purpose of protecting another. The boy had taken up a weapon entirely for her sake. It reminded her of a fairy tale she had once read in secret, hidden away from prying eyes. The story was of a brave hero, depicted in the worn pages of her hidden book. It was a tale where a noble prince fought valiantly against all odds to rescue a lonely princess imprisoned within a cold, dark castle. A deep blush spread across her cheeks as an unfamiliar, tingling warmth blossomed in her chest. In that moment of revelation, Chloe thought to herself that this feeling, it must be love. But back in the present, the sweet memory was shattered by a heavy, suffocating silence. A palpable sense of doom descended upon the moonlit room. Jin-Woo could only manage a strained, nervous laugh at the absurdity of his situation. An awkward and terrifying stillness hung between him and the silent, staring Chloe. As pure panic set in, Jin-Woo's mind screamed that he was completely and utterly screwed. He mentally retraced his steps, wondering if his downfall was peeking at her diary or simply following her home for a meal. Desperately trying to break the tension, Jin-Woo weakly commented on the beauty of the moon, but his words were met with chilling silence. Recalling her earlier cheerful demeanor, he realized with dawning horror that there was no easy way out. A sudden, sharp screech from the floorboards put Jin-Woo on immediate high alert. The dreadful sound of footsteps echoed as Chloe began to advance, her own mind reeling in confusion at her body's movements. Jin-woo instantly recognized her dazed, trance-like state, having seen this dangerous pattern before. He stared into her pupils, which had become lifeless voids clouded by a murky, ominous red. There was no longer any doubt in his mind, she was a Yandra. He suddenly recalled her abrupt change in demeanor while she was cheering for him, a stark contrast to her usual shy self. A terrifying possibility clicked into place. This sudden shift had to be linked to some kind of unresolved trauma. Realizing that opening the diary must have been the trigger, Jin-woo knew this situation had just become exponentially more dangerous. As Chloe stalked closer, he could feel a bloodlust more intense than anything he'd ever faced, and knew he had to act now to survive. His mind raced, desperately trying to formulate a plan in the few seconds he had left. He calculated that he had only 9 seconds before she reached him, his sashimi knife uselessly back in his room. He considered the kitchen knife, but instantly dismissed the idea, knowing a lunge for it would surely cost him a limb. His fumbling hand brushed against a small object on the table with a soft clack. His eyes widened as the rattling object came into view. A box cutter, glinting faintly, presented itself as his only, desperate hope. The red-haired woman lunged forward, her form a blur of lethal intent. Jin-woo dodged back, inwardly cursing that he had truly wanted to resolve things peacefully. With a desperate rattle, he brandished the flimsy cutter, his last line of defense. In that critical instant, a system notification flared in his mind, and the blessing of the blade god activated with a sharp surge of power. A divine blessing, granting him impossible skill, was bestowed upon him. The world seemed to slow as they froze in a dynamic, combative pose, one poised to strike, the other to counter. Jin-woo broke the tense silence, his voice chillingly calm as he told Chloe that her hair was a little long. With a terrifyingly steady gaze, he made his intent clear, offering to cut it for her. In her bed, Chloe slept, oblivious to the night's chaos. She stirred from her slumber, mumbling for Geomma as she slowly woke. Her eyes fluttered open to an empty room, and she wondered where he had gone. Her mind drifted back to earlier, remembering how she stole glances at him from the kitchen sink. A sudden, sharp gasp escaped her lips as she noticed her katana was missing. A wave of panic washed over her. But relief flooded her just as quickly when she found it safe. She recalled a past memory, a man with a staff telling her to embrace her talent as an assassin after a similar blackout. Chloe was lost in a moment of troubled thought. She collapsed onto her bed in frustration, berating herself for passing out and worrying about Geomma. A hiss of infatuation escaped her as she thought of his name. She desperately hoped she hadn't said anything strange while she was unconscious. Her eyes then caught something on the floor. It was her box cutter, lying discarded. As she touched her hair, she realized it felt shorter and wondered if the small blade was the cause. Looking around, she noticed he had even tidied the room before leaving. Chloe's heart fluttered, thinking Geomma was incredibly sweet, and decided she had to record this moment in her diary. She gently picked up her pen and began to write. With a fond smile, she finished the entry, "I love you, Geomma." Miles away, the dark-haired young man groaned, his body convulsing in agony. He violently threw up onto the pavement. Jin-woo knew he had barely survived, but the after-effects of using his power for just 5 seconds too long were racking his body now that the blessing of painlessness had worn off. He doubled over again, feeling another wave of nausea as he lamented losing his entire meal. The world was a blur of pain and sickness. As he finally caught his breath, he sighed, realizing that on top of everything, he was now starving. His thoughts turned back to the night's events, and he questioned just who Chloe really was. He replayed the fight in his mind, analyzing how her every move had relentlessly targeted his vital points. It was a style meant for assassination, and he knew with chilling certainty that he would be dead if he hadn't seen it coming. He recalled the critical moment when he truly felt his life was on the line. In that instant, his survival instincts took over, and he had instinctively aimed for her throat. Thankfully, the box cutter's blade was too short, and he had only managed to cut her hair. Jinwoo let out a sigh of relief, hoping that by cleaning up the mess, he had peacefully concluded the terrifying incident. He reflected that when he was first thrown into this absurd game, he actually had ambitions of his own. Having once reached the pinnacle with nothing but a sashimi knife, letting go of his dreams hadn't been easy. In this world, there was a power known as the Blessing of Miracle. It was not only the title of the game but also the legendary blessing possessed by only two people, the protagonist and the founding hero, Joaquin. The blessing's sole description was a simple, world-altering command: please save the world from the Demon King. With this power, the game's protagonist was chosen by Ba, a holy and cursed sword that granted its wielder near unlimited power. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's status screen showed a stark contrast, his ultimate weapon being a simple sashimi knife. He slapped his own cheeks, telling himself to get it together. He lamented that the endless stream of extraordinary people and events had made him forget his goal of a quiet life. Though he had a rough grasp of the game's key characters, he admitted his knowledge of the world itself was limited, even after a week at the academy. He figured that by now, the true protagonist must have awakened his blessing, signaling the official start of the game's story. Jinwoo regretted quitting the game before the end but knew his knowledge of the first half of the canon route was a massive advantage. He steeled his resolve to stick to that canon route, knowing that meddling would cost him the only advantage he had. His memory served him a grim reminder: the story would take a sudden, dark turn during the second semester of the third year. That was when the demons, aware of the hero's awakening, would launch a full-scale attack on the academy led by a legion commander. From that point, the conflict would spiral into an all-out world war between demons and humans. He remembered his past self questioning the game's sudden shift in tone, having only wanted a simple, carefree school life simulator. A flashback showed him uninstalling the game in frustration after a favorite character was unceremoniously killed off. The horrifying reality then crashed down on him: he was now living in that world destined for war, and he questioned if he too would die in it. Shaking off his dread, Jinwoo declared that he wouldn't let himself die. He had nearly 3 years to grow stronger and survive. He decided on a plan: he would train just enough to protect himself while keeping a low profile, letting the protagonist save the world. Getting noticed was the one thing he had to avoid at all costs, lest he be sent into battle against the demons. He also resolved to minimize his use of the blessing of the Blade God, as the strain on his body was brutal. He checked its status, noticing it was powerful but came with strange conditions and grades for his body, mind, and armament. He was surprised to see that several new entries had appeared on the status screen. He deduced that the numbers next to body, mind, and armament must be some kind of level. His eyes then fell upon the mysterious synchronization percentage and the question marks below it. He tried to tap the mysterious entry for more information. A system message beeped, denying him access and stating that the conditions were not met. He decided it wasn't important for now, setting aside the puzzle of his mysterious blessing to focus on his priorities: improving his body and finding a proper weapon. He knew he couldn't rely on the 30-second invulnerability from the blessing of painlessness forever. Luckily, he remembered the monster hunting training scheduled for next month's midterms. The grand prize was the B-tier longsword, Murasame, a weapon too big for his blessing's conditions, making it the perfect tool for his independent training. Jinwoo sighed, overwhelmed by all the things he had to figure out, then called out to someone he just noticed. His expression was one of pure determination. His gaze was fixed on a woman with light blue hair. The woman with light blue hair turned and coolly informed him that he was in her seat. The cyan-haired woman stared forward, her expression a mixture of resolve and slight apprehension. Jinwoo's eyes were wide with surprise, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. A faint, metallic scraping sound echoed as she partially drew a blade from its sheath. The cyan-haired woman asked him to move, and he finally snapped out of his daze. He quickly averted his gaze, realizing he had been caught staring. She clarified that he didn't have to leave, just shuffle over a bit. He privately scoffed at her claiming a public bench but decided to let it go, unwilling to risk an interaction that could disrupt the canon story. He let out a quiet sigh. He couldn't help but gulp, admitting to himself that the game's heroine was undeniably gorgeous. She suddenly spoke, remarking that this spot was perfect for stargazing, which made him jolt in surprise. The teal-haired girl sat in quiet contemplation. The dark-haired boy was utterly baffled, wondering if this was the same cold and unapproachable Abel he remembered from the game. The teal-haired girl then turned to him, asking how he knew she used a blade as her armament. She explained that her grandfather had told her something important. With a knowing look, she relayed his wisdom, that swordsmen simply have a different look in their eyes. Jin-woo was left speechless, caught off guard by her keen observation. The clack of metal on wood echoed as she placed her sheathed sword on the bench between them. The teal-haired girl then offered to let him hold it. Without a moment's hesitation, the dark-haired boy bluntly told her he wasn't really interested. She immediately pouted, and he instantly wondered if his rejection had upset her. He thought to himself that he couldn't get used to this version of her, so different from the Abel he knew, before calling out to get her attention. The teal-haired girl turned back to him, her eyes sharp as she asked the one question he dreaded, "You know me, don't you?" Finding his voice, Jin-woo called out to get the teal-haired girl's attention. Abel turned back, her eyes sharp as she posed the one question he dreaded, "You know me, don't you?" A nervous silence fell as Jin-woo internally panicked, wondering if she was accusing him of something, even as he reasoned that nearly everyone at the academy knew who she was. Cornered, the black-haired boy hesitantly admitted that he, sort of, did. Abel pointed out that she didn't know him, prompting Jin-woo to question the significance of that fact. She explained that it felt unfair how he knew her name when she had no idea who he was. Jin-woo wondered if they really needed to know each other's names, to which Abel countered that for all she knew, he could be a spy for the Demon King disguised as a student. With a suspicious gaze, she added that it was strange for him to be out so late at night all alone. A quiet clack echoed as Jin-woo dismissed her theory as utterly ridiculous. He turned the question back on her, but Abel calmly explained she had just finished training, a claim Jin-woo mirrored, stating he had been working out as well. When she inquired about his workout, he deadpanned that he was doing breathing exercises, leaving her momentarily speechless. As she stared at him, Jinwoo's eyes were drawn to the faint scars covering her hands, causing him to flinch internally. Noticing his gaze, Abel instinctively pulled her hands back with a swift motion. A quiet scraping sound was heard as she nervously rubbed her scarred hands together. Jin-woo simply commented that it looked like she worked hard, and Abel quietly affirmed that it was a matter of course. She thought about the immense pressure of the Nibelung bloodline, where any small slip-up makes you a target, admitting that this was the first time she wasn't the top scorer. Abel confessed it was the first time she had ever lost to someone in her entire life. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. To Jinwoo's surprise, she confessed that the experience was strangely liberating, then mused that she'd love to meet the person who beat her. The young man could only look on with wide, startled eyes as her expression shifted. Her voice turned cold as she declared her intent to tear them apart, the sudden malice making Jin-woo spit out his drink in shock. When he asked if she really had to go that far, Abel yelled about the humiliation she felt, having to beg her grandfather for the top scorer's name only to find they weren't even in her class and had skipped the speech. She let out a long sigh, realizing she was sharing all this with a stranger, prompting Jin-woo to ask why she was telling him everything. Abel bluntly replied that it was because he looked weak. She revealed her family motto was to be unyielding to the strong and merciful to the weak, adding that she had no friends because her classmates were unbearable. After a final stretch, Abel announced she was leaving, and Jin-woo gave a simple goodbye. A quiet moment passed between them. Just as she was leaving, Abel asked one last time when he was going to tell her his name, but he flatly refused. The sound of chattering students filled the academy halls in the following days. To Jinwoo's surprise, his academy life continued peacefully without any major incidents. He noted that Chloe seemed to have made some friends and settled in well, which made it easier for him to continue avoiding her. Sometimes their eyes would meet, and Chloe's new friends would look at him with disdain, but he had stopped caring about their scorn for him being a special entrant. He reflected that he wasn't the only special entrant, though they all seemed to avoid each other, likely due to a shared inferiority complex. Jin-woo felt an immense sense of thankfulness that he hadn't been placed in one of the higher-tier classes. The thought of being wrapped up in the petty power struggles of the Star and Dragon classes, which he'd witnessed in the game, sent a genuine chill down his spine. He was also grateful for another simple pleasure: he was now getting proper meals every day, tapping the menu as he considered his options. The green-haired woman approached him, apologizing for the delay in giving him the privilege he earned as the top scorer. A brilliant light shone from the faculty card she presented, and Jin-woo thought that bowing to the director's office 3 times a day wasn't enough to express his gratitude. He felt a profound sense of respect and thankfulness toward the director, Medea. The black-haired student felt he was fulfilling his duties well and hadn't done anything to negatively affect the main story, stealing his resolve to continue. A smirk crept across his face as he realized that if he could just maintain this for 3 years, he would be on track for the future he desperately wanted. The story shifted back in time, to a period 700 years ago. After the first Human-Demon War broke out, the hero Valor Joaquin and his 7 disciples established the academy to train the next generation of heroes. The professor's voice droned on, emphasizing that this specific part of history would be on the exam. Jin-woo listened with mild disinterest, as he already knew this entire story by heart. The lecture focused on the founding hero, Valor Joaquin. This legendary hero had faced Lekin, the Demon King's right-hand man. Lekin was also the formidable commander of the First Legion. Their brutal battle raged on for 20 long years, reaching a climactic end. In the depths of the past, 2 powerful beams of light collided violently in the night sky. Ultimately, the hero emerged victorious from the devastating conflict. However, the victory came at a great cost, as Joaquin lost one of his arms in the final clash. Rendered unable to fight, the hero could only listen as screams echoed from every direction on the blood-soaked battlefield. It was a war of pure bloodshed and carnage, with no clear winner on either side. Fortunately, the first Human-Demon War concluded with a truce, leading Joaquin to found the academy to prepare for the future. The lecturer concluded that a non-aggression pact was signed, securing the 700 years of peace that continued to the present day. Nearby students scoffed at the idea of a war in their lifetime, more worried about parties than ancient history. Jin-woo reflected on the 700 years of peace, painfully aware that he was the only one who knew it would soon be broken. He desperately wanted to warn Medea about the coming disaster, but he knew altering the canon route could lead to unforeseen and potentially worse outcomes. A heavy silence hung in the air as he contemplated his powerlessness. He recalled that Medea, despite often joking about running away from her director duties, was deeply committed to her role. Thanks to her blessing of perception, Medea was one of the first to sense that something was wrong. To protect her students, she became the first among the 7 stars to step onto the front lines of the new war. Though he never reached that point in the game, Jin-woo had read the fandom wiki and knew her tragic fate. Medea was the first of the 7 stars to fall. An image of the wiki page flashed in his mind, its text confirming that she rushed into battle to protect her students. The grim reality settled in as the stern-faced man in his memory confirmed her death. Jin-woo was left alone with his dark thoughts. He wished with all his being that he had never known her fate in the first place. The professor's voice broke his reverie, announcing the end of class and reminding students to study for midterms in 2 weeks. A sudden buzz of commotion erupted among the students as they checked their phones in disbelief. As his classmates rushed out, a student with black hair wondered what all the fuss was about. Another student, looking at his phone, excitedly asked if that was him. The phone's screen displayed a picture of a striking, pink-haired girl. The students excitedly chattered, speculating if the new arrival would join their class, though most assumed he was destined for the elite stars class. His classmates expressed their awe as Jinwoo's memory began to stir. He remembered this specific date from the game. May 5 was the day he joined the academy. With measured steps, the protagonist of this world made his grand entrance, drawing gasps of awe from the crowd. Leon van Reinhardt had finally arrived. And Jinwoo knew this was also the day that the peace, which had lasted for 700 years, would finally begin to crumble. Jinwoo mused on the sheer luck of the game's protagonist, a man so handsome that every woman was naturally drawn to him. He couldn't help but think that if this were a more mature game, Leon would be utterly exhausted before even reaching the final boss. The women who followed Leon were a formidable lineup, including the Spear Saint's niece and the descendants of the Blade Emperor. A murmur of envy rippled through the other students, who wished they could be in Leon's shoes. Yet, as the protagonist of Blessing of Miracle M, Leon van Reinhardt was destined to be one of the first chosen for the coming war. Jinwoo knew this choice was no honor, as even a hardened veteran grimly acknowledged that it was nothing short of forced conscription. He pondered the terrifying scale of their enemy, remembering that the founding hero had only managed to seal a single legion commander, not the Demon King himself. A chilling thought entered Jinwoo's mind. He desperately hoped this wasn't a tragic story where the hero was fated to lose. Leon van Reinhardt stood before the crowd, his presence alone commanding their attention. A blond man nearby watched the protagonist's arrival with a silent, calculating gaze. Another young man could only gasp, starstruck by the hero's appearance. A radiant light seemed to emanate from Leon, cementing his otherworldly aura. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Jinwoo reassured himself that this was Blessing of Miracle M, a world where the protagonist would ultimately handle everything. A fellow student agreed, convinced by a single look at Leon's face, just as a young woman tried to get his attention. The student turned, startled by the sudden interruption. Later, inside the academy's training hall, a different kind of preparation was underway. The sound of practice swords swinging through the air echoed in the spacious room. Jinwoo let out a relieved sigh, confirming to himself that his blessing remained inactive with weapons outside its strict specifications. He resolved that, blessing or not, he needed to master the fundamental skills of swordsmanship. A red-haired girl timidly asked if she had done something wrong, her sudden appearance startling Jinwoo. He wanted to snap that she nearly killed him, but held his tongue, knowing they would be classmates for the next year. For the sake of a peaceful school life, Jinwoo quickly reassured the girl that everything was fine. The girl sighed in relief, while Jinwoo was left wondering just who this strange and intense person was. He recalled the feeling from her blade, a deep sorrow mixed with a bloodlust so fierce it made his hair stand on end. The red-haired girl fidgeted nervously before asking if she could make dinner for him that night. She quickly added that while she loved to cook, her skills were nowhere near as good as his. The unexpected offer of dinner left Jinwoo completely bewildered. Her eyes, wide and pleading, repeated the request with an almost unbearable intensity. Jinwoo felt a wave of guilt, knowing it would be terrible to refuse her, yet feared he might end up in a freezer if he accepted. A brilliant idea struck him, and Jinwoo decided to ask Chloe for a different kind of favor. When Chloe asked what it was, Jinwoo told her she was the only one he could ask for this particular task. Flustered, Chloe eagerly asked him to name the favor. With a slight chuckle, Jinwoo asked if she would be willing to teach him how to use a sword. He inwardly praised his excuse, recognizing that the freakishly strong Chloe was the perfect person to ask for training. Jinwoo felt a sense of relief, thinking that the survival videos he had been watching every night were finally paying off. When they met later, Chloe claimed she had been waiting, but Jinwoo replied he had just arrived himself. Chloe quickly agreed that she had also just gotten there, before asking him what time he had arrived. Jinwoo playfully reminded her that they had agreed to meet at 8, a fact that made her giggle. Putting the awkwardness aside, it was time to focus on the training ahead. As Chloe turned, she self-consciously asked if her training clothes looked strange on her. Jinwoo hadn't noticed in her uniform, but her athletic build clearly explained the source of her incredible strength. Finding her quite charming, Jinwoo admitted it was a sight to behold and handed her a wooden sword. Chloe looked at the wooden sword in confusion, asking if they weren't going to use real blades. Stunned by her question, Jinwoo explained that since it was just training, wooden swords were safer for both of them. A smile bloomed on Chloe's face as she found his consideration for her safety to be very kind. She gripped the wooden sword, a determined look settling on her face. As Chloe swung the practice weapon, Jinwoo was shocked to hear the stick literally slicing through the air. He made a mental note to protect his head at all costs before squeezing his own sword and activating his blessing. Jinwoo did one last check of his status window, noting his progress and the fulfilled conditions for his wooden sword. He wondered if all blessings were like his, as most only improved through simple mastery. His own blessing, however, seemed to come with numerous extra features and mysterious conditions he'd never seen in the game. Mumbling to himself, Jinwoo questioned when the locked section of his ability would finally be revealed, only to be interrupted. Chloe peeked over, cautiously asking if everything was okay. Jinwoo apologized, explaining he was looking at a private system window that made him appear to be staring into space. Chloe kindly requested he go easy on her since it was their first time training together, and Jinwoo readily agreed. He tightened his grip on his sword, preparing himself for the spar. With a final clack of their wooden swords, Jinwoo asked if she was ready to begin. A tense silence fell over the training hall as they took their stances. Jinwoo had always believed in hands-on experience, knowing that true mastery required more than just rote learning. The two opponents faced each other, their wooden swords crossed. He credited his quick adaptation to the academy to the foundation of learning instilled in him from a young age. As sweat slicked his palms, Jinwoo noted his own posture was already beginning to falter. Despite his unease, he kept his sword firmly pointed at his opponent. In an instant, Chloe vanished from her spot. Jinwoo was stunned by her sudden burst of speed. The first blow landed with a shocking thwack. He couldn't believe how fast she was, especially after she had asked him to go easy. Jinwoo quickly adjusted his grip to defend against the next attack. Another slash came whistling through the air toward him. The impact of the second strike sent a painful shockwave up his arms. Jinwoo winced as a sharp twinge of pain shot through him, a stark reminder of her power. He successfully parried the blow and prepared to launch a counterattack. But to his horror, Chloe was already in position for her next strike. His mind reeled in disbelief as he realized she was somehow getting even faster. A dawning horror washed over him as he understood she had been holding back immensely until now. Her foot stomped the ground as she powered her next swing. The force of her attack threatened to splinter his defenses. A relentless flurry of attacks rained down on him, giving him no room to breathe. The sheer weight behind each strike was staggering. Jinwoo desperately fended off the barrage, realizing he couldn't hold out much longer and saw no opening to counter. A loud crack echoed through the hall as his wooden sword finally gave way. The broken half of his sword spun uselessly through the air. It clattered to the ground, leaving him completely defenseless. Chloe immediately apologized, explaining she hadn't meant for his sword to break. A rumble of power began to emanate from Jinwoo as Chloe looked at him with concern, calling his name. A different, ethereal voice, belonging to a woman with purple hair, seemed to echo Chloe's question. A system error flashed before Jinwoo's eyes. The damaged weapon had fulfilled a condition, triggering a mandatory adjustment that lowered his morality. With a surge of dark energy, the hidden interior of the blessing of the Blade God was finally activated. A system alert buzzed, announcing that an armament condition had been fulfilled. As Kim looked on in confusion, another message flashed, indicating a system error due to the damaged weapon. The system forcefully adjusted the user's personality, resulting in a significant decrease in his morality grade. A dark, ominous energy swirled around the young man as he took a deliberate step forward. The hidden interior of the blessing of the Blade God was finally revealed. Suddenly, the scene flashed, and Kim found himself bewildered in a new location. He recognized the kitchen, wondering if the entire harrowing experience had just been a dream. Recalling that he was in the middle of preparing a fish, he resolved to get back to work. Kim mused that switching things up and using a cleaver might be a nice change of pace. However, an error message beeped, informing him that the cleaver could not be selected. When he tried to select a sword instead, another error declared it the wrong choice, prompting him to angrily question who was making these rules. An unseen voice instructed him to forget about it and continue, pointing him toward the only remaining option, a sashimi knife, which it claimed was exactly what he needed to end this life. To his surprise, Kim found that holding the knife no longer caused him pain, in fact, it felt exhilarating. The mysterious voice encouraged him, stating that all he needed to do was embrace this new feeling. Kim grinned, questioning aloud if it was time to create another masterpiece. With his acceptance, the interior of the blessing was fully activated. Back in the training hall, the red-haired girl called out to Geomma, asking if he was all right. Seeing him wobble unsteadily, she called his name again with growing concern. The world seemed to distort from Geomma's perspective as he swayed on his feet. His eyes snapped wide with a feral intensity. A violent explosion of power erupted from Geomma's body. The force of the blast sent his opponent crashing backward. The woman in red armor desperately tried to regain her footing as Geomma charged, his blade already swinging. The two fighters clashed in a blur of motion, the training hall now a true battlefield. Another powerful impact sent shockwaves through the air. The woman in red armor reeled back, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. It was as if he had become a completely different person, his power now monstrous. He leaped into the air, bringing his weapon down with terrifying force. She cried out as the blow sent her skidding across the floor. Panting for breath, she watched as another explosion of energy marked his next attack. The girl realized with dread that she had pulled a muscle and was now immobilized. As she trembled on the ground, her mind raced in confusion, understanding only that she had to call off the training immediately. She coughed, weakly calling out to Geomma and asking him to stop. His form blurred as he closed the distance in an instant. She knew with chilling certainty that she couldn't dodge the incoming attack. In a final, desperate plea, she screamed for Geomma Kang to come to his senses. A blinding light began to emanate from his clenched fist. The girl's shout of his full name, Geomma Kang, echoed through the hall. In his mindscape, Kim expressed his bewilderment. The fish he was trying to cut was somehow dodging his knife while shouting at him to come to his senses. Annoyed by the noise, Kim resolved to slice it quickly, but then he heard the word Geomma repeated. The shout of Geomma echoed in his mind, making him wonder about the word before a flash of realization struck. The memory hit him like a physical blow. He remembered that he was not Kim. He was Geomma Kang. The kitchen construct began to fizzle and crack as the voice from the real world grew louder. Chloe's desperate cry for him to come to his senses finally shattered the illusion. Geomma felt himself returning, the broken sword clattering from his grip. A dark aura hissed and dissipated from his body. A heavy silence fell over the training hall. His attack, meant to be a killing blow, ended with a gentle bonk on Chloe's head. Geomma looked down in confusion as Chloe, seemingly unfazed, declared the training session over for the day. Chloe was internally shocked that he had merely nudged her head, while Geomma, now lucid, asked if she was okay. He formally thanked her for helping with his training and announced that he would be leaving first. An awkward silence lingered in the hall after he left. A low rumble of thunder seemed to mirror the turmoil in Chloe's thoughts. As she walked away from the training grounds, her mind began to replay the events of the day. She reflected that ever since the class placement exam, Geomma's combat prowess had felt eerie and went beyond simple strength. It didn't seem like a practiced skill, but rather a terrifyingly raw, unfiltered instinct for battle. She admitted to herself that even though she had activated all her blessings in that final moment, she knew she couldn't have done a thing to stop him. The most chilling part was that he had completely overwhelmed her with nothing more than a half-broken wooden sword. Chloe mused that while she knew he was strong, a man with red hair interrupted her thoughts, noting she seemed to be enjoying herself. She turned in surprise to face the newcomer. The man, identified as Nox Auditore of the ordinary class year 2, addressed her as Sis. Chloe acknowledged her brother, Nox, with a grim expression. Nox sneered, asking if this was what she was doing at the academy, fooling around with a peasant. Chloe's eyes narrowed as she firmly told him not to call Geomma that. Nox mockingly asked if that was his name, before warning her that the Auditore family would eliminate him if she continued to associate with him. Chloe remained silent for a moment, contemplating his threat. She then declared with absolute conviction that the entire Auditore family combined wouldn't be enough to defeat Geomma. Nox walked away, his footsteps echoing his departure. The red-haired man muttered Geomma's name to himself, a new target now in his sights. Geomma, meanwhile, walked alone, reflecting that the power he'd been given was no divine gift or blessing, but a horrifying curse. He had searched for a new weapon, hoping it would allow him to break free from this power's influence. But the power had relentlessly pursued him, seizing control of his body as if to mock his futile attempts at freedom. During its possession, there was no pain, only an intoxicating euphoria mixed with overwhelming helplessness as whispers of temptation echoed in his mind. The curse urged him to slash, cut, and destroy everything in his path. For a terrifying moment, he had given in, letting the dark power consume him. It was only at the last second that he heard Chloe's desperate cries, calling the name he now recognized as his own, Geomma Kang. Her voice had been the anchor that pulled his fractured world back together. He had hurled the wooden sword away, fearing that if he held on for a moment longer, he would lose himself forever. The same girl who had once tried to kill him, Chloe, had this time been the one to pull him back from the abyss. He felt a strange mix of anger and gratitude, as she was the reason the sword broke, but also the reason he regained his senses. That was why he chose to forgive her with a simple nudge, leaving in a hurry before the blessing could activate again. He contemplated the blessing of the Blade God, a power closer to a curse, which manifested at the cost of his own lifespan after he was cast into this unfamiliar world. He reflected that he had never asked for much in this new life. All Geomma ever wanted was to live a humble, peaceful existence. He had figured he would have to deal with a few ups and downs, but nothing like this. But now, he was forced to realize the terrifying truth of his situation. There was something growing within him, a presence that was slowly trying to swallow his sanity whole. He knew with absolute certainty that this was no blessing, but a curse from the abyss that wanted to devour him completely. 3 days passed following Geomma's harrowing encounter with his curse. Inside a classroom, the light chatter of students filled the air. A purple-haired boy excitedly recommended a show to Chloe, who casually agreed to look it up later. Chloe, however, was lost in her own silent thoughts. She stared blankly at her desk, her mind far away from the classroom conversations. It occurred to Chloe that in all their time together, they had never even exchanged contact information. She remembered going to his room only to hear pained whimpers from within, held back from breaking down the door by the fear that he would resent her for it. Chloe fondly recalled the way Geomma would rest his chin in his hand, lost in deep thought. She had lost count of the times she had stolen glances at him, always too nervous to start a conversation for fear of seeming strange. Students and instructors moved through the sunlit academy halls, unaware of her inner turmoil. The red-haired woman whispered a single, heartfelt sentiment into the air: she missed him. The next day arrived, bringing with it an unexpected change. A teacher roared for silence, reminding the students of their prestigious school's standards before announcing that heavy rain had forced the cancellation of training in favor of self-study. An instructor with blue eyes noted Geomma's continued absence, resolving that a good instructor would trust his student and wait. The teacher ordered the students to begin, and they responded in unison. A bald instructor with a mohawk was about to chastise someone for barging in when he froze. The blue-eyed instructor's eyes widened in disbelief. A new figure loomed ominously in the classroom doorway. The figure took a deliberate step into the room. A close-up revealed the dramatically changed face of a young man. He continued his steady walk toward the front of the class. Chloe shot up from her seat, crying out Geomma's name in utter shock. Geomma formally bowed to the instructor, apologizing for his tardiness. The flustered teacher quickly waved it off, telling him to take a seat. Whispers immediately erupted among the students, who questioned if this strikingly handsome person was really the special entrant they knew. The hushed murmurs about Geomma's transformation spread quickly through the room. Geomma, now with a streak of white in his dark hair, simply looked away, his intense eyes ignoring the stares. A few students decided to head out, complaining about being starved. Chloe hesitantly approached Geomma as he sat alone. She asked if something had happened to him, but Geomma calmly insisted that everything was fine. Chloe pressed on, admitting she had been worried during his absence and asked if it was related to their training session. Geomma simply thanked her for her concern. Chloe's heart skipped a beat at his words. Although she verbally accepted his explanation, Geomma knew she didn't truly believe him. His mind flashed back to the past 3 days, where he suffered from withdrawal symptoms so intense they left him mentally broken and unable to leave his room. He recalled being able to do nothing but curl up in his bed, enduring violent convulsions while praying for them to end. The price for using the cursed power with a broken weapon was infinitely worse than anything he had experienced before, and it wasn't the only consequence. When he had finally looked in the mirror, he saw a cold, distant expression on his own face, and noticed some of his hair had turned stark white. He had screamed in despair, realizing this transformation was undoubtedly the penalty for using his cursed blessing. Back in the present, Geomma looked at Chloe and recognized the guilt etched on her face. He figured her guilt was natural since she was his last training partner, and he decided to do something to ease her conscience. Geomma reminded her of their previous plan to have dinner, surprising Chloe by suggesting they do it that very day. Stunned, Chloe erupted in joyous disbelief, barely able to process that he was asking her to dinner. When Geomma added that he wanted to try her cooking this time, she ecstatically promised to do her best, overwhelmed with happiness. Geomma could see that his simple invitation had completely made her day. Chloe eagerly asked what he liked to eat, and Geomma replied that he was in the mood for fish. He started to joke about how her last meal made him sick but caught himself, awkwardly changing his excuse to one of affordability. A sudden, sharp sound snapped Geomma's attention away from their conversation. Geomma's expression turned intensely alert as he focused on an unseen presence. Confused by his sudden change in demeanor, Chloe asked what was wrong. The scene shifted to reveal a smirking man with spiky red hair standing alone in a grand, ornate room. The man's confident smirk conveyed a sense of impending trouble. Chloe's eyes widened in recognition and dread, while Geomma's gaze remained fixed and analytical. She nervously asked Geomma if he knew the newcomer, and he responded with a silent, affirmative nod. Geomma continued to stare, his mind racing as he assessed the situation. The red-haired man began to walk towards them with measured steps. The sharp clack of his boots echoed in the now empty hall. Geomma broke the silence, telling the man to stop staring and say what he came to say. A terrifying close-up revealed the man's eyes glowing with red energy from behind a black mask. Geomma wondered what was wrong with the man's eyes as Chloe desperately called out, "Brother," telling him he shouldn't be here. The word "brother" clicked for Geomma, who also noticed the distinct tremor of fear in Chloe's voice despite her sharp tone. The masked man, Nox, sneered at Geomma's apparent weakness, questioning why Chloe would break the rules of the auditores for such a pathetic boy. Chloe retorted that it had nothing to do with him, but Nox coldly reminded her that an auditore is forever bound to its legacy, their hands eternally stained. Geomma found himself exasperated, internally mocking the sister's overly dramatic speech and the brother's archaic, historical drama tone. Nox ordered Chloe to abandon the lowborn and return to their clan. Chloe finally snapped, unleashing a wave of bloodlust as she screamed at her brother never to call Geomma that, a screech echoing through the hall that Geomma was glad no one else was around to hear. Though he was used to such bizarre situations, Geomma's mind latched onto the name Auditore, and he suddenly understood. He remembered them from the game. The Auditores were a covert faction specializing in infiltration and assassination. While considered weaker than other heroic families in direct confrontations, they were utterly unrivaled in the shadows. Geomma recalled that the family subjected its children to near-abusive training from birth, molding every member into an absurdly strong killing machine. The realization that Chloe was an Auditore struck Geomma, leading him to a disturbing thought about what was considered normal for her family. He looked at Nox and saw a man to whom killing was not just a skill, but second nature. Geomma mused that the Auditore's purpose was to eliminate threats to maintain order, a justification for killing that he himself could understand in this world. A quiet thought began to form in Geomma's mind as he looked from Nox to Chloe. He clenched his jaw, suddenly understanding that all Chloe might have ever wanted was a normal life. He saw a tragic parallel between her fate, born into a family of assassins, and his own, bound to a cursed blessing he never chose. The idea of living as a machine, suppressing all emotion just to take lives, seemed profoundly tragic to him. Geomma admitted to himself that he was no hero, but as he looked at Chloe, he felt a new resolve stirring within him. Deciding that while he couldn't save the world, he could perhaps make a difference for one girl, he stepped forward to have a word with her brother. A grim certainty settled over him. As much as his power felt like a curse, he knew it would not let him lose. Geomma addressed the masked man directly, confirming his name was Nox. In a moment of strange connection, Nox's mind echoed Geomma's own struggle, recalling a line about having no paradise to escape to. Geomma solidified his new resolve: if there was no escape, then he would simply tear through any obstacle in his path. As Nox told him to follow, Geomma declared his name, Geomma Kang, the Blade Demon, and promised that as a swordsman, he would cut him down. Meanwhile, back in the faculty room, the bald instructor Wonbin sat lost in thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened to Geomma, remembering the vacant, emotionless look on his student's face. A cheerful, purple-haired woman interrupted his thoughts, playfully teasing him about his empty-looking head. Wonbin grumbled at her for making fun of bald people, prompting a quick, giggling apology. Answering a call, Wonbin identified himself as the Wolf class instructor, while his colleague noted his strange but cute demeanor. His expression immediately soured into shock as he yelled into the phone, questioning who had requested a subspace. The man on the phone nervously reported that the request had been made by Geomma Kang and Nox Auditore. The stage was set for the next chapter of the story, Geomma Reborn. Through an open doorway, a brilliant light beckoned. The subspace battle was about to begin, pitting Nox Auditore against Geomma of the Wolf class. 15 minutes before the fight, Geomma mused that the setup was surprisingly quick, expecting a far more complicated process. The woman with teal hair gave Geomma a worried farewell, telling him to be careful. Geomma acknowledged that while there would be no permanent physical injuries, the mental toll was very real, and so he simply had to win. He could already hear the roar of the crowd, surprised that so many people had gathered to watch the fight. Geomma sighed in frustration, wondering what all his efforts to stay under the radar had been for. A woman with pink hair sobbed quietly while Geomma stood by, his expression unreadable. Believing Chloe thought this was her fault, Geomma reassured her that it wasn't on her and told her not to worry. He playfully brandished the weapon she lent him, promising a definite victory, which elicited a small, pained sound from the red-haired girl. A brief hush fell over the area, soon broken by the rising cheer of the crowd. Chloe quietly murmured that her brother was incredibly strong. Geomma simply replied that she was strong too, Chloe. She continued, listing Nox's accolades as the greatest genius in the Auditore family's history, an unparalleled assassin who became a master of knightly techniques at just 14. Geomma internally questioned who on earth came up with such an embarrassing title. He felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling a time when he held a similar weapon, the famous rose knife, and realizing this path was his only one. In a memory, a man with a bandana told a younger Geomma that he was destined to use knives for the rest of his life. An announcement calling the participants to the training grounds for subspace pairing snapped Geomma back to the present. Geomma told Chloe he would be back, and she quietly accepted his departure. A heavy silence hung in the air between them. Just before leaving, Geomma turned back to Chloe one last time. Gently patting her head, he told her that there are many geniuses in this world. He paused for a moment, letting his words hang in the air. With unwavering confidence, Geomma declared that when it's all said and done, he would always be the one to win. As he walked away, the sound of his footsteps was steadily drowned out by the roar of the crowd. The cheers intensified with each step Geomma took toward the arena. He entered the stadium to a breathtaking sight. An enormous, roaring crowd filled the stands, their voices echoing like thunder. Students shouted their support from all corners, with one telling the special entrant to show them hell. Geomma felt like a gladiator in the Colosseum, finding the sheer scale of the audience more than he had bargained for. The air buzzed with electric anticipation from the spectators. A blonde girl in the crowd commented on how cute he was, while the teal-haired woman watched him with a silent, intense gaze. Geomma muttered that this was a bit much, wondering if the students had anything better to do. Nox's voice cut through the noise, calling Geomma a peasant and questioning if he was bringing a pathetic weapon to a duel as a joke. A heavy pressure began to rumble out from Nox's position. The air crackled with so much bloodlust that a nearby spectator remarked on how dangerous he was. Nox arrogantly stated that a true master never blames his tools, only for Geomma's soft chuckle to make him seethe with rage. Enraged, Nox decided he would begin by cutting off Geomma's impudent tongue as his twin blades began to glow ominously. Nox wielded two S-rank blades known as Crimson Edge and had cloaked himself in the blessing of the crow, one of the greatest stealth blessings. Geomma noted with surprise that Nox had expertly concealed the overwhelming bloodlust he had felt just moments before. Despite Nox's S-tier armaments, Geomma felt confident with his own rank weapon, a dollar store sashimi knife, fortified by Chloe's rose knife. An automated voice announced that the subspace barrier was activating. The voice continued, its tone echoing across the arena as the barrier formed. The system declared that the barrier was now deployed. With a final, "May the blessing of heroes be with you," both combatants dashed forward to meet each other. Geomma and the red-haired masked man lunged at one another, poised to strike in the center of the arena. As their weapons were about to clash, Geomma's system announced the activation of the blessing of painlessness and the blessing of the blade god. The system's wish of, "May the blessing of God be with you," was cut short as the fight began in earnest. A student gulped, asking his friend in disbelief if he had just seen what happened. The crowd erupted in confusion, with students shouting that they couldn't see anything and wondering how an ordinary student could be so fast. A relentless sequence of clanging metal echoed through the arena as blades met again and again. A girl with blonde pigtails watched with growing interest, remarking that they were surprisingly quick. An unseen viewer reflected that they had never imagined the weak-looking boy was capable of such a feat. The frantic dance of steel continued with a sharp parry and a quick dash. A powerful blow was deflected with a deafening clang. The screech of metal on metal filled the air as the fighters locked blades. A flurry of slashes cut through the air, each one aimed to kill. One particularly vicious attack left a shimmering trail in its wake. The red-haired masked man, Nox, leaped back, yelling at the bastard to see if he could dodge his next move. He unleashed a powerful skill, the three-legged crow, sending a wave of dark energy forward. The attack culminated in a massive, fiery explosion that engulfed the field. From within the smoke, the masked man shouted triumphantly that he'd gotten him. A nearly silent slice was heard from just outside the blast radius. Nox stared in utter shock, unable to believe that Geomma had dodged that too. Geomma stood perfectly still, his eyes wide and burning with an unyielding determination. Students in the stands misinterpreted the flow of battle, believing the second year was dominating while the first year was busy dodging. However, for those who could truly see, it was clear that Geomma was effortlessly slipping past each of Nox's relentless blows, almost as if he had no desire to fight back. Nox gritted his teeth, realizing Chloe was right that Geomma was no ordinary guy, as his blessing of the crow proved useless against his opponent's evasiveness. Deciding his focus on speed was a mistake, Nox resolved to use a powerful strike with a wide area of impact. Nox's anger flared as he thought about how this upstart was facing him with nothing more than kitchen knives. His thoughts were cut short when Geomma suddenly dropped one of his knives to the ground. "What the hell are you doing?" Nox screamed, outraged that Geomma would throw away his weapon in the middle of a fight. An otherworldly energy began to flow from Geomma. He tightened his grip on his remaining knife, his knuckles white. The two warriors faced each other across the dark arena, the air thick with tension before the final clash. A close-up on Geomma's eyes revealed a frightening level of intensity. "Is this bastard trying to make fun of me?" Nox screamed in his mind, then roared aloud for the filthy little brat to know his place. He squeezed his weapon's hilt, pouring a massive amount of crimson energy into the blade. Nox boasted that his crimson edge had tasted blood and that nothing could withstand its blow. As the blade crackled with power, he prepared to deliver the final strike. Geomma's face became a blur of motion, his expression set with fierce resolve. In a flash of memory, Geomma recalled his desire for a peaceful life, how he tried to follow the world's script, but a power like a curse seized his body until he finally gave in. He had come to a grim acceptance, if there was no escape from this blessing. A glowing pink sword materialized in his gloved hand. In the blink of an eye, Geomma stood over his opponent, looking down from a position of absolute victory. Nox could only stammer in defeat, admitting that he couldn't even see him move. The arena was filled with the image of Geomma in ethereal blue armor, wielding a matching glowing blade amidst a vortex of energy. Two students stared with their jaws agape, while a blonde-haired man watched with a serious expression, understanding the true nature of the power just unleashed. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, Geomma decided he would take whatever he could get, saying a final goodbye to his peaceful future. The red-haired man could only utter a pained groan as multiple slashes tore through his defense. With a final, heavy thud, the powerful second year crumpled to the ground, utterly defeated. A mechanical voice announced the disengagement of the subspace barrier that had contained their fight. Geomma swallowed hard, the adrenaline of the duel still coursing through his veins. As the virtual arena rumbled and dematerialized, his summoned blade, Xing, dissipated into particles of light. His remaining kitchen knife made a soft clack as he put it away. Two women in the audience stared with wide, shocked eyes, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The last vestiges of the subspace energy whooshed away, fully returning the combatants to the real world. A holographic message confirmed the battle's completion, and the young man with white streaks in his hair accepted that there was no turning back now. Geomma stared at the fish-slicing knife in his hand, reflecting on the horrible feeling of cutting a person with it. He found a small sliver of comfort in the knowledge that the brutal fight had been contained within the convenient subspace, sparing both Nox and the Mao brothers from real-world consequences. The name Nox echoed in his mind, and he trembled, remembering the strength of his opponent. As Chloe had warned, Nox was indeed powerful, possessing a sharp strategic sense forged through years of experience. However, Geomma concluded that Nox's overwhelming bloodlust made his moves predictable, though he admitted his own victory was owed entirely to his blessing. The arena's announcer finally declared the winner to be the first year from Wolf class, Geomma Kang. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd as students repeated Geomma's name, shocked that a first-year special entrant had defeated a second year. Geomma sighed with resignation, knowing he had brought all this unwanted attention upon himself. This was the path he had chosen, and he steeled his resolve to simply push through whatever came next. The next day, a blue-haired girl overheard classmates buzzing about the previous day's duel, recalling that Nox had been an auditora. Other students excitedly joined the conversation, trying to remember the name of the guy who beat him, finally landing on Geomma Kang. The blue-haired girl silently filed the name, Geomma, away in her memory. She recalled the sheer shock of watching the fight, as the whispers about him continued to fill the hallway. Her mind flashed back to the image of a masked Geomma standing over his fallen opponent. The blue-haired girl admitted to herself that after a certain point in the duel, everything became a blur. Even with her exceptional vision, she hadn't been able to follow his movements at all. It had been an utterly absurd and incomprehensible display of swordsmanship. What made it even more unbelievable was that he had achieved it using 2 simple kitchen knives. As the granddaughter of the Blade Emperor, she felt her pride in her knowledge crumble, realizing she was ignorant to the fact that such simple weapons could be wielded with such power. Elsewhere, a teal-haired girl named Abel was lost in thought when a sudden realization made her pause. She remembered her earlier vow to find the top scorer who beat her and tear them apart. Her mind flashed back to a previous encounter, and she realized with a jolt that the weak-looking boy she'd dismissed was him, the top scorer. As everything clicked into place, Abel growled in frustration, accepting that Geomma Kang was far stronger than she was and had probably been laughing at her arrogance. She trembled with rattling humiliation, feeling like a complete fool. Her friend, Rachel, noticed her strange behavior and asked what was going on. Abel tried to brush it off with a nervous laugh, insisting it was nothing important. Rachel saw right through the act, guessing that Abel was just feeling off because she hadn't been able to work out. Pressing the issue, Rachel insisted Abel's face gave her away and demanded to be told what was wrong. Rachel's first guess was that Abel was hungry, which she quickly denied. The blonde girl then asked if she had forgotten her armament, but that wasn't it either. A third guess about needing the toilet was met with another firm denial. A sudden thought struck Rachel, and she gasped, realizing it must be about a boy. Her eyes lit up with mischief and surprise at this unexpected development. Rachel burst out laughing, teasing that even Lady Abel was a girl at heart, while Abel shrieked that it was nothing like that. After catching her breath, Rachel leaned in conspiratorially and asked who the lucky guy was. The narrator's voice mused that for someone to have captured Abel's heart, they must be no average Joe. Rachel's first guess was Leon, as even a shadowy observer admitted he had a handsome face. Abel's answer was an immediate and definitive no. Rachel privately noted Abel's odd hostility toward Leon before preparing her next guess. She then suggested it might be the special entrant from yesterday's duel, the boy with black hair. A sly smile spread across Rachel's face, she had found something interesting and felt she was on a roll. Grabbing a protesting Abel and their blue-haired friend, Rachel announced they were going somewhere immediately. With a confident grin, Rachel declared their destination to be the wolf class. Their journey led them directly to the door of Geomma's classroom. Rachel dramatically swung the door open, cheerfully announcing their presence to the unsuspecting wolf class. The entire class, including the teacher, stared in shock at the arrival of the 2 infamous troublemakers, while Abel begged to leave. Rachel huffed, completely ignoring her friend's pleas. She hopped onto a desk and boldly called out, asking for the black-haired boy to reveal himself. A student with blue hair objected, stating that no matter who she was, she shouldn't be standing on someone's desk. Rachel simply declared he should let it slide because she's pretty, offering some fan service that left the shocked student flustered and agreeable. As the blue-haired girl sighed at her friend's antics, a purple-haired girl giggled, finding the exchange cute. Rachel scanned the room once more and finally announced that she had found him. She spotted Geomma sitting next to a red-haired girl who was giggling affectionately, leading Rachel to wonder if this was his girlfriend. The thought didn't deter her in the slightest, in fact, she decided it just made things more interesting. For Rachel, the presence of another girl only made the situation more fun as she loomed over Geomma's desk. The blonde woman leaned in close, her lips parted in a mischievous smirk. She let out a soft, teasing puff of air right next to Geomma's ear. The sudden advance left the red-haired girl shocked and Geomma utterly terrified. Rachel pulled back with a satisfied huff as a single drop of nervous sweat trickled down Geomma's face. Geomma's mind went completely blank, filled with nothing but question marks as he tried to process the intrusion. In a jarring change of scenery, Geomma seemed to be waking up as a blonde woman with cat ears leaned over him. She confirmed his name was Geomma, and his confused mind immediately thought of Rachel, wondering why she was there. The cat-eared woman commented that he was queued up close, but Geomma's instinct screamed at him that this was a dangerous situation. Before he could react, the girl with red eyes from his class appeared, aggressively demanding to know who the hell this new woman was. Chloe aggressively demanded to know who the hell this new woman was. She ground her teeth in silent fury, her eyes fixated on the blonde woman. Rachel, however, simply registered the outburst with a bemused question mark. Geomma shoved his desk aside, shouting Chloe's name in alarm as he realized she was the source of the danger he had sensed. Chloe's personality had completely shifted into her dangerous mode as she brandished a rattling box cutter, her voice trembling with menace. Geomma knew he couldn't let her run wild with a knife in the classroom, his mind racing at this unexpected deviation from the game's original storyline. Abel desperately tried to pull Rachel away from the confrontation, but Rachel casually dismissed her friend's concerns, claiming she was just saying hello. A playful, yet predatory, glint filled Rachel's eyes, which now swirled with hearts. Rachel stepped forward, condescendingly patting Chloe on the head and telling the little girl not to butt in when adults were talking. Chloe stood frozen and silent as Rachel continued to pat her head, asking if she understood while the box cutter rattled in her hand. Satisfied, Rachel turned back towards Geomma, ready to pick up where they had left off. In that moment, Chloe's singular, murderous thought was simply to die. Rachel, however, met the attack head-on, her heart-filled eyes gleaming with excitement. A sudden splash erupted between them as a drink was knocked over in the ensuing chaos. A nearby student cried out as his drink spilled everywhere, secretly hoping his dramatic sacrifice would finally get him some attention. Another student, trembling with fear, curtly told him to shut up. Rachel effortlessly caught Chloe's wrist, calling her immature as Chloe strained against her grip, taunting that she was too slow. Abel shouted from the sidelines, pleading for Rachel to stop the escalating fight. With a mere grunt of effort, Rachel twisted Chloe's arm, demonstrating her overwhelming power. Chloe's eyes widened in disbelief and shock at the sudden, complete reversal. A quick twirl sent the box cutter flying from Chloe's hand and clattering harmlessly to the floor. The class gasped at the display of strength while Geomma silently wished for the entire ordeal to be over. Rachel merely huffed, her identity revealed as the niece of the Spear Saint, heir to a family that believes overwhelming strength trumps all technique. She then turned to Geomma and bluntly asked if the kid was his girlfriend. Geomma gave a flat, immediate denial. The coldness of his own response sent a chill down his spine, but it was undeniably the truth. He quickly corrected himself, clarifying that Chloe was, in fact, a friend. As the classroom murmured around them, Geomma silently wondered just what in the world was going on. He then noticed Abel standing amidst the chaos, having completely forgotten she was even there. Geomma finally directed his attention to the two troublemakers, demanding to know why they had come to find him. After a moment's thought, Rachel mischievously claimed that Lady Abel had seemed interested in him, so they decided to pay a visit. Abel shrieked in denial, which only prompted Rachel to argue that since Abel hadn't resisted being dragged along, she must have wanted to come. Abel froze mid-protest, suddenly realizing the embarrassing scene she was making. The surrounding students whispered in shock at seeing the normally composed Abel shouting, while Geomma looked on in weary silence. Abel composed herself to clarify the misunderstanding, only for Geomma to bluntly tell them both to leave already. Sighing with exhaustion, Geomma reiterated that if their business was done, they should get going. A girl with teal hair, watching from the side, was caught off guard and stifled a laugh. Instead of leaving, Rachel declared Geomma interesting and hugged him tightly, though he tried to deflect her by calling himself boring. Rachel squeezed him closer, brushing off his comment and brazenly inviting him to her room for some Netflix and chill. An inner voice screamed within Chloe for Rachel to get off her. Geomma, but outwardly she could only stare in helpless confusion. Rachel burst into laughter, finding Chloe's possessiveness hilarious as she mockingly repeated the phrase, "my Geomma," to a horrified Abel. Deciding she'd had her fun, Rachel said her goodbyes, still teasingly calling him, "my Geomma," to which he coldly told her not to come back. As Rachel finally waved goodbye, Chloe growled in the background while Geomma bluntly asked them to get out of his sight. Finally alone, Geomma slumped onto his desk, lamenting his chronic inability to get enough sleep. The teal-haired girl who had been observing the entire spectacle silently turned away. Her intense, yellow eyes were a striking feature that held an unspoken story. Elsewhere, the same woman stood silently in her uniform, a spectral image of herself seeming to linger just behind her. A close-up on her stern expression revealed the sharp intelligence within her yellow eyes. Her profile was sharp as the wind caught her teal hair, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. Meanwhile, Rachel gazed thoughtfully out of a grand, Gothic-style window. She paced down a long corridor, admitting to herself that there was far more to Geomma than just his cold demeanor. She recalled a faint but powerful something that had emanated from his dark, unsettling eyes. The memory was so potent it felt as if her own throat had been slit, sending a shudder down her spine. He was nothing like the other posers at the academy. She realized she might have stumbled upon the perfect warrior for her family's marital traditions. In her calculating mind, Geomma was the absolute perfect fit. It suddenly made sense to her why the legendary unconquerable empress had taken an interest in him. Having reached this momentous conclusion, Rachel turned and unexpectedly apologized to Lady Abel. Abel sighed that the apology should go to the wolf class, but Rachel interrupted, clarifying that wasn't what she was sorry for. Abel was left completely confused by her friend's cryptic statement. Looking Abel dead in the eye, Rachel spoke Geomma's name before declaring that she didn't think she could let her have him. In a dark and distant room, the ominous rattling of chains echoed through the silence. A red-haired patient, bound and restrained, thrashed against his bonds while frantically repeating a chilling phrase, "I'll kill him." He screamed that he, the genius of the Auditora family, had never known defeat in his life. His mind spiraled, obsessively contemplating whether he should ambush his target that very night to secure a kill. A flash of his humiliating defeat crossed his mind, causing him to hiss in frustration. In a desperate memory, the red-haired man frantically shoved past a purple-haired man, trying to escape his fate. He resolved then and there to call upon the full might of the Auditores, convinced their family could take his enemy's head. He vowed they would kill him and bring Chloe back, whose potential he believed was even greater than his own. Deciding to act immediately, he swore his foe would learn the true power of the House of Order and the weight of his title, Master of Knightly Techniques. The object of his obsession, he promised through rattling chains, would pay dearly for everything. Suddenly, the sharp crunch of someone stepping on something echoed down the hall. A different black-haired man appeared in the doorway, breaking the tense atmosphere with a casual, "What's up?" In a dark, isolated room, the sounds of incessant mumbling and rattling chains filled the air. An off-screen thought noted that while a certain girl looked upset, she was the one who had drawn her knife first. The red-haired woman, Chloe, was lost in a trance, obsessively muttering about Geomma's preferences before her thoughts turned murderous. Her unsettling chant was suddenly interrupted as she snapped back to reality with a start. Seeing Geomma standing before her, Chloe's demeanor flipped to cheerful as she greeted him and playfully asked him to put his knife down. A confused Geomma scratched his head, deciding to change the subject by asking after Nox's condition. An awkward silence fell between the two students. Chloe explained that Nox was in an academy-affiliated hospital, which puzzled Geomma since subspace battles weren't supposed to cause physical harm. She continued, admitting she hadn't visited but heard he was hospitalized despite having no apparent injuries. With a bright smile, Chloe tried to reassure Geomma that Nox must be fine and that he had nothing to worry about. Geomma considered this, recalling that while he did cut Nox, he never imagined the proud warrior was so mentally fragile as to break down completely from it. Recalling a Yandra survival tip from NeoTube, Geomma gently patted Chloe's head and asked for the hospital's location, leaving her momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, at that very hospital, the masked attacker, Nox, stared in utter disbelief at an unexpected visitor. His nemesis, Geomma, stood in the doorway, casually asking if he could eat the food from his tray. Nox's mind screamed in fury. Geomma had already taken a bite. Geomma surveyed the luxurious private suite, remarking on the impressive wealth of the Auditora family. A panicked Nox demanded to know how Geomma had managed to find him. A chilling thought seized Nox's mind: Geomma was there to finish him off. A sharp sound sliced through the air as Geomma produced a small, gleaming object. Nox watched in stunned silence as Geomma began to meticulously peel an apple with a paring knife. As the peel spiraled away perfectly, Nox could only wonder why his enemy was so infuriatingly good at peeling an apple. With a soft clack, the perfectly sectioned fruit was placed on a plate. Geomma offered the apple to Nox, suggesting he eat some fruit if he had no appetite, an act of kindness that only bewildered Nox more. Outraged by what he perceived as pity, Nox decided to strike, only to freeze as he noticed something just over Geomma's shoulder. Geomma's tone turned ice cold as he warned Nox that if he was even thinking about revenge, it would be a grave mistake. Looking Nox dead in the eye, he made a terrifying promise: he would wipe out his entire family. The threat struck Nox with the force of a physical blow, his eyes glowing white with pure, unadulterated terror. The sheer weight of the declaration seemed to slam through the hospital room. A sharp slice echoed, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Overwhelmed by fear, Nox stumbled backward, crashing into the wall behind him. His message delivered, Geomma turned and strode out of the room. Geomma reflected that Nox's spirit was so thoroughly broken that his blatant, over-the-top bluff had worked like a charm. He smirked, knowing full well he couldn't actually take on the Auditores, the world's greatest family of assassins, with a blessing that only lasted 30 seconds. Jinwoo's mind calculated that he could probably kill 10 of them in that time, but he knew avoiding murder was the best-case scenario. A moment of heavy contemplation settled over him. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was standing right in the center of all the world's abnormality. With a deep sigh, Jinwoo wondered if he was just getting used to the madness, or if he was starting to lose his own mind. At least Nox was no longer an immediate concern, but he knew the real problem was still lurking. That problem was Rachel, the one character from the game he desperately wanted to avoid, whose affection ironically took even longer to win than Abel's. He decided to handle that problem when the time came, shifting his focus to preparing for the midterms. Jinwoo knew he needed a reliable weapon like Murasame for when his power ran out, and the reward for acing the exam was his best chance to get it. A silent, determined resolve settled over him. The midterm's objective was to hunt demonic monsters in teams of 5, a classic exercise to drill the importance of teamwork into the students. On the bus ride to the exam site, some students looked utterly bored while others buzzed with anticipation. Jinwoo felt a wave of nausea at the thought of fighting D-tier mermen, fish-like monsters that had creeped him out in the game. He wryly wished they were fighting the beautiful demon-kin mermaids instead, at least they would have been nice to look at. That thought reminded him that, technically, mermaids were indeed a type of demon-kin. He recalled that demon-kin were the backbone of the demonic race, making simple demonic monsters like mermen nothing more than grunts. Seated on a bench, Jinwoo reflected on the peaceful night, realizing a whole month had passed since he joined the academy. He couldn't help but question if this tranquility was merely an illusion. His mind drifted to the past 700 years, a supposed truce with the demons that was constantly broken by skirmishes both big and small. He remembered the infamous tale of Ba Mon, the 6th Legion commander, who broke the ceasefire half a century ago. Ba Mon had attempted a forbidden ritual to resurrect the sealed and immensely powerful 1st Legion commander. The ancient seal containing the commander began to crack under the strain of Basmon's dark power. A desperate cry from the past echoed through time, calling out for heroes named Lord Leekin and Sieg. In response, humanity dispatched the 7 stars, its mightiest champions, who emerged victorious after a bloody, week-long battle. But that victory had come at a great cost, claiming the lives of 3 of the 7 heroes. The brutal intensity of the battle was captured in the memory of a single, glowing red eye, streaked with blood. In the aftermath, neither side wished to escalate the conflict further, and so a fragile peace was maintained. Jin-woo considered that it was a peace bought at an incredibly steep price. He pondered how the legendary hero Valor Joaquin could have possibly sealed the First Legion commander all by himself, wondering if he was even human. A grim reality settled in. The true war against the entire demon race and their demon king was only 3 years away. Shaking the thought away, Jin-woo forced himself to focus on the present and the immediate challenge of the midterms. The first hurdle was finding teammates, a difficult task for a loner who had made no friends. But then he remembered his recent, explosive rise to fame. Surely he could leverage his notorious reputation to find a group. Deciding his quiet days were over, Jin-woo resolved to form a strong team and crush the exam. 1 week later, he stood utterly alone in the middle of a bustling, chattering crowd. He couldn't believe it, despite his fame, not a single person had asked him to join their group. He recalled the sheer brutality of his last fight and realized he had likely overdone it. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Jin-woo concluded that his inability to find a middle ground had made everyone utterly terrified of him. His intense eyes scanned the crowd, searching for a solution. He then spotted Chloe, who seemed to have become an outcast as well since the day of the duel. Geomma walked up to Chloe and asked if she had a group yet, and she cheerfully replied that she didn't. Chloe asked if he was okay, noting that he used to have friends while she had always been a loner, but Geomma insisted he was fine so long as he was with her. Delighted, Chloe suggested they team up, and Geomma immediately agreed, even though they still needed 3 more members. He felt a wave of relief, knowing Chloe's strength would be invaluable during the hour-long exam, especially given his own 30-second time limit. Their celebration was cut short when a blonde girl tapped Geomma on the shoulder, announcing she had come to play. The blonde girl playfully asked Geomma why he was back, and he simply replied that he was there to have fun. Geomma's heart skipped a beat as Chloe began to rattle and ominously mutter about things being big again. Trying to defuse the situation, he coldly told the blonde girl to leave, but she only pretended to be hurt by his harsh tone. He insisted she drop the act and go, but she just covered her ears and shook her head, playfully ignoring him. The blonde girl continued her loud "I can't hear you" chant, right before a glob of something splattered onto her face. Completely unbothered, she switched topics and asked Geomma if he had found a group for the midterms, much to his annoyance. Jin-woo flatly replied that he had not, before a sudden realization made him declare the situation was actually perfect. Seizing her chance, the blonde girl smiled and enthusiastically invited him to join her group. Finding himself backed into a corner, Jin-woo muttered that the situation was, in a twisted way, perfect. Seizing the opportunity, the blonde girl eagerly invited him to join her group. Jin-woo smacked his lips in annoyance, questioning why she would choose him when she surely had a line of people waiting to team up with her. She simply replied that the others were boring, and she had a feeling that things would be much more fun with him around. Jin-woo attempted to refuse, stating he had already promised to form a group with Chloe. Unfazed, the blonde girl declared that was perfectly fine, as her group still had 2 open spots. As Jin-woo weighed the risk to his grade against his pride, he glanced at the blonde girl, who simply waited for his answer. He then peeked over at Chloe, who was hiding just behind him. In response to his unspoken question, Chloe gave him a subtle nod of approval. With a sigh, Jin-woo agreed they would join, prompting the blonde woman to instantly celebrate and declare there were no takebacks. Now committed, the black-haired man with white streaks, Geomma, asked who exactly their group leader was. The blonde woman, Rachel, revealed that their leader was the famous Leon, acting as if it were common knowledge. The name sent a wave of dread through Geomma. He knew he was in serious trouble. His body began to tremble as the full weight of the situation crashed down upon him. Shaking, Geomma despaired that his simple life of cutting fish was now officially over. He reflected that getting mixed up with the story's heroines was one thing, the attention and pleasant scenery were manageable. But getting entangled with Leon, the actual protagonist of the game he was trapped in, was a world-altering catastrophe. Geomma realized this single decision would completely derail the original plot, forcing him to deal with all the unknown consequences. To make matters worse, he discovered Rachel had already submitted the group form before even asking, sweetly telling him he wasn't going anywhere. The angry young man seethed, admitting to himself it was the first time he'd ever felt such a powerful urge to cut down a woman. Chloe's voice pulled him from his murderous thoughts as she noticed his dark expression and asked if something was wrong. She astutely observed that he had been looking grim ever since that, in her words, blonde lady had shown up. After a tense pause, Geomma brushed it off, claiming he just felt out of his depth being grouped with so many star-class students. Chloe immediately tried to boost his confidence, guaranteeing that no one in the star class was stronger than him, for which he gave a quiet thanks. He considered that with Chloe also in the group, it wouldn't be right to leave, and this dream team might actually put him in a good position if he stayed positive. Deciding to move forward, Geomma turned to Chloe and asked for the details of their upcoming group meeting. Chloe informed him that, the blonde had scheduled the meeting for 6 o'clock at the Central Building's cafe, having clearly settled on a new nickname for Rachel. Realizing it was soon, she suggested they head out, and Geomma immediately agreed. They soon arrived at the designated Starbucks meeting room in the Central Building. The soft clack of a cup on a saucer echoed in the quiet room. Chloe let out a satisfied sigh as she enjoyed her avocado smoothie, while Geomma stared blankly ahead. While taking a sip of his own drink, Geomma mentally recoiled at the absurd prices, especially the 50,000 one for what he deemed green soup. As Chloe gushed about how good Starbucks was, Geomma nearly spit out his drink, fighting to maintain a composed adult expression. He lamented ordering the ridiculously bitter espresso, the only affordable option, and decided he wouldn't be visiting this pricey third-party vendor again. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, interrupting the relative silence. A rapid-fire series of texts from Rachel appeared, asking where he was, apologizing for her own lateness, and then spotting him just as she was about to arrive. The meeting room door creaked open, announcing their arrival. Rachel sauntered in with a bright smile and an apology for their tardiness, followed by two other figures. Behind her, two imposing young men dressed in sharp suits exchanged a brief glance. Geomma eyed the newcomers with a flicker of uncertainty. The young man with red-orange hair nonchalantly adjusted the shoulder of his suit. Geomma's mind immediately labeled him a delinquent, even as the other man offered a polite wave. The blonde-haired young man calmly offered a greeting, his words a simple, "Nice to meet you." Geomma stood and extended his hand, formally introducing himself as Geomma Kang. As their hands clasped, the blonde man complimented Geomma's impressive subspace battle, and in that dignified voice, Geomma recognized the game's protagonist he once played. The protagonist then suggested they begin with introductions, an idea Rachel enthusiastically seconded. Taking charge as the group leader, he introduced himself as Leon van Reinhardt of the Star class, humbly hoping they could all work well together. Geomma stared at Leon's dazzlingly handsome face, thinking that life truly was unfair. Rachel playfully bumped the red-haired man next to her, declaring everyone knew her already and loudly passing the turn to him. The man bluntly stated his name was Speed Weapon, from the Dragon class, and that he admired heroes. The brief introduction surprised Geomma, whose initial impression of a delinquent was shattered by the man's simple admiration for heroes. Next, Chloe introduced herself as Chloe Auditora from the Wolf class, only to be interrupted by Rachel muttering possessively about her Geomma. Letting out a faint sigh, Chloe finished by saying she had joined at Geomma's invitation and politely greeted everyone. Rachel whispered that Chloe had managed to hold in her temper, while Speed Weapon dryly called it a textbook introduction. When his turn came, Geomma kept it simple, stating he was Geomma Kang from the Wolf class, same as Chloe. Rachel clapped loudly for his concise intro, leaving Geomma to stew in the awkwardness. Leon tapped the table, cutting through the chatter to officially begin the meeting. A holographic map materialized above the table with a low hum. Leon began the briefing, explaining that the file contained a map of Scopuli Island, the location for their midterm exam. He clarified that while they would use a subspace gate to travel, the island itself was entirely real. This meant, he warned, that any injuries they sustained from the island's monsters would be very physical and very real. Leon tapped the hologram, zooming in on a specific part of the map. He indicated their assigned location in the northeastern coastal area, a zone where 3 groups would be competing to hunt mermen. Rachel interjected that their final scores would be based on which group could subdue the most mermen from the limited number available. With a final tap, Leon dismissed the hologram, signaling the end of his presentation. A heavy silence fell over the room as he asked if there were any questions. Speed Weapon inquired about the potential danger from mermaids, but Leon assured him the area had already been surveyed and cleared by the instructors. Chloe then timidly asked if there was a risk of combat or ambushes between the competing student groups. Leon explained that fighting other students would likely lead to disqualification, as the exam's focus was purely on monster subjugation. Geomma nodded to himself, thinking that such a strategically minded question was to be expected from a member of the Auditora family. Concluding the meeting, Leon scheduled another for the next day to discuss roles, which was Rachel's cue to grab a protesting Speed Weapon and drag him away for food. As the group dispersed, a folded piece of paper slipped unnoticed from Leon's pocket. Having chosen a seat in the corner, Geomma was the last to leave, finding himself in an awkward silence with Leon. As Leon stood to make a quick exit, Geomma rose from his own chair. "Hey," Geomma called out, stopping the protagonist in his tracks. Leon turned back, a question mark practically materializing above his head as he faced Geomma. Beating him to the punch, Leon looked him dead in the eye and asked a question of his own, "Geomma, where are you from?" Leon leaned in, his voice low and intense, as he posed the question that hung in the air, "Geomma, where are you from?" A contemplative look crossed Leon's face, while Geomma's eyes widened with a sudden, sharp intensity. The question was familiar, yet Geomma felt an entirely different weight behind it this time as he wondered about its true meaning. A close-up on Leon's piercing blue eye revealed nothing, his gaze a placid, unreadable surface. Geomma's mind raced, questioning if Leon was simply asking about his nationality. He quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that Leon had intentionally waited until they were completely alone to pose such a simple query. As a startling possibility began to dawn on Geomma, Leon suddenly broke the tension, apologizing for the strange question. Leon then clarified his inquiry, asking if Geomma was, perhaps, like him. The phrase hung in the air, leaving Geomma to stare back, utterly bewildered by what, like him, could possibly mean. Geomma reasoned that while Korean was the world's universal language, it was obvious he was Korean, so that couldn't be what Leon was asking. Leon abruptly withdrew, telling Geomma to forget he had even asked. Turning to leave, Leon announced he would head out first. Acting on pure instinct, Geomma called out to him, reversing the very question that had just been aimed at him. Geomma knew he couldn't let him walk away, as the profound unease from their exchange would haunt him all night. Leon stopped and gave a simple, almost dismissive answer, stating that he was German, which only deepened Geomma's confusion. As Leon walked away, he passed the now empty meeting room where a lone, indistinct silhouette stood in the shadows. Geomma was left reeling from the bizarre and anticlimactic end to their conversation. The quiet clack of the door closing punctuated the unsettling silence. Geomma tried to convince himself that the strange encounter meant nothing at all. In that moment, a staggering thought raced through his mind: Leon could also be from another world, just like him. He reasoned that it made far more sense for the story's protagonist, Leon, to be transported to this game world than a background character like himself. Jin Woo decided to test the unnatural keenness of his senses, a power granted by his blessing of the Blade God. With a silent command, the blessing of the Blade God shimmered into existence around him. A disembodied voice materialized in his perception, stating plainly that Leon belonged to this world, a revelation Jinwoo inwardly questioned. He saw it again, just as before, concentrating while the blessing was active allowed him to perceive a voice as a tangible thing. Jinwoo winced as a sharp pain lanced through his head, a side effect of overthinking that even his blessing of painlessness couldn't fully negate. Regardless, he knew the Leon he saw was identical to the game character he once played, making him wonder again if the question was truly just about nationality. But that brought him back to the original mystery. He couldn't shake Leon's cryptic words from his mind, questioning why he would ask if Geomma was like him. Jinwoo cursed his past self for never bothering to read the wiki pages for male characters, as no such encyclopedia existed in this world. With a sigh, Jinwoo decided to stop dwelling on it, resolving to ask Medea for help if he found himself entangled with Leon again. A memory of the glasses-wearing woman surfaced, her teasing voice asking when they were going to run off together. He tried to push the thoughts aside, noting with an odd sense of detachment that he remained calm despite the very situation he had hoped to avoid. Geomma attributed his composure to another effect of his blessing, which zinged with latent power. He reviewed his steady progress, noting his body grade had improved through consistent exercise, while his armament grade awaited the acquisition of the Murasame. His attention was drawn to the synchronization value, which had risen significantly and was now close to fulfilling an unknown condition. Geomma considered that the only major change was his time spent with Leon and Rachel, wondering if interacting with the siblings was the cause. A wave of frustration washed over him. He hated not understanding his own power and having no one he could possibly ask for answers. Suddenly, a system window flashed into view, announcing that his blessing of painlessness had been recalibrated, its duration extended from 30 to 40 seconds. Geomma's eyes widened in disbelief and excitement at the unexpected 10-second boost. A smile touched his lips as he realized that all his strenuous effort had finally paid off in a tangible way. He chuckled to himself, surprised by the genuine happiness the small victory brought him, as the days continued to march forward. His training was punctuated by the heavy, rhythmic sounds of his relentless exertion. In the lighter moments between training, a blonde girl's laughter filled the air as a red-haired boy protested being made fun of. Elsewhere, one student practiced his swing with a bat while another urged a pestering black-haired boy to go away. Time blurred into a montage of focused grips and swift dashes. Geomma lunged forward in a flash of movement, his knife leading the charge. He held his blade with practiced ease, his eyes narrowed in absolute determination. His gaze was a portrait of pure, unwavering focus. With a final whoosh of training, the day of the midterm exams arrived. A student in a suit stared in awe at the massive subspace gate, its sheer presence altering the very atmosphere of the training grounds. A voice called out from across the field, beckoning someone over. A dramatic pause hung in the air before the group turned to see who was late. Rachel greeted the newcomer with a teasing remark, asking why the ever-punctual student was late for once. Leon offered a simple greeting as the latecomer approached. Speed Weapon stood among them, his presence noted by the group. Chloe broke into a bright smile, offering a warm good morning to Geomma. Geomma Kang finally joined his team, apologizing for his tardiness. Rachel playfully issued him a fine, her Estier Heaven's halberd glinting on her back, while other students noted Leon was still without his baomang. An orange-haired student pointed in confusion at Speed Weapon's armament, which looked exactly like a simple recorder. A knowledgeable blonde girl poked him, explaining that its appearance was deceiving, as it was one of the few S-tier healing armaments in existence. The narrator confirmed the item's immense value, a piece of gear that cost millions in the game, making its humble appearance all the more bizarre. Geomma found the strange weapon interesting, leaning in for a closer look until Speed Weapon irritably told him to back off. An announcer's voice boomed across the grounds, declaring the official commencement of the first semester midterms. A rapid succession of instructors shouted final warnings, urging the students to run from danger and remember they were still just students, not heroes. Leon gathered his group, noting the instructor's speech was running long and reminding everyone to stay focused and give it their all. Geomma took a deep breath, steeling himself for the trial ahead. He noticed Chloe's sudden apprehension and quietly asked her what was the matter. Chloe hesitantly admitted she was worried about the possibility of encountering mermaids on Scopuli Island. Geomma quickly reassured her, reminding her that the instructors had already surveyed and cleared the area. Yet, Chloe couldn't shake the persistent rumors from her hometown of Sicilia, where sightings and attacks, though rare, were a part of local lore. A bald instructor with a mohawk gave the final command, ordering the students to proceed into the gate. The air crackled with energy as the subspace gate activated. Geomma encouraged a hesitant Chloe to move forward, and she nervously agreed. As she stepped toward the shimmering portal, Chloe told herself there was nothing to worry about as long as she was with Geomma. With her faith in him bolstering her courage, she plunged into the ethereal light of the gate. Her journey through the subspace was a disorienting blur of fractured thoughts and sounds, pierced only by the faint, echoing sound of Geomma calling her name. A deep rumbling shook the ground as Geomma gripped her shoulders, desperately trying to get her attention. Chloe's consciousness snapped back, her mind foggy as she tried to understand if she had passed out. She awoke to chaos, with her panicked teammates revealing they were trapped in a cave with no signal to contact the instructors. Through the dim light, Chloe's eyes landed on a horrifying shape beginning to emerge from the water. A mermaid, real and terrifying, had appeared before them. Just before the mermaid's shocking arrival, the students on Scopuli Island were already dealing with the gut-churning effects of subspace travel. In the gloomy atmosphere of the island's caves, Geomma quietly collected his thoughts. The blond young man noted Geomma seemed fine, to which Geomma replied he didn't get motion sick, though his companion suspected that had little to do with it. Their feet found solid ground as they ventured deeper into the cave system. Before them, a creature stirred in the water, a merman, far from the myths. Geomma internally noted the creature was much smaller than he'd imagined as it lunged forward. He felt a bit silly for his earlier seriousness, thinking he might not even need his knife since he was positioned in the rear. The blond man reminded him that they would encounter mature mermen in the designated area, and those wouldn't be such small fry. He then urged Geomma to catch up with Chloe, who had already gone ahead to scout the path. Their footsteps echoed lightly as they moved through the damp, cavernous passages. The blond-haired man cautioned his teammate to be careful as Geomma silently followed. A sudden rustle in the foliage above caught their attention. The man with black and white hair looked up, correctly guessing that Chloe had arrived. With a series of nimble taps and a final leap, she landed gracefully before them. The man with black and white hair asked if she had traveled through the trees, and Chloe confirmed it was the best way to remain unseen. The blond-haired man, Leon, immediately asked Chloe for her report on the area ahead. Chloe began to relay what she had discovered during her reconnaissance. She had found a den about half a mile ahead, a location the others confirmed was their target. A low, ominous rumbling and a series of eerie shrieks emanated from the den's entrance. Peering inside, Leon grimly estimated there had to be at least 50 of them. The team was faced with a truly difficult decision. While clearing the den could secure them first place, Leon, as the leader, had to weigh the immense risk against his team's safety, knowing they were cut off from any help. In a memory from before their mission began, Leon had assigned Chloe to survey the area and tasked Weapon with providing support from the rear. Leon had teased Weapon about being a healer, prompting the red-haired boy to defensively exclaim that helping others was the foundation of being a hero. Leon then turned his attention to Geomma, preparing to give him his role. He assigned Geomma to the rearmost position to watch for threats, a role Geomma was pleased to accept as the easy job. Leon explained he would command from the center, ready to join the offensive if the situation required it. The blonde woman, Rachel, then spoke up, asking what her role would be. Leon paused, considering Rachel's assignment carefully. Back in the present, a flicker of resolve crossed Leon's face. He had made his choice. His gaze fell upon Rachel, his decision now clear. A crackle of golden energy began to gather around her. She swung her massive weapon in a wide, powerful arc. A colossal wave of golden energy tore through the cave. The blast slammed into the merman horde, their shrieks of pain echoing off the walls. The surviving creatures stood stunned and confused for a moment before another wave of destruction hit them. Rachel flew through the air in a dynamic, acrobatic assault, a whirlwind of blonde hair and black ribbons. A lone merman could only stare in terror at the force descending upon it. The blue-skinned creature's last thought was of the inescapable grip of its demise. A final, decisive slash cut through the chaos. The memory of Leon's voice echoed, recalling the task he had given Rachel. He had asked her a simple question: could she destroy everything? A glint of light flashed from her weapon as she prepared her answer. Amidst the rumbling cavern, Rachel had given a confident reply, "Bien sûr." A hand clasped in a sign of blessing, channeling power into the warrior. Weapon's blessing amplified Rachel's power, causing the remaining mermen to shriek in alarm. Rachel began her ruthless count as she tore through the enemy ranks. Her kill count skyrocketed into the double digits with each devastating blow. A powerful whirling wheel attack brought her tally to 24. Rachel shouted her thanks to Weapon for the blessing as she claimed her 25th kill. Geomma and Chloe watched in utter astonishment at her overwhelming power. Another buff, the blessing of the cat, was cast upon a new combatant. Chloe's sword flared with brilliant energy as she drew it from its sheath. Activating her gatewall skill, she leaped into the fray with blinding speed. In a flash, she had already dispatched 8 mermen. The creatures cried out as the red-haired whirlwind cut them down. With 2 more swift slits of her blade, her kill count rose to 10. In a breathtaking display of swordsmanship, Chloe's count exploded to 45 amidst a storm of slashes and impacts. Geomma watched with growing concern, realizing the 2 girls' competitive rampage was about to trigger something far worse. Rachel also sensed the danger, a sudden look of dread on her face. A deep, powerful rumbling shook the entire cavern. With a tremendous boom, a massive figure emerged from the darkness. The 2 women momentarily ceased their slaughter, turning to face the giant monster that now loomed over them. In a flash of rivalry, Rachel and Chloe clashed their weapons together, sparks flying between them. They moved with incredible speed, their friendly competition reignited. Rachel taunted Chloe, asking if she'd gotten faster, while Chloe shot back that she had been the one to land the final blow. Chloe scoffed at Rachel's claim before they both leaped away, their bickering echoing in the now quiet cave. Watching them, the man with black and white hair sighed in relief that the situation hadn't escalated further. Another student narrowly parried a stray attack, his own shock evident. Leon remarked to Geomma that he must have been worried, but Geomma admitted there was no need to be. Leon proudly announced they had defeated all 60 monsters, as Rachel reminded Geomma to have faith in their team. With the den cleared, Leon declared their work was done and suggested they head out, to which Geomma quietly agreed. Geomma reflected on Leon's decisive leadership, finally convinced that he was a genuine resident of this world, not just an actor. He was lost in thought, realizing Leon's earlier question was simply about his nationality, when a sudden blast of energy erupted nearby. A figure was violently thrown from the cliff's edge by a beam of blue light. A teammate screamed in horror, his voice choked with disbelief as he shouted Leon's name. The figure hit the water below with a tremendous splash, consumed by the churning waves. Rachel screamed Leon's name, her voice filled with panic as she rushed toward the edge. The water's surface began to rumble and churn as a horrifying new threat, a demon-kin mermaid, emerged from the depths. The team stared in disbelief. Rachel and Weapon couldn't comprehend how a mermaid was there when the area had supposedly been cleared. Geomma's mind raced as he assessed their grim options, realizing an escape with an injured Leon could lead to a total party wipe. While Rachel frantically ordered someone to contact the instructors, Weapon reported that not only were more monsters coming, but their communication devices had no signal. With everyone else panicking and no way to call for help, Geomma realized he was the only one with a clear head. Geomma took command, ordering Rachel to keep the smaller fish away while telling Weapon to focus every healing blessing he had on Leon. He then called out to Chloe, who snapped to attention and affirmed his order. Geomma instructed Chloe to escape, evacuate any nearby students, and find the instructors, explaining that the rest of them couldn't leave with Leon. After a moment of hesitation, Chloe tearfully agreed and turned to flee. She leaped away with desperate speed, carrying the fate of her team on her shoulders. Rachel and Weapon shouted in confusion as Geomma calmly stepped forward, directly into the path of the swarming monsters. Jinwoo turned to his teammates, entrusting the small fries to them as he faced the true threat. A cold thought crossed Jinwoo's mind: he'd never liked cutting small fish, as they lacked a satisfying feel. Facing the demon-kin mermaid, Jinwoo readied his weapon, a grim smile on his face as he declared that his specialty was hunting big fish. The battle began with a lesson on magic, an innate power of demons, serving as their equivalent to the blessings of humanity. It was this very power that had neutralized their leader with a single blow, a stark reminder of the overwhelming difference between demons and humans. Geomma knew that even with the blessing of the Blade God, victory was uncertain. In the world he remembered, demon-kin always required a full party to take down. As he charged forward, he couldn't help but feel it was a truly hopeless situation. With the ground rumbling beneath him, Jinwoo set a dire time limit: he had to cut down the wretched mermaid in just 40 seconds. A system notification chimed in his mind, recalibrating his parameters as his sheer intimidation grew. Jinwoo allowed himself a grim smile, murmuring that it had been a while since he'd had a chance to properly slice up some fish. With a powerful slash, he carved a path through the swarm of smaller monsters. The lesser demons shrieked in agony as they were cleaved apart. Elsewhere, Rachel grunted in frustration, her barrier buckling as the creatures chomped at her defenses. A furious roar echoed as another wave of monsters crashed against her dwindling shield. Her aura buzzed with crackling energy as she prepared to push back, gritting her teeth as she uttered a single word: "Get." With a final, desperate scream for them to get out of there, she unleashed a powerful blast of light. The immense effort left her panting heavily, struggling to recover her breath. Watching from the back line, Weapon, the team's healer, wished she could help Rachel with buffs. However, her focus was consumed by healing Leon. His condition was dire, but her constant stream of magic was thankfully bringing him back from the brink. Peeking from behind a rock, the orange-haired student recalled the subspace duel where he first witnessed Geomma's true strength. A profound sense of doom washed over him as he watched Geomma face the demon-kin alone. The man with orange hair winced, admitting that just looking at the creature sent shivers down his spine, and he wondered if he should even try to stop Geomma's suicidal charge. Geomma expertly swung his sword, deflecting a magical projectile. Another buzzing beam of energy shot through the air, aimed directly at him. The blast missed its target, exploding violently against the cliffside. The mermaid was a dangerous foe, a demon-kin specializing in ranged, water-based magic. Sliding across the slick rocks, Jinwoo admitted to himself that he didn't understand magic. He resolved that it didn't matter, as it was still a fish of flesh and bone, and he sprang forward to close the distance. The two figures met in a ferocious mid-air clash, a storm of steel and water. Jinwoo's eyes widened as his blade sliced through the air in a lightning-fast arc. The sword struck the demonkin's arm, drawing a shocked cry from the purple-haired entity. Watching the explosive impact, the young man with red hair could only mutter, "Blast." The demon-kin mermaid let out a piercing shriek as its own clawed attack narrowly missed Geomma. Geomma landed heavily back on the rocky shore, bracing for the next exchange. Frustrated that his attack was too shallow, Jinwoo immediately leaped away to find a better angle. The mermaid took the opportunity to dive back into the churning water with a great splash. Jinwoo clicked his tongue as he landed, annoyed that he couldn't read the creature's aquatic movements at all. He suddenly paused, turning to call out to his watching teammate. For a moment, only the sound of the ocean filled the air between them. As a light rain began to fall, the tense silence stretched on. The scene shifted to a memory, where a younger Geomma had asked the orange-haired boy if he was all right. Startled from his thoughts, the boy had quickly stammered that he was fine. As Geomma dashed off to fight, the boy had called after him, entrusting his safety to the one he saw as a hero. He remembered watching, speechless, as Geomma effortlessly sliced through their enemies. The word hero echoed through the orange-haired student's mind. He recalled once passionately listing the qualities of a hero: justice, courage, and the strength to turn despair into hope. In that same memory, he had lamented that he hadn't seen anyone with those qualities at the academy, at least not in the elite dragon class. His thoughts then drifted to another conversation, where an orange-haired woman explained she'd joined Rachel's group because they needed a supporter. He also remembered a blonde-haired man expressing his certainty that Leon would one day show them all the qualities of a true hero. The memory returned to Geomma, who had laughed and bluntly told him he wasn't cut out to be a hero, a title he wouldn't accept even if it were offered. Pulled back to the present, the orange-haired man stared in awe, realizing how wrong he had been about Geomma. On the battlefield, Geomma gracefully weaved between a volley of water projectiles. The buzzing orbs of energy suddenly changed course, locking onto his position. They exploded with tremendous force, sending massive plumes of water into the sky. He twirled through the deadly barrage, dodging each blast by a hair's breadth. Jin Woo began to mock their speed as too slow, but his taunt was cut short. He realized with a jolt of alarm that the projectiles were homing in on him. The demoness shrieked with glee, unleashing another massive wave of attacks. Geomma dodged and weaved, his blade a silver blur against the dark water. But an explosion suddenly erupted dangerously close to his vulnerable teammates. The homing projectiles zipped past Geomma, now aimed directly at his allies. They streaked through the air with lethal precision. The mermaid cackled, revealing its cruel trick: Geomma was never the real target. Rachel screamed weapon's name in terror as the red-haired man watched in stunned horror. A dreadful realization began to dawn on Geomma. He wondered if the cunning demon-kin had been after his defenseless comrades all along. With no time to waste, he abandoned his defensive posture and slashed at the mermaid's arm once more. Jin Woo cursed himself for another shallow wound, demanding he get it together and stop just collecting arms. The mermaid ignored the injury, its body beginning to crackle with an immense surge of power. It slammed its hand onto the ground, unleashing a blinding flash and a devastating blast of magic. A deafening kaboom rocked the entire coastline, shaking the very earth. The surrounding cliffs began to crack and crumble under the sheer force of the explosion. Another powerful detonation followed, its shockwave tearing through the landscape. Far from the battle, a young woman with blue hair gasped, trying to get the attention of a distracted instructor Kim. The student tried to explain the massive explosion and bright flash she had just witnessed in the distance. As the first drops of rain began to fall, the student trailed off, momentarily distracted. Instructor Kim urged her to pack her things, while the blue-haired girl dismissed her own sighting, rationalizing it must have been lightning before agreeing to leave. The instructor gave her final order: they were to return to the academy immediately. Back at the fight, the rain poured down as the collapsed cave continued to rumble ominously. The orange-haired man could only watch in stunned silence as the destruction continued. Sensing the overwhelming power, the remaining small fry monsters began to crackle nervously. Rachel watched in confusion as the creatures suddenly turned and fled the battlefield. The torrential downpour intensified, cloaking the scene in a gray sheet of water. Geomma cursed his luck. 30 seconds had passed without a critical hit because he'd been protecting his team, and he now wondered if the mermaid died in the collapse it caused. A powerful explosion from within the rubble immediately answered his silent question. Of course not, he thought grimly, there was no way it would go down that easily. The demonkin mermaid burst from the wreckage with a furious roar, now sporting a pair of newly formed, monstrous wings. Geomma spun around, telling Rachel that with the small fries gone, he was leaving weapon and Leon in her hands. The orange-haired man, completely overwhelmed by the unfolding events, could only stammer his acknowledgement. In his mind, he couldn't believe Geomma was single-handedly fighting a demon kin, realizing he might be witnessing a historic moment. Finally able to focus completely on his foe, Jinwoo saw 10 seconds left on his timer and tightened his grip, ready for the last spurt. The winged mermaid gathered its energy for a final, devastating attack. It let out a piercing shriek and unleashed a massive blast, as if to say, "Come at me." With chilling calm, Jinwoo uttered a single command, "Shut." He then leaped forward, a blur of motion against the raging storm. One final, resolute promise solidified in his mind, "I will cut you." The sound of frantic footsteps echoed through the storm-lashed forest. The red-haired girl, Chloe, desperately pushed herself onward, gasping for air as she willed her legs to move faster. A single thought dominated her mind: she could not stop. She leaped over roots and slashed through grasping branches, carving a desperate path forward. Chloe's mind reeled as her legs screamed in protest. She was using every blessing she had just to run for help. The pain was immense, and she couldn't begin to imagine the agony Geomma must be enduring. Her memory flashed back to Geomma's parting words, ordering her to call for help from the instructors. Chloe reflected on Geomma, the strongest person she knew, who paradoxically seemed so reluctant to fight. He only ever drew his blade when there was no other choice. Though she had followed his request, Chloe was racked with guilt, wishing desperately that she were stronger as the image of the mermaid first appearing burned in her mind. A sudden, distant explosion boomed through the forest, shaking the very ground. Chloe froze, her head snapping up in alarm at the sound of the blast. As rain and tears streamed down her face, she sent a silent, desperate plea into the storm for Geomma to stay alive. Her body finally gave a treacherous wobble, her strength all but gone. Despite her exhaustion, the red-haired woman propelled herself through the air, her sword still strapped securely to her back. A monstrous screech tore through the air nearby. With a surge of adrenaline, Chloe screamed into the downpour that she could not fall, that she could not stop running. She panted heavily, her lungs burning as she continued her desperate search for aid. In a final, desperate cry, she screamed out, asking if anyone was there. A bright flash of light from above momentarily illuminated her tear-streaked, terrified face. Her strained senses picked up multiple presences just ahead, the details muddled by her panic. The horrific realization dawned on her as she screamed in terror: she had run straight into a pack of mermen. The sharp clang of steel on steel rang out as she was forced to defend herself. A close-up captured her panicked, tearful expression as she fought for her life. Just then, a new figure appeared through the curtain of rain, a blue-haired girl whose intense eyes surveyed the scene. Chloe saw her and gasped out a single word of hope, while the blue-haired girl simply apologized for what she was about to do. The merman fell to the ground with a dull thud, dispatched in an instant by the mysterious newcomer. From the newcomers' group, a blond boy reacted with shock, questioning if Chloe had just ambushed them. A silhouetted figure demanded they wake Chloe to answer for the supposed attack, but the blue-haired girl remained silent and watchful. The blue-haired girl held up a hand to stop her companions, just as a dark-haired girl in their group recognized the collapsed Chloe. With her last ounce of strength, Chloe managed to whisper, "Help us. Geomma is." Meanwhile, back at the main battle, the orange-haired man, Weapon, was certain he would never witness anything so astounding again. Watching the fight was like observing a master chef, expertly slicing a live fish that was still flailing on the cutting board. Before his very eyes, a man was completely overpowering a demon kin, an absolute display of pure domination. Weapon knew without a doubt that the sight unfolding before him would be engraved in his memories forever. Jinwoo was not just moving fast, he was deflecting attacks and closing in with flawless precision and lightning-fast technique. His every motion was honed for a single, brutal purpose: to cut. The simple act of cutting was followed by a result so perfect it seemed both natural and inevitable. Even the blonde woman with cat ears, Rachel, could only hold her polearm defensively, stunned by the spectacle. The narrator mused that even Rachel, heir to the Spear Saint lineage, had likely never seen anything like this, her shock evident as she cursed under her breath. Weapon began to think that at this rate, Jin-woo was actually going to defeat the mermaid. Rachel's sharp shout of his name, Weapon, snapped the orange-haired man out of his awestruck trance. A blast of energy seared the air where he had been standing just a moment before he leaped away. Rachel furiously berated him, asking, "Stay focused. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" To which a sheepish Weapon could only apologize. The ground rumbled as another attack landed, causing the injured Leon to flinch. Weapon was violently reminded that this was a demonkin capable of using magic, a fact he'd almost forgotten amidst the surreal spectacle of swordsmanship. He realized with dawning horror that it was a terrible matchup, a sashimi knife against magic was absurd, and a single unavoidable spell would be the end. Jin-woo stood silent and focused, sensing the change in his opponent's tactics. A palpable sense of doom filled the air as the winged mermaid gathered its power. The air crackled as immense magical energy began to coalesce. With a piercing shriek, the demonkin unleashed its attack, a deadly needle squall. A torrential downpour of magical needles rained from the sky. Jin-woo became a blur of motion, his blade deflecting the magical projectiles with sharp, metallic zips. He swung his sword in a perfect arc, batting away a cluster of needles. Dashing forward, he charged headfirst through the deadly storm. He closed the vast distance to the mermaid in a near-instantaneous zoom. The air erupted with the sound of slicing steel and magical explosions as he carved a path through the onslaught. The camera focused on the cold steel of his blade as he prepared his counter. A single, definitive slash cut through the chaos. Two shadowy figures, one man and one monster, clashed violently in mid-air. The dark-haired man, Jin-woo, gritted his teeth, his expression one of pure concentration as he met his foe head-on. The immense pressure of the moment seemed to warp the very air around them. A pained grunt escaped Jin-woo's lips as he endured the force of the magical assault. For a moment, his mind flashed with images of countless other chaotic battles fought on different terrains. The visceral sounds of brutal combat, thwacks, splurts, and gulps, filled his memory. The powerful beat of monstrous wings echoed in his ears. In his mind's eye, a powerful energy sphere was blasted towards a colossal monster. A distant voice, belonging to someone called Geomma, screamed a desperate warning for Geomma to dodge. Jinwoo's inner voice replied grimly that he would if he could. Suddenly, the chaos vanished, and he found himself standing in shallow water, clad in a simple white shirt and black pants. The man looked around, completely bewildered by his strange new surroundings. A soft sizzling sound broke the silence of the ethereal space. Something splashed gently into the water beside him. A clear, ringing tone resonated through the void. Jin-woo realized he was floating in a surreal, impossibly colorful expanse. His thoughts momentarily ceased as he took in the bizarre, otherworldly dimension. Then, his core principle, his entire identity as a swordsman, resounded within him, if it could be slashed, then, as he declared, and it shall be cut. Back in reality, his eyes flared with a brilliant, intense red glow. He gripped his blade, which now pulsed with an otherworldly light, ready to strike. Jin-woo settled into a perfect, low combat stance, his weapon an extension of his will. He launched himself through the air, performing a swift, decisive sword strike aimed at the heart of the magic. The lone warrior continued his fight within the rain-soaked cavern, his every move illuminated by the glowing pool below. In that moment, he achieved the impossible, he cut magic itself. In the echoing silence of the cavern, water dripped rhythmically from the stone ceiling. The steady sound was the only thing that broke the tense aftermath of the battle. A torrential downpour continued to lash the island outside the relative shelter of the cave. Geomma stood firm, his expression a mask of grim determination against the storm. The purple-haired demonkin let out a final, guttural groan of defeat. From a safe distance, the orange-haired boy and the blonde girl watched, their faces etched with deep concern. With a final, sharp sound, the creature's severed head thudded to the ground and rolled to a stop. The heavy impact resonated through the damp cavern floor. The orange-haired boy stared in stunned silence, unable to process what he had just witnessed. Against all odds, the young swordsman had won. A mere first-year student had single-handedly defeated a demonkin. The two students could only stand in the rain, their initial concern turning into pure shock. Geomma let out a ragged cough, his body finally succumbing to its injuries. His weapon clanged against the stone as he collapsed to the ground. The red-haired man cried out Geomma's name and rushed to his side. Leon groaned in pain while the orange-haired man noted with relief that Geomma seemed to be all right, for the moment. Suddenly, the sound of someone dashing towards them put everyone back on high alert. The orange-haired man wondered aloud if the merman had returned for another attack. As figures emerged from the rain, he tensed for another fight. His posture relaxed as he let out a sigh of relief, realizing reinforcements had finally arrived. A newly arrived pink-haired woman gasped, recoiling in horror at the scene before her. A purple-haired girl, seeing the mangled corpse in the downpour, shakily asked if it was a mermaid. The blonde-haired girl carrying the boy questioned why it was here, pointing out that it had been cut into pieces. The blonde girl immediately rushed to Geomma's side, tightly squeezing his arm as she called his name. The narrator internally questioned if she really needed to cling to the injured boy so desperately. A tense silence fell over the assembled students as they took in the bloody scene. The orange-haired man's concern for his appearance, even with a teammate near death, drew silent scorn. The blue-haired woman, Abel, stated her disdain for him before confirming she had already contacted the academy for instructors. Abel then took charge, demanding that someone explain exactly what had transpired. The orange-haired boy grumbled about the useless instructors, questioning how a mermaid appeared on an island they supposedly cleared. Abel cut him off, telling him to spare her the grumbling and just explain. The orange-haired man bristled at her tone, questioning if she was giving him orders, to which Abel shot back, asking what his problem was. He scoffed, claiming they probably wouldn't believe him anyway, but smugly agreed to tell them. He declared that explaining things was, in fact, his area of expertise. With a theatrical pause, the orange-haired man began to recount the impossible events. Abel listened with stark disbelief, repeating his claim that a mermaid appeared from nowhere and Geomma defeated it alone. The orange-haired man simply confirmed that her summary was exactly right. Abel thought to herself that the story sounded less realistic than the folktales her grandfather told her, yet the evidence made it undeniable. She concluded they had no reason to lie, despite the unbelievable circumstances. Her mind reeled at the legendary nature of the feat, reflecting on her own proud lineage as a descendant of Iran Nibelung. She acknowledged that her prestigious lineage had set her apart from birth. Despite her birthright, she had pushed herself through grueling effort to uncover her own talent. Yet, after all that, she recognized the staggering difference in power between herself and Geomma Kang. A complex storm of fear, awe, and reverence swirled within her as she wondered if she was just an ordinary person in comparison. A blonde woman asked a girl with a staff to use her healing blessing on Geomma, and she readily agreed. Abel watched the boy, his body in tatters, marveling that he had single-handedly faced and defeated a demonkin. Geomma let out a weary sigh, even in his unconscious state. The red-haired man turned to Abel, confirming that she had contacted the academy. Geomma's teammate suggested they should keep the details of the incident to themselves, puzzling the red-haired man. The blonde woman reminded them that the instructors had claimed to have surveyed the island in advance. The red-haired man elaborated on the point, finding it strange that a demonkin appeared in such an easy-to-find cave. Abel listened intently, her expression turning thoughtful. A new, terrifying theory began to form in the minds of the students. Leon cautiously voiced the group's unspoken fear, asking if it meant there could be a demon king spy within the academy. The orange-haired man fell silent, considering the grave implication. He cautiously admitted that while it wasn't a fact, there was definitely a possibility. The group realized that if not for Geomma, Leon's team would have been tragically wiped out during their test. Such an attack was a major violation, as the demons had never dared to directly harm a Awakens Academy student during the truce. A sudden, even more alarming thought struck Abel as she considered the full implications. The orange-haired man quickly addressed Abel by name, telling her that her line of thinking was reaching too far. He urged caution, stating they should only consider the spy possibility for now and not rush to more drastic conclusions. The red-haired man agreed they needed to get their story straight, while a green-haired woman worried Geomma would become a target. He felt it was wrong to bury Geomma's achievement, especially after he saved them, before the blonde-haired woman proposed an alternative. The green-haired woman suggested a solution: they could ask her grandpa for help. An unknown student gasped in recognition, asking if she meant the Blade Emperor. Far from the rain-swept island, an ornate, sun-drenched academy building stood peacefully. A single bird took flight from its pristine rooftop. Faint echoes of laughter filled Geomma's subconscious as he began to stir. His eyes fluttered open as he dazedly recognized the sterile ceiling of a hospital room. He slowly pushed himself up, the rustle of bed sheets the only sound in the room. A wave of relief washed over him as he muttered that he was, somehow, still alive. He remembered the mermaid's final, unavoidable attack, a powerful magic ball. But in that critical moment, he had seen it, and his sashimi knife had sliced through a mysterious thread, causing the magic to burst. He realized with certainty that what he had cut was not merely magic, but its very essence. Geomma pondered the indescribable sensations he'd been experiencing ever since manifesting the blessing of the Blade God. A status window materialized before his eyes, displaying updates to his divine blessing. He noted his mind grade had increased to 4, realizing it was the reason he felt no fear against the demon kin. He then focused on the new update to his synchronization, which now allowed him to see the thread of. As the window faded, he realized that the thread he'd seen severing the demonkin's magic must have been this newly unlocked ability. Suddenly, the green-haired woman burst into the room and threw her arms around him in a tight hug. She sobbed with relief, telling him how worried she was and vowing to tear apart the instructors who had failed to secure the island. The black-haired man accompanying her awkwardly tried to get her to release the still-recovering Geomma. The green-haired woman apologized for getting carried away and began searching for something, her hand disappearing into a subspace pocket. As the black-haired man coughed, she finally found what she was looking for. She presented a gleaming blade to the boy, announcing it was his reward from the midterms, the legendary sword, Murasame. His gaze remained fixed and intense, reflecting the gravity of the events he had just survived. The reward for his ordeal materialized before him, the legendary katana, Murasame, a rank B weapon whose blade glistened like morning dew. The green-haired woman, Medea, explained that while the presentation was informal due to the circumstances, she hoped he liked it. Geomma peeked at the old man who lingered awkwardly at the door. Medea impatiently yelled for the geezer to stop being shy and come into the room. The old man sighed, asking Medea how many times he had to tell her not to call him that. She retorted that he was in his 70s and should stop acting like a teenager, leaving Geomma to witness the familiar bickering. Geomma recognized the newcomer as the Blade Emperor himself, wondering what could possibly be happening. Medea turned to Geomma, explaining that his groupmates had told her everything that transpired on the island. On behalf of Awakens Academy, she offered a sincere and deep apology. She admitted the academy took full responsibility, as their failure had put every student on that island in grave danger. Medea then swore on her reputation as the director that she would uncover the truth behind the demonkin's appearance. The Blade Emperor, Isekai'd, then spoke, acknowledging that Geomma had saved the students. Geomma stood in stunned silence for a moment. He scratched his head awkwardly, muttering that he had only done what he could. Medea agreed his actions were commendable but insisted they keep the incident under wraps until the truth was found. She confessed, with a heavy heart, that the problem seemed to lie within the academy itself, apologizing that Geomma deserved better. Geomma simply replied that it was all right. Medea remarked that he was like an old man and that it was okay to be more selfish at his age, a comment that made Sieg chuckle. The rhythmic clacking of their shoes echoed as they walked down the empty corridor. Their footsteps continued in a steady, thoughtful pace. They came to a sudden halt under the academy's grand arches. Medea turned to Sieg, asking if he remembered. Sieg looked puzzled as she began to recount the day they first met after enrolling. She reminded him of how he drew his sword on her for waking him on a bench, but he claimed to have no memory of such a dramatic encounter. Medea gave him a deeply skeptical look, clearly not believing his feigned amnesia. She mused that 60 years had passed in a flash, finding life to be full of surprises. Sieg added that even after all that time, they had barely made a mark on the Academy's ancient and storied history. He reflected on the Academy's centuries-long legacy of training and protecting its students. Medea's voice grew grim as she trailed off, her thought interrupted by a deep, ominous rumble. The sound of shattering glass filled the air, a stark premonition of broken trust. The sharp tinkling of shards was the only sound that followed. A short time before the midterm exam, a different conversation had taken place. Medea had turned to Sieg with a cheerful expression. She gushed about how amazing Geomma was for defeating a mermaid on his own, prompting an exasperated sigh from Sieg. Pressing him for an opinion, Medea declared Geomma's feat to be extraordinary, and Sieg had to agree he possessed a rare talent. Sieg internally reflected that he had seen countless so-called prodigies burn brightly for a moment only to fade away like meteors. He lamented how the title of genius was tossed around carelessly by hero families desperate for prestige, rendering the word meaningless. Medea proudly stated that she hadn't even bestowed that title upon her own granddaughter. Sieg, however, saw a truly unfathomable talent in the boy, wondering just how far he could go with time and experience. He privately considered that Geomma might one day reach the realm that he himself had been chasing his entire life. Sieg's deep thoughts were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Medea announced she would be staying at the academy for a while, and Sieg immediately understood what she was asking. A sly smile played on Medea's lips as she watched his reaction. She insisted he help her clean up the current mess, but he once again comically claimed to have no memory of their agreement. Back in the present, the wolf class buzzed with chatter. Geomma noted that, just as the director had promised, the fact that he defeated a demon-kin on Scopuli Island had been kept a complete secret. He couldn't help but think that if he hadn't taken down that mermaid, his classmates wouldn't be laughing so freely right now. After leaving the hospital, his first stop was the Academy Forge, intent on reforging and strengthening his new sword, Murasame. He knew that without the Blade God's blessing, the legendary sword was little more than a hunk of metal to him. Blacksmith Wayland, however, was fired up for a 700th year anniversary event, offering 1 week of free services. Geomma considered himself lucky as he thanked the blacksmith, hoping the reforging would go well. A familiar voice suddenly called out his name, causing him to turn in surprise. Chloe limped toward him on crutches, asking how he was feeling, and he immediately questioned what had happened to her. She explained she had only hurt herself a little and would be off crutches in a week thanks to Speed's emergency treatment, almost boasting about her auditory resilience. Chloe sheepishly apologized for getting carried away, and Geomma was simply relieved to see she was all right. He reflected that the victory wasn't his alone, it was only possible because everyone had fulfilled their roles. He recalled Chloe's crucial rescue call, Rachel holding back the merman, and the healing buff from Speed's weapon. When it came to Leon, however, Geomma could only vaguely remember him trying to lead. Geomma silently scoffed, thinking Leon wouldn't even survive the entrance to the demonic realm, though he supposed the boy was just caught off guard. A booming voice suddenly demanded silence, cutting through the classroom chatter. The bald, muscular instructor yelled for everyone to quiet down and take their seats, announcing he had something to share before their drill. He nervously announced that, as a temporary arrangement, the class would be getting an additional instructor. The students murmured in confusion, questioning the need for 2 instructors. Their confusion turned to gasps of shock as a figure emerged from the shadows. An older man with a stern expression and gray hair was illuminated by a sharp light. A single, deliberate tap of his foot silenced the room. The silver-haired man descended the stairs as the students watched in awe. Tremors of disbelief ran through the crowd as they recognized the legendary Blade Emperor. The Blade Emperor's intense eyes swept across the stunned students. Geomma's mind reeled as he stared at the living legend, wondering why on earth he was there. Elsewhere, a dim light from a window cast a faint blue glow upon a stone wall. The quiet was shattered by a violent crash. A hooded figure begged for forgiveness as a hand was raised above them. A sickening strike landed, drawing a choked gasp of pain from the victim. The hooded figure coughed and desperately apologized to someone named Instructor Kim, as another voice invoked the name of Elder Claude. A dark aura flared as it was revealed that the 5th Legion commander was utterly furious. The 5th Legion commander clicked her tongue in severe disappointment. She coldly admonished the older man for failing when he had the chance, his pathetic apology barely registering. A vicious slap resounded through the chamber as her hand cracked across his face. Daring him to apologize one more time, the commander seethed with rage as the man choked back his pain. She venomously questioned if bringing Leon to her half-dead was truly too much to ask, especially when he had a mermaid at his disposal. The commander then revealed that because of his colossal blunder, the Blade Emperor had decided to remain at the academy. As the man started to gasp out another apology, the 5th Legion commander's eyes narrowed with deadly intent. She struck him again without a word, his pained cry filling the silence as she accused him of not listening. The battered man cursed her under his breath, infuriated that a simple instructor had managed to derail their entire plan. Now splattered with blood, the woman with silver hair and purple streaks grimaced in disgust, musing that the more she thought about it, the more absurd it all seemed. She found it utterly unbelievable that a mermaid could lose to mere first years, though her subordinate conceded that this year's intake made anything possible. The dark-haired man then added a crucial detail: the mermaid was apparently defeated by a single student, prompting her to ask if it was Leon. He confirmed it wasn't, and the woman grew impatient, demanding he stop beating around the bush and reveal the name. Her subordinate finally disclosed that it was the top scorer of the year, Geomma Kang. The name registered with the woman, who recalled that Geomma was the academy's special entrant. A slow, predatory smile began to form on her lips. Her aura flared with newfound excitement as she declared that things had just gotten interesting. Meanwhile, at the academy, the rhythmic chants of 1, 2, 3, 4 echoed as students were put through a grueling run. The bald instructor, Won Bin, barked at them for being too quiet, demanding they sound off properly. The cadets pushed themselves harder, their exhausted shouts filling the training grounds. Watching from the sidelines, a girl on crutches offered words of encouragement to the runners. Geomma managed a tired smile in her direction, internally wishing he had been there for her when she got hurt. His thoughts were shattered when a sharp voice suddenly called him out for being too slow. Startled, Geomma looked over to see the elderly man who asked if his legs were also injured during the exam. Geomma's mind raced with confusion, struggling to comprehend why the legendary old man was running right beside him. He instantly recognized Blade Emperor Siegfried von Nibelung, descendant of a great hero and the man acknowledged as the strongest human alive. Geomma recalled from the original story that Siegfried was destined to become Leon's sword mentor during the pivotal Second Human-Demon War. The realization sent a wave of panic through him as he frantically wondered why the Blade Emperor was here. He silently pleaded for the man to go find Leon, terrified that the entire storyline was now spiraling off the rails. Geomma briefly calmed himself by recalling that Leon was never able to get the Blade Saint title anyway, a well-known incident in the game. But the relief was fleeting, as the sheer discomfort of the situation was overwhelming. It was like having a general glare down a foot soldier. The absurdity was palpable. The highest-ranking general in the army was personally supervising a mere grunt on a morning jog. The Blade Emperor began to lecture, stating that stamina and endurance are the backbone of a warrior, without which talent means nothing. Siegfried then ordered Geomma to stop looking for shortcuts and run, prompting a meek yes that the emperor immediately demanded be said louder. Mustering his remaining energy, Geomma bellowed, "Yes, sir." A faint, approving smile touched the old man's lips. With a command to follow his lead, the Blade Emperor then surged forward at an impossible speed. A swarm of Geomma's familiars immediately latched onto the old man, desperately trying to slow his advance. Geomma gasped for breath, cursing the Blade Emperor's seemingly ageless stamina. Later, the class was gathered as a new rule was announced: personal armaments were now strictly prohibited during all training sessions. A clatter of metal filled the room as students reluctantly deposited their prized, often inherited, weapons into collection bins. They then turned their attention to the front, wondering what would replace their familiar gear. The silver-haired instructor gestured to a large pile of basic weapons, instructing the students to familiarize themselves with them. Murmurs of confusion and protest spread through the crowd as they examined the crude assortment, which even included a sashimi knife. One brave student raised his hand to pose a question, and the silver-haired instructor gave him the floor. The student argued that it was more practical to train with their family weapons, a question the instructor calmly acknowledged as a good one. The silver-haired instructor began his response with a simple, profound statement: the foundation is key in all things. The Blade Emperor elaborated that over-reliance on superior weaponry hinders growth, while Geomma internally finished the thought, knowing it makes one confuse the weapon's power with their own. Desperate to be noticed, the student pushed back, arguing that mastering their powerful weapons was the best way to overcome their flaws. The silver-haired man coolly replied that even the finest sword is meaningless if the one wielding it lacks fundamental skill. The Blade Emperor delivered the final word on the matter, declaring that a true master never blames their tools. Geomma stood among his peers, quietly taking in the powerful lesson. A small smile touched his lips as he conceded that the legendary masters were exactly right. The weight of the Emperor's words landed with a thud, silencing all dissent. Siegfried then offered a final piece of motivation: excelling with basic weapons would lead to high marks in the critical end-of-year evaluations. The mention of high marks sent the students into a frenzy, scrambling over each other to grab the training weapons. Geomma wryly observed the chaos, realizing the Blade Emperor's leadership was as world-class as his strength, far from the doormat media made him out to be. He watched the students fight over the weapons with a distinct sense of foreboding. A weary sigh escaped his lips: he should have seen this coming. Accepting that this was all part of Siegfried's calculated plan, Geomma moved to grab a weapon for himself. The elderly instructor then announced that to help them adjust, the day's class would consist of one-on-one sparring sessions. A wave of nervousness rippled through the students as they questioned if the fights were real and worried about getting seriously hurt. Instructor Wonbin boomed that a warrior can only grow through training that mirrors the danger and reality of actual combat. He quickly added that before they began, he would show them a demonstration to prevent any reckless, life-threatening injuries. The class erupted in excited chatter at the prospect of seeing the Blade Emperor fight in person, forcing the flustered instructor to shout for silence. Meanwhile, Instructor Wonbin Lee was having a full-blown meltdown, convinced he was about to be sacrificed in a match against the Blade Emperor himself. The bald man raised a trembling hand, attempting to beg the legendary warrior to go easy on him. But the Blade Emperor looked straight past him, his eyes locking onto a specific cadet. The instructor's voice rang out with unexpected authority, calling the name, Geomma Kang. With a commanding gesture, the old man ordered Geomma to step forward. As the elder's voice commanded him to step forward, the name, Geomma Kang, seemed to shine in the air. The surrounding students gasped in awe as Geomma's simple scrap metal sword began to glow, buzzing with anticipation for the Blade Emperor's demonstration. One student peeked from the crowd, whispering in disbelief about why a loser like Geomma was chosen for this honor. Geomma calmly advised the whispering punks that he could hear every word they were saying. The old man, Siegfried, then asked the young cadet if he had fully recovered from his previous ordeal. Geomma stiffly replied that he was fine now, addressing the legendary warrior with formal respect. Squeezing the hilt of his own training sword, Siegfried began his next instruction. With a final, chilling command, the Blade Emperor ordered Geomma to raise his blade. Geomma privately acknowledged that even for a spar, this was too much, despite feeling rested and in perfect shape. His mind raced with the terrifying reality that his opponent was Siegfried, the Blade Emperor, and a clash between them could easily cost a limb, or even a life. And yet, a primal instinct, perhaps fueled by his blessing, pushed him to accept the battle. Geomma hesitated, realizing he had already strayed too far from the world's original story and needed to consider the dangerous consequences of his actions. In a last attempt to avoid the fight, Geomma declared he was not worthy to be Siegfried's opponent and politely asked him to lower his sword. The crowd erupted in derision, with one shadowy figure hoping the Blade Emperor would just beat the crap out of the insolent newcomer. Siegfried's voice cut through the noise, questioning Geomma's pride and challenging the cowardice that made him hide his true strength. The word pride struck a deep chord within Geomma. He recalled how that very concept, earned when he became the finest knife master in Korea, was the one thing that had kept him from ever abandoning his weapon. Geomma understood Siegfried was provoking him while everyone else expected him to flee in disgrace, knowing full well he would regret taking the bait. With a firm squeeze on his sword's hilt, a decision was made. A fellow student with a mohawk cried out in alarm as Geomma suddenly moved into a combat stance. The narrator confirmed that it looked like he had finally made his decision. Raising his blade with a sharp ring of steel, Geomma announced that he looked forward to Siegfried's guidance. In that instant, the blessing of the blade god activated within him. A powerful gust of wind erupted from Geomma's position, signaling the awakening of his power. He tapped his foot, settling into a perfect, unwavering stance. The elderly instructor, Won-bin, gasped in recognition, a 70-year-old memory returning to him as vividly as the day it happened. He remembered this as the enlightenment of the blade. The stance belonged to a one-armed wandering knight he had witnessed during his own early training. In his memory, a younger version of himself watched as the knight faced down a shadowy opponent. The path of the blade that the knight demonstrated was undeniably in the legendary realm of masters. In the past, the young, white-haired Won-bin had looked on with worry at the cloaked swordsman. Returning to the present, Won-bin recalled keeping an eye on Geomma ever since the class placement exam. He wondered if Geomma Kang could possibly hold the key to helping him. Won-bin finally reached that same enlightened realm. A swift swish of a blade broke his train of thought. The students felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The first clang of steel on steel rang out across the training ground. Siegfried noted how Geomma charged forward without a hint of fear, his blade's path as swift and peculiar as a swallow in flight. Their swords clashed once more with a deafening report. A whirlwind of steel followed as the two exchanged a flurry of blows. Siegfried was shocked, realizing Geomma had pushed him back with ease and his physical strength was now incomparable to before. However, the Blade Emperor reminded himself that his own blade was far from light. Siegfried unleashed a blindingly fast swing, determined to show the boy the difference in their power. A brown-haired student watching from the sidelines admitted he didn't get it. He had assumed Geomma's previous win was a fluke against a weak opponent and that he was nothing special. The student couldn't understand why the Blade Emperor would care so much about him. Nearby, a blonde student and a red-haired one both hoped Geomma would get his butt kicked and end up crying like a loser. A silent whoosh of movement passed between the two combatants, who suddenly stopped. The spectators murmured, confused as to why both fighters were now just standing perfectly still. Instructor Won-bin swallowed hard, realizing with dawning horror that they weren't just standing still at all. He had questioned the Blade Emperor's words, but now he saw that Geomma was doing the impossible. Won-bin rushed to Siegfried's side, warning him that the director wouldn't approve of this and that the other students might get hurt. Siegfried calmly asked Won-bin if he honestly thought he would engage in a true battle with the boy. The Blade Emperor reassured the worried instructor, predicting that Geomma would be able to access that plane. Wanbin's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, "That plane? You don't mean?" They had entered the mind plane. Inside this mental world, Siegfried was truly incredible, impressed that Geomma had not only stepped into this plane but had also withstood his initial strike. He knew that a duel in the mental plane was a fierce battle of wits, a fact he could tell just from their first clash. The Blade Emperor perceived that even in this fleeting moment, the boy before him was continuing to grow at a terrifying pace. Siegfried found the boy's potential to be nothing short of brilliant. Deciding to raise the stakes, the Blade Emperor prepared his next move. He unleashed the Blessing of the Blade Phantom, challenging Geomma to withstand its overwhelming power. A powerful, ethereal energy began to gather around Siegfried's form. A thunderous wave of spiritual pressure erupted from the Blade Emperor. Back in the real world, Wanbin shouted in alarm, recognizing the massive blue glow as tangible aura. A student cried out in panic, asking if their mental fight had somehow crossed over into reality. The ground itself rumbled violently as the energy continued to swell. An orange-clad instructor panicked, screaming that this wasn't part of the plan and that he had to stop the fight before real blood was spilled. The man desperately dashed forward, leaping towards the two combatants to intervene. But before he could reach them, a sharp voice called him a moron. A green-haired woman with glasses landed with enough force to crack the ground, positioning herself between the fighters and the frantic instructor. She spun on Siegfried, furiously demanding to know what the hell he was doing against a student and questioning if he had lost his mind. The silver-haired man, Siegfried, offered a startlingly sincere apology. Medea could only stare in disbelief before Siegfried dismissed his own words, causing her to growl in frustration. A storm of silent fury brewed within the green-haired woman as she processed his audacity. Finally snapping, she yanked him by the collar, furiously demanding to know if he'd gone senile for using a blessing against a student. The rising murmurs from the onlookers barely registered through her seething rage. Siegfried tried to explain that it wasn't his intention, but Medea fiercely commanded him to shut up. Across from them, Geomma stood ready, his two blades held firmly as he faced the legendary Blade Emperor. Siegfried admitted to himself that he had lost control, even allowing his aura to manifest in the real world. Medea demanded his attention, but Siegfried simply spoke her name with an uncharacteristic weight. He then repeated his apology, leaving Medea utterly stunned by the unexpected sincerity. In her 50 years of knowing him, she had never heard Siegfried apologize, yet that day she heard it twice. Recovering, Medea demanded a full explanation for why he would use his blessing on a student and what might have happened if she hadn't intervened. Siegfried confessed that he couldn't have gained the upper hand without it, a statement that left Medea speechless. She couldn't believe her ears, questioning if the prideful Siegfried had just admitted to being challenged by a student, despite her knowing both Geomma's talent and Sieg's immense power. Elsewhere, a man with piercing yellow eyes noted that the boy was already capable of entering the mind plane. A woman in a black dress reacted with shock, exclaiming that Geomma was only 17 while Siegfried hadn't achieved that feat until he was nearly 30. An elderly man theorized that this was indeed possible, but only under a specific condition. He suggested that Geomma must possess some method to compensate for his vast gap in real-world experience. The woman in the black dress collapsed into a chair, overwhelmed by the implications of the boy's talent. Her thoughts raced with concern as she called out Geomma's name. She rushed over to him, asking if he was all right. A deep, unsettling pressure emanated from Geomma, whose expression had become unnervingly grim. The woman recoiled, realizing in that instant her dignity as a 7-star mentor had vanished, replaced by a primal fear. The chilling aura reminded her of the first time she faced Bahman, the 6th Legion commander, and she wondered why she felt it from Geomma. With a weary sigh, she began to wonder if his name, which meant demon, was more than just a coincidence. Back at the training ground, Medea conceded that Siegfried didn't appear to be lying about the duel's intensity. She then posed a direct and loaded question: did he, the Blade Emperor, actually lose to the student? Siegfried's pride flared as he vehemently denied it, yelling that the boy was still no match for him and that he fought without his proper armament. Medea coolly dismantled his excuse, reminding him that he was the one who always preached that a true master never blames their tools. She mocked his embarrassing claim that not having his armament was the reason for his struggle. Siegfried trembled with barely contained rage, calling her a wretched hag under his breath. Medea caught his insult and lunged, but her attack was met with a powerful counter. A gust of wind swept through the training hall as the two masters clashed. The ground rumbled from the sheer force of their intersecting powers. The vibrations intensified, shaking the entire structure. A clear bell-like tone signaled the end of the day's training. Later that day, Jin-woo sat alone, lost in thought about the tumultuous events. He reflected that while things ended well thanks to Medea's intervention, the old man's competitive streak nearly caused a disaster. He flipped through a book, his mind still preoccupied with the fight. Jin-woo was now certain that he had been inside the mind plane, an experience that felt incredibly surreal. He recalled that the mind plane was a legendary domain, accessible only to the few masters who had perfected a single weapon over their entire lives. In the world of the game he knew, fewer than 10 heroes could freely traverse this plane of existence. Jin-woo remembered it took the game's protagonist, Leon, 3 years of mentorship just to enter the mind plane, even with his main character advantages. A sudden realization struck him. He connected his ability to his past life, where he had over 2 decades of experience as the nation's finest sashimi chef, wielding his knives with unparalleled skill. He understood that when he activated his blessing of the blade god, his focus sharpened to a transcendent level. In that state, the threads of his current and past lives intertwined, allowing him to unravel any obstacle before him. Jin-woo concluded that running from his problems only made them worse, so he would face them head-on, taking one step at a time. A new resolve formed within him as he decided to test his newfound understanding. He reasoned that if he could access the mind plane at will, he could train his combat skills without needing to activate his powerful blessing. Focusing his intent, Jin-woo prepared to enter the mental world once more. He found himself in a dim space, a glowing blade materializing in his hand. The blade hummed with a quiet, ethereal energy. He practiced a swift, precise cut through the empty air. The sword sang as it sliced through the mental plane. A crack appeared in the fabric of the mental space. An unfamiliar scene began to loom into view from beyond the tear. The vision solidified, showing him a secret meeting he wasn't meant to see. Jin-woo looked on, confused by the sudden intrusion. The vision flickered, showing him a council of shadowy figures. As the scene became clearer, Jin-woo tried to understand what he was witnessing. One elder accused another, Elder Claudi, of crossing a line and delivering a direct affront to their council. Someone slammed their fist on the table, shouting that they had all agreed to the plan. The council erupted in argument, debating the risk of sending a demon kin and the urgent need to investigate the top-scoring entrant, Geomma Kang. An elderly woman questioned if they truly believed Geomma was the hero, reminding them that Leon van Reinhardt had already been identified. A man in a black hoodie dismissed Leon as a half-baked novice and reminded the council of Geomma's past actions. He brought up the slaughter of the genius twins during the placement exam and how Medea was suspiciously shrouding Geomma in secrecy. An elderly man with glasses declared that they must dispose of the hero, with another agreeing they had to nip any potential problems in the bud. A man with an eye patch added that even the Blade Emperor had been allowed into the academy, which the man in the hoodie cited as the exact reason for his concern. A man with a gray beard lamented that since Medea became director, the council's influence had dwindled significantly. Others complained that the 7 stars were being revered as heroes while the council was being treated like forgotten relics, their role as the world's guiding hand usurped. The man with glasses grimly concluded that to maintain their power, they needed a common enemy, and the hero who threatened the Demon King must be eliminated. The man in the black hoodie rationalized his motives, claiming his push to persuade the council wasn't solely because of his animosity towards Medea. He revealed that the 5th Legion commander was furious, and if they failed to act, a terrible fate awaited them. A vision of Ager, the 5th Legion commander, declared that death would be a merciful fate compared to what he would inflict. A cloaked figure stepped forward and calmly accepted the council's dark decision, asking for their command. The figure promised that the group known as the Auditores would see the mission through. The scene then shifted abruptly to a terrified young man begging for his life as a blade descended. The name of the technique appeared in Geomma's mind, Murasame, Sashimi version. As the man in the black suit pleaded not to be hurt, Geomma realized with dawning horror what his new power was capable of. A system window displayed the stats for Jinwoo's new weapon, a Ranki Sashimi knife named Murasame, small but brimming with A-grade potential. Jinwoo stood in stunned silence, processing the bizarre transformation of his legendary sword. The blacksmith roared that in 30 years of forging, he had never seen anything like it, and Jinwoo had to agree that the process felt unnatural. The blade itself had seemingly refused to be forged into a proper sword. The blacksmith explained he had to hastily remelt and reshape the metal just to salvage it, boasting that any other smith would have been left with useless scrap. He swore that the original B-tier blade had snapped with a single strike, a fact Jinwoo silently contemplated. Jinwoo noted the blade's expert craftsmanship and perfect size for his blessing, but also its pitiful E-grade durability. Trying to appease him, the blacksmith highlighted its high potential and offered free refinements if Jinwoo brought him the necessary materials. Jinwoo skeptically asked what would happen if he broke it again, prompting the blacksmith to quickly pitch the blade's A-tier potential and mention special materials that would guarantee a successful reforge. The blacksmith hesitated, admitting there was a tricky part to acquiring them. The catch was that those rare materials could only be found on A-tier demonic monsters or stronger. Jinwoo realized this meant facing another foe as powerful as the mermaid and refused to risk his life, deciding to upgrade his weapon with materials from weaker monsters instead. He wryly wished he could just pay to solve his problems, imagining a convenient, wallet warrior, package. Jinwoo relented, but made the blacksmith swear on his title that he would keep his word about the free upgrades. He then coolly demanded 10 million won as reimbursement for the leftover metal from his original broken sword. The blacksmith was aghast, protesting that he had done the custom forging for free. With a sharp clack, Jinwoo placed the broken shard on the counter, stating that the price was fair for a B-tier sword's remains at current market rates. The infuriated blacksmith accused the young man of trying to pull a fast one on him. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed as he remarked that this seemed like the perfect opportunity to test his new weapon's performance. The blacksmith's anger instantly turned to terror, and he haggled down to 5 million, but Jinwoo's single word, 10, shut him down. As the blade glinted menacingly, the desperate man pleaded, offering 8 million as his absolute final offer. He swore that after his initial costs, he wouldn't even break even at that price. An unspoken threat hung in the air as the sashimi knife's edge gleamed. Jinwoo's demand clear without a word, hand it over. With a heavy thud, the defeated blacksmith slumped over the counter and finally agreed. A system window then appeared, detailing the new perks from his blessing of the blade god, including a higher armament grade and a newly visible threat of. Jinwoo realized that obtaining the new armament had leveled up his corresponding grade, unlocking another feature. While eating, he considered that the reduced pain from his blessing was the most important change, resolving to focus on raising that stat. He recalled testing the power, and while the pain was still excruciating, the noticeable difference gave him hope that he might one day wield it without any pain-nullifying assistance. Now understanding that his armament grade leveled up with each new or improved weapon, Jinwoo made upgrading the Murasame his top priority now that midterms were finished. He hoped that through these small, steady improvements, he might finally begin to understand the true nature of his power. Lost in thought, he wondered if he would ever discover who dragged him into this world, only to be snapped back to reality by the overly salty taste of his food. Suddenly, Chloe appeared beside him, plopping something onto his plate and startling him. She cheerfully asked if he was feeling better now that his cast was off. Chloe excitedly declared her leg felt stronger than ever, proudly balancing on one foot and claiming that bones heal back stronger after being broken. Jin-woo internally questioned her bizarre theory that bones worked like muscles. Leaning in close, Chloe told him to hold on, her heart starting to race. Jin-woo realized she was just pointing out a single grain of rice stuck to his cheek. A brief, awkward silence settled between the two of them. As Chloe reached out to get the rice for him, she suddenly lost her footing and fell over with a yelp. Jin-woo rushed to her side, but the flustered girl insisted she was fine and had merely tripped. Quickly changing the subject, Chloe gushed over his first armament, making Jin-woo silently pray her obsessive switch wouldn't flip. She unsheathed the blade, admiring its beauty and remarking that it looked far too good to be a low-tier weapon. When Jin-woo bluntly stated it was E-tier, Chloe frantically tried to take back her comment. He reassured her it was fine, explaining the deal he'd struck with the blacksmith for free upgrades with the right materials. Chloe beamed, encouraging him by saying if he was this strong with a dollar store knife, a proper armament would make him unstoppable. The praise caused Jin-woo to reflect that he had no real need for more power, which made him seem angry as Chloe questioned his sudden change in mood. An involuntary sigh escaped his lips. Chloe immediately apologized, thinking she had insulted his weapon, but Jin-woo tried to explain that wasn't the issue. His mind had drifted to the memory of his original Murasame, and the sigh was one of sorrow for what it had become. A dark, fiery aura began to emanate from Chloe as she stewed over the blacksmith who had done this to Jin-woo's weapon. Her killing intent intensified as she thought of all the people who were causing him trouble. The unspoken promise to kill them hung in the air like a suffocating shroud. Jin-woo called her name, snapping Chloe out of her murderous trance and causing them both to exchange awkward apologies. A chilling thought occurred to Jin-woo: Chloe didn't seem to have even noticed the deadly aura she had just projected. As Jin-woo turned to leave, Chloe called after him, but he remained silent, lost in his unsettling thoughts. An unfamiliar voice was suddenly cut short by the violent sound of someone being slammed against a wall. The red-haired fighter grunted in pain as he crashed hard against the concrete. Jin-woo, the attacker, thought to himself how these siblings were annoyingly similar. The red-haired fighter, Chloe's brother, cursed for letting his guard down as he sprang back to his feet. Chloe stared in shock, recognizing her brother as the intruder. Jin-woo advanced, grabbing the man by the collar of his shirt. As Jin-woo held her brother in a firm grip, Chloe cautiously peeked out from behind him. The narrator's voice confirms that the man is unarmed, as there is no smell of blood on him. Chloe's brother jolted, demanding to know what Jin-woo wanted from him. Both Jin-woo and Chloe stood in tense silence, scrutinizing the intruder. Chloe finally spoke, her voice cold as she reminded her brother she thought she had made herself clear the last time they met. Gritting his teeth, the masked man insisted that wasn't why he was there. Jin-woo demanded to know his true purpose, stating that he might as well confess since Chloe would find out anyway. Her brother conceded the point, flipping open a document and deciding to tell them both at once. He looked directly at Jin-woo, stating grimly that this news concerned him, too. He tapped the document for emphasis. The masked man delivered the shocking news: the Academy's Council of Elders had issued a kill order for Jin-woo. A system notification flashed as the reality sank in for Jin-woo: the powerful old men of the council wanted him dead. Chloe's protective instincts flared as she furiously questioned if her brother was there to carry out the order. He calmly replied that her time away from home seemed to have dulled her senses. Ignoring him, Chloe urged Jin-woo to get behind her, declaring she would take care of her brother herself. As she waved Jin-woo to safety, her brother conceded with a slight smile that her senses were, in fact, still just as sharp. The masked man turned to Jin-woo, explaining that while he didn't know his circumstances, the Council of Elders was oddly fixated on him. He elaborated that his family, the auditores, found the order highly questionable, as it bypassed the director and violated their principle against targeting a student. However, he warned Jin-woo that they couldn't simply ignore a direct order and would be forced to investigate him if the council insisted. He paused, letting the gravity of the situation sink in. The masked man then admitted he felt Chloe deserved to know, as she was still one of them. It became clear that his family's principles were just an excuse, his true motive was his concern for his younger sister. As the man, Nox, finished his report, Jin-woo called out his name, stopping him in his tracks. Nox turned back, a questioning look on his face. Jin-woo started to awkwardly bring up a past event, but Nox cut him off, observing that Chloe is happiest when she is with him. He admitted that even as her brother, he had never seen her so genuinely joyful. Jin-woo was left speechless by the unexpected turn in conversation. With a final, piercing gaze, Nox delivered a stern warning, "Don't you ever let her get hurt again." The chapter closes, leaving the heavy warning hanging in the tense air. Nox leaned in, his voice a low growl as he delivered his final, chilling warning not to let Chloe get hurt again. Jin-woo stood bewildered by the accusation, wondering what Nox was talking about since he wasn't the one who had hurt her. Lost for a better response, Jin-woo could only stammer out a hesitant agreement. A brief silence hung in the air before Nox conceded that he had just one question for him. With an intense gaze, Nox cut to the heart of his curiosity, asking Jin-woo how he was so strong. Jin-woo mentally echoed the word, surprised that anyone would describe him as strong. He internally scoffed at the notion, knowing his power was fleeting and nothing like the Blade Emperor's, but understood he couldn't reveal that truth to Nox. Jin-woo felt a sense of obligation to answer, reasoning that since Nox had shared a family secret, ignoring the question wouldn't be right. Addressing him directly, Jin-woo began to offer his own form of guidance to Chloe's brother. Jin-woo delivered a cryptic piece of advice, telling Nox that what he truly lacked was hunger. He thought about how real-world experience was irreplaceable, a lesson Nox would only learn by pushing himself beyond the academy's walls. While Nox was left utterly confused by the strange lecture, Jin-woo decided his work there was done and it was time to leave. Meanwhile, in a classroom, a lecture on the history of the divine realm was underway, detailing an age of gods that once maintained peace. Walking through the academy halls, Jinwoo's mind was consumed by the stark reality that the Council of Elders was now hunting him. He recalled what he knew about the Council, powerful descendants of Valor Joaquin's 5 disciples, whose influence extended far beyond the academy. In the game, he remembered, they were notoriously known as the Corrupt Five for constantly sabotaging the protagonist to protect their own interests. Jin-woo silently puzzled over the situation, trying to understand how he, of all people, had become a problem for such a powerful group. His hand hovered over a notebook, ready to connect the scattered pieces of the puzzle. He mentally listed the recent events, Nox's appearance, his duel, and the incident on Scopuli Island where he protected Leon. A grim realization settled in, he had been causing one major incident after another, practically begging for the world's attention. Yet, even considering the chaos he'd caused, Jin-woo still couldn't fathom why the elders would issue a direct kill order. His thoughts drifted back to the midterm exam, connecting Scopuli Island, Leon, and the mermaid he'd slain. The truth finally clicked into place, Leon was the original target, and Jin-woo was the unforeseen variable that had ruined their entire plan. He deduced that no matter how well media tried to conceal it, news of him slaying a mermaid was bound to reach the highest echelons of noble society. This led to a horrifying conclusion: if the elders were targeting the hero candidate, it was almost certain they were colluding with the demons. The sheer ruthlessness of their plan was staggering, they were plotting to murder a mere student. Jin-woo was disgusted by their depravity, realizing they would sacrifice the academy and the human race just to maintain their privileged positions. A surge of fury made him want to hunt them down immediately, but he clenched his fist, forcing himself to be patient. He made a silent, cold vow that when the right time came, he would be the one to cut them all down. Back in the classroom, the teacher instructed the students to take notes, but one student was too distracted by thoughts of divine realms to focus. Jinwoo's resolve hardened as he scribbled down his new priority: he needed to upgrade his armament, which meant raiding a dungeon. He knew he couldn't do it alone and would need a party, his first thought immediately turning to Chloe. While the history lesson droned on, Jin-woo considered his options, deciding he needed a strategist more than another powerhouse like Rachel. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He recalled the speed weapon from his class and decided that was the person he needed to ask for help. Jin-woo made his way to the area designated for the elite dragon class students. A bulky student immediately blocked his path, telling him a cutter rat like him didn't belong there, but Jin-woo simply identified himself as a special entrant. Jin-woo internally scoffed, having dealt with far worse than this teenage tantrum during his 20 years in the restaurant business. He coldly told the student to get lost before he decided to permanently restructure his jaw. Enraged by the insult, the bulky man swung a clumsy punch at Jin-woo's head. To Jin-woo, the attack seemed to move in slow motion. A loud crack echoed through the hall as Jin-woo effortlessly parried the blow. The sudden commotion drew murmurs from nearby students, who wondered if a fight had broken out. The bulky man recoiled in pain, clutching his hand, while Jin-woo was surprisingly impressed by the sturdiness of the guy's chin. Wondering if he'd encountered a rare, muscle healer, Jin-woo briefly worried that he might have hit the boy too hard. Just then, the orange-haired man stepped in, correctly assuming Jin-woo was there for him and suggesting they talk outside. Stepping away from the crowd, the orange-haired man quickly summarized Jin-woo's urgent need to form a party. He confirmed the proposed terms: he would help find members, the team would split Jin-woo's share of the dungeon loot, and Jin-woo would only claim the monster materials. Jin-woo explained that without help, Chloe would be the only one to join him, and recruiting would be far easier with a dragon-class student's endorsement. The orange-haired man acknowledged the Academy's 4-person rule for raids, remarking that Jin-woo could probably clear dozens of dungeons solo otherwise. Jin-woo quietly admitted that in his current state, he couldn't even clear one dungeon by himself. His friend laughed, finding the statement unbelievable after Jin-woo had taken down a mermaid alone, and chided him for being insufferably humble. A moment of silence stretched between them as Jin-woo's words hung in the air. The orange-haired man changed the subject, noting that Jin-woo seemed to have fully recovered, which Jin-woo confirmed with a grateful nod. After a moment of thought, the orange-haired man finally made his decision. He agreed to the offer, admitting he had no reason to refuse and that teaming up with Jin-woo again promised to be an interesting experience. Jin-woo gave a simple, grateful thanks in return. When asked about the target, the orange-haired man suggested the C-tier Buffalo Dungeon in Chorwon. He nodded to himself, agreeing that the Buffalo Dungeon was a classic and solid choice for their purpose. Counting on his fingers, he tallied the 3 of them, himself, Chloe, and Jin-woo, and asked what type of member they needed for the 4th slot. Jin-woo's only request was that it not be Rachel or Leon, to which his friend laughed, saying they were unavailable anyway. He explained that Rachel had been obsessively training since Jin-woo was hospitalized, while Leon was preoccupied with a high-level raid. A sigh of relief escaped Jin-woo, as the orange-haired man began to ponder who they could recruit. Just as Jin-woo had an idea, his friend also thought of someone, though he mentioned she was probably asleep. Jin-woo was perplexed why someone would be asleep in the middle of the day, but the orange-haired man simply said she had her quirks. On their way to recruit the new member, the orange-haired man suggested they stop by a shop first to buy something. They arrived at what looked more like a private residence than a shop, but pushed the door open to find it was indeed open for business. Stepping inside, Jin-woo was struck by the authentic Japanese atmosphere, a place he'd only seen in pictures despite his culinary background. He reflected that this was likely the closest he would ever get to visiting Japan for the market research he'd always dreamed of. Jin-woo quietly took in the sights and sounds of the serene, traditional-style building. He then spotted a figure sleeping soundly on a bench, and the orange-haired man prepared to wake her. The orange-haired man called out to the sleeping girl, while Jin-woo watched with curiosity. Despite his repeated attempts, the girl remained fast asleep, prompting Jin-woo to step in with his own idea. The orange-haired man leaned close and whispered that he had brought her something, which caused her to stir instantly. A blue-haired girl shot upright, eyes wide as she eagerly asked where the treat was, leaving Jin-woo momentarily stunned. The orange-haired man quickly pointed, declaring that Jin-woo was the one holding it. Jin Woo looked down at the bag in his hand with a start, just beginning to process the situation. In a blur of motion, the blue-haired girl lunged forward and snatched the bag right out of his grasp. The girl's expression was one of fierce determination, leaving Jin Woo in a state of utter shock from the sudden ambush. A loud crash punctuated the chaotic scene as the girl landed with her prize. Now sitting peacefully, the blue-haired girl blissfully nommed on her snack, repeating over and over how good it was. As she continued to eat, Jin Woo could only stare, completely baffled by the whirlwind of events that had just unfolded. Attempting to regain control of the situation, Jin Woo called out to the still-eating girl to get her attention. The blue-haired girl paused mid-chew and looked up at him with a single, hopeful question, "You got any more jelly bars?" In a brief flash of memory, the sharp slice of a chef's knife cut through the air. One of the chefs suddenly jolted, shouting that he had finally gotten it. The memory focused on a man with intense eyes, who first thought, then yelled aloud, "I got it." A brilliant light emanated from a phone screen, heralding a rare character pull in the gacha game, Blessing of Miracle M. The man recalled how his life, both in-game and reality, had been surrounded by nothing but other men. He laughed from the solitude of a bathroom stall, realizing his financial investment had finally paid off because, at last, she was here. His heart hammered against his ribs as he gazed upon the very reason he'd swiped his credit card, the character Abel von Nibel. The name, Nibel, lingered on the screen, holding his complete attention. A voice from the present suddenly cut through his reminiscence, calling out, "Hey, you." Back in reality, the blue-haired girl, Ryojo Saki, stared at him, repeating her question about whether he had any more jelly bars. A nearby chef, seemingly recognizing the famous last name, stuttered it out in disbelief. The question sent Geomma back into his memories of the game, which followed the story of a protagonist named Leon. He remembered how, among the many heroines, the developers had clearly chosen Abel von Nibelung as the one true main character. Even though other heroines like the ever-enthusiastic Rachel had their own charms, the spotlight always found its way back to Abel. Abel herself would appear, sweetly apologizing for making everyone wait. The entire game's narrative was meticulously crafted around Abel and Leon overcoming hardships together and inevitably falling in love. Geomma recalled how even he had been so drawn in by Abel's allure that he desperately spent a fortune just to have her on his team. As a direct consequence of Abel's prominence, every other character in the game gradually faded into the background. Among these forgotten heroines, one in particular became irrelevant faster than any other, despite being Geomma's first 5-star pull. That character was the daughter of the broken bow, Ryojo Saki, who was now standing before him asking for yet more jelly bars. Geomma finally understood the orange-haired man's confidence. This must be why Weapon was so sure about recruiting her. Having used her in the game, Geomma knew firsthand that Saki was one of the strongest ranged characters and, despite appearances, quite intelligent. Crucially, her minor role in the game's original plot meant that adding her to the party now was unlikely to cause any major story deviations. Geomma tried to reassure himself that recruiting her would be fine, though a nagging doubt lingered in his mind. Saki then directly addressed the orange-haired man, asking why he, Weapon, was there. Weapon simply gestured towards Geomma and told him to talk, snatching the snack from Saki's hand. Saki turned to Weapon, asking him if he knew someone named Geomma. Geomma confirmed his presence while Saki began a confusing story about this Geomma character seeking her out earlier that day, prompting Weapon to push for more details. She continued, saying she saw a punk giving him trouble, but Geomma impatiently cut her off, at which point she bluntly announced they were forming a party for the Buffalo Dungeon. Geomma was baffled by her terrible explanation, thinking to himself that Weapon's blunt, simple name was fitting. Saki finally got to the point, explaining that Geomma was letting them have all the rewards except for the valuable buffalo horns. She then began to walk slowly and deliberately toward Geomma. She concluded her roundabout story with a simple, confident, "Yeah." Her eyes seemed to glow with an unnerving light as she fixed her gaze on him. A bead of sweat trickled down Geomma's temple as he met her intense, unpredictable stare. Saki acknowledged that the dungeon rewards were good for their grades, but then bluntly stated that he struck her as a slacker. Geomma thought to himself how ironic that was, coming from the girl he had just found sleeping in the middle of the day. Patting his shoulder, Saki declared that she wasn't interested in teaming up with anyone who wouldn't put in the effort. Weapon jumped in to defend Geomma's strength, referencing a past duel, but Saki casually dismissed it, assuming his opponent was just weak and leaving Weapon struggling for words. Geomma's expression soured with clear annoyance at the ridiculous turn of events. The argument devolved into chaos as Weapon begged to be heard, Geomma sarcastically questioned his role, and Saki insulted Weapon's own love for snacks. The argument escalated into a shouting match about jelly bars, leaving Saki to wonder what on earth they were doing. Geomma decided that despite her skills, he wasn't going to grovel and beg her to join their party, not with that attitude. Turning to Weapon, Geomma declared they were leaving, confident they would find someone better and more cooperative. As he walked away, Saki called out, taunting that the dungeon must not be that important to him after all. A tense silence filled the space as Geomma came to an abrupt halt. With a sudden clack and a sharp shing, Geomma made a move that visibly startled Saki. Something small and sharp swished through the air at incredible speed. The object struck a nearby wooden post with a heavy thwack. Geomma coolly extended his hand towards Saki, revealing his throwing motion. For a moment, everything was silent and still. Another projectile whizzed through the air. It embedded itself into the post right next to the first one with a matching thwack. Geomma calmly turned to Saki and asked if she wanted to see more. A shocked Saki quickly stuttered, "No," letting out a small hiccup of fear. Sometime later, the door to the club room creaked open. Saki poked her head in and offered a meek, "Hi." A short red-haired girl and a woman with glasses greeted her, surprised that she had arrived so early. Saki's eyes widened in surprise as she saw Geomma was already there. She let out a nervous laugh and gave a small, hesitant wave in his direction. Geomma returned her greeting, thinking to himself that his little demonstration with the sashimi knives had clearly made an impact. Weapon arrived, impressed that all the preparations were complete, but Saki nonchalantly stated that getting the permits was no big deal. The newly formed party was gathered in a modern meeting room, ready to plan their raid. Weapon cleared his throat, calling the meeting to order. He began the briefing by explaining the dungeon's namesake. The Buffalo Dungeon was, as one might expect, home to C-rank demonic monsters known as Buffalo. While Weapon explained that their charging attacks made melee combat tricky, the red-haired girl admired his simple drawing, which Geomma silently questioned. He continued, noting that the creatures were, however, completely defenseless against ranged attacks. Flipping his notepad, Weapon's tone turned serious as he revealed there was one thing they absolutely had to avoid. He pointed to a drawing of a large stone gate, stressing that it must remain shut at all costs. The red-haired girl immediately asked what would happen if the gate were to open. Weapon admitted that while rumors called it a seal, no one knew for sure what lay behind it. Saki chimed in, reminding everyone that the Academy's single most important rule for the raid was to not open the gate, seeing no reason to defy a direct order. Geomma agreed with a grave tone, stating that the gate had to stay shut, no matter what. Later, Geomma, Weapon, and the red-haired girl walked together down the Academy hallway. Geomma's intense stare was fixed on the path ahead as he was lost in his own thoughts. Weapon suddenly paused, asking Geomma if his earlier insistence meant he actually knew what was behind the gate. Geomma verbally denied it while internally confirming a hidden boss was inside, quickly covering by saying they just shouldn't risk it. The red-haired woman sighed in relief, believing he was just being overly cautious. Geomma knew the gate was system-locked for now, making the dungeon a safe and highly profitable venture. He was pulled from his thoughts when he noticed Saki staring at him while eating, who then asked him, "What?" After Geomma's confused reaction, Saki justified her constant snacking by claiming one needs a lot of sugar to use their brain as much as she did. A sense of foreboding washed over Geomma. He knew her talking had just drawn unwanted attention. His eyes narrowed as he focused on the figures in the distance. The red-haired girl beside him let out a low, almost animalistic growl. Geomma could feel it, the distinct, buzzing sensation of being watched. The red-haired girl nervously asked what was wrong as Geomma whipped his head around, his mind already calculating. He decided he would simply wait, confident that his observers would eventually show themselves. The hum of an engine filled the air as a bus traveled through the remote region of Chorwan in Gangwon province. Peering out the window, Geomma quietly acknowledged their arrival at their destination. He grimly recalled swearing he would never set foot in this place again after his military service, never imagining he'd return under these circumstances. The bus skidded to a halt at a security checkpoint. When the driver inquired about their purpose for visiting, Geomma simply stated they were from Awakens Academy. A gate rattled open after a brief, tense silence. Geomma deduced the tight security meant civilians were completely barred from the area, likely due to the surrounding dungeons. He couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that the Elder Council was still watching his every move. Weapon broke the silence, offering Geomma a boiled egg and commenting on the old Korean travel tradition, which Geomma politely refused. Sensing his tension, Weapon urged Geomma to loosen up, reminding him that it was only a C-tier dungeon. Weapon then turned, offering the same snack to Saki. The blue-haired girl, fast asleep in her seat, mumbled a refusal. With the check complete, the bus rumbled forward once more. Chloe leaned in and asked Geomma if he planned on impressing them again, to which he gave a flat no. The blue-haired girl's eyes widened in surprise at his blunt rejection. She was momentarily taken aback by his uncharacteristically curt demeanor. Geomma let out a weary sigh, burdened by the elder's scrutiny. He found Chloe's intense stare to be an unwelcome addition. A soft tap signaled that their journey had finally come to an end. Chloe excitedly jumped to her feet, exclaiming how wonderful the weather was at their destination. Geomma reflected on how this land, once an ancient home to monsters, had been reduced to nothing more than a profitable dungeon for easy rewards. The blue-haired girl asked Weapon what was in his large case, her curiosity piquing Chloe's interest as well. A metallic rattle echoed from within the case as Weapon prepared to reveal its contents. With a dramatic flourish, he threw the case wide open. Geomma sarcastically asked if he intended to open a knife shop, but Weapon simply replied that it was better to be safe than sorry. Calling him a geezer for his over-preparedness, Geomma nonetheless conceded that Weapon must have a good reason for the arsenal. Chloe announced she would take the lead as the vanguard, and Geomma thanked her for it. The party began their determined march into the dungeon's territory. They soon arrived at a massive industrial door flanked by two imposing guards. The guards' attention immediately fixed on the approaching students. A silent moment of evaluation passed as the guards assessed the young adventurers. The older guard confirmed their identity as Awakens Academy students and instructed them to sign the logbook. The names were recorded one by one: Chloe Auditore, Speed Weapon, Ryojo Geomma Kang, and Saki. Geomma felt the guard's unwavering gaze on him as he finished writing his name. The blue-haired girl impatiently called out to Geomma, telling him to hurry up so they could finally go in. As the heavy door rumbled open, she instinctively recoiled from the foul stench that poured out from the darkness. Chloe warned the others to watch their step as even the hardened guards visibly flinched at the sight before them. A heavy thump echoed as the door sealed shut, and Geomma quietly prayed that nothing unexpected would happen. Their footsteps echoed through the vast, dark cavern as they ventured deeper inside. Geomma privately scoffed at the group's leisurely pace, wondering if he was in a real dungeon or on a sightseeing tour for nobles. A member of the party paused to pull a piece of equipment from their bag. The blue-haired girl was already panting from exhaustion despite the short distance they had traveled. Geomma drily observed that he could see she was tired. Hoping to regain some energy, she then asked if anyone had brought something sweet to eat. Geomma reassured the group that the enemies ahead posed no threat as long as they executed their plan. Chloe called out a roll call to herself and the blonde archer, Saki, promising to provide them both with powerful buffs. Saki immediately drew her bow, shouting, "Gotcha," as she locked onto a distant target. Geomma recognized her weapon as the S-tier armament Vermilion Bow and knew the dungeon would be a walk in the park. As Saki noted the stiffness in her draw, Geomma began to silently question if he could truly rely on her. She suddenly lowered her bow, asking everyone to hold on for a moment. After quickly popping a snack into her mouth, Saki giggled that she was now ready, which only served to amplify Geomma's doubts. The distinct sound of approaching hoofbeats filled the cavern, and Geomma yelled for everyone to get ready. The rhythmic clopping on the stone floor grew steadily louder. Saki's first arrow flew from her bow with a faint, whistling sound. The stampede of monsters continued its relentless charge towards the party. A brief moment of anticipation hung in the air just before impact. Saki's bowstring twanged again and again as she unleashed a volley of arrows. The first arrow struck a charging bull monster, which let out a pained bellow. Another beast crashed violently to the floor, its dying cry echoing through the cave. As more monsters pressed the attack, Chloe clicked her tongue in frustration. Declaring she would slow them down, Chloe fearlessly leaped into the heart of the horde. Weapon urgently shouted for Chloe to stick to their original plan. An arrow flew with deadly precision, aimed perfectly between a monster's eyes. The projectile whizzed through the air on its unerring path. Chloe found herself surrounded, with two demonic creatures looming over her as she prepared to fight. A sudden, massive blast of magical energy erupted across the battlefield. The blue-haired woman gave a sheepish grin, admitting she had accidentally blown them all up in one go. While she happily munched on a snack, Geomma internally groaned, realizing she had also vaporized the valuable monster horns they needed. Still, he had to admit that her overwhelming power was impressive, a true testament to the strength of a skilled ranged fighter. The blue-haired woman mourned her lost upgrade materials while Chloe checked in with Geomma, who suggested they keep moving forward. A small creature, knocked aside by the earlier blast, plopped onto the stone floor. The blue-haired woman's eyes suddenly widened as she noticed the lone survivor. She realized it was the one that had tripped earlier, and as Geomma's head snapped around, he saw it charging toward their most vulnerable member. The blue-haired woman watched in confusion, unsure of what was happening. The other blue-haired girl froze in terror as the monster lunged directly at her. Her mind went blank, unable to process the imminent danger. In a flash, her terrified gaze met the determined eyes of Geomma, who now stood between her and the beast. The cold steel of his sword gleamed menacingly in the cavern's dim light. Geomma's profile was a mask of cold, focused resolve. The blue-haired girl could only stare, stunned into silence by her sudden rescue. With a sickening thud, the monster's body collapsed onto the ground. Geomma turned back to the girl he had just saved and calmly asked if she was okay. A small, startled hiccup was the only response the shocked blue-haired girl could manage. A deep, guttural rumbling began to resonate from deeper within the dungeon. The distinct, heavy sound of a lock or mechanism clicking into place echoed through the chamber. Far away, a man in a cap spoke into a communicator, confirming his mission status with a simple, "Yes, ma'am." On the cold stone floor of the dungeon, Geomma stood victoriously atop the metallic carcass of a defeated robot. He revealed that the monster's buffalo horn, a valuable C-rank upgrade material, was the very reason he had come to this dungeon. As Geomma planned to take as many horns as he could carry, the blue-haired woman called out to him. She thanked him for his help earlier, stretching out her arm to offer him a small token of her gratitude. Geomma simply nodded his head in silent acceptance of her gift. A deep, ominous rumble echoed through the chamber, causing the woman with the purple aura to sigh in weary annoyance. Geomma urgently called out to Chloe, who gasped in surprise at his sudden address. He whispered to her about the staff they saw before entering, and she quickly confirmed she understood his plan. Watching their hushed exchange, the orange-haired boy cheekily asked if the two of them were dating. The word dating struck Chloe like a physical blow, leaving her flustered as she repeated the idea of being with Geomma. Geomma shot back that it was narrow-minded to assume every relationship between a man and a woman was romantic. The blue-haired girl admitted she had made the assumption simply because she always saw the two of them together. Geomma could only stare back, exasperated by the conversation. Changing the subject, Chloe asked if it was normal to find so few monsters in the dungeon. A hush fell over the group as they all considered her question. The orange-haired boy agreed it was strange even for a popular dungeon, and turned to ask Saki for her thoughts. Saki replied that she had been thinking about it too, and wondered if the buffalo they fought earlier seemed off to anyone else. The orange-haired boy, confused, asked her to explain what she meant. The blue-haired woman chimed in, noting that the monsters looked like they were running away from something, which was unusual for their species. The orange-haired man agreed, adding that buffalo were typically so docile they were even used for plowing fields in the local Chorwan area. Geomma was internally baffled, wondering what was wrong with the locals for using monsters as farm animals. Despite the oddities, he voiced that it was probably nothing important, reassuring them with the fact they still had good reception. Shifting gears again, Geomma casually asked the blue-haired woman and the orange-haired man how they met. The blue-haired woman proudly announced she was the top scorer on the written exam, while the man she called Weapon came in second, much to his vocal annoyance. She then added that she had also placed third in the class placement exam. Impressed, Geomma commented on Weapon's academic skill, who then clarified that his connection to Rachel was because she was a distant relative. The mention of family ties made Geomma realize this was why he didn't recognize Weapon, despite his connections to key characters. Weapon began to explain that his family was a branch of Rachel's, the Spear Saints, but trailed off. In a memory, a silver-haired young man decided it wasn't the time or place for such a conversation. His red-haired friend clapped him on the shoulder, telling him not to be so sour and to remember him when he became famous. The silver-haired man dismissed the idea, stating that it would never happen. His friend insisted, suggesting he might even become one of the 7 stars, a thought Saki enthusiastically echoed about Geomma in the present. As the group walked forward, Saki's cheerful words suddenly hung in the air. The other blue-haired girl froze in her tracks, causing both Saki and Chloe to look back in confusion. With a quiet, trembling voice, she began to speak. She confessed that she hated the 7 stars. Chloe watched her walk away, wondering what her problem was. Geomma urged the team to keep moving so they could quickly clear the dungeon by defeating the required 20 buffalo. He prompted a distracted Chloe to get going, who quickly agreed. A strange, misty energy seemed to drift through the passageway. Elsewhere, the man in the baseball cap confirmed to his female superior over a communicator that everything had been arranged as she instructed. The woman stated that by now, the party should have encountered the buffalo driven into a frenzy by the magic stone he had planted. She expressed her low expectations but inquired about the other task she had assigned him. The man hesitantly confirmed he had followed her orders, but believed the berserk buffalo alone would have been more than enough. His superior sharply cut him off, telling him to tone down his confidence. The man thought to himself that he had also forced open the dungeon's gate, leaving no possible chance for his target's survival. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, however, as he recalled a feeling that his target had seen right through him. Determined to leave nothing to chance, he decided he had to confirm their deaths with his own eyes. Back in the dungeon, mist swirled ominously at the entrance to a dark, rocky tunnel. Chloe's voice cut through the silence as she called out Geomma's name. She reported sensing monsters approaching from behind, and Geomma calmly asked for a number. Focusing on her blessing, Chloe began to concentrate on the presences she felt. Her eyes widened in shock as she announced there were about 50 of them. The blue-haired woman let out a cry of disbelief, asking what was wrong. The entire group turned as a deep rumbling shook the very ground beneath their feet. The blue-haired woman shouted in alarm, demanding to know the source of the deafening sound. In the distance behind them, a massive cloud of dust and debris erupted from the tunnel. The blue-haired woman screamed in terror at the sheer number of creatures, while Chloe questioned if they were even buffalo. A thunderous moo echoed through the cavern, confirming their worst fears. The rumbling intensified as the horde drew closer. The man with orange hair cried out in disbelief that the supposedly docile creatures were stampeding, while Geomma remained silent. As the stampede of buffalo charged towards them, Geomma's mind drifted to a memory of his sashimi knife. He recalled an old lesson that every knife has its own distinct purpose. In the past, an older man explained that one wouldn't use a chicken knife to butcher a cow, just as a sashimi knife is meant for fish. A younger Geomma cheekily questioned this logic, asking about sashimi steak, which was essentially using a sashimi knife on a cow. The memory blurred into a vision of a blade swinging down as someone cried out in apology. The younger Geomma looked on, his expression unreadable. The older man stared back, equally perplexed by the boy's question. Finally, the old man conceded that the boy was not wrong about that. Snapping back to the present, Geomma let out a soft chuckle, realizing he was indeed about to butcher some cows with a sashimi knife. With perfect composure, he ordered Chloe to draw the horde's attention by weaving from side to disrupt their formation. Chloe simply replied with a determined yes. Geomma then turned to Weapon, asking if he knew what he needed to do. Weapon gave a confident grin, declaring that he did. Saki, watching Geomma, wondered aloud how he could be so calm in the face of 50 buffalo. Geomma instructed her to handle any monsters that got too close to the group, and she quickly agreed. As Saki marveled at his composure, Weapon cryptically told her not to be too surprised. A quiet moment of anticipation hung in the air before the clash. Geomma knew using a sashimi knife against buffalo was absurd, but he had come prepared for any eventuality. He resolved to cut down every single buffalo before him as he activated the blessing of the blade god. A monstrous buffalo bellowed as it charged forward, leading the stampede. The sharp glint of a blade whistled through the air. In a disorienting flash to another location, a demonic creature was sent flying through the air away from a cliff's edge. A woman with blue hair and horns looked on, startled, as a green-haired man stood partially in frame. Her wide, luminous blue eyes reflected a deep and profound shock. A heavy thud echoed from a distant cliffside. The woman with blue hair stared in utter disbelief, unable to process what she had just witnessed. The entire event had unfolded in a flash. To her, it felt like it was all over in just a fleeting moment. Back in the dungeon, Geomma's blessing of the cat activated with a swift zoom. A final buffalo let out a desperate cry. The name of his skill was revealed, Schrodinger's cat. A blade whistled through the air. The sounds of steel meeting flesh and bone filled the cavern. Geomma moved faster than the eye could see. He leaped through the air, targeting another one of the giant monsters. His blade sliced cleanly through thick hide. He cut and slashed again and again, his movements brutally efficient. His weapon then met a hard surface with a ting before a powerful blast erupted. The dismembered corpse of a buffalo clattered to the ground. The blue-haired girl in Geomma's party could only stare, stunned into silence. A low rumble shook the ground as the last of the herd fell. Another heavy body slammed into the cavern floor. The rumbling finally began to subside. Gripping her weapon tightly, the blue-haired girl cried out that there were simply too many of them. Amidst the intense light and rubble, a lone figure prepared for a final strike. It was Geomma, his expression locked in grim determination. The blue-haired girl muttered in disbelief, certain that he was kidding her. The last buffalo fell with a sickening splat. For the blue-haired woman, a sense of grim finality settled over the battlefield. Geomma's jaw worked as he quickly refueled. He crammed food into his mouth, declaring that this should be enough. He knew that with the duration of his blessing of painlessness extended to 40 seconds, taking down 50 buffalo wasn't a problem. Chloe rushed over, praising Geomma for being as incredible as always, while he quietly acknowledged the help of his party. Geomma returned the praise, telling Chloe that it would have been much harder without her, causing her to giggle with thanks. Geomma's thoughts drifted elsewhere as Chloe excitedly began talking about getting beef ribs. The blue-haired girl's face was still a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Weapon let out a small chuckle, reminding her that he had told her not to be too surprised. She jolted and yelled back, asking how anyone could not be surprised by that, as Weapon admitted that Geomma's feat still blew his mind. Turning to Weapon, the blue-haired girl asked in a hushed tone just who Geomma really was. Weapon simply shrugged, saying he didn't know. He then offered a wild guess that Geomma was some kind of legendary champion, which only confused her more. Weapon then stepped forward and called out to Geomma. The blue-haired girl let out a long sigh, wondering what on earth he was talking about. The group began to move again, their footsteps echoing in the now quiet dungeon. Weapon admitted to Geomma that he felt a little bad for not helping more, since Geomma had done more than double the work needed. Weapon started to argue, mentioning how he'd helped during the midterms, but Geomma just brushed it off with a simple thanks. The blue-haired girl remarked they almost didn't make it out alive, which led to a strange debate about a movie and stampeding buffalo. Saki's voice cut through the chatter as she asked Geomma where in the world they were. Geomma agreed, questioning the strange pillars just before a loud bang made the blue-haired girl yelp in fright. To their astonishment, thick purple chains began rattling to life all around them. As the chains moved, Geomma's eyes widened when he saw a stone door materializing from the wall. The sight of the chains and the door made him realize with a shock exactly what this place was. Elsewhere, a man in a cap cautiously walked towards a series of dark bloodstains on the ground. He peered into the cave where the fight had happened, his expression twisting in surprise. He gulped, stammering in disbelief that they had actually killed all of the buffalo, and a sense of dread washed over him. His thoughts flashed back to his 2 billion won debt and the mysterious woman from Joaquin Academy who had offered him a way out. A white-haired woman had promised to take care of his entire debt if he would just do her a small favor. At the time, the man in the cap had been stunned, asking how she could possibly know about his situation. The woman, now appearing with pink hair, had then laid out the plan. He was to tame the buffalo and drive them mad with a magic stone. His final instruction was to set the berserk herd loose when a student named Geomma Kang entered the dungeon. She then ordered him to open the stone gate in the inner depths, prompting him to ask if she wanted the students sent to their deaths. The pink-haired woman feigned indifference, threatening to simply find someone else for the job. In a panic, the man in the cap had grabbed her arm to stop her from leaving. He desperately shouted that he would do it, burning a condescending remark that he was sharper than he looked. She promised to call him with more details before vanishing in a shower of light, leaving him to stutter his agreement. Her last words to him were a simple, "See you." At the time, all he could think about was his 2 billion won debt being cleared, and the chance to make one more big score. In the present, he cackled maniacally, certain that because he'd left the stone gate open, the students were already dead. Unaware of this, one of Geomma's adventurers wondered aloud if they had made a terrible mistake. Another party member finished the thought with dread, asking if they had just passed through the stone gate. Geomma's face was grim. He knew things had been going too smoothly and that they'd walked right into a trap. His worst fears were confirmed, as he knew this specific gate was only supposed to open with a rare mana stone, the fragments of which he now realized he'd seen earlier. His game knowledge told him the reward behind this gate was legendary, but he knew now was not the time for chasing rewards. A deep, menacing rumble echoed from the darkness ahead. Chloe pointed forward in absolute terror, her voice trembling as she asked Geomma just what in the hell that was. A deep, menacing rumble echoed from the darkness ahead. Two hulking figures slammed into view, their heavy footfalls shaking the cavern floor. They stood beside a third, even larger monster, its horns scraping the ceiling. The ground continued to tremble as the three minotaurs fixed their predatory gaze on the students. The largest beast, its hooves almost comically labeled left hoof and right hoof, stomped forward with a deafening boom. Chloe cried out in shock at the sight of more monsters, as Geomma grimly acknowledged their dire situation had just worsened. He knew that even if they destroyed the gate, the newly awakened monster made any chance of a clean escape impossible. Geomma's mind remained focused, realizing this was a far cry from the controlled chaos of the midterms. His game knowledge assured him he could defeat a Minotaurus, but his crucial 40-second blessing of painlessness had already expired. As Geomma calculated the path that would maximize their chances of survival, a startled gasp sounded from beside him. He reached out, his hand gripping the shoulder of the orange-haired student with firm resolve. Geomma urgently asked the student, whom he called Weapon, if he could cast a pain-reducing blessing and for how long it would last. The orange-haired student replied that 2 minutes was his absolute limit, which Geomma accepted, telling him to maintain it while he fought. Geomma warned that if the blessing were to fail for even a single second, the outcome would be catastrophic. With a determined nod, the orange-haired student promised he had Geomma's back. Geomma then commanded Saki and Chloe to handle the 2 smaller minotaurs, and they nodded in understanding. He gave them a strict warning not to engage the massive one, deeming it far too dangerous for them. Saki's eyes were wide, her expression a mixture of apprehension and unwavering resolve. Chloe steeled her nerves, suggesting to Saki that they fight just as they had practiced before. As the main beast let out a guttural roar, the orange-haired student activated the blessing of the Blade God. A brilliant blue aura crackled to life, enveloping Geomma in its shimmering energy. Geomma's heart pounded violently as the blessing took hold, dulling the excruciating pain racking his body. He clenched his trembling fist, a wave of relief washing over him as he realized he could finally move again. The green-haired party member watched in awe, thinking to himself that Weapon's blessing made the pain bearable. "I can do this," Geomma grunted, forcing his weary body to respond as he willed it to move. He charged forward, each heavy footstep thumping against the stone floor. The blessing of a god was now upon him, a final gambit in this desperate fight. The vast cavern was dimly lit by 2 large torches, their flames dancing atop ancient stone pillars. The Minotaurus swung its colossal weapon in a wide, sweeping arc. Geomma blocked the attack, but the sheer force of the impact made him cough up blood, proving the pain was far from gone. He dodged the next attack, a blur of motion against the stone. After parrying another blow, he dashed in, closing the distance to the beast. Leaping into the air, Geomma brought his own weapon down with tremendous force. His blade sliced deep into the monster's flesh, sending a spray of dark blood across the cavern floor. Landing lightly, he realized that without complete numbness, he could sense the flow of battle with a newfound clarity. As the ground rumbled, he felt a strange sense of focus settle over him. The young man evaded a lunging attack from one of the lesser minotaurs with practiced ease. Nearby, Chloe dashed in, swinging her weapon at the other smaller beast. The minotaur raised its axe, preparing to crush the red-haired girl with a single blow. Chloe expertly parried the heavy strike, the clang of metal on metal crashing through the chamber. Saki immediately followed up, her own attack leaving a shimmering trail of energy as it connected. The sounds of the furious battle echoed, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. The largest Minotaurus let out an enraged bellow, its attention solely on Geomma. Geomma crouched low, a small, defiant figure before the towering, shadowy form of the monster. Observing from a hidden vantage point, a blue-haired woman wondered in disbelief if Geomma was even human. The Minotaurus brought its enormous weapon crashing down towards him. But Geomma moved with perfect muscle control and posture, using the monster's own energy to unbalance it. The observing woman recognized the theory behind his movements, but knew that pulling it off required impossible skill. The beast roared in frustration, its attack having completely missed. She was mesmerized, noting how he remained unfazed with death breathing down his neck. It was like watching a legend. Annoyed, the blue-haired woman shoved aside a man who was blocking her view of the fight. The man yelped in surprise at her sudden, forceful touch. She realized his style was just like that of Siegfried, the Blade Emperor, and she recalled a rumor about the Emperor facing a special entrant. The memory was of a man with glowing eyes, his powerful aura radiating silently. A figure in white had stood before him, visibly startled by the overwhelming pressure. The very air in her memory had crackled with immense, untamed power. Back in the present, the monstrous figure once again confronted the lone student. Geomma sidestepped and delivered a vicious slash across the monster's leg. His face was a mask of grim determination, stained with blood and sweat. The creature's leg buckled, and it stumbled with a heavy thud. A fountain of blood erupted from the wound as the Minotaur howled in agony, its small adversary standing resolute. A strange, thrumming sound suddenly emanated from a man playing a flute somewhere in the chaos. As Chloe's blade struck true, another student with a ponytail flinched from the shockwave of the attack. The second Minotaur fell with a final, shuddering crash, allowing Chloe a moment to catch her breath. Panting, she admitted to herself that she still hadn't gotten the hang of fighting monsters. She mused that the more a monster resembled a human, the deadlier and more unsettling it tended to be. Her eyes snapped back to the main fight, a sense of doom creeping in as she saw the remaining beast staring down Geomma. The giant Minotaurus let out a low, threatening moo, its eyes fixed on its opponent. It snorted contemptuously, its massive hand tightening around the handle of its weapon. A strange, high-pitched ringing sound began to fill the air, emanating from the monster itself. Saki cried out in alarm, questioning how a demonic monster could possibly be casting magic. The beast's skin began to pop and crackle as a volatile, raw energy gathered around it. The distant blue-haired observer realized with shock that the monster was burning its own life force to manifest magic, an impossible feat. The energy exploded outwards in a massive blast, forcing the three students to brace for impact. The wild magic made it impossible for Geomma to get close, and yet, even in this desperate moment, his resolve didn't waver. The green-haired student screamed Geomma's name in a panic. He quickly followed it with a desperate shout, affirming his absolute trust in Geomma. A shadow of doom fell over Geomma as the Minotaurus raised its massive axe for a final, decisive blow. The resulting impact was brutal, sending Geomma's head snapping back as he coughed up a spray of blood. In a blinding whiz of energy, Geomma's own powerful attack clashed violently against the enraged beast's magical onslaught. An axe of immense size, filled with doom, loomed over the lone student. The brutal impact snapped Geomma's head back as he coughed up a spray of blood. A blinding whiz of energy filled the air. Geomma's face, streaked with blood, showed the strain, his eyes wide with pained determination. Their attacks met with a deafening clang. The demon let out an infuriated screech as the clash intensified. Geomma realized with a jolt that the magic was too dense, he couldn't cut through it. Yet, his resolve hardened as he thought of the friends he was protecting behind him. The demon cursed in frustration as it found itself being pushed back by Geomma's unexpected power. A sharp twang echoed as a new element joined the fray. The blue-haired woman, Saki, urgently screamed for someone to act now. The demon snarled, its power rumbling with unchecked rage. Geomma remained silent, focusing all his energy into the desperate struggle. A brilliant flash of light erupted from the point of impact. A clean slash finally tore through the chaotic magical energy. The cavern was momentarily bathed in a blinding crimson light. The sound of displaced air followed the impossibly fast movement. A sharp sing cut through the noise, signaling the attack had found its mark. The red-haired girl cried out, pointing towards a sudden, piercing blue light. A single, perfect line was drawn through the beast's monstrous form. The Minotaur let out one final, agonizing screech. As Geomma had willed it, the beast was cut down. The massive body of the Minotaur crashed to the ground, shaking the entire cave. Geomma wobbled on his feet, the immense exertion finally hitting him. He let out a ragged, exhausted huff. Bathed in a triumphant light, Geomma stood victorious, sword in hand. He had done it, leaving a stunned Saki completely speechless. A counter on an unseen display ticked upward to 9.3. The number continued to climb, settling at a remarkable 18.7. His strength finally giving out, Geomma collapsed to his knees with a heavy thud. The orange-haired man puffed out a breath, remarking that Geomma always manages to pull off the impossible. As a blue glow from Geomma lit the cave, an orange-haired woman sighed, wondering how someone her age could already manifest aura. Elsewhere, a blue-haired girl cheerfully asked a red-haired boy what was on his mind. She told the confused boy that she finally understood his earlier words about watching a legend unfold. She added that she now also understood why he followed Geomma around everywhere. The red-haired boy defensively denied it, but she brushed him off to ask if it was true Geomma couldn't be promoted this year. Shocked by her question, the boy asked if the battle's shockwave had rattled her brain. She mused for a moment before asking if the reverse was possible, to which he admitted there was no rule against it. With newfound resolve, the blue-haired girl decided she, too, wanted to be near Geomma Kang. Geomma reflected that recovery would take time, but he took pride in fighting without the blessing of painlessness. Suddenly, Chloe cried out his name and tackled him in a desperate hug. She tearfully asked if he was okay, causing Geomma to grunt that her hug was, in fact, hurting him more. Chloe immediately apologized, while Geomma silently wished for the pain to just end. In that moment, a sudden flash of insight made his eyes snap open in shock. A system notification appeared in his mind, congratulating him on obtaining a new blessing. He realized this spirit tier blessing was one of the rarest in the world, originally meant for the story's protagonist, Leon. It was the blessing of transference, a crucial ability for wielding the dangerous bombong that allowed him to move blessings with physical contact. Despite the pain, Geomma decided to look on the bright side of this new development. A creaking sound drew his attention to the cave entrance, where Chloe stood waiting. Geomma called out, asking if she remembered the favor he had asked of her. Chloe confirmed that she did, her voice ringing with certainty. A man in a cap turned around, startled by the sudden commotion. Chloe, now clad in her assassin gear, stared down her target with wide, intense eyes. A sudden crash shattered the quiet of the dungeon's aftermath. Geomma cried out as the pain from his injuries flared up again. A blond man held someone down, ordering them to stay put while a girl in a suit screamed in terror. Geomma explained to the others that this was all part of the favor he'd asked Chloe to handle earlier. The captured man in the cap cursed at the students, demanding to know what he had done to deserve this. Geomma coldly retorted that they were all about to find out. An unseen student expressed their shock, questioning if this one man was behind the stampede and the open gate. Saki noted it had seemed suspicious how he appeared right on cue in a dungeon with no surveillance. When a red-haired man wondered about the motive, Saki replied that they would be getting it out of him now. A different blue-haired girl stepped forward, coolly stating that a nobody like him couldn't have acted alone. She then demanded to know who had given him his orders. The man in the cap stammered, sweating under the intense pressure of their interrogation. Seeing his hesitation, the girl suggested it was time they fixed his uncooperative mood. The bloody Geomma stepped forward, his voice a low threat as he urged the man to start talking. A glint of cold menace flashed in the darkness, promising a painful alternative. Terrified, the man confessed that a female instructor from Joaquin Academy had offered to pay off his gambling debt. The orange-haired boy erupted in outrage, furious they were nearly killed over something as pathetic as a gambling debt. The blue-haired girl cut off the man's excuses and demanded a clear description of the instructor. The captive stammered that she was a tall woman with violet hair and eyes. Saki immediately identified her as their class's assistant instructor, a fact Geomma confirmed, remembering her striking eyes. The realization led Saki to connect the woman to the midterm incident, piquing the orange-haired boy's curiosity. Geomma explained that they had encountered a mermaid demonkin during that exam. The orange-haired boy then let it slip that Geomma had single-handedly defeated that mermaid, leaving Saki stunned. With a sharp click, Geomma declared that they now had everything they needed from their captive. He held up a smartphone, its screen showing that the entire confession had been recorded. Saki and the orange-haired boy both let out sounds of impressed dread at Geomma's foresight. A sudden slice was followed by a choked cry of pain. Geomma noted how conveniently the sealed dungeon had just opened, making it the perfect place for someone to disappear. Turning to Chloe, Geomma told her that as the assassin, he trusted her judgment on what to do next. The sharp ring of a blade being unsheathed split the air. The captive man began to panic, begging and disbelieving as he realized his time was up. A final, decisive slash cut through his pleas as judgment was delivered. Geomma's resolve hardened as he swore to cut down any elder, instructor, or enemy who dared to stand in his way. The screen detailed the Cow King's Horn, an A-tier monster material that guaranteed a successful weapon upgrade. The dark-haired student, Geomma, firmly requested the blacksmith to upgrade his weapon. A tense silence filled the workshop as the burly man stared at the rare material before him. The blacksmith was utterly astonished, realizing the Joaquin Academy student had somehow acquired a material from an A-tier monster. When asked if he obtained it alone, Geomma calmly stated that he had a team. He then placed his tattered blade on the counter, asking if the blacksmith could also repair the sword. The bearded man erupted in anger, shouting at Geomma for the terrible condition of his armament. Geomma's voice dropped to a low, threatening tone as he questioned what the blacksmith had just said. The man quickly changed his tune, laughing nervously and pretending to be worried about Geomma's well-being. Seeing that his point was made, Geomma declared the conversation over and turned to leave. As the fuming blacksmith stewed in his thoughts, Geomma threw a final threat over his shoulder about shortening something other than his sword. He suddenly froze, a thought striking him just before he exited the shop. Geomma generously told the blacksmith to sell any leftover material and treat himself. The door clicked shut, leaving the flustered blacksmith to let out a defeated sigh. Elsewhere, a phone began to buzz insistently. Geomma, feeling much better, winced as he realized he would need another blessing from his friend. He let out a long sigh while looking over his status window. His gaze remained fixed on the glowing screen, deep in thought. He noted that his synchronization value, currently at 12.7%, was the only stat that spiked whenever something significant happened to him. Geomma believed that clearing one more dungeon would be the final push needed to unlock its secrets. He observed that despite its continued growth, the debilitating side effects were not as severe as they had been initially. A few more white strands had appeared in his hair, making him jokingly worry about going bald once the transformation was complete. Aware of the enemies hunting him, he steeled his resolve, determined that his journey wouldn't end in a meaningless death. He contemplated how to use the blessing of transference, feeling a slight pang of guilt for Leon, but reasoned the noble would be fine with his own abundance of blessings. With a tired stretch, Geomma decided his first priority was to focus on a full recovery. He grimaced at the sickeningly sweet jelly bar, a dungeon-clearing gift, as he reflected on successfully leading his own party for the first time. While he was used to being a target, he found comfort in knowing he now had two reliable friends, Weapon and Chloe, though he suspected Chloe's feelings were more than friendly. Meanwhile, the boy in the suit, Leon, heard that a certain girl had been hospitalized from overexertion and made a mental note to visit her. The man with gray hair suddenly shouted for the students to return to their seats. As Leon grumbled about the old instructor's constant presence, his phone began to buzz. He glanced at his phone, puzzled by the incoming call. He wondered aloud if the unknown caller had simply dialed the wrong number. Despite his confusion, the phone continued to vibrate, demanding his attention. As he finally looked at the caller ID, his expression froze in utter shock. His eyes widened in sheer terror at the name displayed on the screen. The phone showed an incoming call from a contact marked with a simple, ominous rabbit icon. A wave of dread washed over him as the implications of the call sank in. And so, as one drama unfolded, another began in a classroom filled with the roar of excited students. The instructor announced that as of that day, Ryojo Saki had been officially reassigned to their class. He demanded silence, hoping to get the cheering students under control. With a final command to be at the training grounds in 30 minutes, the instructor dismissed the rowdy class. The students immediately began to murmur, with one pointing out that Saki herself had apparently requested the transfer. Saki was instantly swarmed by her new classmates, who peppered her with eager questions. Geomma, trying to remain unnoticed, silently pleaded for her not to come in his direction. The new transfer was Saki Ryuju, ranked 4th in the Miracle Generation and known as the embodiment of both intellect and strength. Her pedigree was even more intimidating. As the daughter of a 7 stars hero who was also Japan's prime minister, she was treated like a celebrity. In another part of the room, Jin-woo also prayed she wouldn't come his way, wanting nothing to do with that kind of attention. Saki gracefully stepped through the aisle, drawing the eyes of every student she passed. The boys couldn't help but comment on her beauty, admitting she was even prettier in person. She continued her path through the classroom, seemingly oblivious to the stir she was causing. One hopeful student practically leaped out of his seat, silently begging for her to choose the spot next to him. Jin-woo jabbed a fork towards a book, trying to get his friend's attention by threatening to take back his food. He called out Geomma's name, but the boy remained hidden behind his book, peeking over the top. Just then, the blue-haired woman, Saki, appeared and asked if she could sit there, proving to Geomma that bad feelings are never wrong. The scene shifted to a dungeon entrance cordoned off with investigation tape. A woman in striking red armor questioned a witness, asking if the missing man said anything before entering the dungeon. The man in the cap recalled that the staff member had seemed worried about the students, prompting a suit-wearing investigator to press for more details. Thinking back, the witness added that the man had seemed unusually tense before he went inside. The investigator in the suit concluded the interview, dismissing the man and thanking him for his cooperation. The witness let out a sigh of relief as he walked away from the grim scene. One investigator noted that dungeon deaths weren't rare, but his colleague pointed out the glaring anomaly. This time, there was no body. The suit-wearing investigator shivered, recalling how he couldn't believe his eyes when they first entered the dungeon. His face twisted with the memory of his initial, horrified disbelief. In a flashback, he and his partner stood at the mouth of a cavern, its interior grotesquely stained with blood. They had discovered a towering heap of buffalo carcasses, a massacre far beyond the capabilities of any student. The strangest part was that while the students had returned safely, the staff member who went in after them had vanished as if erased from existence. The bearded investigator theorized the body could be in the stone gate, but his partner deemed it unlikely since the gate had never been opened. They lamented that they couldn't question the students from the elite Noble Academy, just as the man with glasses rushed off to relieve himself. Left alone, the bearded investigator pondered the impossible case until a sharp thwack echoed behind him. He spun around in alarm just in time to see his partner collapse to the ground. A woman in high-heeled boots casually stepped over the fallen man, who was now enveloped in a sinister purple magic. The investigator realized with dawning horror that he was facing a demonkin. A woman with short white hair materialized in a flash of power, offering a disturbingly cheerful hello. The investigator's momentary relief that his attacker was human was instantly shattered. His eyes widened in absolute terror at the sight before him. With a deadly slash of her blade, the woman bid him a swift and final goodbye. She was no mere demonkin, but a human bound by a dark pact with demons. The silver-haired half-demon watched the second investigator's body thud to the ground, mockingly respecting his futile effort. The villain, now identified as such, coldly stated that he really should have just walked away when he had the chance. A satisfied chewing sound echoed in the quiet classroom. Nearby students whispered in surprise as the blue-haired girl heartily enjoyed her meal. The black-haired male student finally spoke, his words trailing off into an awkward silence. The blue-haired girl asked why he hadn't eaten the food she offered, bluntly calling his refusal rude. He explained that Chloe usually sat there, but the girl simply plopped into the seat, questioning if it really belonged to anyone. She argued that seats were first come, first served, and he could only manage a reluctant agreement as she took another bite. She happily exclaimed how good the food tasted, seemingly oblivious to his discomfort. The black-haired boy tried to speak again, but the girl cut him off to ask why he joined their class, just before another student announced an impending assembly. The classroom immediately filled with the buzz of activity as students rustled and swarmed towards the door. The blue-haired girl asked the boy if he was going to the morning's physical training, but he simply replied that he was going to meditate and wished her well. To his utter disbelief, she had already fallen fast asleep in her seat. She suddenly stirred, flipping her hair as she told him to call her Ryojo from now on, not Saki. The black-haired boy expressed his confusion, but Ryojo explained it was a custom for close friends, dismissing his point that Weapon also called her Saki. She declared she didn't care what others did and, with a final, good luck, wished him well on his training. She was instantly snoring again, leaving the black-haired boy to stare in bewilderment. Elsewhere, a yellow-haired girl grumbled about the noisy whispers filling the air. She gossiped with a friend, wondering what had gotten into the perpetually sleepy Saki to have her reassigned to the wolf class. In another part of the academy, the teal-haired woman took in this same piece of news with a quiet understanding. Her blonde companion, Rachel, immediately asked if she was upset. The teal-haired woman, Abel, feigned ignorance, reminding her that class transfers were only possible if there was an open slot. Rachel pointed out that wolf class happened to be one student short, questioning how Saki managed to snatch the spot so quickly while Abel silently fumed about the girl always sleeping at the archery range. Abel coolly deflected, asking what Saki's reassignment had to do with her being upset. Rachel then revealed the shocking truth. Weapon had told her that Saki cleared the Buffalo Dungeon with Geomma just last week. A flustered Abel found it unbelievable that Saki would just skip the line, prompting Rachel to loudly accuse her of calling dibs on Geomma first, much to Abel's crimson-faced denial. Rachel pressed her advantage, noting how Abel always got flustered at the mention of Geomma's name and directly asked if something was going on between them. Abel let out a long sigh, preparing to make her position perfectly clear. She insisted that she had only spoken to Geomma a few times and that there was absolutely nothing between them. Her mind flashed back to her own firm words, telling someone to stop making baseless assumptions. Her companion had simply replied that while there might be nothing between them now, that could always change in the future. A memory of a different man, her father, calling her name echoed in her thoughts. Back in the present, Rachel told Abel that while lying to others was one thing, lying to herself was not a good look. Rachel leaned in, urging her friend to really think about it as a rattle sounded nearby. The camera zoomed in on Abel's intense, conflicted yellow eye. In her memory, her grandfather announced that he would be working as a temporary instructor at the academy. A younger Abel had pleaded with him not to come to school, complaining that she already had enough eyes on her. Her grandfather had calmly informed her he would be teaching the first-year wolf class. Abel had been left utterly speechless by this shocking turn of events. The white-haired man reminded Abel that she herself had asked for his help with the midterm incident, leaving her unable to argue. He had then tried to reassure her, promising they wouldn't see each other much at the academy. Yet, Abel recalled the unmistakable, subtle excitement in her grandfather, a man known for his indifference, stirred by a certain boy. That boy was Geomma Kang, his presence looming large even in memory. Abel reflected on Geomma's talent, so unreal it bordered on the absurd, and his unique status as a special entrant. She remembered him as a scrawny kid, but now saw him as a striking young man with a calm, masculine presence. She mused that if he were arrogant about his silent struggle, she would at least have a reason to dislike him. Abel felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing she was jealous over her grandfather's approval of someone else. Her thoughts were shattered as Rachel suddenly loomed over her grinning face startling Abel from her reverie. Abel yelped and sprang back in surprise, causing Rachel to burst out laughing and ask what was wrong. A flustered Abel declared that she simply didn't have the time or luxury to harbor feelings for anyone. Rachel theatrically sighed in relief, though a sly look remained in her eyes. She cheerfully announced that meant she wouldn't have to compete with Abel for Geomma, admitting that while she could handle Saki, she knew she was no match for Abel. Abel fiddled nervously, caught off guard by the strange compliment. Rachel immediately pounced, giggling as she pointed out Abel was basically admitting it, causing Abel to blush and shout her name in protest. Meanwhile, in a lecture hall, a class on the foundations of blessing theory was underway. The green-haired professor explained that blessings were categorized by their bound entity, listing tiers from servant spirit up to heroic spirit. One student jokingly asked if his late grandfather appearing in his dreams would grant him an ancestral tier blessing. The professor chuckled, quipping that ancestors might offer a motivational breeze but certainly not a blessing, earning a laugh from the class. The professor glanced at the sleeping Ryojo but said nothing, prompting Geomma to wonder if even the faculty left her alone. As the lecture resumed, Geomma couldn't help but marvel at how soundly she slept through everything. He reflected that it had been 2 days since Ryojo joined the class, and her constant slumber had made it ridiculously impossible to ask her why she had transferred to his desk of all places. A dark thought crossed his mind as he felt a grim sense of relief that Chloe, the seat's usual occupant, was in the hospital. To be fair, he acknowledged Ryojo had smoothly handled the aftermath of the dungeon incident, far outclassing Weapon's own capabilities. The professor continued, assuming most students possessed servant tier blessings. He offered words of encouragement, saying that even a servant tier blessing could surpass a guardian tier in the right hands. The professor then mentioned the extreme rarity of elemental tier blessings, a fact Geomma felt wasn't very comforting. As if to prove his point, the professor casually mentioned acquiring one such rare blessing himself, before a student changed the subject to heroic tier blessings. The professor explained that heroic tier, often called the hero's blessing, was considered almost mythical. He elaborated that in all of recorded history since blessings emerged, only the founding hero, Valor Joaquin, had ever manifested one. As students murmured in awe, the professor added that one other person had in the modern era, just as Geomma's mind supplied the name, the blessing of miracle. The school bell chimed, and the professor dismissed the class, bringing the fascinating lecture to an abrupt end. As students began to leave, Geomma stood up and announced that he had a question. The green-haired professor turned back with a smile, graciously inviting Geomma to ask. Geomma looked the professor in the eye and asked if the old phrase, "May the blessing of God be with you," meant anything to him. A nearby blue-haired student with small horns glanced over, her curiosity piqued by the strange question. The professor admitted he didn't understand the question's purpose but noted there was a fundamental problem with the statement itself. He explained that gods no longer existed in their world, but he nevertheless praised Geomma's enthusiasm and offered an open invitation to his office for future questions. Geomma remained silent as his classmates whispered amongst themselves about the unusual exchange. A small, knowing smirk played on Geomma's lips. He turned to the still sleeping Ryojo and considered waking her, but quickly decided against it. With a quiet resignation, Geomma decided he might as well try to get some rest too. He slumped over his desk, the weight of the day pressing down on him. Suddenly, a fragment of a message materialized in his thoughts. His eyes flew open in shock. A clear, undeniable sentence echoed in his mind, "The GM wishes to speak with you." Geomma was left completely stunned, his heart pounding from the unexpected and mysterious mental summons. A clear sentence materialized in Geomma's mind, stating that the GM wished to speak with him. The sudden and mysterious summons left him utterly stunned. A prompt then appeared in his thoughts, asking if he would accept the request. Geomma remained silent, the weight of the impossible choice hanging in the void. The system registered that he had accepted the GM's conversation request. A new message appeared, informing him that the GM was accessing a redacted world line code. Geomma's mind reeled in confusion, unable to comprehend the term world line or anything else that was happening. Another sudden jolt of awareness struck him. The space around him began to rumble violently as the connection attempted to form. Just as quickly, the world fell silent again, a new message explaining that the target's rank was too high. A follow-up notification informed him that his own rank was far too low to proceed. The system stated he had not yet fulfilled the conditions of an unknown requirement. Despite the failures, a final prompt asked if he still wished to proceed. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the mental chaos, as the blue-haired woman chided him for sleeping in class. She then told him he should be thankful, declaring that she'd saved him from spending the whole night there. However, her teasing demeanor vanished the moment she got a clear look at his face. Geomma's head drooped forward, overcome with a strange and sudden exhaustion. The blue-haired woman gently asked if he was okay, while Geomma realized with embarrassment that he had been crying over a dream he couldn't even remember. Just then, the red-haired woman's voice announced that Geomma was finally awake. Geomma looked up, his expression still distant and troubled by the phantom encounter. The blue-haired woman began to recap their situation, reminding them that enemies within the academy were targeting Geomma. The orange-haired man impatiently cut her off, demanding she get to the point already. As the blue-haired woman complained her ears would bleed, Geomma internally sighed, realizing he'd made a mistake asking weapon to fill her in. The blue-haired girl shot back, mockingly asking if he thought his top score was permanent before playfully pretending her ears were bleeding. A quiet cough from the side interrupted their bickering. Geomma turned to Chloe, who explained she was mostly better but keeping her distance out of caution, a detail he now understood. He then turned to the blue-haired girl, whom he called Saki, admitting he'd gotten nowhere trying to figure things out on his own. The blue-haired girl simply responded with, Rio, prompting Geomma to reply with, Jo. She corrected him with a firm look, simply stating, Ryojo. Chloe coughed again, punctuating the slightly awkward moment. Geomma finally relented and said her full name, Ryojo, much to her clear satisfaction. The orange-haired boy then took charge, summarizing that the academy's elders were after Geomma and they had a composite sketch of a suspicious instructor. Chloe complimented the drawing and felt they'd find the woman quickly, but then added that it might not even matter. The blue-haired girl, Ryojo, explained that she had hacked the academy servers and found the instructor's file, but it was completely inaccessible. When the orange-haired boy expressed his amazement at her skills, Ryojo nonchalantly brushed it off as a common skill set. She elaborated that she had to attack the high-security system at dawn to succeed, which was the real reason for her sleep deprivation, not laziness as he had assumed. Geomma had a sudden realization, this was how she had managed to get his phone number. The orange-haired boy brought them back on track, pointing out they still had no concrete evidence to confront the Elder Council. He conceded that Geomma himself probably could, but everyone, including Geomma, agreed it would only make things worse. This led the orange-haired boy to his grand idea, they would make a club. Geomma could only stare back, completely baffled by the bizarre suggestion. Ryojo quickly jumped in to explain that clubs at Joaquin Academy were given special travel privileges and even funding. More importantly, she added, clubs were recognized as official academy affiliates, putting their members under the school's direct protection. Ryojo affirmed that with enemies on all sides, a club would act as a much-needed additional layer of security. The idea triggered a memory for Geomma of the club system from the game, Blessing of Miracle M, which was essentially a space to decorate with furniture. He recalled it was a classic gacha feature, designed to increase character affection levels and empty countless wallets, as a memory of Abel surfaced in his mind. Geomma found it deeply ironic that this housing system, a feature he'd ignored in the game, had now become a crucial tool for his survival in reality. Returning to the present, Geomma asked about the requirements, and Ryojo informed him they needed at least 5 members and a submitted proposal. He did the quick math, realizing that with the 4 of them, they were 1 member short. The orange-haired boy scoffed at the implication he might not join, stating he wouldn't have brought it up if he wasn't fully committed. Chloe enthusiastically declared she'd do anything for Geomma, while Ryojo reasoned that she owed him a debt and every group needed a smart person. Geomma was touched by their trust, a stark contrast to the transactional relationships he was used to in a world defined by hierarchy. After thanking them sincerely, the orange-haired boy suggested they decide on a name for their club. The red-haired girl's dark suggestion of killing all their enemies was met with an awkward and resounding silence. Ryojo's dismissive suggestion of the Leaf Village Patrol was immediately shot down by the orange-haired boy. A flurry of other rejected ideas like Fight Club and Oath of Assassins filled the air. Geomma finally spoke up, hesitantly suggesting they could be a travel club, focused on exploring the world while clearing dungeons. As soon as the words left his mouth, he began to worry that his idea sounded lame. To his immense relief, the rest of the group immediately and enthusiastically agreed to the name. The red-haired woman quickly moved them to the next step, finding a club advisor before their written exams next week. Ryojo sighed, pointing out that this was the biggest hurdle, as only professors or higher-ranked staff could serve as advisors. The red-haired woman suggested the friendly and popular professor of blessing studies. A nearby tall, green-haired man overheard and expressed his doubt, noting that Professor Damien was always far too busy. Ryojo grumbled about the restrictive system, noting that out of over 500 staff, only about 10 professors were available to first years. Exasperated, she turned to Geomma and asked if he had anyone in mind. Geomma looked up with a thoughtful expression, asking for confirmation that the advisor only needed to be a professor or above. The orange-haired boy confirmed it, while the red-haired girl added that there were barely any staff members ranked higher than professor. A small smirk played on Geomma's lips as he stood, replying that while they were rare, such people did exist. The rest of the group stared in stunned silence, their minds racing to guess who Geomma could possibly have in mind. A notice posted on the wall detailed the Academy's rule: club registration had to be done in person by the club president. Geomma stepped forward and calmly stated that he was, in fact, the club president. The blonde woman at the desk stared back in utter disbelief, questioning if it was truly him. She let out a dismissive scoff, and Geomma's internal monologue raged against the blatant discrimination based on his student status. His patience wearing thin, Geomma expressed his frustration and demanded she process his application since he had followed the correct procedure. He pointedly repeated her own earlier condescending phrase, "Look here," right back at her. The woman patronizingly reminded the special entrant that he needed an advisor, expressing her doubt that anyone would be willing to help him. She pressed further, cruelly asking if he genuinely believed any professor would sponsor a club founded by a special entrant. Turning her back on him, she told him to understand his place, causing Geomma to feel the last of his attachment to the academy fading as he considered more forceful options. He was reminded of his 20 years in the culinary world, which had taught him that silence was the best response, even if every fiber of his being wanted to prove her wrong more directly. Suddenly breaking the tension, Geomma answered a call with a polite "hello," catching the staffer off guard. As he calmly explained that he was at the school office for club registration, the blonde woman tried to interrupt his call. He confirmed with the caller that they could come right away, completely ignoring the woman's furious demands that he hang up the phone. Brushing off her sputtered protests about talking on the phone, Geomma coolly stated that his advisor was on their way and they should just follow procedure. The blonde woman exploded in anger, demanding to know who he thought he was, while her co-workers sighed in weary resignation. She began to boast about her connections, claiming she was the cousin of the academy director's close friend and could have a special entrant like him dealt with. Geomma's sharp laugh cut her off mid-threat, and she slammed her hand on the desk, enraged that he dared to laugh at her. A new voice suddenly cut through the air, telling the woman that she was being too loud. The blonde woman whirled around, shrieking in disbelief at the interruption. The black-haired man coolly observed that her true colors were finally showing, just as he had anticipated. An unseen force sent the blonde woman flying backward as the man watched on, his expression impassive. The other staff members, a brown-haired woman and a green-haired woman, could only stare in shocked silence. An unnerving quiet fell over the entire office. The sharp clack of heels approached the counter. The blonde woman, now picking herself up, recognized the newcomer. Geomma looked on as his club advisor made her entrance. The green-haired woman greeted Geomma warmly, saying she was happy to see him in person and would drop everything to come running for him. The blonde staffer's blood ran cold as she finally processed the name. she was talking to Geomma Kang, the top-scoring student of the year. The green-haired woman instructed Geomma to give her the documents and go prepare for his exam next week, which he gratefully did. The forms rattled as she took them from his hand. The documents were then unceremoniously dropped onto the counter in front of the terrified staffer. The blonde woman stammered, desperately trying to claim it was all a misunderstanding. The principal cut her off, stating she didn't need her blessing to know the woman had made discriminatory remarks about Geomma's social status. She finished her rebuke with a chilling question, wondering how the staffer had the guts to disrespect the very student she and Isekai'd had chosen as their successor. On the phone later, Geomma thanked the professor, who instructed him to come to her office after his classes. Geomma pushed open a heavy wooden door and announced his arrival. He stood silently for a moment, taking in the scene before him. A burly blacksmith, without turning around, confirmed Geomma was there for his armament and told him to wait. Geomma mused that the man actually looked like a proper blacksmith for once, though as a former player, his feelings about the man were deeply conflicted. He acknowledged that while he might hate the blacksmith more after recent events, the sweltering heat of the forge made him feel a little sorry for him. The man was Wayland the blacksmith, a core NPC from the game who handled all things equipment related, acting as both a resource sink and a target for player frustration. While light spenders barely interacted with him, Wales had developed a tradition of praying to Godland before upgrades, though most simply cursed him as Crapland. Geomma was lost in a memory of when the blacksmith turned his own Murasame into an E-tier item, before Wayland's voice snapped him out of it. Geomma jumped, startled by the blacksmith's question. He quickly covered, saying the blacksmith reminded him of a handsome fellow he knew. Wayland proudly presented the reforged weapon, boasting that it turned out amazing and even came with a special feature. The weapon was indeed the Murasame, but it was now reformed into a Sashimi version. Geomma let out an instinctive roar of Godland, shuffling back in shock at the bizarre transformation of his blade. A system notification then appeared, announcing his blessing of painlessness had met a new threshold, recalibrating its duration from 40 to a full 50 seconds. Geomma considered this a welcome upgrade. He'd been worried 40 seconds wouldn't be enough for the dungeons he had to clear soon. He realized this was a great development, as the blessing could still be used with the blessing of transference even after he upgraded his armament later. He reflected that the blessing of painlessness, once dismissed as useless, was surprisingly versatile for a servant tier ability. Remembering something Wayland, or Godland, had told him to check, Geomma pulled up his weapon's status. He stared in disbelief at the info panel. His reforged Murasame was now a D-rank Sashimi knife. For all the trouble he went through, Geomma felt the improvement was lackluster, having expected at least C-tier after using materials from the A-tier Cow King. Still, he found the 2-tier boost in durability promising, as it meant the blade wouldn't fall apart so easily when he channeled his aura into it. He then noticed a new feature prompting him to tap it, a sense of foreboding telling him this might be a bad idea. Tapping the button, a new system interface for the sword flashed into existence before him. A notification explained that the successful enhancement unlocked the ability to assign up to 3 special abilities, which required magic stones. Geomma stared at the 3 empty ability slots, his mind fixating on the word magic. As the full requirement, magic stones, registered, he could only curse the name of the game's infamous blacksmith, land. In another place, a tormented man furiously shattered a mirror, crying out in frustration. He stared at his own angry reflection through the broken glass, breathing heavily. The man slumped into a chair, sighing in deep despair. He quickly downed a drink, the gulping sounds echoing in the silent room. He slammed the empty glass down onto the table. Staring into the distance, the man wondered aloud what he must do to solve his predicament. His gaze landed on a portrait as he spoke the name of his father, Limon von Beimhark. The man in the portrait was revealed to be one of the 7 stars, known famously as the Feral Tiger. Limon recalled how his father, publicly hailed as a hero, lost his life 40 years ago during a campaign against a Legion commander. The moment his father passed, their family was besieged by vultures, forcing a young Limon to do anything he could to stay alive. He turned his own relatives' assassination plots against them, watching them tear each other apart until he was the last one standing to defend his family's legacy. By the age of 30, he had become an elder at Joaquin Academy, embracing his fate to uphold the absolute rule of the chosen. He believed a common enemy was necessary to lead the masses, and the demon race served that purpose perfectly, until an unexpected disruption appeared. That disruption came in the form of Leon van Reinhardt, the prophesied hero born with the power to slay the Demon King. Limon knew, however, that the disparity in power between humans and demons meant Leon's chances of success were nearly zero. He recalled the legend of valor Joaquin, who sealed the First Legion commander, knowing that such a heroic precedent must never be allowed to happen again. A memory surfaced of an offer to help him get rid of the hero candidate, coupled with a disdainful comment about an instructor's lack of respect for authority. The sinister smile of a woman with glowing purple eyes flashed through his mind. He remembered recoiling as a blinding red force exploded from another powerful figure. It was the moment he locked eyes with this villain, a half-human, half-demon who had made a pact with a Legion-level demon, that he realized who truly held the power. Limon grumbled that the so-called hero Leon was already a massive headache, and now the lowborn special entrant, Geomma, was making things even worse. As he sat stewing in his office, he spoke into a communication device, asking if the person on the other end was there. His demeanor instantly shifted to one of deference as he addressed the looming presence on the line, Elder Claudie von Beimhark. The purple-haired man gave a single, chilling order: assemble the undertakers. Meanwhile, at a photo shoot, a blonde girl excitedly told Lady Abel that she had dropped by to watch. A pen scratched rhythmically across a page in the quiet classroom. Geomma's thoughts were completely consumed by one thing: magic stones. He knew there was a world of difference between a normal armament and one enhanced by these stones, making his three-slotted weapon an unbelievable stroke of luck. While a girl slept beside him, Geomma recounted that the stones only dropped from A-tier boss monsters, which were basically Demonkin-level threats. He grimaced at the thought of facing Demonkin again, glancing at the sleeping girl and wondering if she had pulled another all-nighter. A full week had passed since he and his soon-to-be club members had cleared the Buffalo Dungeon. Geomma deduced that the key to the Cow King's Gate, a mana stone from the beast Gigant, meant the creature was already slain, leaving him to question why. He recalled how in the game, Gigant was a fearsome monster whose every footstep sent powerful tremors through the earth. In hindsight, however, Gigant was practically harmless compared to the true walking calamities that had been added in later updates. Geomma weighed the risks of hunting such beasts, thinking to himself that collecting magic stones was supposed to be the hero Leon's job. His thoughts were interrupted when the red-haired girl, Chloe, arrived and asked if she could sit next to him. Chloe then shot a sharp, silent glare toward the still sleeping girl occupying the other adjacent seat. She commented that Geomma looked better, then quickly stopped herself before gushing about how he stole the show with his glowing blue knife. As Geomma apologized, the memory of his awakened aura solidified his decision: the mana stones were definitely worth the risk. He reflected that his primary goal had never changed. Despite shelving his grander ideals, he still needed strength simply to survive. The world constantly blindsided him with variables that never existed in the game, twisting the canon storyline as if the universe itself was working against him. 1 month into his enrollment, Geomma was acutely aware that the Second Human Demon War was only 3 years away. To be ready for what was coming, he knew that becoming stronger and upgrading his armament was not just an option, but an absolute essential. His anxiety mounted, as he didn't know how the war would end, especially since the supposed protagonist, Leon, failed to inspire any confidence. It was pathetic that the so-called hero had been knocked out by a single basic attack from a demon kin, an event he recalled with disdain. Elsewhere, a club's bickering was cut short by a blue-haired woman who coolly announced she had arrived far ahead of them. She explained she was just checking on their club registration, and the acting president clarified they still needed one more member to be official. An orange-haired man then brought up the news about Leon, who had apparently been on a roll clearing high-level dungeons left and right. The club president internally conceded his earlier judgment, admitting that Leon was finally starting to act like a real protagonist. The blue-haired woman confirmed Leon had cleared an A-tier dungeon, a stark contrast to their own struggles, though she did note they'd had unexpected setbacks. She then teased the red-haired woman about knowing so much, her jest turning to genuine shock when her friend didn't deny having a crush on Leon. The blue-haired woman could only stare, dumbfounded by the lack of a denial. The red-haired woman finally clarified that she didn't have a thing for him anymore, a statement that caused a flustered reaction. Back in the classroom, Geomma knew Leon was growing stronger and would soon obtain the legendary sword Bamang, while he himself had survived with just a sashimi knife. He floated a dark theory that his role in this world might be to act as a shield, drawing all the threats meant for the hero. Clenching his fist with resolve, Geomma decided he would not lie down and accept his fate, he would draw his blade to survive. He had neither the reason nor the desire to follow a righteous path, fully aware that in this world, he was just a background character. As his own name, Geomma Kang, came to mind, the blue-haired girl beside him mumbled a chillingly familiar mantra in her sleep. Meanwhile, in a dark and empty corridor, the rhythmic clacking of heavy boots echoed off the walls. A man with a mohawk excitedly told his captain that a meeting with a Awakens Academy elder meant they were finally in the big leagues. A purple-haired man coldly threatened to tear his tongue out, an outburst another member dismissed as their captain just being too uptight. The purple-haired man explained to the newcomer that their captain hated the upper echelons, making him wonder why she'd even accept the job. The reason was the money, a staggering 100 million up front and double that upon completion, a price that made all principles irrelevant. A commanding female voice from a shadowy figure ordered them both to be quiet, and her subordinates immediately fell silent. A woman in red armor announced their arrival to Elder Claudie von Bienhark, who then ordered them to be brought in. The assassins were revealed as the Undertakers, a villain syndicate led by Captain Shenlei, with Vice-Captain Taepyeong Jang and member Farrick. Disguised as an elderly shopkeeper, Elder Claudie formally welcomed the notorious contract killers. Their captain, Shenlei, remained perfectly still, her face an unreadable mask of professionalism. At Elder Claudie's command, a file was presented to the assassins, and Shenlei gave a silent nod of acknowledgement. The file was opened, revealing a photograph of their next target. The syndicate's members snickered at the photo, mocking the target as a pampered kid who still looked wet behind the ears. A woman accompanying the elder specified the assassination was to take place during the island survival training, as Claudie confirmed the lucrative payment terms. Shenlei calmly asked for instructions regarding the disposal of the body. Setting his drink down with a clack, Elder Claudie gave a simple, chilling order: dump it in the ocean. He casually added that the island was surrounded by water and that the fish would take care of the rest. On the day of the written exam, Geomma felt immense pressure, knowing that the school would publicly post the score rankings. He cursed his bad luck, realizing his club's reputation was on the line since two of its members were top scorers. Feeling the weight of his title as club president, he decided on a desperate strategy: when in doubt, just choose option 3. The buzz of his phone startled him, and he grumbled about who could possibly be texting him so early. He read the message and muttered under his breath, wondering if the sender was his mother. The texts were from Ryojo, who quickly went from asking about breakfast to an enthusiastic sales pitch for jelly bars as exam day brain food. Geomma stared at the strange messages in disbelief, seriously questioning how this girl could be the academy's top scorer. Undeterred, the blue-haired girl, Ryojo, was pleased with his swift reply and prepared to recommend another exam day candy. In the group chat, Ryojo, using a bunny-themed icon, eagerly prompted him for a response. Geomma, whose icon was a simple gray silhouette, sent a single, deadpan reply: nerds. Offended, Ryojo began typing furiously, repeatedly trying to get Geomma's attention. Her final message blipped onto the screen, calling out his name with clear indignation. Putting his phone away, Geomma steeled his nerves, declaring he would not lose the exam to that jelly bar-fueled moron. After the test, however, Geomma was the one left dumbfounded, realizing he was the true moron for not understanding the bizarre logic of the questions. Another girl approached and asked how his exam went, but Geomma was too stunned to give a proper response. He finally admitted he had just guessed option 3 for every question, leaving the girl to point out they were all essay questions. As she giggled at his silliness, Geomma desperately thought that surely he must have at least done better than Chloe. The girl then turned her attention to Chloe, asking if she had heard anything from a person named Knox. Chloe averted her gaze, claiming Knox had called the previous evening, but she missed it after going to bed early. When Geomma asked for the time, Chloe stammered it was 7 o'clock, but he knew she was a night owl and must have ignored the call on purpose. Geomma knew that due to their group's confidentiality, Chloe was his only link to Knox, and he wished the 10th siblings could just get along. A sudden, anguished scream from the orange-haired boy echoed through the hall as he lamented all his failed all-nighters. The blue-haired girl with horns coolly informed him it was time to admit the real issue was simply a difference in intelligence. She clicked her tongue at how noisy he was, while Geomma simply observed the chaotic scene in silence. Geomma let out a soft sigh, only for his eyes to widen in surprise as Chloe suddenly slumped against his shoulder. The horned girl looked over and teased them, asking if they were sure the two of them weren't dating. While Geomma internally despaired at the teenage obsession with romance, the word dating began to echo excitedly in Chloe's thoughts. Geomma flatly denied it yet again, as Chloe dazedly wondered if she had just sprained her neck. The blue-haired girl with horns, Ryojo, stared at them both with a look of pure skepticism. She then turned her sharp gaze on Geomma, directly asking why he always ignored her texts. A low, ominous rumble began to fill the air as Geomma tried to defend himself, insisting he had only done it once. The strange rumbling intensified, seeming to shake the very ground beneath them. Chloe, however, heard none of it, her entire focus snagged on Ryojo's accusation. Her mind reeled with the shocking implication as she asked aloud, "You two, text each other?" Geomma reeled internally, utterly baffled as to why Chloe was fine with Ryojo sitting next to him but drew the line at them texting. He hesitantly called out to Chloe, whose demeanor had become unsettlingly dark. As Geomma cautiously backed away, Ryojo wondered aloud what was wrong with the girl. Geomma desperately asked Ryojo for an explanation, but she simply hummed, offering no help. An ominous dread filled Geomma as he frantically wondered what on earth Chloe could be thinking. Chloe's voice was dangerously low as she reminded Geomma that he never gave her his number, forcing him to explain that it was classified information. With a chillingly quiet tone, she reminded him of a promise he had made to her. She whispered that he had promised to be her prince, the memory cracking the very air around them. A nearby girl cried out in fear, asking Ryojo if she knew what a yandere was. Ryojo, however, misheard the term as nyandir and, flustered, explained that her English wasn't very good since she was Japanese. Before she could finish her sentence, the orange-haired boy shoved her, telling her to read the room. Ryojo furiously switched to perfect English, threatening to kill him, which immediately caused him to shrink back in fear. As Geomma panicked, realizing this situation was different from before, Chloe muttered that she had forgotten everything she'd learned from her Neo-Tube studies. With a sharp click, Chloe revealed a knife, her eyes glinting with a dangerous promise. She declared her chilling intent to make sure Geomma's eyes were only for her from now on. Geomma made a desperate attempt to de-escalate, trying to talk things out with her. But Chloe was beyond words, lunging forward with a swift and shocking slash of her blade. The orange-haired boy screamed Geomma's name in terror while the blue-haired girl let out a startled yelp. With another swing of her knife, Chloe accused him of always hurting her feelings. Her voice was thick with emotion as she repeated her accusation. She screamed that he was always hanging around other girls, her blade whistling through the air. Geomma reacted just in time, blocking the knife attack with his bare arm. The blue-haired girl watched the violent exchange with a look of captivated fascination. Chloe cried out that she was the one who always gave him her everything. The orange-haired man gasped at the raw display of emotion, while Ryojo continued her silent, thoughtful observation. Geomma maintained his composure, calmly asking Chloe to talk with him. He seized her wrist to stop the attack, and she struggled in his grip, crying out for him to let her go. He firmly told her to calm down and listen to what he had to say. Chloe retorted furiously, yelling that he didn't even text her and now he wanted to talk. Geomma smoothly explained that he preferred talking face-to-face, as phone calls felt too distant, especially between them. His carefully chosen words, "between us," made Chloe falter, her anger momentarily forgotten. Geomma leaned in closer, preparing to deliver the final, disarming touch. He whispered his gratitude for her always being there, a confession that sent her heart racing. The orange-haired man could only stare in disbelief at the sudden turn of events, while Ryojo's expression remained unreadable. Geomma pressed his advantage, reminding her how he depended on her during the Buffalo Dungeon incident and asking her not to be upset. Chloe's rage melted away into delighted giggles, completely won over by his words, while Ryojo dryly muttered that she was fine. The orange-haired boy awkwardly asked what they should do now, to which Geomma replied that they should clean up the mess. Even after successfully calming her down, Geomma couldn't help but wonder what Chloe's problem was. The scene shifted to a tranquil view of the city as the sun began to set over the distant mountains. As the orange-haired boy walked, his thoughts remained fixed on Geomma. He reflected on Chloe's terrifying possessiveness, realizing it was a twisted form of love for Geomma. But what truly shook him was recalling the sashimi knife hidden behind Chloe's gentle smile. He mused that while Geomma preferred persuasion, he wasn't afraid to use force, a trait that wasn't ruthless but something more. He concluded that Geomma possessed the undeniable mark of a ruler. The orange-haired boy was certain that Geomma was destined for greatness. He then noticed Ryojo's sour expression, but she brushed off his concern when he asked what was wrong. When he asked what she was doing, Ryojo explained she was deleting subscribers who weren't following her NeoTube video instructions. She waved a dismissive hand, claiming the channel was never anything serious. The boy's eyes widened when he saw a video titled, "How to Handle a Yandra," with over 210,000 views, questioning if it was a waste to delete. Ryojo simply stated that she didn't need it anymore. He then teased her about the channel name, Saki-chan's Japanese, questioning who even uses the language anymore. His chuckle over the name, Saki-chan, earned him a sharp glare and a familiar threat to his life. The scene then transitioned to the quiet, grand halls of the Joaquin Academy Library. A bulletin board announced a 3-day survival training on Avalon Island, where students could form teams of up to 4. Geomma observed that with the entire schedule available, it felt more like a school camping trip than a true survival drill. He gathered a stack of books on island survival, feeling confident he had what he needed. Still, he knew the academy would assess their skills over the 3 days, even if the exercise wasn't graded. Geomma recalled from his time playing the game that this event was where the hilt of Ba Meng, Leon's future signature weapon, would be found. He also remembered this as the turning point for Leon and Abel's relationship, where Abel's impenetrable defenses would finally begin to crack. While he had been deeply invested in the arc as a player, he now found himself feeling detached from it. The constant threats he faced at the academy, from elders, a mysterious instructor, and the need to recruit club members, had left little room for sentiment. He resolved that love couldn't bloom in his dangerous life, recalling a character's vow to leave romance for their next life. Right now, something else captured his attention far more, the holy and cursed sword, Ba Meng. His game knowledge gave him the exact location and power of the weapon, but he knew it was part of the main storyline. Even if he found the pieces, he knew he couldn't keep the sword, as its ownership was tied to a specific condition. A pop-up from the game's interface flashed in his mind, asking if a blessed soul could prove their worth. The ultimate requirement to claim Ba Meng was to manifest the blessing of miracle. Geomma sighed, lamenting that the legendary sword was made for the protagonist while he was stuck with a dollar store knife. Shaking off the envy, he refocused on practical needs, hoping this trip wouldn't have a surprise ambush like the one on Scopuli Island. He read that the Blade Emperor himself had been assigned to the escort team by special order of the director. Geomma realized that while the story had strayed from its original path, having humanity's strongest hero on a camping trip would ensure his own mission's safety. He slid a particular ancient-looking book from its place on the shelf. He hadn't come to the library for basic tips, he was searching for something specific on Avalon, hidden within old texts like this one. Geomma moved purposefully through the vast and ornate library, on the hunt for information. He skimmed a passage describing Avalon as a mysterious, shifting island once known as Paradise. He impatiently dismissed the text, already knowing these basic details. Frustration mounted as he wondered if he'd have to search the entire library to find what he was looking for. Just as he was about to lose hope, his eyes landed on a familiar figure. The blond young man offered a calm greeting, acknowledging that it had been a long time since he and Geomma had last seen each other. Whispers erupted in the library as two girls gasped, wondering aloud if the figure they saw was really him. The blond young man, Leon van Reinhardt, offered a calm greeting to Geomma, remarking that it had been a long time. Geomma stared back in surprise, questioning if Leon was now studying magic. He considered that the midterm incident might have pushed Leon down this new path, but it still felt wrong for the hero to be studying magic in a library. Leon's expression turned somber as he confessed that he was beginning to harbor doubts. He asked what Geomma was reading, and Geomma explained he was researching Avalon Island for their upcoming training trip. A heavy silence lingered in the air between the two of them. Leon broke the silence by commending Geomma for his diligence. Geomma internally agreed, acknowledging the relentless training and studying he'd undertaken, driven by his knowledge of the catastrophe looming in 3 years. He affirmed his need to be strong enough to pull his own weight when that day arrived. Leon looked away with a sigh, stating that he and Geomma were nothing alike. Geomma's mind raced with questions about Leon's origins, noting that while the protagonist's actions hadn't deviated from the game, something about him felt distinctly off. He perceived a shadow of sorrow on Leon's face and a troubled edge to his demeanor that the original character never had. Leon abruptly ended their conversation, telling Geomma to keep at it and get home safe before the library closed. As Geomma watched Leon leave, he wondered if the immense burden of shouldering mankind's fate was the cause of his distress. It seemed as though the hero was weighed down by heavy chains of both light and darkness. Shaking himself from his thoughts, Geomma realized he'd better finish his own research before the library closed for the night. At the Academy's training grounds, a very different kind of meeting was taking place. The woman with turquoise hair called out to Saki, while Rachel, the blonde with pigtails, chimed in that it had been a while. Saki returned the greeting, acknowledging Rachel and the quiet Abel von Nibelung. She asked Abel if she was prepared for the island trip, to which Abel replied she would be fine sticking to her usual routine. Rachel, however, remained silent, a calculating look in her eyes. She finally spoke, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she feigned surprise that Saki had changed classes without informing them. Rachel then dramatically accused Saki of trying to steal Geomma away from the rest of them. Abel eagerly supported the accusation, listing Saki's recent dungeon run, club joining, and upcoming 3-day trip with Geomma as evidence. Saki calmly clarified that Geomma wanted to do the training alone, a statement Chloe, the red-haired girl, quickly corroborated. Rachel's cat ears twitched as this new information sparked a mischievous idea in her mind. The green-haired Hannah correctly deduced that this meant no one had officially partnered with Geomma for the exercise. Saki eyed her friend warily, demanding to know what scheme Rachel was concocting now. With a devious gleam, Rachel pointed out that Geomma never explicitly forbade them from following him, only that he wanted to go alone. She then grandly proposed they settle the matter with a fair and square competition she dubbed the Rachel Game. Hannah and Saki exchanged skeptical glances, questioning the name and fairness of such a game. Rachel explained that since Avalon Island's environment constantly shifts, everyone would be teleported to a random location. She elaborated that finding groupmates was a key part of the training, prompting an impatient Saki to tell her to get to the point. Rachel finally revealed the objective: for the next 3 days, the first person to find Geomma gets to claim him all to themselves. The shocking proposal sent a wave of determination through Saki, Chloe, and Abel. Rachel laid out her terms, a challenge that Saki surprisingly accepted, confident that she would be the one to win this time. The thought of claiming Geomma brought a deep blush to Abel's face, while Chloe simply whispered his name with resolve. Unbeknownst to him, Geomma Kang had just become the grand prize in a hunt organized by his admirers. Rachel turned to Abel to ask if she would join, but Abel politely apologized. She paused for a moment before giving her final answer. Abel stated firmly that she didn't have time to play such silly games and officially counted herself out of the competition. Unfazed, Rachel declared that the game would proceed with just the 3 of them. The others watched Abel walk away, commenting on how hard she had been working on her training recently. The next morning, Geomma let out a huge yawn, feeling the exhaustion from his late-night library study session. He checked his phone for his saved research, his hand brushing against the numerous dollar store knives and a secret weapon he had packed for the trip. A message from the green-haired principal popped up, nagging him like a worried mother to remember his emergency medicine and to pack 3 pairs of black underwear. Geomma laughed to himself, thinking she was acting less like a principal and more like his doting grandmother. He noted it was almost time to leave, just as the mysterious purple-haired instructor appeared to ask if he was well prepared. Geomma took in her appearance, noting her distinctive purple hair, unusual eyes, and tall stature. He suspected she was targeting him, realizing that the chaotic, shifting terrain of Avalon Island provided the perfect cover for an attack. He steeled his resolve, deciding that while he disliked the idea of fighting a person, he wouldn't let himself be killed. The thought of an ambush reminded him of the composite sketch his ally weapon had drawn for him. He cursed weapon's uselessness as he recalled the vague sketch, which was unhelpful in a world where seemingly everyone had purple hair. Letting out a sigh of frustration, Geomma heard his name being called. He turned to see the silver-haired instructor Wonbin, who praised him for his recent dedication to training. Wonbin sagely advised that when talent is paired with effort, one's growth can become exponential. But he also cautioned Geomma to use the trip as a chance to rest, reminding him that the body needs relaxation too. After an awkward thanks from Geomma, Instructor Wonbin cleared his throat and departed. Geomma couldn't help but smile, thinking the stoic instructor was quite young at heart. His thoughts were interrupted when he spotted a familiar girl with blue hair lurking nearby. Recognizing him, Saki Ryuju turned away with a huff. As she tried to sneak off, she muttered a teasing comment toward the departed Abel about finding a boyfriend soon. In a flash, Geomma's hand shot out toward the approaching presence. His finger connected with a sharp flick, followed by a surprised yelp. Saki cried out, rubbing her forehead and asking why he'd hit her, to which Geomma sheepishly explained it was an instinctual reaction to her sneaking up. She grumbled that she had only come to wish him luck for the training. With an annoyed huff, Saki stormed off, leaving Geomma to wonder why he still couldn't understand her. He mused on her recent behavior, how she'd been constantly hovering around him instead of her usual napping, growing restless if he ignored her. Though he didn't know her motives, he reminded himself that Saki was a game heroine, and getting too involved with her was a complication he didn't need. An official announcement broke through the air, heralding the activation of the subspace gate to Avalon Island and wishing everyone a safe journey. As the portal roared to life, Geomma hoped he could find what he came for and get through the training without any major incidents. A final message echoed, bestowing the blessing of heroes upon the students. Geomma stood in quiet contemplation as the gate's power enveloped him. He was then pulled into the dizzying vortex of dimensional travel. He reflected that despite being in this world for a year, this was the first moment it truly felt like a fantasy. Before him lay the sacred land of Avalon, with the colossal tree of beginnings, Yggdrasil, dominating the horizon. Tearing his eyes away from the magnificent sight, Geomma refocused. Sightseeing would have to wait, as his island survival test had just begun. Geomma reviewed the island map he'd photographed, his eyes fixed on the mark indicating the location of the blessing of renewal. Recalling his memories from the game, he knew the blessing was situated by a lake near the island center, close to some kind of boulder. To reach his goal, he first had to cross the rocky terrain and navigate the dense forest leading to the World Tree, giving himself a 3-day timeline. He acknowledged the Academy's treasure hunt-style task of collecting orbs, which counted towards grades and could be used for upgrades, planning to gather them along his route. Following the wisdom of a survival expert, Geomma decided his first course of action would be to gather necessary supplies from his surroundings. He unsheathed his secret weapon, a 20-inch machete purchased from a supermarket's hiking section, perfect for clearing the island's thick brush. Geomma knew he had to save his 50-second blessing for a true emergency, making it crucial to get comfortable handling the large blade. Elsewhere, a young man huffed as he brandished a glowing blade. He resolved to use his special, Sashimi, technique only when he was truly in a pinch. A small rabbit suddenly landed nearby, catching the young man's attention. Seeing the creature as a perfect opportunity to practice with his knife and find some food, he loomed over it menacingly. His confidence faltered as a monstrously large rabbit suddenly appeared behind the smaller one. Unfazed, the young man reminded himself that after defeating the Cow King, a mere rabbit in a fantasy world was nothing to fear. He declared that he wouldn't even need to use the blessing of the Blade God for this fight. With a determined cry, he leaped forward to strike his oversized prey. An image of an angry rabbit filled the screen, its eyes wide with fury. Reflected in the giant rabbit's eye was a woman with vibrant teal hair. Abel von Nibelung blinked in confusion, wondering what she was seeing. She cautiously greeted the creature, correcting herself from calling it food and instead addressing it as a rabbit. Abel found the rabbit too cute to kill, softly asking why it was all alone without its mother. The rabbit responded to her kindness by chomping down hard on her hand, causing her to yelp in pain. As the creature leaped away, an infuriated Abel shouted after the fleeing culprit. She screamed that she had been going to spare its life because it was cute, but now she was chasing it with intent. Abel decided it was time to test her special training, convinced that it was, after all, just a rabbit. The giant rabbit launched itself through the air toward her with startling speed. Abel watched in disbelief as the rabbit accelerated, realizing it had been hiding its true power, a tactic that reminded her of a certain someone. She believed that no matter how fast it was, it couldn't outpace the legendary sword of Nibelung. As the granddaughter of the Blade Emperor, Abel confidently swung her blade, shouting that she had her target. Her sword whistled through the air, aimed perfectly for a clean strike. But just as she attacked, the terrain beneath her feet suddenly gave way. Abel plunged helplessly into the water below with a great splash. A title card introduced her as Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of Blade Emperor Siegfried and rightful heir of the Nibelung clan. The narrator noted that in this situation, none of her prestigious titles meant anything at all. A purple rabbit was shown caught within a powerful, swirling vortex. From behind the magical whirlwind, a young man watched intently. A new title card revealed this mysterious figure to be Geomma Kang. A leaf fluttered peacefully in the forest breeze. Suddenly, a student in black slid to a halt, narrowly escaping a leaping creature. The student panted, lamenting that even after intense training, he was still pathetically weak without his blessing and hadn't improved much from his past life. Deciding he'd rather starve than waste precious stamina, he chose to let the white rabbit go. A metallic clang echoed as an unknown system began to activate. A blinding light shone intensely through the forest. The sun's rays pierced through the canopy, illuminating the island. Elsewhere, a blonde girl leaped through the trees with a joyful yahoo. She landed with a heavy thud, taking a moment to gather her bearings. The blonde girl, Rachel, mused that she felt like she was just going in circles, realizing her Rachel game wasn't going as planned. Laughing at her own predicament, she wondered aloud where she should go now. The sharp caw of a crow overhead pierced the air. The sound gave Rachel an idea as she remembered a particular detail about Geomma's hair. Recalling that crows are drawn to shiny things, she spotted a flash in the distance and concluded that Geomma must be in that direction. Rachel decided that thinking was a waste of time and that she was better off just moving. With renewed determination, she blasted forward, shouting that she was coming for Geomma. Miles away, Saki Ryuju paused, thinking she had just heard Rachel's voice but quickly dismissed it. She did a quick inventory check: food, jelly bars, blanket, cardigan, armament, and Geomma. Saki pouted, realizing that Geomma was not, in fact, part of her current inventory. She had landed on the island's shores and, determined not to lose, began formulating a plan based on the environment. Saki focused her thoughts on the one place on the island that never changes, the world tree at its center. Knowing Geomma, she deduced he would be planning something at the island's center, far away from everyone else, and reluctantly decided to go there. Admitting to herself that she missed him, Saki resolved that she wouldn't let the other girls get to him first. She set off with purpose, vowing to pay Geomma back for flicking her forehead when she found him. A low, menacing growl echoed from the dense woods. The growl escalated into a fearsome roar. A sharp yelp was cut short by the sound of a swift, clean slash. A red-haired girl whispered for Geomma to wait for her on this island. She swore she would find him before anyone else and make sure he only had eyes for her. Suddenly, she sensed a presence and wondered if it could be Geomma. Believing it was him, she called his name and dashed through the forest. Meanwhile, Geomma sat by a crackling fire, having already secured a pelt and enough food to make jerky for the coming days. A rustle in the nearby bushes immediately put him on high alert. Geomma knew this presence wasn't an animal, it could be the assassins after his life, and he needed to be ready. He noted the presence was approaching without hesitation and gripped his knife, his blessing saved as a last resort. As the rustling grew louder, Geomma braced himself, announcing that they were finally here. The young man poised himself, ready to launch a preemptive strike against the newcomer. The red-haired girl burst into the clearing, excitedly calling out Geomma's name. Before he could react, Rachel also appeared, both girls shocked to see a rival instead of their target. Rachel yelled in frustration, asking why she had to run into the red-haired girl again. The entire chaotic scene seemed to pause for a moment. Everything froze as an awkward silence fell over the clearing. Geomma's eyes were wide with pure, unadulterated shock at the unexpected reunion. Just then, a trembling Saki Ryuju stumbled into the clearing, looking utterly bewildered. Saki stammered awkwardly as she found herself in the middle of the tense, crackling atmosphere surrounding Geomma's campfire. Beside a crackling fire, a warm-looking pelt lay waiting, a testament to Geomma's survival skills. A green-haired girl named Abel noted the rabbit jerky, realizing with a pang of envy that even here, she had lost. She silently admitted that, even on this isolated island, she had been outmatched by Geomma. Shivering from the cold, Abel felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. A sudden footstep nearby put her on high alert. Geomma appeared, offering her the pelt and telling her to cover herself. An awkward silence thickened the air between them, punctuated only by the crackle of the campfire. Abel mentally kicked herself for being drawn in by the smell of cooking food, wondering what she was even doing there. As the warmth of the fire seeped into her, she heard Geomma offer a clumsy word of thanks. A sharp throb of pain made Abel cry out, as she realized she must have injured herself when she slipped earlier. Startled, Geomma demanded to know what was wrong. Seeing her scraped leg, he warned it would get infected if left untreated and tore a strip from his own shirt. Abel watched in stunned silence as he prepared the makeshift bandage. With practiced hands, Geomma gently wrapped the cloth around her injury. He looked up at her and quietly thanked her again. Abel sat quietly, the crackling of the flames filling the space between them. Her mind drifted back to a recent conversation where she was asked why she was alone. She recalled Rachel's audacious proposal: the first person to find Geomma could claim him, which earned a disgusted sigh from a blue-haired girl. In the memory, Abel had simply stated that she preferred being alone to do something important, prompting a boy to remark on their similarity. An ethereal blue-haired woman had firmly declared she was not participating. Back in the present, a slight tremble ran through Abel's body. The click of a phone in her memory echoed in her mind. She remembered the chaotic group chat, with Rachel's frantic typing and Ryaju's laughter, as another girl questioned why Ryaju joined after opting out, prompting Rachel to call her a wolf in sheep's clothing. Abel continued to stare into the dancing flames, lost in thought. Geomma jolted her back to reality, shuffling forward to offer her a piece of jerky. The fire crackled, providing the only sound in the otherwise quiet clearing. The awkwardness of the situation settled heavily upon Abel. Finally breaking the silence, Abel turned to Geomma and asked how he was so strong. His power, though fleeting, was the unsurprising result of his intense training at the academy. Geomma simply replied that he had a great mentor who taught him how to use a knife. Abel reflected on her own 17 years of sword training under her grandfather, realizing that Geomma's techniques were unlike anything she had ever encountered. Her curiosity piqued, she pressed him for more details, asking what he learned and the name of his clan. Geomma looked into the fire and shared a lesson he learned long ago: being strong doesn't always mean you win. He elaborated that true strength belongs to those who never give up, who survive and endure until the very end. A contemplative silence followed his profound statement. Abel suddenly broke into a giggle, teasing him for sounding like an old geezer. She apologized, explaining his cheesy line was just too much, and said he sounded like her grandpa, questioning if he was truly only 17. Remarking how this reminded her of their talk on the bench, Abel accepted the food he offered. She took a bite of the jerky, her expression softening as she admitted it was good. Sometime later, lulled by the fire's warmth and a full stomach, Abel drifted off to sleep. She awoke with a sudden gasp. The morning air was filled with the chirping of birds, but she was completely alone. She saw that Geomma had gone, leaving behind the pelt and the rest of the supplies for her. Her gaze swept over the campsite, taking in his quiet act of generosity. Abel stared at the place where he had sat just hours before. To her own surprise, tears began to drip down her cheeks. She touched her face, confused, and wondered aloud why she was crying. The realization washed over her that for the first time in her life, someone had genuinely cared for her, a life she had always faced alone. She had always pushed through walls and held back her tears, never having the luxury to act her own age. Acknowledging the heavy burden of the Nibelung name, she desperately questioned why Geomma would show her such kindness. A wave of guilt crashed over her as she admitted to herself that she had envied and resented the only person who had ever been kind without wanting something in return. Meanwhile, Geomma pushed onward, reminding himself that crying was pointless and he still had 2 days left. Back at the camp, a determined Abel decided she had to find Geomma and return what he had left her. With renewed purpose, Abel called out her own name for courage and set off into the forest. Geomma forged ahead, pushing a thick branch out of his path. He moved through the dense woods, noting the stark temperature shift from the cool night to the hot day. Geomma figured Abel was likely awake by now, and he couldn't help but admit to himself that she was pretty. He mused on her haughty personality, guessing it was just her character, even if she didn't seem to like him much. He recalled helping the pitiful-looking Abel the previous night, assuring himself it wasn't born from any romantic interest. As he finally broke free from the dense woods, he reasoned that a small act of kindness wouldn't derail the timeline too much. Sliding down a dusty slope, a sudden realization struck him. His blood ran cold as he remembered that today was the day Abel and Leon were supposed to begin developing feelings for each other. Geomma stood frozen, contemplating the unforeseen consequences of his interference. A pang of regret hit him as he worried she might give the pelt he gave her to Leon. Shaking his head, he decided to forget about it and focus on finding the blessing before sunset. The blessing of renewal was a guardian tier power, just below transference, capable of rapidly boosting the user's own regeneration. However, Geomma's own blessing of transference allowed him to bypass this limitation, letting him heal others' wounds, though it couldn't regrow a severed limb. Since it was a hidden item in the game, he knew taking it wouldn't affect Leon's fated rise to power, so he resolved to claim it for himself. He found a scalable rock face and began to climb, his hands gripping the stone tightly. After a full day of searching, he grumbled that the complex terrain was nothing like the simple rocks depicted in the game. At last, he spotted his goal, but his eyes were drawn to a strange, shiny object near the Blessing of Renewal's location. He discovered a massive orb glowing with power, a happy accident on his quest for the blessing. A smirk played on his lips as he wondered if his awful luck was finally starting to turn around. Deciding the shiny prize was too good to pass up, he started toward the orb, hoping he could still find the blessing before nightfall. Suddenly, something sharp whizzed past his ear. Geomma froze in his tracks, his senses screaming danger. A man with distinctive black and white hair stepped out from the shadows, casually greeting him. He was immediately joined by a blond man, who expressed surprise at seeing Geomma so deep in the island. The blond man mockingly asked if Geomma was just there for orbs, just as his companion called out Geomma's name. Geomma's mind reeled as he recognized the blond man. It was Leon. Leon's lips curved into a smirk as he prepared to speak, the word, or, hanging in the tense, charged air. A narration recalled the joy that swept across half the world on the day of Leon's birth. The mark of the hero had been found. Something sharp suddenly whizzed past Geomma's ear. A powerful gust of wind followed in its wake. Geomma's mind reeled as he questioned what was happening, knowing Leon was supposed to be with Abel at that very moment for a major story event. He frantically wondered if he had somehow messed up the timeline, though he was sure nothing out of the ordinary had happened the night before. Leon's companion, the man with black and white hair, mused that it was impossible for Geomma to have known, just as he noticed a strange energy signature. The ground began to rumble beneath their feet. Leon recognized with grim satisfaction that his opponent had somehow found the legendary sword, Balmung. Geomma, however, could sense something was deeply wrong with the blade, even in its incomplete state. He identified it as Balmung, the most fearsome cursed sword in existence, with a blue gem at its core meant to suppress its demonic energy. It was the sacred catalyst known as the Jewel of Ether. Recalling the game's mechanics, Geomma knew the jewel's protection depended on the wielder's soul, making him fear Leon had already corrupted the blade. Leon took a deliberate step forward, casually suggesting they think of it as a sparring match. Geomma stared in disbelief, questioning Leon's sanity for initiating such a fight. As divine energy flared from his sword, Leon admitted that he was not talented at lying. With each step Leon took, Geomma became more convinced that the hero wanted to use him as a stepping stone now that he possessed Balmung. While he could only guess at Leon's true motives, Geomma knew for certain that the orb was just a flimsy excuse for this confrontation. Leon cut the tension short, stating he didn't have much time and that it was time for them to get started. The blonde swordsman then lunged forward, launching a powerful and immediate attack. Far away, a blue-haired woman let out a sudden, terrified scream. The red-haired man walking with her jumped in fright, complaining about her scaring him and his own fruitless search. The blue-haired woman dismissed his complaints, reminding him he was only following her due to his poor sense of direction before asking if he was also looking for Geomma. After he confirmed it, she bluntly asked if he had a romantic interest in Geomma. The red-haired man was floored, demanding to know what could possibly make her think that. He listed all the ways she had changed, from her newfound energy to her sudden willingness to do tasks she hated, all whenever Geomma was around. The blue-haired woman froze mid-stride, letting out a quiet gasp of realization. Her companion bumped into her from behind, crying out in pain before she simply whispered the word, weapon. Her expression hardened with a sudden, intense focus. Fidgeting nervously, she quietly asked if her feelings had been that obvious. Her friend, completely baffled by her behavior, asked if she had been possessed by a ghost or put under a mind control spell. She angrily told him to shut up, punctuating her words with a swift whack to his head. As the red-haired man cried out in pain, a strange sound from afar captured the blue-haired woman's attention. He wondered if the disturbance was an earthquake, but she knew it was something else, and they both had the same name on their minds, Geomma. Geomma reflected on the fact that he'd been holding back, having no reason to fight when he didn't even understand what this was about. He had avoided using his blessing so he wouldn't hurt Leon, but with his life on the line, that restraint was about to end. As Leon stood before him and commanded him to draw his blade, Geomma accepted that a fight with the game's protagonist was bound to happen sooner or later. Leon, the powerful bearer of the blessing of miracle, clenched his fist as he began to activate his ability. Knowing he wouldn't stand a chance against such a monster without his own power, Geomma decided it was no longer time to be complacent. He prepared to activate his own formidable ability, the blessing of the Blade God. A tremendous explosion erupted from their point of impact. The clash of steel echoed as their swords met with furious speed. A whoosh of air marked their impossibly fast movements. Leon's eyes widened in genuine surprise at Geomma's sudden surge of power. A blade whizzed through the air, narrowly missing its target. Geomma tightened his grip, his focus unwavering as he parried another blow. Leon clutched his own weapon with fierce determination, refusing to be overpowered. A vicious slash was met with a resounding clack of steel against steel. The deadly exchange of blows continued in a blur of motion. A clean slice cut through the air with lethal precision. The two combatants locked eyes, their intense battle reaching a fever pitch. A blinding flash of light erupted as their weapons clashed with immense force. A pained and shocked expression crossed Geomma's face. The ancient stone pillars of the island stood as silent witnesses against the vibrant sunset. A clean slice sounded as one of the pillars was cut in two. The two warriors clashed high in the air, one delivering a powerful kick against the other's glowing sword. Geomma strained under the pressure of the assault, his face hidden as he fought back. He leaped back with a series of quick taps, landing gracefully to create distance. Geomma was floored by Leon's power, realizing his growth had far exceeded any normal protagonist buff since the midterms. A sudden, horrifying thought occurred to Geomma amidst the chaos. His eyes shot wide with alarm at the new development. A massive red explosion suddenly detonated, engulfing the entire battlefield. A faint crackle of static was the only sound as the smoke began to clear. Leon stood alone, panting heavily from the immense exertion of his last attack. The ground rumbled as a figure slowly trudged forward from the smoke and rubble. A heavy silence descended upon the scorched and broken battlefield. Geomma called out Leon's name, desperately asking why he was pushing things this far. Leon's body wobbled, his energy clearly spent. As his consciousness began to fade, Leon mumbled a single, broken word about the world. A ghostly voice from his memory echoed a solemn duty, to save the world. The voice continued, reminding him that he possessed the power to do so. A weak, humorless laugh escaped Leon's lips. Despite his exhaustion, crackling energy began to gather around him once more. A powerful blast erupted, as Geomma knew this final clash would reveal everything. As Leon unleashed his final attack, Geomma braced himself, realizing this moment would define who they truly were. A final, deafening rush of power surged between them, promising a definitive end. The two rivals prepared for their ultimate confrontation. They clashed one last time in a cataclysmic explosion of raw energy. Static buzzed around Leon as his last vestiges of power began to fail him. His father's voice surfaced in his memory, a quiet whisper expressing unwavering belief in his son. His father's voice repeated his name as his weapon finally slipped from his grasp. The word "father" echoed in Leon's mind as his strength gave out completely. He had been defeated, Geomma was simply too strong. Leon stood motionless, his body limp and his spirit broken. The haunting final words of a memory replayed in his mind, a voice wishing that someone else had been chosen instead. His sword clattered onto the stone as a final gust of wind swept across the silent battlefield. A powerful gust of wind swept across the silent battlefield. A single blade of light appeared in the swirling dust. The object clattered softly to the ground, a final, definitive end to the duel. The dark-haired man stared, his expression a mask of shocked fury. He watched the empty space, unable to believe Leon had simply vanished into thin air. He mused that while Leon fought to prove himself a hero, he himself had no intention of ever losing. He admitted Leon's attack was deadly serious, reflecting that the knives would have killed him if he'd made a single mistake. The dark-haired man had held back to avoid harming Leon, all while being impressed by the protagonist's astonishing growth. He figured he'd only nicked Leon's sword, confident that the legendary blade could still be repaired and upgraded to its final form. With a smile of satisfaction, the man in the black suit declared his victory, relieved that he hadn't actually needed to kill Leon. He nodded to himself, thoroughly pleased with his performance in the duel. A thin red line suddenly split open across his palm. As the cut widened, he realized with a start that his reward was hidden within his own body. A flash of light erupted from his hand as a system window announced he had obtained the blessing of renewal for rapid recovery. He immediately tested the blessing with a fresh cut, watching as it healed instantly with a magical shimmer. He confirmed with a thoughtful expression that his new regenerative ability worked perfectly. Letting out a weary sigh, he acknowledged that despite the chaotic day, he had accomplished his goal. Later that night, smoke from a lonely campfire drifted into the starry sky above a mountain range. The dark-haired man stared into the crackling flames, his mind lost in thought. He couldn't stop wondering about the duel's true purpose and whether Leon's actions were somehow related to Abel. Though he knew a clash was inevitable, Leon's cryptic words about belonging to this world left him deeply unsettled. With no answers about his own arrival, he resolved to focus on the immediate threats before him. The fire popped and hissed, a stark counterpoint to the silence of his thoughts. He reflected on his own unyielding sense of justice, admitting he could never turn a blind eye when something was clearly wrong. His original plan to avoid the main plot had been discarded for simple self-preservation, a path he now believed was his destiny. On top of everything, he knew there was an assassination contract on his head. He hardened his resolve, accepting that to survive, he would have to be willing to draw the blood of a human, not just a demon. An unsettling silence fell over his campsite. A memory of a chaotic clash between two powerful figures flashed through his mind. Jin-woo began to question if he was on the right path, telling himself he needed to learn to relax. A vision of a blue-haired woman suddenly appeared before him, telling him to stop pretending and just be himself. Jin-woo stared in utter disbelief at the spectral image. The vision dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only the quiet rustle of leaves. He dismissed it as a hallucination brought on by exhaustion, though he admitted it sounded exactly like his friend, Ryojo. As he sat by the fire, he found himself wondering what his other friends were up to. Elsewhere, a blue-haired woman drew a deadly line in the air with her finger. A powerful thwack from a blonde woman sent something flying as a red-haired girl looked on. A great splash echoed in the distance, marking the end of some unseen conflict. Jin-woo quietly contemplated the complicated meaning of the word, friends. A disembodied voice in his memory seemed to call the sentiment corny. The night was deep and quiet under a blanket of stars and clouds. Jin-woo sat hunched over the smoldering embers of his campfire, lost in thought. A sudden rustle in the nearby bushes broke the profound silence. From the shadows, a woman clad in red gave a curt nod. A brief, violent image of a desperate struggle swirled in the darkness. The scene focused on Jinwoo's own face, his expression hardened with intense determination. The night was broken by the sound of clashing blades and a cry of surprise. An assassin named Ferric watched in awe, asking his captain if their target was really just a student. Impressed, Ferric suggested they should try to recruit the boy instead of killing him. The silver-haired man in charge coldly ordered Ferric to be quiet. Jin Woo instantly recognized the woman leading the assassins. It was Shenlei. He recalled her story from the game, a betrayed noble's daughter turned half-demon leader of the Undertakers, destined to be defeated by Leon. One of the assassins demanded to know who Jin Woo truly was, amazed that a mere kid could dodge an attack meant for an expert. The man with spiky hair remarked on Jin Woo's skill, while the woman in red armor noted his unnerving coolness under pressure. The armored woman stepped forward, demanding to know which organization he worked for. Jin Woo was completely bewildered, wondering why these assassins couldn't see he was just a student and were asking about his affiliations. The spiky-haired man taunted Jin Woo, telling him he should be proud to have garnered the captain's personal interest before he died. The vice-captain, a man with short brown hair, conceded that Jin Woo's movements were surprisingly sharp for someone he'd assumed was a spoiled brat. He observed that Jin Woo had still taken a few cuts, and the strange feeling of the wounds made Jin Woo flinch. Jin Woo calmly addressed the assassins who had been sent to kill him. He coolly stated that since they were the corpse disposal team, the person who hired them must be an elder. The three assassins looked on, their expressions turning from confidence to apprehension. The purple-haired assassin cursed at Jin Woo, but the orange-haired woman stopped him as they realized Jin Woo knew their true identity. Jin Woo stepped forward, his voice dripping with contempt as he called them peasants who kill for coin. The orange-haired woman's eyes widened in horror, knowing he had just uttered the one insult their captain despised most. Unfazed, Jin Woo continued his advance, asking them what was wrong. He twisted the knife, asking Shenlei if being called a peasant by a special entrant hit a nerve due to her fallen noble background. The man with brown hair could take no more, lunging forward with a furious roar. A system notification announced the activation of the blessing of the brave child. Jin Woo fluidly sidestepped the charging assassin's clumsy swing. A red-haired man snarled, telling him to quit running like a scared little rat. In a flash of steel, Jin Woo's blade silenced the man mid-sentence. Jin Woo stared, slightly stunned, as the man's body hit the ground with a dull thud. The other assassins screamed in disbelief as they watched their vice-captain fall. With a heavy sigh, Jin Woo absorbed the fact that he had just killed a man. The grim reality set in for the assassins that this was not a training exercise, but a fight to the death. A dark-haired assassin broke the stunned silence, screaming at his comrades. He furiously ordered them to kill Jin Woo at once. The remaining killers surged forward in a unified, deadly wave. Jin Woo's heart hammered against his ribs in anticipation of the onslaught. A strange calm washed over him as he realized killing wasn't as bad as he'd imagined, especially with a god's blessing on his side. A man on his phone idly noted the time, amused by the matching numbers of the date and clock. Nearby, a chef decided he needed to find what he was looking for quickly so he could go home. Musing aloud, he wondered where he'd left his humanity as he opened a humming refrigerator. A strange blessing from the blade god seemed to wash over him as he stared into the cold depths. In another place, Jin Woo stared into his own fridge, annoyed at how his roommates had disorganized it. Spotting what he needed deep inside, he realized he'd have to take everything out just to reach it. With a sudden flash of insight, a new way of thinking took hold, promising to cut and slash through problems. A powerful hum echoed in his mind as the concept of a perfect slash crystallized. The young man blinked, thinking he saw the words on a carton change, and decided he desperately needed some sleep. A sudden hiss of energy caught his attention, making him freeze. A brilliant flash of light erupted from within the refrigerator. Jin Woo barely had time to cry out as the light intensified into a blinding wave. The scene blasted back to the present, where the fight was already underway. The word slash echoed in his mind, counting down with an unnatural precision. Jin Woo's instincts took over, whispering that if he slashed, his path would be cut open. With a final, whispered, cut, his blade moved, and the assassin's vice-captain fell. A furious assassin screamed for Jin Woo's death as the remaining killers swarmed him. The assassins leaped forward in a desperate, unified attack. The purple-haired man shouted that their target was just a kid, but his warning came too late as Jinwoo slid past him. The assassin could only watch in stunned silence as the boy moved with impossible speed. Jinwoo's blade flashed through the air in a deadly arc. The blue-haired assassin lunged, screaming for Jinwoo to die. With a deft parry and a swift step, Jinwoo easily evaded the attack. A fountain of blood erupted as the man in white cried out in agony. Blood dripped from Jinwoo's blade, splattering onto the cold floor. The woman in armor, Shenlei, furiously ordered her remaining soldiers to pull themselves together and attack all at once. But their coordinated assault fell apart into a symphony of pained cries as they realized their opponent was not just a student. As Jinwoo cut them down, a terrified soldier questioned if this was real, having believed it would be an easy kill. The bald man began to ask what they were going to do, his voice trembling. He was silenced mid-sentence by a clean slice from Jinwoo's blade. Shenlei watched in horror as his body hit the ground with a heavy thud. Her mind reeled. This was supposed to be a simple assassination, a walk in the park. They had been promised 100 million per head, with a bonus. In her heart, Shenlei cursed the old man who had sent them on this suicide mission. A dreadful realization dawned on her, that thing was no ordinary kid. Jinwoo let out a weary sigh, knowing his opponents had finally understood he was a half-demon, half-human. They now saw he was not just a student, but something far more dangerous disguised as one. Gripping her weapon, Shenlei spat out her accusation, calling him villain scum. A mysterious woman with striking white and red hair appeared in a flash of thought, her presence shrouded in enigma. The dark-haired man declared the fight over as the last conscious assassin slumped to the ground. With 9 seconds to spare, Jinwoo reflected on the time he'd lost, hoping he wouldn't have to kill again despite it being self-defense. The sensation of killing humans was unfamiliar and unsettling, but he felt no regret for dispatching killers sent to end his own life. Now, all that remained was him and the bound assassin captain, Shenlei. The dark-haired man got straight to the point, demanding to know who sent her. Shenlei scoffed, asking if he truly expected her to give up that information. Jinwoo knew fear was his most effective tool now, but he couldn't risk killing her without learning who was targeting him. The bound woman questioned if his hesitation was bravery or stupidity, her defiance unwavering. Jinwoo gestured to her fallen comrades, warning her to talk while he was still giving her the chance. In a flash of memory, Shenlei recalled her anger at the man who had hired them. The memory of her pained gasps was sharp as she processed the grim truth of her mission. A bitter laugh escaped her as she finally understood why their employer had ordered a hit on this specific boy. Her client had known all along, pointing out that all of Jinwoo's records, family, parents, everything, had been scrubbed clean. She cursed the rotten old bastard who sent them, realizing they'd been dispatched to kill a so-called villain. Jinwoo was thrown by her words, the revelation that his family records were erased hitting him harder than any physical blow. His parents, the thought trailed off into a confusing void. He desperately tried to recall his parents' faces, but found nothing but a blank slate. Shenlei's voice cut through his thoughts, and he snapped back to reality, demanding to know what she had just said. The red-armored woman was taken aback by his sudden, intense reaction. Jinwoo's voice was dangerously low as he processed the idea that he had no family. He told Shenlei she could have had a clean death if she just answered his question. But now, he informed her with chilling certainty, he had more questions, and this was no longer a negotiation, it was a threat. He promised she would still be able to talk, even after he started removing her limbs. Suddenly, the entire building began to rumble violently. Shenlei cried out as an immense and suffocating pressure, a wave of pure mana, washed over them from an unknown source. The rumbling stopped, and in the eerie silence, a disturbing slurping sound began. Shenlei watched in horror as the blood from the corpses on the floor began to move on its own. The blood coalesced and slithered towards one of the bodies as she screamed for it to get away. The corpse erupted in a pillar of dark energy, the raw power of the event shocking even Jinwoo. Far away, an old man fishing noted the disturbance, remarking that the supervision was going well, aside from him not getting a single nibble. He grumbled about the pointlessness of an expensive rod if it couldn't catch anything. A sudden, powerful tug on his line made him exclaim in excitement, thinking he'd finally caught something big. The water churned violently as a massive tremor shook the area around him. The old man's eyes widened in shock as he felt the true nature of the disturbance. He recognized the incredibly intense mana, realizing it could only belong to one type of being. With dawning horror, he identified the presence as that of a Legion commander. Back at the warehouse, the red-clad man's corpse writhed in agony as it was forcibly reanimated. The injured man screamed for Jinwoo to save him, begging to tell him everything before his form was twisted beyond recognition. Jinwoo could only watch, powerless, as the horrific transformation took place. The last coherent thought from the newly formed being was a desperate plea not to die. A sparkling, otherworldly light emanated from the now transformed body. Jinwoo braced himself as a catastrophic explosion of demonic energy tore through the warehouse. The shockwave rumbled, cracking the very foundations of the building. Elsewhere, a woman with purple hair was startled, sensing the arrival of her lord. Out of the smoke and fire, a new figure began to rise. The air hummed with immense, ancient power as the being took shape. Jinwoo stood his ground, silently observing the rumbling aftermath. A voice sighed in relief as the transformation settled. The newly born woman with red markings threw her head back and let out a chilling, triumphant laugh. A powerful being named Aegir finally savored his return to the human realm after an absence of 7 long centuries. The new threat revealed itself as Bewitching Flame, the succubus commander of the Demon King's 5th Legion. Aegir's triumphant laughter echoed through the desolate warehouse as her new form settled. Landing with a thud, Aegir questioned if this was the proper human way of greeting, admitting she was unfamiliar with their customs after 700 years away from the demon realm. She formally introduced herself as Aegir, commander of the Demon King's 5th Legion, and casually asked for the boy's name. As Jinwoo remained stoically silent, Aegir chided him for his rudeness. A rumbling in his mind urged him to reach into his memories. A deeper thought surfaced, noting that even the most trivial fragments of the past can sometimes become mirrors reflecting the future. Jinwoo recalled his greatest advantage in this world, his memory of playing the game, Blessing of Miracle M, where he first learned of Aegir. He remembered details from the fan wiki, recalling that Aegir of the Bewitching Flame was a fire-type demon whose true power was her unrivaled mastery of mind magic. The young boy wondered why she had come to the human realm now and what she could possibly be after by possessing Shunlei. The fiery woman, Aegir, suddenly interrupted his thoughts, demanding to know if the blast of power she just felt was his doing. She complimented his strength, figuring he wasn't just some ordinary human since most would have already lost their minds in her presence. Aegir observed him with a smirk, noting that while he was just a brat, he certainly had potential. With a tempting look, she offered him the chance to make a pact. Jinwoo was stunned into silence by her unexpected proposition. Aegir laughed, telling him to consider it an honor to receive a special offer to serve her directly. She began to lecture him on the hypocrisy of humans, who kill and hurt each other for personal gain. Leaning closer, she tempted him to abandon his human struggles and pursue a more glorious dream alongside her instead. Jinwoo simply stared back, his expression hardened with serious contemplation. His mind replayed the harsh truths of his world, where humans constantly judge and rank the weak by their power, never giving back. A pragmatic part of him acknowledged that accepting Aegir's offer was the most logical path to survival, which was his ultimate goal. An alluring image of the succubus queen appeared in his mind, whispering that he was handsome while offering him a glorious dream. Yet, a single, overriding thought cut through the temptation: siding with the Demon King was siding with a demon. Realizing he was under a mind control spell, Jinwoo pushed back with his will, shattering the illusion around him. Aegir expressed her surprise that he broke her high-tier spell, disgustedly blaming the pathetic and weak host body she had been forced to inhabit. Her frustration quickly turned to amusement, and as she began to laugh, the man before her asked if she was laughing at him. Jinwoo confirmed that he was, finding the bullshit she was spouting utterly hilarious. A sudden hush fell over the area as Jinwoo's aura flared to life. He sneered at her offer of servitude and unleashed a powerful blast of energy directly at her. The dark-haired man punctuated his attack with a simple, defiant command for her to shove it. The fire-haired woman simply smiled, calling him a bad boy as their battle officially began. Ager lazily swung her arm, playfully batting away the incoming attack. She even let out a bored yawn, effortlessly deflecting the powerful blast as Jinwoo watched in disbelief. His attack was harmlessly redirected, dissipating into the ruined walls. Ager's casual demeanor shifted slightly as she registered a hint of surprise. That surprise quickly morphed into a delighted laugh as she deftly weaved through a sudden flurry of his attacks. She admitted that while she was only joking at first, she was now actually interested in him. With a wide grin, Ager expressed her awe as she continued to sidestep his relentless assault. Her expression became more focused as she narrowly dodged another impossibly fast strike. Jinwoo was fighting at a level that exceeded human capability, while Ager thought to herself that she was still getting used to her new vessel. A sudden burst of speed from Jinwoo caught her completely off guard. Jinwoo himself was shocked, wondering how she had caught up to him so fast. A cataclysmic explosion erupted from their point of impact. The entire structure rumbled violently from the aftershock of the blow. Ager clicked her tongue, chiding the young man for being so impatient. She taunted that she had all the time in the world, but Jinwoo cut her off, declaring he had no time to stop. He unleashed a blinding storm of slashes, determined not to waste a single second. As the timer on his skill ticked down, he pressed his relentless assault. Ager realized with a jolt of alarm that his movements were somehow getting even faster. The air filled with the screech of metal and the flash of countless slashes. His blade continued its dance, a desperate, screeching flurry against the demon commander. He pushed his body to the absolute limit, his attacks becoming a blur of motion and sound. The crumbling debris was the only sound as a silent, determined Jinwoo stood panting amidst the wreckage. As fiery energy crackled around her, Ager complained about a restrictive clause from 700 years ago and her disgust for the red blood of her human host. A blast of flame erupted from her hand as she mused that fighting him made her feel like she had become one of them. Huffing for breath, she admitted that leaving him as a mere human would be a waste, captivated by the fierce will that set his spirit ablaze. Ager then revealed that he had more potential than the child they had marked as his vessel, a thought which Jinwoo silently registered. Now fully accustomed to her body, she declared it was time to see if he was the one destined to fulfill their grand wish. The woman in fire announced one final test, stating that if the young man could survive this, he would pass. She unleashed her ultimate attack, a massive blast of demonic fire called Flamma. Jinwoo stood his ground, staring into the face of the overwhelming inferno. A monstrous creature of pure flame coalesced from the attack, roaring that he should be able to handle it. The fire creature then leaped forward, intent on devouring him completely. Just before the blast hit, an explosion of white light intercepted it as a woman in white appeared, yelling for someone named Geomma to snap out of it. The fire creature cursed at the geezer for interfering, but Jinwoo grit his teeth, vowing that he wouldn't let it happen. An old man materialized in front of Jinwoo, his arms outstretched as he screamed that he would never let them take this boy. Ager's fiery construct simply laughed, challenging the old man to try and protect him as it unleashed its full power. Jinwoo's world went completely black as the explosion consumed everything. His senses slowly returned as a single thought crossed his mind, "Am I dead?" Followed by a painful cough. The young black-haired man coughed again, his body racked with pain as he struggled for air. The faint crackle of dying embers echoed in the silence. Identified by the old man's cry, Geomma Kang let out another weak, shuddering cough. A soft padding sound marked the beginning of a special message. With a swish, a blue-haired girl with horns appeared to greet the dear readers. As a blonde girl with cat ears flopped down beside her, the blue-haired girl thanked everyone for their understanding, allowing the team to take a week to recuperate. Together, the girls explained that with Season 1 nearing its end, they were working harder than ever and hoped everyone would stick with the story until the conclusion. A red-haired girl then flipped a switch, declaring it was time to turn off the lights as episode 47 began. A solemn voice stated that such a great talent must not be allowed to die there in vain. That talent was identified by a single name, Geomma Kang. This boy was destined to shatter the ancient chain of malice that bound mankind and demons. A blinding blast wave erupted, consuming the battlefield. A final thought declared him their hope as the world exploded in light and sound. In a brief flash of memory, a younger version of the swordsman charged forward, his blade ready. Geomma coughed violently, asking if the old man had come to his senses, but the elder simply told him to steady himself and recover. The young man's words caught in his throat as he finally saw the old swordsman's mangled arm. The elder dismissed the concern, claiming he only needed one hand to wield a sword and urging Geomma to focus on his own recovery. A contemptuous voice cut through the debris as Ager turned her attention to the old man. The woman wreathed in fire demanded to know how he, a mere mortal, could have possibly survived her magic. She seethed with disgust, reminding him that he was just a lowly human. The old swordsman remained silent, his robes fluttering in the heated wind as he faced her down. For a Legion Commander-class demon to manifest, a flesh sacrifice and a human vessel were required, which limited their full power but still made them an unstoppable calamity. Ager grumbled in annoyance, blaming her awful compatibility with her current human body. She found it unbelievable that she was struggling against a geezer on his deathbed after dealing with the superpowered brat. Taking a step forward, she warned the old man that this time would be different. With a burst of speed, Ager lunged, screaming that he wouldn't get away with just losing an arm. But in a blur of motion, a blade sliced cleanly through the air. Ager let out a shriek of agony as her own arm was severed, sending her stumbling to the ground. Flames violently erupted from her wound as she stared in absolute disbelief. The demon could only stammer a single, disbelieving word as her fiery blood hissed on the scorched earth. The old swordsman observed her coolly, stating the simple fact that she was scared. Enraged, Ager roared back, calling him an insect as explosive bursts of power detonated around her. The swordsman clenched his fist, admitting he didn't know why she had crossed over from the demon realm. His voice remained steady, cutting through the roaring blaze that surrounded them. He finished his declaration with unwavering certainty, he could see the unmistakable fear in her eyes. Stung by his accusation, the fiery woman leaped back in a mix of shock and fury. She scoffed, calling him a pest and insisting that he had only gotten lucky taking her arm. Her taunt was cut short as the old man's blade swung at her once again. Staggering, Ager questioned how an old man could wield such dense aura, until her eyes widened in realization, she recognized the eyes of a descendant of Iran. The old swordsman seemed to taunt her as he vanished in a puff of smoke, effortlessly dodging her next move. Explosions rocked the ground, drowned out only by the sound of Ager's wild, manic laughter. The man with scars asked if it was too much for her, but Ager just laughed, mockingly upgrading his status from an insect to a rat. Amidst the chaos of fire and debris, the small figure of the swordsman leaped gracefully through the air. His sword cut a clean path forward as fire and rubble erupted all around him. From the sidelines, Geomma cried out, his voice filled with worry for his protector. He knew he was helpless, as it took all his strength just to remain conscious, giving up the blessing now would be an act of suicide. Amidst the deafening kaboom of another blast, the elderly man shouted for himself to leap. The old swordsman lunged forward, his eyes glowing with power, his floral shirt a bizarre sight on the battlefield. A brilliant slash of pure blue energy tore through the fiery hellscape. Ager once again praised the wrinkly old man, with a sneer, musing that perhaps he was a rat after all. The swordsman expertly weaved through a barrage of fiery blasts before landing softly on his feet. As another explosion went off behind him, the old man began to speak, acknowledging the undeniable and absurd strength of demons compared to humans. He confessed that in his youth, he had cursed the world, bitter about the insurmountable gap in power he could never overcome. But now, in his old age, he declared that he had finally come to realize the truth. Ager dismissed him as a senile fool, yet she couldn't ignore the weight of his experience and watched for an opening as he closed the distance. A smirk crossed her face as she spotted the perfect weakness, his exposed left side where he had lost his arm. As she lunged, the old man called her a coward, shouting that she knew the very truth he was about to speak. The swordsman revealed the ultimate truth: humans continue to grow even when hope is lost, and that is what terrifies demons the most. He punctuated his point with a swing of his blade, declaring that this fear was the very reason demons constantly tried to invade their world. For a moment, Ager's eyes widened as if in understanding. But then she simply let out a dismissive scoff, flatly denying his claim. The two combatants clashed once more, their conflict erupting in another massive explosion. Realizing he had attacked from below, Ager broke into genuine, incredulous laughter. She screamed that she couldn't listen to his speeches anymore and unleashed a devastating blast of power. The old swordsman clenched his jaw, bracing for the overwhelming attack. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the area, followed by an eerie, sudden silence. The swordsman's eyes went wide, not with surprise, but with agony. He collapsed to his knees with a grunt, blood spurting from a fatal wound in his stomach. Ager stood over him, mocking his grand speech as he fell heavily to the ground. She sneered that humans hadn't changed in 700 years, calling his speech cliché but admitting it was not bad for the last words of an insect. Geomma could only scream in horror for the fallen swordsman. Ager's attention casually shifted back to the boy, as if just remembering he was there. She offered a fake apology for forgetting him, then announced it was time to reveal the results of his little test. With his last breath, the elderly man desperately yelled for Geomma to run. A wicked grin spread across Ager's face as she joyfully announced that he had passed. Stunned into silence, Geomma could only stammer in utter confusion. Ager laughed, patting him condescendingly as she explained his body would be used for her demonkin's greatest wish, before wishing him well in hell. The dying swordsman roared in defiance, demanding to know how she could turn her back on an enemy and reminding her that Geomma was only a student. She coldly told the old man to shut up, stating she had no interest in playing with a living corpse, and that he should just sit tight and watch. Raising her hand, she prepared to deliver his so-called stamp of approval. A strange, ethereal energy began to coalesce in front of her. A vivid memory flashed through Geomma's mind, a woman in fire yelling at an armored man, who wryly asked if her insult was a compliment. A strange, humming energy began to emanate from Geomma's body. The low hum quickly escalated into a high-pitched, piercing whine of immense power. Geomma's heart pounded like a drum as an unknown force surged within him. A flurry of error messages flooded his consciousness, warning of an external breach and the initiation of an autonomous defense protocol. The system alerted him that an unexpected error had occurred, both his user rank and the worldline's rank were too low to activate the program. The protocol then announced it was using something called Yggdrasil as a catalyst to temporarily elevate his rank and recalibrate the worldline. The world around him seemed to vibrate with the sheer force of the surging energy. A single, clear beep signaled that a critical change had occurred. The system display hit 100%, confirming the requirements for a mysterious, unknown function had finally been met. Another vision flashed, a red-haired woman and a white-haired man watched a foe, surprised that he was still moving. The red-haired woman laughed cruelly, comparing their enemy to a bug that still squirms after its head is cut off. Panting for breath, the white-haired man in the vision swore an oath to take Ager's legs, even if it cost him his life. The red-haired woman recognized his aura's color, noting its similarity to the Blade Saint from the war 700 years ago, a man she found disgusting for evolving until the moment of his death. Deciding to end it, she leaped toward him, screaming for the descendant of Iran to finally die. The vision ended with the deafening sound of a massive explosion and a blood-curdling scream. Back in the present, Ager recoiled as a powerful static energy erupted from Geomma, realizing with a shock that something about the kid had fundamentally changed. An impossible sensation washed over her, a feeling she recognized with dread from 700 years ago. Geomma's internal system declared all of his blessings were being forcibly elevated and activated, with the divine blessing of transference now halting the worldline's pain and rupture. A final memory fragment showed a monstrous fiery creature cursing at a man with white hair for daring to get in its way again. The creature let out a guttural roar, bellowing the name Awakens as the world itself rumbled. And as the power within Geomma reached its apex, the system announced the final release, the blessing of the Blade God. The quiet morning was broken by a soft, definitive clack. The woman with blue hair and yellow eyes announced that it was their last day. As a hush fell, a woman with blue-green hair trailed off, beginning to voice a hesitant thought. A hand held a smartphone, its screen displaying the early morning date and time. A man with red hair noted that the sun wasn't even up, asking the blue-haired woman if she had managed to get any sleep. The woman with blue hair cryptically replied that it should be, prompting a confused, huh, from her companion. She clarified that they were well past sunrise, Riley questioning how he could be the second top scorer if he couldn't even discern day from night. Nearby, a blonde student repeatedly called out for a sleeping Geomma. As the narration explained their need to reach the warp point, another student groggily wondered who was talking about the sun coming up. The blue-haired character urgently told his weapon to hurry, a growing sense of unease settling over him. A low, ominous rumble began to vibrate through the ground. The disturbing tremor grew steadily in intensity. The woman with fiery hair, Ager, cried out Joaquin's name in utter disbelief, convinced that his return was impossible. A sharp, electric buzz crackled through the air, signaling a deep distortion. The world shook with a deafening crash and a continuous, violent rumble. Amidst the chaos, Ager's senses focused on Geomma, wondering with shock how the brat could be responsible for this. She tried to rationalize the event, admitting her judgment was slipping and that Joaquin, being human, couldn't possibly still be alive. Yet, her thoughts kept returning to the strange power that had erupted from Geomma just moments before. Somewhere else, an injured man let out a pained cough, spitting blood. The man in the Hawaiian shirt was shown to be gravely wounded. The injured man's vision blurred as he struggled to remain conscious. He finally succumbed to his injuries, collapsing to the ground with a soft flump. An earth-shattering roar of energy reverberated across the land. The man in the blue shirt watched the unfolding chaos in stunned silence. As a strange light washed over the area, the fallen man stirred with confusion. A soothing green energy materialized from thin air, bubbling and flowing around him. He patted his chest in astonishment, realizing his grievous wound had vanished completely. The silver-haired man looked on, demanding to know what in the world was happening as the ground continued to tremble. Another colossal boom shook the very foundations of the world. A cataclysmic blast tore through the landscape. Unseen projectiles ripped through the air with terrifying speed. A low, menacing hiss filled the silence that followed. The quiet was shattered by yet another explosive bang. A man completely engulfed in flames landed heavily, declaring that he would have to take back what he had said earlier. The air around him sizzled with immense heat. He finished his thought with roaring conviction, his words punctuated by two massive explosions. He explained that while he had desired the boy's body as a vessel for his lord, leaving him alive was no longer an option. Taking a more feminine form, the woman in fire armor declared that Geomma's continued existence would jeopardize the future of her entire race. Her power pulsed, causing the ground to thrum in anticipation of her attack. She unleashed a spiraling vortex of fire, a technique simply called blaze. Immediately after, she summoned a swirling maelstrom of energy known as tempest. The two attacks combined into a single, devastating blast of power. The old man with white hair could only watch in shock as the world shook violently. The woman in fire armor taunted her target, telling him to think of his impending doom as a fleeting pleasure. With a final, chilling declaration, she screamed for Geomma to see him in hell. P4_5, the attack connected in a world-shaking kaboom. Narration transition. The blast radius expanded, rumbling and tearing the land apart. Twin booms echoed as the explosion surged outwards with unstoppable force. The old man took a step back, recognizing the immense power before him. He stared as a blinding light consumed the scene, from which a voice identified as Jinwoo vowed that he would. Geomma's system announced the activation of the blessings of painlessness and renewal, before finally releasing the blessing of the Blade God, restricted to a mere 60 seconds. Jinwoo finished his promise with a single, absolute word, cut. 2 deliberate steps echoed within the heart of the explosion. A high-pitched screech tore through the air as reality itself was put under strain. The sound intensified, signaling the bending of cosmic laws. A clean, perfect slit appeared in the fabric of space. A near-silent whoosh marked the passage of an unstoppable blade. The system named the technique that had just been unleashed, Cosmic Blade. A massive explosion of light and fire erupted, dwarfing everything that had come before. The fiery-haired demoness reached out with a glowing hand, a look of desperation on her face. With a defiant roar, she lunged headfirst towards the overwhelming explosion. The resulting blast threw her back with contemptuous ease. She let out a small, surprised "oh" as her senses were overwhelmed. Her body hit the ground with a heavy, final thud. She could only stare in utter shock at the power that had defeated her. Far away, students watched the spectacle, a blond boy excitedly pointing it out as his friend told him he could also see. The aqua-haired female character watched the phenomenon, completely speechless. A woman with blue hair and animal ears wondered what the hell she was seeing, as a man with orange hair observed that the sky itself had split wide open, creating a sunrise so unreal that it left everyone in awe. The demon with fire hair struggled to her feet, realizing with horror that her wounds were not regenerating. She understood that her very essence of mana had been severed and that her death was now inevitable. Her body wobbled, on the verge of collapsing for good. She finally fell to the ground, her power utterly spent. But she refused to die in vain, recognizing that Geomma would become a great calamity for all demonkind. Igniting her remaining life force for one last attack called Flamma, she resolved to take the boy down with her. Before she could act, her head was brutally slammed into the ground. A man with gray hair appeared, callously mocking her for turning her back on an enemy and comparing her unfavorably to the 6th Legion commander. The silver-haired man gripped her by the head, admitting that she was tougher to kill than her predecessor as he prepared a final blast. In a vision of the past, the fiery man cursed the descendant of Iran while a man with glowing eyes commanded the fiend to return to hell. The demon's dying screams echoed across time, its last words a curse upon the descendant of Iran as it was utterly annihilated. The last remnants of the demon crumbled into dust and faded away. The silver-haired man coolly stated that his name was not descendant of Iran, introducing himself as Siegfried von Nibelung. A profound hush finally settled over the battlefield. Siegfried took a step, approaching the unconscious form of Geomma. He assessed the boy's condition, noting his breathing was steady and his injuries, though present, were not fatal. Siegfried's mind raced as he contemplated Geomma's true identity, recognizing the boy's technique as the pure, unadulterated instinct of a master swordsman. He stood in silent contemplation over the boy who had defied all logic. The scene shifted, and the narration took the story far back into the past. It explained that since ancient times, humans had sensed a will within all things, fearing supernatural forces yet worshipping them for protection. In time, these powerful, unknowable entities came to be known as calamities. Or, as the final thought concluded, they were also known as gods. In the wake of the battle, a heavy gloom settled over the world as dark clouds gathered in the sky. A blinding flash of light signaled a world-altering event that had just transpired. The clashing voices of heroes and villains echoed, with a blue-haired woman demanding passage and a silver-haired man declaring his unstoppable ambition. The woman vowed to reach someone important, but her allies desperately tried to hold the line against her. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man coolly approached a gurney carrying an unconscious figure, his subordinates trailing behind him. A close-up on a blue-haired woman's eyes revealed a storm of anguish and desperation. Elsewhere, the red-haired girl Chloe lunged forward in a rage, only to be held back by her blonde friend as other students looked on in horror. The silver-haired combat woman and Chloe screamed at each other amidst the chaos, while a bald man simply walked away from the confrontation. The light blue-haired girl with horns stared in wide-eyed shock, her concern palpable. Nearby, a mint-green-haired girl covered her mouth, stifling a gasp of disbelief as the terrible reality set in. Her distress was amplified by the sight of a man in a floral shirt, a grievous wound visible on his back. The mint-green-haired girl collapsed to the ground in tears, comforted by the steady presence of her light blue-haired friend. As the girl sobbed, her determined friend watched over her, a steely resolve forming in her eyes. A somber news report announced a critical loss in humanity's strength during its ceasefire with the demon kin, as another of the 7 stars of heroes teetered on the brink. Watching the broadcast, the light blue-haired girl, Abel, wished for news about Geomma, wondering if he had woken up yet. In the halls of the academy, students whispered rumors that the black-haired special entrant had been carried off on a stretcher and was now in critical condition. Overhearing their hushed conversation, Abel's hand twitched with barely suppressed frustration. Startled by her sudden movement, 2 nearby students, a young boy and a green-haired man, nervously asked what she wanted. Abel apologized before coldly asking them to move their noisy conversation to a corner, admitting she hadn't slept well. The green-haired man quickly agreed, mockingly dragging his friend away to where he claimed losers like them belonged. Abel dismissed their words, firm in her private belief that it was ridiculous to even consider the possibility of Geomma's death. In another room, Chloe's quiet sobs filled the silence as Abel sat beside her, lost in her own thoughts. Abel noted that Chloe hadn't stopped crying since that day, her friend's sniffles a constant, heart-wrenching reminder of their shared worry. Admitting to her own growing fear, Abel thought about how it had already been over a week since she'd last seen him. Her memory drifted to their attempt to visit the hospital, where a guard flatly denied them entry despite their pleas. The guard cited a special order from the director strictly forbidding all external visitors, but Chloe, ignoring him, made a desperate dash for the entrance. As others tried to stop Chloe, the special order sparked speculation that the incident was related to the Blade Emperor. Abel's mind reeled, connecting the lava-filled hellscape of Avalon Island and the strange mana trace to the news of the strongest human's lost arm. Her logical conclusion was that a powerful demon kin had attacked, and the Blade Emperor had sacrificed his arm to stop it. Despite her searching the servers countless times for any scrap of information, she had come up completely empty. Adding to her frustration, the principal media had cut off all outside contact, promising a report only after a thorough evaluation and leaving the press with nothing. Abel realized her only option was to ask him directly, recalling Geomma Kang's final words to her before he left alone. The memory of his footsteps fading into the distance echoed in her mind. A heavy sigh escaped Abel's lips as she was consumed by a feeling of helpless frustration. She lamented that this brief, uneventful farewell was the last time she ever saw him. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Abel quietly wondered when Geomma would finally come back. Her troubled thoughts were interrupted by a gentle voice asking if Lady Abel was okay. Snapped back to reality, Abel turned to see Rachel and acknowledged her, explaining her lapse in attention. Apologizing, Abel admitted she had just been lost in thought, though Rachel's expression remained somber. Other students tried to make small talk, asking about the Blade Emperor and passing on well wishes from the Spear Saint. Rachel then spoke to Abel in a low voice, cryptically stating that in time she would understand why she was insisting on nursing Geomma herself, believing he was injured while helping her grandfather. Abel remained silent as Rachel clenched her fist, her resolve hardening. Elsewhere, a bearded man sat alone, downing drink after drink. He slammed his glass down on the table with a loud bang, his frustration boiling over. The bearded man grumbled that the situation was turning into a real headache. He cursed the worthless vermin who had caused all this trouble. In a secure medical facility, a report detailed the patient's horrific injuries, with ripped muscle fibers and nerves hanging by a thread. Despite this grim diagnosis, a woman with green hair and glasses was assured by a silver-haired man that the patient was now fully recovered, perhaps even better than before. The green-haired woman smugly took credit, mentioning how she threatened every medic on staff to save him no matter the cost. The silver-haired man, Siegfried, suddenly exploded at another man, yelling that he was sent to keep students safe, but his friend advised him to let it go. The green-haired woman sighed, deciding it was better to try and stay positive about the outcome. She then turned to Siegfried, asking if he was okay after witnessing such an unprecedented event. Siegfried simply replied that he was fine, as he demonstrated his own complete recovery. A doctor marveled that in over 30 years of work, he had never seen anything like the patient's perfect condition, with even prior health problems completely gone. The doctor declared it a divine miracle, leaving the green-haired woman utterly bewildered by the turn of events. She mused that while Sieg was partly to blame for Geomma's state, he had also personally nursed him and spent an astronomical sum to reserve the entire ward, making her wonder what truly happened between them. A white-haired man, the Blade Emperor, grumbled that even his blessing of perception couldn't make sense of it, demanding an explanation now that Geomma was awake. The Blade Emperor conceded that he also needed time to wrap his own head around the incident. Admitting it took a lot to piece together, he prepared to finally explain to the green-haired woman what exactly went down on that island. His hand tightened as he began his story. The Blade Emperor revealed that Aegir, the 5th Legion commander, had appeared on Avalon Island. The green-haired woman reacted with utter disbelief, unable to process the gravity of his words. The Blade Emperor confirmed it was the unbelievable truth, stating that Aegir was the one who had taken his arm. She immediately asked if that was why Geomma was so injured and what had become of the Legion commander, but Siegfried suddenly interjected. Sieg declared that Aegir had been defeated, a truth he kept quiet because the world wasn't ready, but he refused to answer if he had been the one to do it. He simply slumped back into his chair, leaving the green-haired woman in stunned silence. The woman muttered that Sieg must have finally lost it, as defeating Aegir alone was impossible, before a shocking possibility began to dawn on her. Her eyes widened as she breathlessly wondered if it was possible that Aegir had been defeated by someone else entirely. The man in the white suit suggested they save the rest of the discussion for when they were all together. The old man with white hair agreed, adding that a young boy had better things to do than get tangled in the business of grown-ups. A moment of quiet agreement passed between the powerful figures. The green-haired woman grumbled in frustration but reluctantly plopped down into her seat. She finally conceded, agreeing to drop the subject for now. Back with the students, a red-haired person tried to lift the gloomy atmosphere. He proudly presented a recruitment poster he made for their club, boasting about its eye-catching design. The young man explained that they'd always relied on Geomma but had never done anything for him, hopefully awaiting their opinion. The woman in red, Saki, expressed her genuine surprise, while the woman in blue admitted she couldn't create something so vibrant. The orange-haired man was pleased Saki understood that color is everything, but his explanation was cut short. He was about to elaborate on how to grab people's attention when his poster was suddenly sliced in two. The orange-haired man shrieked at Chloe, who coolly stated that Geomma must never lay eyes on such an abomination. As he lamented his all-nighter, the woman in blue dryly commented that at least the poster was flammable waste. Abel sighed, the group's forced liveliness only making her feel emptier. Patting her pocket, she found that even the sweet jelly bar she always carried had lost its flavor. Just as Chloe spotted a familiar figure in the distance, Abel wondered when Geomma would finally return, her thoughts interrupted by Chloe's excited shouts. The entire group froze in stunned silence. An unspoken, collective breath was held as they stared at the person who had just arrived. His friends immediately swarmed him, the red-haired girl asking how he felt while another young man expressed their worry. Geomma simply walked past them without a word. He then playfully flicked someone standing behind him on the forehead. Abel, who had snuck up on him, flinched but simply said, "Boo." A small smile graced her lips as she quietly welcomed him back. Geomma's eyes widened slightly, a look of fond recognition on his face. Returning her smile, he announced he was back and had already made a request for their club, much to Chloe's immediate suspicion. This was the beginning of a strange and vivid dream. A man in a black suit trembled, his face contorted in a silent, guttural laugh of pure terror. His eyes widened in absolute shock at the unfolding chaos. Unseen forces tore through the air around him with a series of sharp, slicing sounds. Devastating impacts rocked the very space he occupied. The young man screamed in disbelief, recognizing the ethereal weapon as a knife. The air continued to shred with the sound of blades whistling past. A cascade of explosions further destabilized his surroundings. He watched in horror as space itself began to tear apart at the seams. A final, deafening blast threw him completely off balance. With a series of violent cuts, the space before him was irrevocably sundered. The memory of a voice commanding him to take it echoed in his bewildered mind. A powerful shockwave of energy erupted from the fractured reality. The man in the suit was consumed by a blinding vortex of pink and purple light, his hand reaching out desperately. He could only let out a strangled gasp. P1G, with a sickening crack, the young man realized the floor beneath him was giving way. Narration transition. A disembodied voice commanded him to pick up the object, leaving him utterly confused. As he plummeted through a grid-like void, a sword falling alongside him, the young man wondered just what was happening. His mind raced, trying to process the impossible descent. Everything felt distorted, unreal, and terrifyingly familiar. With a low groan, the young man awoke, recognizing the recurring nightmare that plagued his sleep. Annoyed by a buzzing phone, he wondered who was messaging him so early in the morning. Reading the message, a single thought crossed his mind: they were completely screwed. He sat up, noticing his body felt not just recovered, but perhaps stronger than it had ever been. Geomma surmised this was due to the VIP room the Sword Emperor had rented for him, even personally overseeing his care after the fight with Igor. He sat in silence, contemplating the massive debt he now owed his benefactor. While dressing, he fumbled slightly with the knot of his tie. The day was just beginning on the Isle of Avalon. Geomma stared at his reflection, plagued with uncertainty about the future and whether he was truly doing the right thing. He recalled having this exact same worry not too long ago. In his memory, a blue-haired woman with horns had simply advised him to do what he would normally do. Her words echoed in his mind, and he resolved that it was too late to grumble about his decisions now. A short, determined laugh escaped his lips. He was suddenly approached by the blue-haired girl Ryaju, who offered him a snack. She playfully feigned disappointment at his lack of surprise, while he dryly played along before thanking her. Ryaju's tone shifted as she insisted it was time he finally told her what happened. After giving a polite bow, she pressed him about his long hospital stay on Avalon, but Geomma would only say that something had happened. She relentlessly repeated her question, trying to wear down his resolve. Meanwhile, in another location, the woman in the black dress remarked that for a man of his appearance, he made surprisingly good tea. The silver-haired man, Sieg, clarified that her remark was, in fact, a compliment. Before she could respond to his backhanded praise, a polite knock interrupted their conversation. Geometry-ma entered the room, and the woman in the black dress greeted him by name. He hesitantly asked if he was too early, but she quickly assured him that he was right on time. In the meeting room, the green-haired woman remarked how disorienting it was to have only one arm after 70 years, making Sieg visibly uncomfortable. A heavy silence lingered in the air between the old comrades. The green-haired woman turned to Geomma, stating that Sieg had told her everything about his victory over the 5th General, Igor. Geomma confessed that while he remembered the event, it felt unreal to him, as if it all occurred in a dream. Laughing, she quickly apologized for bringing up a traumatic event so soon after his recovery. Geomma assured her it was all right, though he privately admitted he still found it hard to believe, despite his trust in her and Isekai'd. The woman insisted it was the truth, which Isekai'd, who witnessed the battle, confirmed by stating the victory was Kang Geomma's doing alone. An elderly man then apologized to Medea for having to hide information about Avalon, grimly noting that the demons must have already sensed the disturbance. The silver-haired man added that the demons' actions had a clear motive, likely related to the fact that no human was thought capable of defeating a general-level demonoid. The green-haired woman concluded their actions seemed designed to prevent something specific from happening. The woman in black, Medea, slammed her hand on the table, declaring that inaction would only make things worse, for demons are both compulsive and sly. She delivered a grim prediction: within a few years, they would be at war again, a conflict incomparable to the one from 50 years ago. Geomma realized that slaying Agor could be the catalyst, and only the Sword Emperor's strategic silence was holding the demons' retaliation at bay. The silver-haired man, Isekai'd, then announced that he had gathered them all to make an important statement. He solemnly revealed that he was no longer able to fight on the front lines. The green-haired woman shot to her feet, furiously asking if he was truly going to be this depressed over losing a single arm. Isekai'd calmly recited the Academy's founding principle: we raise true heroes so we can pass down a better era. He then reminded the woman, the dean of the Academy, that this was the very reason she held her position. The dean was left speechless by his poignant reminder. A heavy, somber atmosphere settled upon the room. Isekai'd then made his official announcement, stating his plan to step down from the 7 stars soon. Geomma jumped from his seat, shouting the Sword Emperor's name in protest. Isekai'd calmly explained this wasn't a rash decision but one he'd contemplated for some time, promising to focus on doing what he still could. The dean warned him that the press would tear him apart for such a decision. Unfazed, Isekai'd replied that he planned to hold a press conference in a few days to get it all over with at once. Exasperated, she yelled about him being the same stubborn man after 50 years, to which he cheekily replied that he simply lives young. A brief moment of shared laughter cut through the otherwise tense meeting. Geomma reflected on his past selfishness, realizing his attempts to force events to follow the original plot were futile when characters acted of their own accord. He finally understood they were not just characters in a game, but living people with their own egos and free will. From that moment on, Geomma vowed to accept their choices, no matter what they were. He knew that refusing to face the truth was childish, just as the dean helped the elderly man who had strained his neck. The green-haired woman suddenly gasped, realizing they had almost forgotten the most important matter at hand. Both she and the elderly man turned their serious gazes toward student Kang Geomma. The white-haired man, Isekai'd, delivered the final bombshell, declaring, "I will transfer my 7-star seat to you." In a sunlit office, a vintage telephone sat silently on a polished wooden desk, waiting. A long, weary sigh cut through the quiet room. The green-haired woman muttered under her breath, calling the Sword Emperor a stupid geezer. A heavy silence followed her outburst as the weight of the situation settled back in. Her mind raced with protocol, frantically listing the need to gauge the demons, handle the press, and deal with other pressing matters first. The elderly man calmly stated that the transfer wouldn't be immediate, insisting that the boy should be allowed to enjoy his academy life. She could only call him a stupid old geezer once more, her frustration met by the white-haired man's hearty laughter. The green-haired woman groaned in exasperation, contemplating the immense burden of transferring the seat of a 7-star hero. While it was a heavy responsibility for a 17-year-old, she knew that no one was as suited as Geometry Ma to become a 7-star, and that his true feats would shake the world if revealed. He was a genius descended from the heavens, a boy who already had one foot in the realm of legends. A name suddenly surfaced in the green-haired woman's mind, a startling comparison to the legendary Baylor Joaquin. Her thoughts trailed off as she processed the sheer scale of the boy's potential. With a sigh of resignation, the green-haired woman softly spoke Isekai'd's name, a hint of understanding in her voice. She knew all too well that the absence of a 7-star hero could disrupt the delicate balance of power with the demons. While there might be backlash, Sieg's personal appointment of Geometry Ma would lend the decision immense weight, though a problem still remained. The green-haired woman acknowledged the final hurdle: they would need the full agreement of the association and the other 7-star heroes. The scene shifted as the sound of a footstep broke the silence. A voice from a photograph mused about a high school reunion as footsteps echoed nearby. Across the room, 2 men in suits stood watch by the windows, their gazes fixed on the world outside. A single, sharp tap punctuated the tense quiet. The young man finally spoke, cautiously asking the Sword Emperor for a moment of his time. He paused, gathering his thoughts as the room fell silent. The bandaged man knew at once, asking if this was about the 7-star hero seat. Sieg apologized for not informing him earlier before posing a question: why were 4 of the 7-star seats left empty? The young man hesitantly replied, guessing it was out of respect for the allies who had passed away. The bandaged man conceded that this was one possible interpretation. Although their sacrifice was the reason humanity still existed, it was not the logical reason for leaving such powerful positions vacant. The silver-haired man stated the simple, harsh truth: they had just never found anyone worthy enough to be a hero stronger than themselves. He then explained that the demons are, and always have been, much stronger than humans. The terrifying power of the demons was a well-known fact: if they were to march on humanity, extinction would follow in less than a year. A man in a suit noted that negotiation is only possible from a position of power, prompting the silver-haired man to ask what that had to do with the empty seats. The silver-haired man delivered a chilling verdict: mediocre power is worse than having none at all. The man in the suit understood instantly: if a 7-star hero were to fall to a lesser demon, humanity's hope would crumble. The 7-star heroes were more than just glorious figures, they were symbols of humanity's might, a duty that came with immense responsibility. The silver-haired man sighed, lamenting that even that sacred duty had lost its meaning. He revealed with disgust that the title of the 7 stars had been corrupted and was now being used as a tool for political power. A newspaper clipping showed the face of Saki Kojima, the Prime Minister of Japan, a so-called dictator who ruled using the 7 stars name. This strange man was only ever mentioned in a game, and Saki Ryuju herself never spoke of her family, unlike the other students. A memory surfaced of the blue-haired woman declaring her hatred for the 7-star heroes. The young man brought the conversation back to the present, stating he understood the context but still needed to know the real reason: tell me why it's me. A profound silence filled the space between them. The silver-haired man asked if he was truly being daft, beginning to explain the simple reason he was passing down his seat. He stated it plainly: it was because the young man was stronger than him, and by a large margin. The blue-haired man recalled pushing Igor to the brink of death, but inwardly questioned if that power had truly been his own. The weight of that question hung unspoken in the air. The silver-haired man pressed on, stating that he needed his questions about the young man's power answered now. Sieg correctly deduced that his power seemed to have a time limit, prompting Jinwoo to decide it was time to reveal something. Sieg summarized what he'd been told: Jinwoo used a blessing to gain immense power, then nullified the excruciating pain with a second blessing, a fact Jinwoo confirmed. Jinwoo had carefully explained his blessing of the Sword God and painlessness, trusting the Sword Emperor's insight but not revealing his every weakness. The silver-haired man marveled at the revolutionary concept of using one blessing to suppress the cost of another. He observed that Jinwoo appeared to be harnessing that power in his own unique way. The silver-haired man acknowledged that Jinwoo truly possessed an incredible talent. Sieg then advised that fighting on a timer was a dangerous game, proposing that Jinwoo needed an experienced master, just as he himself was in need of a talented disciple. As his chosen successor, Sieg declared it was his duty to pass on his knowledge, explaining that he had no intention of being idle in retirement. A sudden realization dawned on Jinwoo. Sieg then handed him an item from Abel, telling him to enjoy his academy life until things were sorted out. Jinwoo cried out the Sword Emperor's name in protest, but his words were drowned out by Sieg's fading laughter. Jinwoo stood in stunned silence, processing the offer to become a successor and disciple, vowing to himself to talk Sieg out of it later. Beneath a sky full of stars, the academy stood as a silent, imposing fortress. Back in his room, Jin-woo was lost in a silent, troubled contemplation. The creak of his door was accompanied by a weary groan from Jin-woo as he finally headed to bed. He slammed the door shut, the sound echoing his frustration. As he slept, his mind was plunged into a chaotic vision of a man in a suit, wielding a sword amidst a torrent of red and blue light. It was the same dream again. Jinwoo's dream self cried out, realizing he was trapped once more in the familiar nightmare. Another explosion of light filled his vision as the temptation to accept the power resurfaced. The voice of a bearded man echoed in the void, urging the black-haired young man to accept the power being offered. The single word, accept, pulsed with an undeniable force. A surge of raw energy crackled through the dreamscape. The black-haired young man tried to calm himself, insisting that it was only a dream. He braced himself, determined that he would not die here. A sliver of doubt crept in as he wondered aloud if he could really die in a dream. In that moment, a colossal blast of energy slammed into the black-haired young man. He gasped, a pained cry escaping his lips. His eyes shot open in pure, unadulterated shock. The world dissolved into a sea of violent red energy as a sinister, glowing eye symbol stared back at him. In a final, blinding flash of light, the figure was completely annihilated. The blue-haired man lay in his bed, the fading remnants of the nightmare leaving him in a cold, silent sweat. He sat up with a jolt, his body tense. The blue-haired man frantically scanned his dark room, trying to separate the dream from reality. As his eyes adjusted, he started to recognize his familiar surroundings. Suddenly, a terrifying shriek echoed as a blast of blue light erupted in his room. The brilliant energy seemed to consume an unseen figure. A mysterious black-haired man appeared, his casual greeting turning to shock as he recognized who was before him. A glowing figure stood silhouetted against the ethereal blue light. The white silhouette identified itself with two shocking letters that defied all logic, the GM. The glowing figure asked if it had mistakenly recreated the wrong location for their meeting. It clarified that it chose a familiar place, which prompted a flicker of understanding from Jin-woo. Admitting its own confusion, the entity noted this was Jinwoo's first time seeing it here, while Jin-woo tried to cut in with a question. The being then delivered a shocking denial, stating clearly that it was not the GM. Jin-woo repeated the statement in disbelief, to which the figure mused that perhaps it wasn't so different from the GM after all. It continued speaking in riddles, claiming it could be the GM or the other way around, forcing Jin-woo to bluntly ask who it was. An expectant silence stretched between them, heavy with the weight of the mystery. The glowing figure suddenly broke the tension, erupting into a cascade of booming laughter. Visibly annoyed, Jin-woo drily asked how long the display of amusement would continue. The figure apologized, explaining that old memories had surfaced, but acknowledged that it understood Jinwoo's intrigue. It warned that a full explanation would take too long, deciding instead to provide a simpler version due to their limited time. The entity began its explanation, revealing it was known by many names, including calamity, nature, and even space itself. With immense gravity, it announced its final, most profound name, God. Jin-woo could only echo the single word back in utter astonishment. The figure affirmed this but specified its true title was the Sword God. Before Jinwoo's eyes, a radiant humanoid shape took form, emanating an aura of insurmountable power. As Jin-woo stared in shock, the Sword God explained that its title wasn't what he was thinking, but it was a sufficient name for now. The Sword God reiterated their lack of time, prompting Jin-woo to urgently demand why it had only appeared now. The entity simply stated that its restraints had only been released recently. A system window flashed before Jinwoo's eyes, confirming that the blessing of the Sword God had been released. The Sword God affirmed that Jinwoo's understanding of the situation was correct. It further explained that its release was still incomplete, making their conversation in this partial form a miracle. The very fabric of its being began to crackle and dissipate into particles of light. The sword god regretfully informed Jinwoo that this was all the time they had for now. A sudden, violent surge of power erupted from within Jinwoo, catching him completely off guard. In an instant, his entire body was engulfed by a volatile red aura. As it faded, the sword god offered a final, cryptic warning about his power, knowing he wouldn't yet understand. Jinwoo cried out in frustration, yelling that he still had so much more he needed to ask. The sword god's voice cut through the chaos, simply telling him not to mess up this time. Ignoring his protests, the entity offered its last words of encouragement, expressing its belief in him as Kang Geometryma. The name struck Sung Jinwoo with the force of a physical blow, shaking him to his core. His consciousness drifted in the silent void left by the sword god's departure. The incredible details of the encounter began to fade from his memory like a dissipating dream. A system notification suddenly blazed into existence, announcing that a synchronization was complete. Jinwoo's eyes snapped open as he read the staggering synchronization rate, an unprecedented 21.3%. The faint crackle of residual energy was the only sound as he returned to the real world. He realized with a sigh that his memories of the sword god GM had already vanished. Massaging his head, Jinwoo concluded that what mattered most was to keep gathering clues about his situation. He glanced outside, his thoughts wandering as he noticed that the monsoon season had already started. He felt a sense of wariness about the sudden spike in synchronization, but also recalled that a higher rate had never proven to be a disadvantage. Outside his window, the first drops of rain began to streak down the glass. Elsewhere on campus, a cheerful shout announced the arrival of potential club members, the loud noise startling a passing Jinwoo. He stopped in his tracks, staring in disbelief at what he saw. Near a coffee shop, a group of students observed him from a distance, murmuring among themselves. An unseen student scoffed at the club's poster, wondering who would join a group that left trash lying around. Another commented on how shocked Jinwoo appeared, as the group continued to speculate on what kind of person he might be. A blue-haired girl in the group declared her intent to interrogate the potential newcomer thoroughly, while Jinwoo remained on high alert. He knew vigilance was necessary, as the schemes of the dungeon guard's mysterious backer and Leishan remained unknown. The club's orange-haired man then approached Jinwoo, reminding him of their plans for the next day. A red-haired girl cheerfully added that it was a celebration, reminding Geometryma-kun of his supposed love for fish dishes. Jinwoo tried to demur by claiming to be picky with sushi, but a woman in glasses playfully challenged him as he silently wished he could decline. The blue-haired woman praised the restaurant's fame, while the red-haired girl noted its glowing reviews, and the orange-haired man admired pictures of the food. Resigning himself to the plan, Jinwoo agreed, unable to refuse their kind offer of a celebratory feast. Later at the restaurant, the blue-haired woman glanced toward the door with an expectant look. A woman with green hair and glasses peeked inside, asking if this was the location for the travel club. The orange-haired man warmly invited her in, and the woman walked over to their table. Jinwoo silently appraised the applicant, thinking she looked more normal than he had anticipated, as the blue-haired woman watched her enter. He considered, in comparison to his own eccentric clubmates, she was indeed quite ordinary. The new applicant, a woman with green hair, took a seat at the table directly across from Jinwoo. For a moment, Jinwoo wondered if the way she was holding her hand was an intentionally rude gesture. The orange-haired man cleared his throat to start the interview, but the blue-haired woman with horns swiftly took charge, asking the applicant to introduce herself. The orange-haired man was left momentarily speechless by her sudden takeover. The applicant nervously introduced herself as San Hana, a second year from the ordinary class, originally from Busan. Jinwoo expressed his surprise that she was Korean and they shared a brief moment of connection over her hometown. He mused that he'd never heard the surname San before, but then acknowledged his own identity as Kang of the Seori region was just as fictional. Getting carried away, Jinwoo passionately described his deep love for Busan's pork gukbap. The blue-haired woman with horns sharply told him to get a grip and focus on the interview. After sheepishly agreeing, she turned her attention back to Sanhana, demanding to know her reasons for applying. Sanhana explained that she wanted to join to clear dungeons and improve her poor academic marks. The blue-haired woman, Saki, pointed out that the club's primary focus was travel, questioning why she didn't join a combat-oriented club. Taking a steadying breath, Sanhana prepared to give her full, honest answer. She confessed that as a second year from the ordinary class, no other club would accept her, resigning herself to being left behind as useless. Saki's expression softened at the harsh self-assessment, while the red-haired woman cut in to ask what weapon she used. Sanhana admitted she had no specialized weapon, clarifying that if she had to choose, she would rely on her fists. Saki skeptically asked if she could really clear dungeons, but Hana cleverly retorted that Saki herself had just said dungeons weren't the main focus. A stunned silence filled the air, as the orange-haired man noted he'd never seen Saki lose a war of words before. Saki let out a short sigh, conceding the point to the applicant. Sanhana added with sincerity that she also just wanted to make some good memories with them before she graduated. Jinwoo considered his knack for judging character, weighing how his sword god's blessing might help him assess the situation. He ultimately decided that finding any other new members would be difficult regardless. Making his decision, the young man in the black blazer officially welcomed Sanhana to the travel club. A delighted Hana confirmed she had passed and immediately told them to speak to her casually, since she was their senior by a year. Jinwoo smirked, thinking to himself that she seemed to have been waiting for that exact moment. The woman with the blue ponytail, Saki, noted that being on good terms with their senior was advantageous, though Jinwoo privately thought Chloe's politeness was enough for everyone. Hana insisted she didn't want to be treated like an elder, and the red-haired Chloe readily agreed to just call her Hana. The orange-haired man handed her the club entry form, reminding her that it needed to be submitted within the week. Hana took the form and fell silent as she looked over the details. The orange-haired man's eyes widened in shock as he read over her shoulder, exclaiming that the club's chaperone was the principal. A knowing smile played on Hana's lips as she remarked that her time in the club was going to be very fun. Jinwoo announced his departure, telling the others to call him the following week. As he began to leave, the blue-haired Saki was struck by a nagging sense of familiarity regarding their new member. Saki noticed Jinwoo's thoughtful expression and asked him what was wrong, prompting him to wonder aloud if Hana reminded her of someone. Jinwoo quickly dismissed it as a passing thought, guessing it was just her generic-looking glasses, which Saki then playfully copied. At that moment, Jinwoo's phone buzzed with a text, and as Saki curiously asked who it was from, he saw the sender was the principal. The orange-haired woman wondered if the principal had already heard about the new member, but Jinwoo assumed it was just a delayed reply. His expression grew serious as he opened the message and began to read its contents. Jinwoo's face contorted in sheer disbelief, leaving the red-haired and orange-haired women staring at him in utter confusion. After receiving a shocking text, Jinwoo slammed the door open, apologizing as he announced his abrupt departure. His friends, an orange-haired woman and a red-haired woman, were left bewildered, wondering if the principal had summoned him. As Jinwoo rushed away, the words from the message echoed in his mind, informing him that his entire family had been wiped out. He strode through the halls, a terrible realization dawning on him that this must have been what someone named Lei Shen had meant. The scene flashed back to the principal's office, where the green-haired woman had struggled to explain that his student records, under the name Kang Geometry Ma, had been completely erased. He now understood that the only information left was from after his academy enrollment, and to his horror, he could no longer recall his parents' faces. Recalling how he hadn't contacted them to avoid causing worry, he decided he had to try calling them directly. His phone buzzed as it attempted to connect the call. An automated voice delivered the final, crushing blow: the number he had dialed was no longer in service. Now a solitary figure, Kang Geometry Ma walked through the pouring rain on the academy grounds. He stared down at the smartphone in his hand, now a useless piece of glass and metal. Raindrops splattered against the dark, empty screen. The device finally powered down, mirroring the darkness descending upon his world. In the downpour, a blue-tinted vision or memory began to surface. He saw himself as a man in a suit, standing silently as the rain washed over him. In this vision, he clutched a stack of photos, knowing they too would soon be deleted from existence. His analytical mind deduced that the effects of the sword god's blessing were the only logical explanation for this reality-altering event. He came to the grim conclusion that his supposed family had been nothing more than constructs, people placed to help him adjust to this world. Gritting his teeth, he knew that someone had to be responsible for this deception. The thought solidified into a terrifying certainty: this entire situation had been manufactured. He considered the only two beings powerful enough to do this, the GM or the sword god. Jinwoo concluded that it was either one or the other, and perhaps, they were even working together. Lightning tore across the stormy sky, illuminating the lone man sitting on a bench, a defiant figure against the raging tempest. The photos he was clutching began to turn to ash in his hand. The last vestiges of his fabricated past crumbled into dust and were swept away by the wind. As the illusion of his life disappeared, Jinwoo made a silent vow for the future. Elsewhere, a student's voice cut through the air, calling out for a girl named Rachel. Nearby, a popular blonde girl named Abel boasted about her status, callously dismissing the others around her. Abel continued her complaints, prompting a teal-haired girl to dryly comment on how difficult it must be to deal with her every morning. The teal-haired girl, Rachel, sighed, noting that Abel's gloomy mood was unusual, perhaps brought on by the rain. Seeing her friend was troubled, Rachel gently asked Abel if she wanted to talk about her problems. Abel confessed that her self-confidence was at an all-time low, even though she knew she was strong and pretty. She then paused, thinking of her greatest and most undeniable quality. With renewed vigor, Abel proudly declared that she had a great body. As Abel gestured towards her figure, a mortified Rachel yelped in embarrassment. Abel abruptly switched topics, asking if Rachel had heard that Geometry Ma had started his own club. With a sly look, Abel insinuated that something had happened between Rachel and Geometry Ma on Avalon Island, a charge Rachel frantically denied. Rachel clarified that she had merely hurt her ankle and Geometry Ma had left the island early, but Abel's skeptical expression remained. An unseen person commented that Rachel wasn't a liar, causing Abel to apologize for her sensitivity. Abel then teased Rachel for previously claiming she had no interest in Kang Geometry Ma, but Rachel clarified that she never went quite that far. Surprised, Abel then asked a confusing question, wondering aloud if Rachel was also interested in someone named Abel. Rachel grew even more flustered by the strange conversation as Abel simply mused that people's minds can change. After a brief tangent on the nature of relationships, an unseen person had to remind Abel that she had been talking about Kang Geometry Ma's new club. The orange-haired man then recounted how he asked to join the club, only for Geometry Ma to refuse because he felt uncomfortable accepting star-class students. A green-haired woman, listening to the story, asked what any of this had to do with Abel's self-confidence. A blonde girl with cat ears, Rachel de Marat, then chimed in, offering to explain by recounting what she had seen the day before. In her flashback, Rachel contemplated ordering a café au lait to maintain the sophisticated image of the de Marat family. Her dignified resolve lasted only a moment before she cheerfully ordered a simple iced coffee instead. She blamed the intense Korean summer heat for her choice, but was then distracted by an unexpected sight. Spotting Geometry Ma nearby, she excitedly thought of him as an interesting prey she had found in an unexpected habitat. Back in the present, the green-haired woman could only respond with a baffled, huh? The green-haired woman and a dark-haired man then shared a subtle, knowing smile. A moment of quiet understanding passed between the two. The blonde woman, Abel, continued the story, vividly recalling the wide grin on Geometry Ma's face as he interviewed a girl with glasses. Abel began to wonder aloud if Geometry Ma was just into that particular type of girl. A blue-haired woman, Saki, anxiously tried to interrupt Abel before she could finish her thought. Her interruption was met with a tense, awkward silence. Later that evening, Geometry-ma arrived at a restaurant named Korea Sushi, musing on the world's oddly direct shop names. Hoping his professional instincts wouldn't act up during the meal, he was relieved to see his club members waving him over. The orange-haired man and the red-haired Chloe warmly greeted their club president. Geometry-ma noticed Hannah's absence, and Chloe explained that their new member couldn't eat raw fish. He found this peculiar for someone from Busan, but the orange-haired man's hunger prompted them to head inside. As they entered, Saki commented on the delicious smell while a staff member welcomed them. The red-haired man with them felt a sense of familiarity, while Geometry-ma requested a table for their party of 4. Behind the counter, a woman with red hair froze mid-action, her eyes wide with shock. Geometry-ma's gaze met hers, and his own expression became one of utter disbelief. Saki, sensing the sudden, thick tension in the air, quietly asked what was wrong. Geometry-ma ignored her, instead demanding to know what the red-haired man behind the counter was doing there, who could only stammer that he was at work. Geometry-ma's mind reeled. He couldn't comprehend why an heir to the wealthy auditor family would be working part-time at a sushi restaurant. The tense reunion was interrupted by a blond man, the boss, who berated the red-haired worker for his slowness. Saki wisely suggested they shouldn't interfere, and Geometry-ma reluctantly agreed. Turning her attention to the menu, Saki enthusiastically pointed out an item she wanted to order. She then simply added that she liked salmon. Geometry-ma decided to ignore the situation with the worker, whom he now knew as Knox, and focus on the meal, an idea Chloe readily agreed to. He inwardly pitied Chloe, who had likely been looking forward to this party the most, only for it to be complicated by this world's messy relationships. Saki then suggested the Korea Sushi Special, and upon hearing the price of 400,000 won, Geometry-ma was left speechless. Mistaking his shock for disappointment, Saki apologized for picking a place that was too cheap, forcing Geometry-ma to clarify that they should just order whatever they liked. Delighted by his permission, Saki didn't hesitate to place their order. As Saki ordered 4 specials, Geometry-ma found himself once again contemplating the vast, unfathomable wealth of his upper-class friend, Saki Ryuju. When the impressive platter of sushi arrived, Geometry-ma had to admit the ingredients looked incredibly fresh and of a quality rarely seen even in Japan. Noticing he wasn't eating, Saki asked him if something was wrong. Geometry-ma hesitated, admitting he felt bad criticizing a meal he was being treated to, but that the ingredients were not the issue. He then delivered a harsh verdict, declaring that the chef's poor knife work had completely ruined the perfect ingredients. The red-haired worker, Knox, looked on in horror, realizing his friend was directly insulting the notoriously temperamental boss. Saki quickly tried to de-escalate the situation, calling out to the chef. But it was too late. The blonde chef turned slowly, his voice dangerously low as he asked what Geometry-ma had just said. The rest of the travel club, the orange-haired man, Chloe, and Saki, could only watch in tense silence. Unfazed, the young man with black hair calmly repeated that the chef's skills were merely passable and certainly not worth the exorbitant price. The chef's face hardened with anger as he issued a challenge. If Geometry-ma knew so much, he should step up and show everyone how it's supposed to be done. The blonde chef, enraged by the criticism, vehemently demanded Geometry-ma prove his words immediately. The rest of the travel club watched in horror as their party descended into chaos, wondering what was happening. Geometry-ma noted with grim amusement that for someone with terrible Korean, the chef had remarkably sharp ears. Saki anxiously asked Geometry-ma what he was going to do. The silver-haired chef, Mungsuri, boasted of his 12 years with a sword before issuing a challenge. If the student was better, the food would be free, a deal Geometry-ma immediately accepted. Mungsuri inwardly scoffed, planning to teach the cocky kid a lesson with a simple flounder. While Mungsuri suggested a flounder for the challenge, Geometry-ma confidently countered with a single, decisive word, red snapper. Geometry-ma pointed to a pristine red snapper on the cutting board, but then his eyes widened in surprise. Mungsuri cried out in protest as an unseen action caused a sharp, tearing sound. Knox, the red-haired worker, urged his boss to just watch, despite his own panic over an outsider in the kitchen and the staggering cost of the fish. Though just a server, Knox told his bewildered boss that he could count on the young man. A sharp tap echoed in the tense kitchen as Geometry Ma prepared to work. Geometry Ma stood in silent concentration before the cutting board. For a moment, the scene triggered a distant memory, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. He was once again the legendary sword master, his reputation preceding him. A jolt of recognition passed through the onlookers of that memory. In his mind's eye, a defeated man knelt before him, admitting his total and utter defeat. The crowd from that day had murmured in disbelief that their own boss man had lost. The defeated chef, with 12 years of experience, had begged to become his disciple, clinging desperately as Geometry Ma tried to refuse. His younger self had reluctantly agreed not to take a disciple, but offered to give some advice instead. The chef had listened with rapt attention, ready to absorb any wisdom offered. The young Geometry Ma had explained that the chef's knife skills were decent, but he wasn't using the blade to its full potential. He then suggested a simple change, using a knife made for a left-handed person. Geometry Ma had detailed how the cut showed too much force in the right arm, mushing the flesh, and promised the rest of the knowledge would come with a few more years of experience. The chef, utterly convinced, had asked if he could truly call him master. Snapping back to the present, Geometry Ma dryly reminded Mungsuri of their bet, confirming their meal was now free. He then pushed further, suggesting that for the valuable advice he'd given, perhaps Mungsuri should be paying him, an offer the chef eagerly accepted. The air filled with the excited chatter of the other patrons. Word quickly spread that the boss was giving out free food as a treat to all the customers. Soon, the entire restaurant was buzzing as everyone rushed to get a share of the unexpected bounty. A quiet moment settled over the travel club as they watched the scene unfold. Chloe remarked with surprise that she had never seen Geometry Ma wear such an expression before. Saki silently agreed with a knowing look. With their club president so fired up, Saki suggested they shouldn't just sit by, but instead go and help. The orange-haired man nudged Chloe, urging her to help as well, and she reluctantly agreed. As Chloe turned, she was startled by the sudden appearance of a shadowy figure, her eyes widening in shock. The red-haired man, Knox, softly offered to teach her what to do. Chloe's expression softened as she gratefully accepted her brother's help. Elsewhere, Geometry Ma stood alone in a long, ornate hallway, away from the commotion. He reflected that while it was supposed to be a club party, he couldn't resist the challenge, noting that 50 seconds was more than enough time to prepare 3 fish. After years of cutting down beasts and men, slicing fish felt refreshingly simple, making him wonder if he should open a sushi restaurant after graduation. 2 figures bowing respectfully caught his attention, interrupting his solitary musings. The masked man, Knox, approached, explaining that the boss was handling the rest while Chloe had sent him to talk. Geometry Ma cut straight to the point, asking Knox why he had suddenly decided to start working a real job. Knox reminded him it was Geometry Ma's own advice that he might learn something from honest labor, a fact Geometry Ma pretended to recall. Seeing through the act, Knox skeptically asked if he had seriously forgotten their conversation. Geometry Ma quickly recovered, praising Knox for actually following through, while Knox smugly admitted there was indeed something to be gained from real work. Feigning curiosity, Geometry Ma then asked how one deals with annoying or drunk customers. The black-haired man just smiled knowingly, making a dismissive gesture with his hand. Knox looked at Geometry Ma, holding up a hand as if to stop him from continuing the joke. A weary sigh escaped someone nearby. Geometry Ma remarked that Knox seemed far too wise for his age, jokingly asking if he was lying about his real age. Knox replied dryly that Geometry Ma could have just said he seemed experienced. The light-hearted mood vanished as Knox addressed him by his full name, Kang Geometry Ma, and asked if he had any more questions. Knox explained that leaking family matters was a grave sin, but he had to resort to it since Chloe wasn't answering her phone. He then revealed that the auditores had completed their investigation into Geometry Ma, found nothing, and were now targeting the Council of Elders instead, asserting they were agents of justice, not hunting dogs. Knox concluded by stating a massive investigation squad was being formed, and that he himself had decided to join it. Geometry Ma processed the news. He was no longer a target, and the impending chaos among the great families was not his concern. He sincerely thanked Knox, acknowledging how difficult it must have been to share such sensitive information. For a moment, Knox's eyes glowed with an intense red light. Knox began to return the thanks but quickly clamped his hand over his mouth. After clearing his throat, he admitted he had said too much, while Geometry Ma privately noted that his relationship with Chloe seemed to be improving. Changing the subject, Geometry Ma called out to Knox with a new question. He asked if Knox happened to know a girl named Hannah from his class. Knox confirmed he knew San Hannah, a new member of their club who was indeed in Geometry Ma's class. He described her as a quiet bookworm, unremarkable in every way but one. In a quick memory, other students confirmed that whether in theory or combat, Hannah's performance was always perfectly, almost intentionally, average. Knox expressed his surprise that Geometry Ma was showing interest in another person, causing Geometry Ma to defensively ask what kind of guy Knox thought he was. Knox paused, a thoughtful look crossing his face as he began to define who he believed Kang Geometry Ma truly was. His eyes narrowed, filled with a sudden, sharp intensity. Their conversation was cut short by the chef, Mungsuri, who was looking for Knox to help close up, only to be thrilled that his master was still present. As a token of his gratitude for the day's lesson, Mungsuri offered Geometry Ma a meager gift. He presented his own knife, which Geometry Ma initially refused, stating that a chef shouldn't give away his life so easily. Mungsuri insisted the knife didn't match him, having learned that a true master cares more for skill than tools. Accepting the sincerity of the gesture, Geometry Ma took the knife but pleaded with the chef to stop calling him master. He examined the blade, which looked incredibly expensive. It was crafted more like a weapon, reminding him of his first teacher who, despite his words, had also cherished his own expensive knives. Recalling a ritual his master taught him, Geometry Ma decided that naming such a fine blade was a rite of passage and jokingly declared its name was Turbo Sashimi Machine. Seeing Mungsuri's worried expression, Geometry Ma clarified he hadn't disliked the name, but was simply contemplating a fitting one for the blade. As the chef marveled at the ways of a true master, Geometry Ma's mind raced, searching for the perfect name. A memory of his family's lineage, the pride of the Seori Kang line, suddenly surfaced in his mind. With newfound clarity, Geometry Ma looked at the blade and declared, "Your name is Everfrost." The scene abruptly shifted to a smartphone screen, showing a young man in an orange hoodie posing for a selfie. The camera then panned out to a dark, European-style town square at night, centered around a foreboding fountain. Down a dimly lit corridor, several shadowy figures with glowing red eyes were being led away. A hooded figure stood before a new group, thanking them for attending despite their busy schedules. An impatient silver-haired man demanded to know if this was the person who had summoned them all here. The hooded figure confirmed it was, before making a chilling introduction, "I am the professor." The figure stood cloaked in shadow, a mask hiding their face as a faint blue glow emanated from their robed form. The story continues in The Academy's Sashimi Sword Master. In a dimly lit European square, a tense silence hung in the air. An impatient man with purple hair broke the quiet, demanding to know why the professor had summoned them during such a busy time. A silver-haired man with glasses chimed in, questioning if the professor had any idea what he was currently dealing with. In response, the hooded figure known as the professor simply erupted into a fit of chilling, unrestrained laughter. A figure in dark robes questioned the professor's sudden outburst, while another member demanded to know why he was laughing. The figure in dark robes then turned their attention to the angry guests, mockingly observing that they were still drunk on their newfound powers. Enraged by the insult, the man with silver hair glared at the robed figure. Unfazed, the figure in dark robes identified him as a servant of the fourth general, Firmersh, before taunting him about his dry hands. The man with silver hair, his form swelling into that of a large monster, roared that he would coat his hands with the figure's blood. The woman with purple hair urgently tried to de-escalate the situation, warning them not to cause a scene. The monster bellowed that he didn't care, vowing to kill anyone who dared to interfere. As their energies clashed, a figure in blue armor appeared, declaring that the monster was unworthy of his power. The figure in dark robes, their introduction now complete, coolly asked if everyone was ready to move on. The woman with purple hair recognized the power as belonging to the second general, Quorn, and called for an instructor to step forward. The professor sheepishly admitted his old teaching habits were hard to break and gestured towards an aide, stating she would explain the details. A woman with stark white hair stepped forward to address the assembled group. She got straight to the point, delivering a shocking revelation: her master, Agor, was not killed by the Sword Emperor. A heavy silence followed her statement, the weight of its implication settling over the room. The man with glasses continued the explanation, revealing that Agor had fallen at the hands of a single student. A man with blonde hair finished the sentence, naming the student as Leon van Reinhardt, the next hero. Meanwhile, back at the academy, luggage sat packed and ready for the impending break. Inside, Kang Geometry Ma stood silently, processing the whirlwind of recent events. His mind raced to organize the new threats and mysteries, realizing the stakes of his situation were growing ever higher. He stared into the distance, his expression a mask of deep and troubled contemplation. Geometry Ma's thoughts first drifted to the Council of Elders, an organization he knew to be the pinnacle of noble greed. He recalled how they treated the auditores as mere hunting dogs, a mistake that had inadvertently turned the assassins into his allies. Geometry Ma remembered that in the game, the council was eventually brought down after the auditores exposed their schemes against Leon. He grimly acknowledged that he was now caught in a very similar web of intrigue. With the auditores now investigating on his behalf, he felt confident the truth would be revealed, though he worried his own situation was far more perilous than Leon's had been. His thoughts then turned to the second loose end, the mysterious female instructor. He recalled Agor mentioning a contract with a whining instructor, which made him wonder if she was deceptively two-faced. Geometry Ma considered the clue of her purple magic, but reminded himself that villains in the game could easily change their appearance. He lamented that while eye color and sex were unchangeable, his own sensing abilities were too limited to find her with so little information. Most importantly, he recognized his critical weakness was his profound lack of knowledge regarding magic. Geometry Ma wrestled with his next move, debating whether he should wait for more information or proactively start learning magic himself. His troubled expression deepened as he weighed the difficult choice before him. Looking down, he was startled to find that he had been unconsciously scribbling on a piece of paper. With a sigh, he chided himself, admitting that traditional studying had never been his strong suit. A new resolve took hold. He decided a bold, unexpected attack was the best course of action. His first step, he determined, would be to pay a visit to Professor Damien. Elsewhere, the blue-haired girl Saki was scolding the orange-haired boy, Weapon, for getting worked up over something so small. She then turned to her friend, asking if she knew the significance of the upcoming date. The red-haired girl, Ruju, noticed Geometry Ma sighing and asked him what was wrong. Before he could answer, Weapon excitedly shouted to the club president that July 7th was just around the corner. Geometry Ma briefly wondered if the date was his own birthday, before Weapon corrected him. Weapon passionately explained that July 7th was the historic day the hero Baylor Joaquin Leakin sealed the great demon Leakin. Seeing Geometry Ma's blank expression, Weapon trailed off, quickly saying it was nothing when his president asked what he was mumbling about. Geometry Ma dismissed the fuss, but Weapon insisted there was more to his excitement. Weapon proposed they host a tasting booth for the festival, an idea that Geometry Ma privately thought could be good for promoting the club. Weapon paused expectantly, the imposing shadow of the red-haired Ruju falling over him. To his astonishment, Saki enthusiastically agreed with his plan, as Geometry Ma silently resolved to somehow save Weapon from the unforeseen consequences. Weapon turned to his club president, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden support. Saki teased Geometry Ma about his interest in such vulgar displays, prompting him to retort that Ruju was the one closest to real power. Geometry Ma reasoned that since they would only be clearing dungeons during the break, the festival was a rare chance to have some fun together. He then added with a sudden somberness that they might not have much time to enjoy such festivals in the future. One of his friends immediately asked him to clarify what he meant by that. Saki's eyes narrowed, questioning his cryptic words about not having much time left. Geometry Ma panicked internally, realizing he had let his foreknowledge of the second human demon war slip after growing too comfortable around his friends. Saki continued to stare at Kang Geometry Ma, her expression sharp and questioning. She directly asked if he was privy to some secret information again. She then pressed him further, adding the pointed words, just like last time. Sensing the dangerous turn in the conversation, Geometry Ma desperately threw a silent plea for help toward Weapon. The orange-haired young man instantly picked up on his president's distress. Leaping into action, Weapon created a diversion by brandishing a hastily drawn poster and asking for everyone's opinion. The girls reacted with a mixture of shock and amusement, while a green-haired girl noted with a laugh that she was featured on it. Weapon shot a look at Geometry Ma, silently communicating that the club president now owed him one for the save. Saki, however, cut through the commotion, telling Weapon to move his dumb poster and declaring it was time to set things straight. She stated firmly that the club had too many people trying to take the lead. She announced her intention to establish a clear hierarchy so that Weapon wouldn't spout such foolish ideas again. Weapon boldly accepted the challenge, while Saki laid out her terms. If he won, she would never oppose him again and would fully support his festival plan. Ruju watched in disbelief as Geometry Ma stood silently, the friendly club meeting having suddenly escalated into a serious challenge. An intense silence filled the room as Saki Ryuju and Weapon faced off, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. Weapon scoffed, confidently declaring he would prove who was more valuable to the club president. Saki coolly replied that she couldn't forgive such a statement. Weapon internally strategized, believing Saki wouldn't dare fire her longbow outside the subspace and planned to simply stack debuffs from a distance. The girl with glasses raised her hand, cheerfully announcing she was ready. With a sharp command, the duel began. To Weapon's shock, Saki didn't reach for her bow but instead lunged forward with incredible speed. A flash of alarm crossed Weapon's face. Even as Saki knocked an arrow, Weapon clung to the desperate hope that she wouldn't actually fire, his strategy crumbling before his eyes. In a blur of motion, Saki closed the distance and struck Weapon with her bow itself. Weapon cried out in disbelief as Saki got into close quarters, his warning about the blessing's effect at this range dying in his throat. Saki delivered a decisive blow, striking Weapon with the full force of her weapon. A brilliant, explosive light erupted from the point of impact. The blue-haired woman let out a startled cry as the attack's power flared unexpectedly. Chloe watched the outcome of the duel with wide, stunned eyes. Saki turned away from her defeated opponent, her gaze landing directly on Kang Geometry Ma. She then asked him if he finally understood the situation now. Geometry Ma stood in silent contemplation, observing the chaotic results of the challenge. Despite the explosive defeat, a faint beeping indicated Weapon's health was slowly regenerating. For days before the festival, the travel club was a whirlwind of activity. Chloe observed the preparations, noting that everyone was performing better than she expected. She then giggled with delight, admiring a perfectly cooked, heart-shaped fried egg. San Hana reported to Geometry Ma that she had ordered 3 days' worth of kimchi, pork legs, and vegetables, which were scheduled to arrive in 2 days. Elsewhere, Weapon complained about the sheer amount of work, from renting the booth to setting up tables and hooking up gas pipes. Saki Ryuju bluntly told Weapon to shut up, reminding him not to complain since he lost the fight. Saki, now in charge of PR and design, stared at a recipe for kimchi stew, wondering why she, the victor, was stuck with cooking despite never having done it before. Geometry-ma, identifying with her plight as Leon, asked Saki for help, much to her confusion. Geometry-ma reflected on how the festival preparations, unlike making sushi, would put all the focus on him, and the 50-second duration of his blessing wouldn't be enough. He mused that he'd never had a chance to enjoy a festival like this, having been busy working ever since he was 17. Perhaps that's why he fell in love with a generic mobile game, Blessing of Miracle M, in his search for a mundane, everyday life. But Geometry-ma knew that peaceful atmosphere had shattered in his past life when the demons targeted Leon in his second year, making this the last festival Leon would ever enjoy at the academy. Hannah approached Leon, asking why he had such a long face. Hannah pointed out that he seemed to be thinking of this festival as his last, causing Leon to wonder if she had just read his mind. Geometry-ma asked a woman with green braided hair if she remembered what he said when he first joined the club, but she couldn't recall. She told him not to worry about it if he didn't remember either, leaving him puzzled. Geometry-ma suddenly announced to Saki that he had to leave for a bit. Saki questioned where he was going, but he simply told her to keep things running and that he would explain later. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving Saki staring after him in silence. Geometry-ma arrived at the laboratory of Professor Damien. The professor was humming to himself as he worked. Recognizing his visitor, Professor Damien warmly welcomed Geometry-ma inside. The professor mentioned he was brewing some Russian black tea with a wonderful aroma. Geometry-ma politely declined the offer, fabricating a black tea allergy to avoid it. The professor's attention then turned to an object on his desk, and he asked Geometry-ma what he thought it was. He explained it was a sample that looked like a rock but had a faint flow of mana, offering Geometry-ma a small piece. Geometry-ma silently observed the rock before politely refusing the offer. Changing the subject, Geometry-ma stated he was there to follow up on his previous question about the phrase, "May God's blessing be with you." Professor Damien confirmed he had been investigating the matter on his own, as it had piqued his scholarly interest. The professor searched through his papers and triumphantly announced he had found what he was looking for. He proudly presented a book, revealing he had traveled all the way to Russia just to acquire it for his research. Geometry-ma was taken aback, asking if the professor had done all that just for him. The professor clarified that while Geometry-ma provided the occasion, his own curiosity was the real driver, but he thanked him nonetheless before bringing up a more important point. He began his explanation by recapping his lecture on the classification of blessings, which are granted by beings like dead spirits, guardian spirits, elemental spirits, and heroic spirits. Professor Damien then asked Geometry-ma if he remembered what he had said last time. Geometry-ma recalled the professor's stark declaration, "There are no more gods remaining in this world." Impressed, the professor praised Geometry-ma's keen memory and offered him a position as his teaching assistant. Geometry-ma politely declined the offer, stating he had no interest in academia, to the professor's expressed disappointment. The professor stressed that his previous statement was crucial, preparing to delve into the history of the Age of Gods. He described an era when numerous gods of unidentifiable origin existed, an epoch known as the Age of Gods. The professor elaborated that these gods were not merely transcendent beings like spirits but were closer to concepts, lacking emotion, consciousness, or even physical bodies. When Geometry-ma questioned the term concepts, the professor explained that gods were on an entirely different level, making even powerful spirits seem like fireflies next to the sun. He described them as omniscient beings who had shed mortality, yet even they could not escape death. Geometry-ma listened intently as the professor revealed a startling twist in their history. The green-haired man explained that a single god was responsible for ending that entire era. That entity was known as the Sword God. The professor concluded that the phrase, "May God's blessing be with you," originated after the Age of Gods, used by humans to praise the Sword God and borrow his power. With his explanation complete, Professor Damien asked Geometry-ma if that had answered his question. Geometry Ma walked down the hallway, his mind reeling from the professor's history lesson. He reflected that while he didn't fully understand everything, he was touched that the professor went all the way to Russia just for his question. He briefly wondered if he was being selfish but quickly concluded that avoiding Russian uranium tea was a wise choice. As he walked, Geometry Ma suddenly realized why he had been feeling so uncomfortable. He hadn't brought his sashimi knife with him, a tool that had become a state-of-the-art sensor for his heightened senses. He mused on how much he had changed, to feel so uneasy just from being separated from his knife. With only 4 days left until the festival, the club members worked tirelessly on their preparations. 3 days before the event, the team struggled to carry heavy balloons and supplies for their booth. With 2 days remaining, the members held a random outfit draw, resulting in a groan of dismay from a blue-haired girl. The day before the festival arrived in a flash. On the eve of the festival, the red-haired female student gasped in awe at the final preparations, while the blue-haired girl looked on. On D-Day, Geometry Ma stood ready, reflecting on his 20 years of work reviving numerous restaurants. He recalled how he always refused high pay to help stores on the brink of closing, not for charity, but for his own satisfaction. For him, a single sashimi blade could launch the fireworks of revival, a thought he admitted was a bit embarrassing but also cool in its own way. Geometry Ma acknowledged that his first master was likely the reason he retained his edgy persona for so long. With his reflections set aside, it was time to focus on the present. Weapon announced they had 10 minutes until opening, while Chloe reminded everyone that serving food for money was serious, and the green-haired girl urged them not to be nervous. Geometry Ma looked over his friends, a silent determination in his eyes. He knew this could be their last festival together, and he was determined to make the best of it. The sounds of a bustling festival filled the air. A blonde girl reassured a hesitant blue-haired girl, promising that no one would recognize her amidst the festival chaos. The blonde girl playfully urged her companion, whom she called Miss, to smile for a picture. While the blue-haired girl hesitantly agreed the outing was a good idea, her blonde friend wondered aloud if a major figure like the Sword Emperor might make an appearance. The blue-haired girl explained that the retired Sword Emperor was not the type to attend such events, a fact the blonde girl acknowledged suited her own plans just fine. A translation note helpfully clarified the meaning of jigi, as the blonde girl excitedly pointed out a food flyer. The blonde girl's expression shifted to one of curiosity as she looked up from the flyer. A grand announcement boomed across the festival, preparing to introduce the rookie heroes of the year at the Joaquin Festival. The announcer presented India's hero, Mahatma Sinbad, and Russia's flame-wielding hero, Vladimir Yesov. A man in a red suit noted the festival's impressive scale, while a red-haired woman urgently told her crew to film Allmute for a breaking news story. Reporters swarmed the hero, asking Allmute about her candidacy for the 7-year Heroes and her stance on Korea. An orange-haired man watched in awe, completely captivated by the world-class hero Allmute. A red-haired man admired Allmute's calm demeanor, while the orange-haired man continued to gush over how awesome she was. The overwhelming noise of the crowd sent one person into a screaming panic, hands clamped over their ears. A blue-haired woman furiously berated the starstruck orange-haired man, reminding him he was supposed to be handing out flyers, not spacing out. She angrily ordered him back to the booth, threateningly reminding him that he was the one who wanted to run it in the first place. 2 pairs of distinct boots stood on the pavement, one black and one brown. A blue-haired maid and a red-haired boy shared a look of sudden confusion. A blonde maid simply commented, "Oh la la," at the sight before her. A pair of hands presented a bubbling hot pot, announcing that the kimchi jjigae order was ready. An unseen customer exclaimed in delight over how delicious the stew looked. A red-haired maid stood silently as the sharp, rhythmic sound of a knife chopping echoed through the booth. Geometry Ma reflected on Chloe's natural talent with a knife, noting that since he couldn't use them himself, he had ended up doing all the cooking. As he turned to welcome the next customer, Geometry Ma noticed the growing line and wondered where Ryuju and Speed Weapon had gone. The orange-haired man announced that he had successfully dragged his wayward companion back to the booth. A blonde girl with glasses suddenly called out to Geometry-ma, startling him. A different blonde girl admitted that the sudden shout had startled her as well. The first blonde woman laughed, jokingly apologizing for not seeing the small girl. A woman with teal hair shyly greeted Kang Geometry-ma by his full name. The flustered young man managed to stammer out a welcome to his unexpected guests. The blonde woman cheerfully ordered one kimchi stew, which the teal-haired woman promptly corrected to the proper term, jjigae. A heavy silence fell over the food stall as the group waited. Geometry-ma internally resolved to feed these high-profile customers quickly and send them on their way before his booth attracted even more attention. As another maid called to place an order, the blonde woman excused herself to attend to her. The blonde woman quietly pointed out to Miss that Geometry-ma was the new club member she had mentioned before. She then playfully teased the teal-haired woman, asking if she was pretending not to care, which she quickly denied. The blonde woman chuckled, suggesting that since it was a festival, perhaps they should have done something special too. A green-haired girl named Abel worried that with final exams approaching, they didn't have time for club activities. A hand in a pristine white cuff carefully placed a small side dish on the table. The blue-haired maid asked if she was doing it right, receiving only a silent stare from the blonde girl. As the blue-haired maid waited for a response, the green-haired girl, Abel, let out a small sound of realization. With a mischievous grin, the blonde girl seemed pleased with the unfolding situation. The orange-haired man, utterly exhausted, collapsed after announcing an order for table 9, leaving Geometry-ma to look on in concern. Geometry-ma quietly asked his exhausted friend if he was okay. He mused that neither true heroes nor those who were heroes in name only matched his own personal ideal. Geometry-ma felt a wave of gratitude that he wasn't reincarnated as an American, shuddering at the thought of ever wearing a skin-tight suit. He considered the possibility of crossing paths with Elizabeth Khan, as the Sword Emperor had marked him as a successor, an offer he fully intended to refuse. Geometry-ma concluded his best strategy was to simply stay inside the booth making kimchi jjigae for 3 days, confident that someone of her stature wouldn't visit for a simple stew. A girl with blue hair laughed heartily as Saki, the girl with green hair, reminded her of how she used to sleep in class every day before skipping a grade. The blue-haired girl argued that class and club activities were separate things, chiding Abel for being biased, but Abel clarified the issue was simply her strange outfit. The blue-haired girl cried out Abel's name in dismay while a girl with yellow hair erupted in laughter. An unknown person approaching the booth commented on a spoiled smell, asking if this was the right place. A woman in a purple dress confirmed that she was sure of it. A young man with blonde hair gasped in shock as he recognized the newcomer. Onlookers reacted with disbelief, realizing the woman was one of the top-ranking heroes, on par with Allmute herself. Geometry-ma calmly addressed the newcomer, confirming she was the one he sought. The woman in the purple dress affirmed his identity, stating he was the one who had dealt with her brothers. Geometry-ma's mind raced as he tried to place the powerful woman standing before him. A sudden realization hit him, she was the older sister. She introduced herself as Mao Lan, sister of the wicked Mao twins, and remarked that he looked more refined than the beast her brothers had described. Mao Lan mused that her brothers never spoke well of anyone, as Chloe looked on and whispered her name with apprehension. Mao Lan dismissively gestured for someone to bring her a chair. She announced that she was borrowing a seat for a moment. Geometry-ma noted her S-rank armament, the storm greaves, and surmised she had come seeking revenge for her brothers. Chloe defensively asked Mao Lan what she was doing there, but Geometry-ma calmly called Chloe's name to stop her. Geometry-ma silently ordered his 2 friends not to interfere in the coming confrontation. Chloe and the other maid stood by, their expressions hardening as they obeyed his unspoken command. The purple-haired woman, Mao Lan, clarified that it wasn't what he was thinking, questioning why she would dig up an incident from months ago. Geometry-ma pressed her, asking why someone of her status would be there when she likely had even less free time than Allmute. Mao Lan, annoyed at the comparison, stated she had no particular reason and was simply curious about the person who had so thoroughly humbled her troublesome younger brothers. Geometry silently wondered if this brazen behavior was a trait shared by her entire family. Mao Lan then surprised him by declaring that, honestly, she was rather grateful to him. She explained how her brothers had dragged their family's prestige through the mud, and after Geometry fixed them up, they had finally stopped causing trouble, which was a great relief. Geometry cynically translated her words, understanding she was really thanking him for removing obstacles to her ambition of becoming a 7-star hero. His mind processed the complex political situation. Mao Lan's ambition had nothing to do with him, and he had no reason to accept her apparent friendliness. Geometry curtly told her to leave if she was done talking, as he had a business to run, though he inwardly admitted she was easier to deal with than her brothers. As she turned to leave, Mao Lan stopped and added that there was one more thing she was grateful to him for. With biting sarcasm, she mockingly thanked Kang Geometry for opening a fermented vegetable booth, an insult that made her feel real proud. A bald man accompanying her cheerfully told Geometry to do your best. A girl with cat ears gasped in shock at the blatant disrespect. The name Mao Lan echoed in Geometry mind, now laced with cold fury. Geometry voice was low and dangerous as he told her not to compare kimchi like that. Mao Lan finished her insult with a sneer, asking if he was offended by her calling it fermented vegetables. Geometry reflected that while he had intended to stay quiet and avoid trouble, there were some things he could not let slide. He commanded Mao Lan to follow him, his voice dangerously even, as he declared his intent to cut her down for the unforgivable insult. News of an impromptu duel erupted among the students, with a blue-haired trainee announcing that Mao Lan had accepted a challenge. His friend was shocked to hear the opponent was the special student who fought the auditora, eagerly anticipating how Mao Lan would destroy him. The masked man stood silently as an unseen tension began to fill the air. Geometry piercing blue eyes narrowed with cold focus. With deliberate steps, he walked toward the center of the training ground. A roaring crowd chanted Mao Lan's name, their voices echoing with fervent support. The red-haired man watched the scene unfold with a pensive expression. The blonde woman remarked with a cynical smile that the situation felt nostalgic, while the teal-haired woman remained silent. The teal-haired woman observed that Geometry somehow always found himself at the center of every major event. The crowd's cheers for Mao Lan continued to swell, creating a deafening wave of sound. A woman with glasses watched from the sidelines, her thoughts dwelling on her comrade, Lan. The distinct sound of a subspace portal activating hissed through the air. Mao Lan scoffed, remarking that the dramatic scene felt like she had been transported back to her academy days. She patronizingly asked if Geometry would be alright, warning that his pretty face would be useless for marriage if he went crazy. Mao Lan then flirtatiously added that she would be fine marrying him later, as she always welcomed male paramours. She correctly surmised that this public spectacle was exactly what he had wanted. Geometry clarified her intent, stating she had purposely taunted him to lure him into a public fight. Mao Lan laughed, impressed by his perception but mocking him for falling for such an obvious taunt. An automated voice announced the commencement of the subspace field, wishing the combatants well. As the world around them digitized, Geometry coldly informed Mao Lan she could never become one of the 7 stars because she didn't know when to keep her mouth shut. He punctuated his statement with a sharp, deliberate step forward. Mao Lan's expression soured as she rescinded her earlier offer of making him her paramour. An intense discharge of energy erupted between the two combatants. Now clad in red armor, Mao Lan noted that Geometry wasn't all talk and found it cute that he had hidden himself in the smoke. Her confidence faltered as the smoke began to clear, revealing an unexpected sight. Mao Lan could only gasp in confusion at what she saw. Back at the kimchi booth, the maid with red hair and cat ears calmly polished silverware, unfazed by the commotion. The maid with blue hair and bunny ears asked if the others weren't worried, but the red-haired maid replied that their 2 other companions had gone with him. The man with orange hair insisted they should worry about their customers, not the president. The maid with bunny ears confidently stated that Geometry Ma would be back soon and they just needed to continue their work. After a moment of thought, the maid with green hair and glasses accepted this assessment with a simple, "I see." In the arena, the crowd watched in confusion as Mao Lan suddenly stumbled, though no physical blow had been struck. A dawning horror crossed Mao Lan's face as she considered a terrifying possibility. She gasped for breath, her surroundings momentarily fading into an abyss of mental pressure. Mao Lan touched her head in disbelief, realizing it was still intact and that the attack had been illusory. He had deployed the domain of the mind, a state reserved for peak martial masters like the Seven Stars or the head of House Auditoria. However, exceptions existed for those whose overwhelming talent could surpass experience, allowing them to knock on that door at a young age, like the legendary Allmute. A deep sense of unease washed over Mao Lan as she processed the sheer difference in their power. She wondered why Geometry Ma would use a domain in a subspace spar where there was no impact on reality. The realization struck her, he was doing it to spare her pride, demonstrating the gap in their talent without causing an international incident. His depth of thought was on another level, and the name Kang Geometry Ma now carried a profound new weight in her mind. Mao Lan finally connected the dots to rumors from the upper ranks, realizing he was the one marked by the Sword Emperor's official successor. A storm of envy, jealousy, and fear churned within her. Her expression hardened with defiant intensity. Mao Lan shouted at him not to get cocky, declaring she hadn't gotten this far by luck alone. She then surprisingly thanked Kang Geometry Ma. Because of his overwhelming pressure, she declared, her head had finally cleared right up. On the vast digital plane, Mao Lan charged ferociously toward the lone figure of Geometry Ma. Geometry Ma's eyes glinted with focus as he anticipated her attack. Mao Lan unleashed a vicious whirlwind kick aimed at his head. She followed up instantly, her storm greaves glowing with power. Her leg descended in a devastating axle kick. A wave of destructive energy surged from her attack. Geometry Ma praised her improved form, while Mao Lan admitted she now understood why her brothers were so obsessed with him. She channeled her ambition, putting the power of a 7-star hopeful into her next move. Mao Lan launched her signature technique, Strike Storm. Geometry Ma watched the incoming attack with an unreadable expression. The powerful red energy beam slammed into him, catching him by surprise. Mao Lan chained her attack with another skill from her Storm Greaves, Heavenly Drive. Geometry Ma braced himself for the follow-up assault. He noted with a sneer that she had blocked his previous attack with a flimsy sword, which had seemingly reached its limit. His confidence shattered as he saw the weapon instantly repair itself before his eyes. Mao Lan was momentarily stunned by the impossibly fast maneuver. She barely registered his movement, exclaiming that he was too fast. Geometry Ma's voice taunted her from all directions, asking where he would strike from next. Mao Lan instantly pivoted, correctly predicting his position was behind her. She believed that no matter how fast he was, she could counter him by predicting his movements in advance. She unleashed a powerful counterattack at the spot she predicted he would appear. Both combatants were shocked as her attack missed its mark completely. Geometry Ma appeared beside her, his profile calm and collected. Mao Lan's mind struggled to comprehend his impossible speed. Geometry Ma acknowledged that she was at least spirited. The single word, Mao Lan, from his lips made her flinch, a clear sign of his absolute dominance. Refusing to surrender, Mao Lan's mind screamed that she couldn't lose after everything she had endured to get this far. With a desperate roar, she screamed that she did not want to lose. The sheer force of her will caused the very walls of the subspace to crack under the pressure. Her eyes glowed with fierce red energy as her face contorted in sheer determination. As the two figures faced off, Mao Lan reached for a hidden scroll, a last resort glowing in her hand. Geometry Ma stood with his back to her, engulfed in a blinding light. Mao Lan's glowing red eyes blazed with desperate resolve. A swirl of purple fabric filled the screen as her final attack was launched. Her voice echoed with a question, cut short by the outcome of the battle. The expressions of those watching, including Chloe and her friends, were grim and serious. A blonde woman wearing sunglasses watched the conclusion of the fight with an intense, unreadable stare. The official result was announced. The winner of the subspace spar was Cadet Kang Geometry-ma of Awakens Academy. The news that Mao Lan, the star of the continent, had been defeated sent shockwaves of silence through the crowd. The blue-haired maid let out a choked cry of victory. Her face was filled with pure, unadulterated joy. A fellow maid in a white outfit cheered that it was over, while the blue-haired maid smugly asked if they saw what she had predicted. Grinning triumphantly, the blue-haired maid reminded them all that she had said he would be back soon. The blonde girl with cat ears lamented their missed stew, while the teal-haired girl anxiously asked her lady if she was all right, soft footsteps echoing. The teal-haired girl claimed she was quite full, eliciting a surprised reaction from the blonde girl with cat ears. A blonde-haired woman teased about Geometry-ma filling them up, prompting a green-haired woman to ask what tasted so good, then quickly stop herself as she considered his looks. A sharp, decisive sound cut through the air, followed by a momentary silence. A man in a suit urgently inquired if Miss Mao was all right, to which Mao Lan, the woman in a blue dress, grunted, assuring him she was fine, noting injuries were impossible in the subspace. Mao Lan felt the global implications of her loss, sighing at the embarrassment of being defeated by a 17-year-old. Mao Lan admitted her embarrassment, prompting a sympathetic response from the man in the suit. Mao Lan quickly brushed off her previous sentiment, declaring that Kang Geometry-ma possessed insane potential and was destined for even greater heights. Mao Lan confidently stated that her skills would be rated even higher in the future, a sentiment the man in the suit acknowledged, praising her as the great Mao. The man with glasses mused that this might have been the opportune moment for her defeat, while a woman with purple hair defiantly warned that everyone would eventually kneel, even Almute. The man in the suit pondered Geometry-ma's true power, struggling to understand the high regard he received, as a sudden silence fell, leaving an unspoken question in the air. The woman with purple hair simply uttered Kang Geometry-ma's name. A powerful gust of wind howled intensely. The narrator reflected on a lifetime of encountering geniuses, recalling Elizabeth from trainee days and the 7-star heroes after graduation. Yet, this particular boy stood apart from all of them. He trod a unique path, one unattainable through mere effort. The bald man looked confused as a sharp crunching sound occurred. The woman with purple hair declared him a monster. News reports focused on Mao Lan, the star of the mainland, announcing an unexpected subspace fight at Awakens Academy where a monster newbie had toppled her. Headlines blared about the clash between Mao Lan, the pinnacle of the mainland, and Awakens Academy first year, labeling the victor a monster newbie. The swift outcome astonished everyone. A potential 7-star candidate was defeated instantly by a single Sashimi strike. Mao Lan, the woman in the blue dress, watched the circulating news about the monster newbie who defeated her, expressing amazement at the video's immense views. The blue-haired girl exclaimed that the video, featuring the Sashimi sword saint, had garnered over 20 million views, while a red-haired boy marveled that such an incredible person was cooking. A woman with green hair directed the crowd to wait for numbers, as the man in the vest announced number 238, the bustling sounds of the crowd filling the air. Rhythmic chopping sounds filled the air, leaving Chloe, the red-haired girl with cat ears, in silent contemplation. A blue-haired girl with bunny ears sternly told a purple-haired man he was disrupting business and demanded he leave, but he persisted, begging for a mere 15-second interview with Kang Geometry-ma. The blue-haired girl threatened to hack the purple-haired man if he continued to insist, but he pleaded again for just 15 seconds. The blue-haired girl sighed, wondering how many persistent people they had dealt with, as the man in the vest remained stoic amid the continuous commotion. Chloe, the red-haired girl, proudly listed the tags for her picture, while the brown-haired girl reminded her not to forget the most important one. Kang Geometry-ma, the black-haired man, added the hashtag Sashimi Sword Saint and then, with a tapping sound, remembered something. Kang Geometry Ma, the black-haired man, reflected on the deeply embarrassing situation in silence. Following the fight, a deluge of articles and videos appeared, proclaiming a monster rookie who had defeated Mao Lan, a combat prowess experts deemed unprecedented, and a new Sashimi sword saint had emerged. Even today, he was still widely known as the Sashimi sword saint, a title expected to have great impact, though an unidentified person remained silent. The sword saint title was an exclusive honor, unattainable in Blessing of Miracle M, and even the sword emperor only received it much later before it vanished with his retirement from the world. This title should have disappeared, yet Chloe, the red-haired girl, let out a squeal of frustration, questioning why she, of all people, possessed it. The previous day, Ryuju had teased Geometry Ma relentlessly, with Mungsuri, the orange-haired man, praising the club president, and a blue-haired girl letting out a small laugh. The honorable title of Sword Saint, when combined with Sashimi, felt utterly ridiculous, creating a humorous contrast. Mungsuri, the orange-haired man, urgently asked Chloe, the club president, if the jigi was ready for customer 250, while Kang Geometry Ma, the black-haired man, startled, asked Weapon how many more people were waiting. Mungsuri reported they had reached number 674 but needed more paper, as the noisy crowd swelled, with someone estimating over 1,000 people were waiting in total. Chloe, the red-haired girl, found the overwhelming business unbearable, reminiscing about her past life's slower pace, when Kang Geometry Ma exclaimed in pain as something was crushed, asking if she was all right. Chloe casually dismissed her injury as a mere scratch, assuring him she was fine, then fell silent. The current situation posed a risk of injury due to insufficient help, leading to the thought that a sword might be needed. Mungsuri, the red-haired man, expressed his astonishment at the store's unprecedented popularity, as a quiet pause followed his words. Knox, the blond man, attempting to politely excuse himself, was interrupted by Mungsuri, the red-haired man, who jovially clarified they were not customers today. Mungsuri explained they had come to help, anticipating the crowds after the news, and then asked Knox for his confirmation. Kang Geometry Ma, the black-haired man, briefly considered their short acquaintance before sincerely thanking them for their assistance. Mungsuri declared it no problem as a disciple, offering thanks to his master, then teasingly asked if he should instead call him Sashimi Sword Saint, which prompted Kang Geometry Ma to threaten dismissal if he continued to jest. A close-up revealed a pair of hands clasped together. A brief silence was broken by Mungsuri's nervous chuckle, while Kang Geometry Ma internally cursed the red-haired man, labeling him a siscon. A blue-haired maid urged Geometry Ma not to dawdle, and he acknowledged her with a quick sound. Knox, the blond man, exclaimed, noticing the kimchi. Mungsuri, the red-haired man, winced, complaining about his eyes. A man with orange hair called out customer number 252. The blue-haired maid promptly responded with an okay. A chorus of exclamations and a growing commotion filled the bustling space. A persistent whirring sound echoed continuously. Knox, the man in the white shirt, let out a deep sigh of relief. Knox declared he couldn't endure such an experience again, despite finding it fun amidst the whirring sound. Mungsuri, the red-haired man, cleared his throat before asking Knox about the cleanup, who reported it was nearly finished and that the boss would bring missing ingredients for the next day. Knox extended his thanks, which Mungsuri redirected to the boss, but Knox urged him not to be shy. Mungsuri expressed gratitude for their help, stating they had made his life much easier, then asked Kang Geometry Ma if he had time later, a silence following his question. Knox, the man in the white shirt, simply asked why. A man in a mask announced that the family master desired to meet him, followed by a telling silence. The narration revealed the identity of the family master, Altair Auditore, Old Man of the Mountain, head of the assassin family, the greatest assassin, and the one who maintained order in the shadows. The young man, Geometry Ma, surmised that this meeting must be connected to the elders who had previously sought his assassination. He realized Altair must have observed his battle with Mao Lan, as those skilled in domain usage could perceive such events from a distance. The masked man emphasized the rarity of the master's interest in an outsider, stating that even a 7-star hero would not warrant such a personal appearance. The masked man confessed that his invitation was merely a formality, presuming Geometry Ma would naturally want to meet the master and had many questions for him. Geometry Ma conceded that the masked man was correct, acknowledging his debt to Mungsuri and Nox for their help that day, needing to repay them. A series of barking sounds punctuated the moment. The masked man, perplexed by the silence, questioned his companion. The young man, Geometry Ma, flatly refused, proclaiming, "I'm not going," which was met with a sound of shock. Mungsuri, the red-haired man, questioned the refusal, to which Kang Geometry Ma, the black-suited man, simply stated, "I'm too lazy and tired." Kang Geometry Ma thanked them for their help, then walked away with soft footsteps, leaving a bewildered Mungsuri calling out his name. A gentle knocking sound broke the quiet. The woman with green hair invited them to enter. The man in black boots greeted them, remarking that it had been a while since their last meeting. The woman with sunglasses addressed the chairman, while the woman with green hair enthusiastically greeted Ellie. Amidst a year's end special, the orange-haired man proudly declared he had borrowed all the outfits for the festival. The black-haired boy questioned the need for outfits to sell kimchi jjigae, mentioning Weapon's desire for academy points, as the blue-haired girl explained the festival's costume segment for club ratings, causing Chloe, the red-haired girl, to dismiss it in disbelief. The orange-haired man triumphantly announced they had 3 made outfits, prompting a surprised query from the black-haired boy and an enthusiastic, "Whoa, cute," from Chloe, the red-haired girl. The blue-haired girl vehemently protested, questioning how she could possibly wear such an outfit and demanding something less strange. The man with the ponytail presented something to the press, eliciting a surprised exclamation from the boy with black hair. The boy with black hair remarked that the new outfit seemed more summery than the maid costumes, as the man with the ponytail enthusiastically revealed it was a season-limited Santa girl outfit, with 5 available and 2 left over. A countdown of 3 marked the moment as a group of women in festive outfits suddenly appeared, catching the red-eyed woman by surprise. The man with the ponytail eagerly sought confirmation from the press, then claimed to still see Weapon's vision, convinced it would be amazing if they asked the 2 girls. The woman with blue hair cut him off, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man with the ponytail flying, dresses swinging through the air. A stunned silence fell as the boy with black hair and 2 women looked on in utter shock. The woman with blue hair, still reeling, begrudgingly declared she would wear the maid outfit. The blonde woman, Ellie, welcomed the principal, remarking that it had been 5 years since she graduated and asking how the festival was. The principal simply confirmed that it had indeed been 5 years. The green-haired principal then turned her attention to Ellie, asking if she was curious about their Geometry Ma. Ellie repeated the word power, questioning the principal's possessive phrasing. Another woman in their party bluntly asked about the trainee's nature, to which the woman in brown explained that he used the mind's realm. The woman in brown reminded Ellie that she was also a user of that power, while the principal questioned what was so odd about Geometry Ma using it. The woman in brown, Ellie, snapped at the principal, stating that she was not there to play games. The principal let out a dark chuckle, observing that in the time Ellie had been away, she had clearly forgotten her manners. A crushing pressure descended upon Ellie, who recognized it as the power of the principal, a woman even the elders dared not cross. A long-forgotten rumor about the principal's former title resurfaced in Ellie's mind, Tyrant Medea. The principal, Medea, coolly asked how long she was going to just stand there in shock. Ellie stammered an apology, explaining that the situation with Sieg had put her on edge. Medea calmly stated that she was legally bound to protect her students' privacy and couldn't provide information, reminding Ellie of a lesson she was taught long ago. A confused Ellie asked what she was referring to. The principal reiterated her old adage with a knowing smile, "If you're curious, find out for yourself." Resigned, Ellie thanked the principal for her time and stated her intention to leave the following day at noon. Medea urged her not to be in such a rush and to stay and enjoy the festival. As she was leaving, Ellie paused to ask if the principal's policy of treating all students fairly applied to Kang Geometry Ma as well. The principal mused that, to be honest, their dear Geometry Ma was more of a. Her word was cut short by a sudden, sharp choke. The sound of gagging echoed through the tense office. Ellie, also choking under an unseen influence, desperately wondered who in the hell Kang Geometry Ma truly was. On the last day of the festival, the maid with blue hair and bunny ears arrived at the food stall to greet her friends. She apologized for oversleeping and feeling sick, earning a dry comment from the orange-haired man about her being feeble. The orange-haired man suggested they close up early for some free time, an idea that Kang Geometry Ma readily agreed with. Instantly cured by the suggestion, the blue-haired maid was reminded that the booth was his idea, while Chloe pointed out they could finish their ingredients and shyly turned to Geometry Ma. Chloe, the maid with red hair and cat ears, nervously asked Kang Geometry Ma if he had any plans for the evening, to which he replied that he had nothing special in mind. Geometry Ma reflected on how Chloe had shouldered most of the kitchen duties, putting in the most work since his own knife skills were limited. He recalled her asking a similar question before the festival, leading him to believe she wanted to spend time with him. In a moment of nervous excitement, Chloe blurted out her own name while trying to ask Geometry Ma to go with her. When he seemed to agree, she lit up with joy, repeatedly asking if he was being serious. Geometry Ma simply asked if that was okay with her, and she gave him an enthusiastic and heartfelt "of course." Geometry Ma internally noted Chloe's impressive potential with a knife, deciding he should treat her to something as a thank you for her hard work. His gaze then shifted towards the blue-haired maid, standing off to the side. The blue-haired maid stood completely still, her expression unreadable. Sensing his stare, she whipped her head around to face him. She coldly asked what he was looking at before telling him to get ready for customers, which confused the nearby orange-haired boy. Geometry Ma silently wondered what was bothering her, guessing that she might be upset with weapon. The festival grounds were bathed in the warm light of the setting sun. After closing their shop, the members of the club all went their separate ways. Geometry Ma noted that Ryuju, the blue-haired girl, seemed angry and figured she needed to rest before he met Chloe in 30 minutes. He sat on a quiet bench, but found his mind was too restless to relax. The man with black and white hair found it impossible to consciously force himself to rest. A quiet sound marked the moment an elderly figure sat down beside him on the bench. Geometry Ma's intense gaze remained fixed ahead, his thoughts still turbulent. The elderly man asked if he could take the seat, and Geometry Ma silently gestured his assent. The old man, seemingly misinterpreting, assured Geometry Ma it was fine. As the elderly man complained about the heat, Geometry Ma internally grumbled about why people always chose to sit right next to him on an otherwise empty bench. The elderly man then asked what Geometry Ma wanted to tell him, to which Geometry Ma replied that he had traveled from afar. Geometry Ma then directly addressed the man by his title, the head of the auditores, Altair. The man, Altair, conceded that the young man possessed a keen sense. Geometry Ma simply asked how Altair had known his location. He had recognized the man's staff, the S-rank cane sword syndicate, a flashy weapon he remembered coveting in his past life. Altair incorrectly assumed Geometry Ma had pierced his blessing of the crow concealment, unaware that the staff itself had given him away. As Altair prepared to leave, Geometry Ma's mind raced, certain that there was a deeper reason for this visit beyond the mind's realm. The old man suddenly paused his departure, turning back toward Geometry Ma. He gripped his cane with a newfound, unsettling intensity. His knuckles turned white as he squeezed the handle tightly. Altair's face contorted into a mask of sudden, violent rage. Startled, Geometry Ma felt a pulse from his own blade, Murasame, and cried out in shock. With a strained, furious voice, Altair demanded to know what kind of relationship Geometry Ma had with his granddaughter. The question tumbled out in a strangled gasp as he asked if the two of them were dating. Nearby, a blonde woman who had been watching the exchange burst into laughter. A flustered Altair tried to compose himself as Geometry Ma clarified they were just friends and nothing more. Geometry Ma privately mused that the stoic game character had turned out to be quite the perverted old man in reality. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that Altair was undeniably a person to be reckoned with. Altair accepted his answer, bidding him farewell but asking him to treat his granddaughter well, even as a friend. Geometry Ma considered the old man's words, seeing a glimpse of the soft-hearted girl he knew Chloe to be. He then challenged the old man, asking if Chloe truly had to become an assassin, which led Altair to mention her other personality. Geometry Ma fell silent, absorbing the weight of this new information. Altair described her true self as a beast driven by bloodlust, questioning if such a person could ever exist in the normal world. Geometry Ma suggested this was a result of the Auditore's harsh training, but Altair defended his family, claiming they weren't as crazy as the rumors. The silver-haired man explained that they had tried their best to suppress Chloe's true nature by instilling logic, but her ferocity always surfaced with her emotions. Altair acknowledged Geometry Ma's concern for her as a friend, but felt he had to continue. He expressed his reluctance to speak of his granddaughter in such a way, but insisted it was necessary. The old man warned that Chloe's true self was ferocious and put anyone near her at risk of losing their head. At that moment, Geometry Ma's expression shifted as a realization dawned on him. He calmly told the man, whom he now addressed as if he were a simple shopkeeper, to drop the act if he valued his life. The young boy feigned ignorance, asking what act the old man was talking about. He pretended to appreciate the concern, then coolly advised the man that he needed to get better at lying. With the deception exposed, the scene exploded into a chaotic, supernatural confrontation. The ensuing battle was fierce, focusing on the combatants as it rapidly escalated toward a decisive moment. A hand glowing with potent red energy commanded everyone to back off. The impostor, no longer disguised as Altair, turned to Geometry Ma and asked when he had noticed the ruse. Geometry Ma simply threw the man's own words back at him, stating that he just had a keen sense. The impostor conceded that Geometry Ma exceeded his expectations, to which Geometry Ma replied that he, in turn, was disappointed. A heavy silence fell between Geometry Ma and the man who had tried to trick him. Geometry Ma cursed the damn old man, furious that Altair had sent a double to lie to him, a deception he only uncovered thanks to his blade, Murasame. At that moment, Chloe's cheerful voice cut through the tension as she called out, looking for her, Geometry Ma Kun. A purple-haired woman let out a sinister chuckle, her amusement echoing in the shadowy space. The old man with a mustache began his assessment, noting the target's insight was sharp enough to see through assassins disguised as mere passers-by. He continued, acknowledging the boy's gut-wrenching courage to stand before him without faltering. Finally, he praised the target's quick decision-making, which allowed for a swift reaction to his mind realm. The old man with a mustache admitted that he wasn't just intrigued, he was genuinely frightened. The red-haired man declared that calling Kang Geometry Ma a mere genius would be a grave insult. The old man with a mustache addressed his subordinate by name, Nox. Nox stood at attention before the imposing, shadowy figure of his leader. The leader stated that his long journey had been worthwhile, and Nox expressed his gladness at his master's satisfaction. Nox then confessed that this was the first time for something, trailing off as he began to explain what part of the meeting was so significant. It was, he elaborated, the first time he had ever felt fear towards another person. The old man with a mustache mused aloud, wondering if this was what fear truly felt like, as a stunned Nox looked on. He chuckled with newfound excitement, expressing a desire to meet Geometry Ma again very soon. Meanwhile, Geometry Ma himself marveled at how spacious the festival grounds were. Chloe cheerfully asked if anything happened while he was waiting, internally deciding not to mention her recent encounter with the head of the Auditores. Geometry Ma simply replied that nothing happened, prompting Chloe to excitedly ask what they should do. He laid out the schedule of a parade and fireworks, suggesting they wander for a bit, to which Chloe happily agreed. Chloe eagerly urged him to follow her. From their high vantage point on a ride, she let out a gasp of wonder. She pointed out that she could see the entire academy from up there. Chloe suggested they take a seat, and Geometry Ma readily agreed. As Geometry Ma let out a weary sigh, Chloe noticed and questioned his apparent exhaustion. She worriedly asked if he was tired because of her, but he quickly assured her that wasn't the case. Chloe apologized, feeling she should have helped more with the cooking but admitted she wasn't skilled at cutting ingredients. Geometry Ma internally corrected her, knowing that without her managing the pot, the booth wouldn't have been possible, especially since he'd left to fight. He gently reached his hand out toward her. Geometry Ma commended Chloe for her hard work, and she shyly thanked him. Chloe's face flushed, her wide eyes looking at Geometry Ma with a flustered expression. She stammered out another thank you, which he casually accepted. Chloe tried to speak, calling out to Geometry Ma Kun. She stammered, struggling to find the right words for what she wanted to say. A distant voice suddenly called out for the club president and Chloe, interrupting her and making Geometry Ma question the nickname, weapon. A newcomer arrived and apologized, explaining it took a while to get everyone here. Another red-haired girl questioned the group meeting, having thought they were all supposed to hang out separately. An orange-haired boy clarified that Geometry Ma's phone had sent the text for them all to meet at 5, much to Geometry Ma's confusion. Geometry Ma's mind raced as he realized there was only one person who could have orchestrated this. His suspicions were confirmed as he pictured the culprit, a winking, blue-haired woman. Fireworks suddenly lit up the sky, and Chloe excitedly pointed out to Geometry Ma that the parade was starting. A black-haired girl urged them all to get a closer look, interrupting the other squabbling. She grabbed Chloe's hand, and the two girls eagerly rushed toward the parade route. A low murmur of excitement filled the air as the crowd gathered. Geometry Ma looked around at the bustling scene, feeling a sense of disconnect. Seated alone, Geometry Ma admitted to himself that he wasn't good with crowds and hoped the next festival would be quieter. The thumping music of the parade faded into the background as Geometry Ma became lost in thought. He felt a profound distance from Chloe, even though they were together just moments ago. Geometry Ma recalled how she seemed about to say something important but was ultimately just glad to see her looking happy and enjoying herself. The sound of a nearby couple laughing playfully caused a pang of alienation in Geometry Ma. He sighed, feeling completely and totally out of place. A cynical thought crossed Geometry Ma's mind, this whole experience felt like a dating simulation game. He seriously questioned if he was capable of feeling an emotion like love, remembering his past life where he was too busy even to think of it. In that past life, his only affections were for characters in video games. He reflected that while he might have felt nervous at the beginning, he wasn't even sure he could summon that emotion now. 3 months had passed since he entered the academy, and the reality of his new life began to weigh on him. The blue-haired woman suddenly plopped into the empty seat beside him, loudly complaining about her tired legs. Geometry Ma's mind instinctively defaulted to game logic, noting that a defense dungeon like Stage 11-2 required a ranged character. He recognized her as a main heroine from the game, finding her hard to read but trusting her intellect enough to know she had a reason for hacking his phone. Geometry Ma finally turned to speak to her. The blue-haired woman caught his gaze and defensively asked what he was staring at. Her uncharacteristically flustered demeanor left Geometry Ma completely baffled. A small, amused laugh escaped Geometry Ma, which only seemed to startle her more. The blue-haired woman muttered under her breath, calling him an idiot. Geometry Ma asked what was wrong, and she reacted with shock that he had heard her. He then loudly demanded to know the real reason she hacked his phone, his sudden intensity causing her to jump. He pressed on, asking if her actions were related to their instructor, which seemed to cause her physical pain. Geometry Ma blinked, asking what she said as he genuinely hadn't heard her this time. A sharp slapping sound echoed between them. The woman winced, exclaiming that it hurt. She furiously berated him for gripping her shoulders so hard, yelling about how someone so daft could have such sharp ears before denying his assumption. She grumbled that he could have just told her he didn't hear, instead of pushing her. The noise of the surrounding festival did little to break the awkward tension between them. Geometry cautiously asked if she was angry with him. He internally wondered if he had actually gripped her that hard. Suddenly, the blue-haired woman's expression shifted in alarm. Geometry was left even more confused by her bizarre and sudden change in behavior. His mind then inexplicably shifted to another topic entirely. The scene abruptly changed to a man sitting alone on a bench. A man in a suit, identified as Ryuju, was startled as someone called his name. In this new scene, the blue-haired woman appeared flustered, admitting that the situation was very sudden. Ryuju, now in a blue shirt, tried to continue his sentence. The blue-haired woman panicked, exclaiming that she wasn't ready. Ryuju then asked her if there was a guy she liked. The entire strange sequence left only one question: what on earth was going on? Saki Ryuju triumphantly declared that it had worked, revealing she was waiting for him to say that exact thing. The man in the cap was rendered speechless, his mind blank. Yoju fumbled for an explanation, stammering that his bullying was just his way of showing affection. A disembodied thought expressed confusion over the strange interaction. The blue-haired woman stared blankly, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. A question hung in the air, asking if this was about Leon. The blue-haired woman flatly denied it, though her own thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion. She let out a frustrated sigh, calling herself stupid for expecting anything, while a separate thought questioned a memory about a game played before the finals. The black-haired man made a small sound of dawning realization. A single, cryptic word echoed in his mind: weapon. The blue-haired woman's thoughts remained a silent, unreadable storm. Elsewhere, the young man swore under his breath in sheer frustration. The title card for The Academy's Sword Master faded into view. A system window updated Geometry Ma's status, detailing the lessening restrictions of his sword god's blessing, and a synchronization increased to 24.7%. Geometry Ma winced, rubbing his sore body and wondering how an archer could possibly hit so hard. He fell into a quiet, contemplative state. He recalled that his synchronization rate had climbed not only after the fight with Mao Lan, but also while he was just dreaming. He noted his armament grade had reached level 6, crediting the boost to the recently acquired 10,000-year-old frost. The fact that his synchronization was rising even in his sleep, and had spiked after the battle, occupied his thoughts. Geometry Ma was still unsure if this synchronization was ultimately a good or bad thing, but he was certain it was connected to the blessing of the sword god. As he sat, he noticed the lively sounds of the festival beginning to die down. He mused that despite the magic and monsters, this world felt much like his old one, admitting he didn't miss his past life where only his master had been a friend. He remembered the bitter moment he was abandoned by that same master, right after he had learned to handle a knife. While he was furious at the time, he now understood the lesson: adapting to the unexpected was a far more crucial skill than any technique. He had learned that the real world was the most effective classroom of all. A wry smirk crossed his face as he realized the academy operated on that exact same brutal principle. Suddenly, his senses screamed, alerting him to a hidden presence. He quickly identified the source of mana, realizing it wasn't just a person, but a villain. Deciding on his course of action, he prepared to activate the sword god's blessing. Using the very floor beneath his feet as a medium, he initiated his technique. A complex, holographic grid expanded from his position, mapping out his surroundings. Geometry Ma was impressed with the result, finding the skill more effective than he had anticipated. The woman in armor froze, startled by his sudden detection. Geometry Ma pointed directly at her hidden location. The woman with purple eyes gasped, her cover completely blown. Her shock was immediate and palpable. In a flash of light and a burst of energy, the two figures finally clashed. A strangled grunt of pain echoed in the night. Geometry Ma's voice cut through the aftermath as he coolly announced, "Found you." The woman cried out in agony, protesting that he was killing her. She desperately tried to explain that she had come to negotiate, not to fight. Geometry instantly recognized his assailant. It was the same villain who had been hunting him since the water buffalo dungeon. The scene shifted to a silent rooftop beneath a deep indigo sky. The villain, now identified as Choi Seola, was forced to her knees before Geometry. He questioned why she had used the alias Instructor Kim, to which she confessed it was a disguise to infiltrate the academy. Choi Seola shrieked in terror, pleading with him not to kill her. When asked how many other villains were in the academy, she claimed not to know, as they all changed appearances too often. Spilling her secrets, she confessed that other villains knew he was the one who killed Agor, a fact the Sword Emperor had tried to hide. But when Geometry demanded to know why they were framing Leon for Agor's murder, Choi Seola hesitated, claiming ignorance. The blade in Geometry's hand began to glow with a threatening blue light as his grip tightened. Panicked, Choi Seola swore she was telling the truth, blaming all the planning on a high-ranking professor she knew nothing about. Her mind raced, realizing that going back to her own side meant certain death, making this desperate negotiation her only gamble. Geometry listened, sensing that her terrified words were not a lie. He addressed her directly by her real name, Choi Seola. He then cut to the heart of the matter, asking if she truly wanted to live. She screamed her affirmation, only to be stopped short when he mentioned he had two conditions. Geometry assessed her, noting her depleted mana and confirming she was no longer a threat, but was genuinely there to negotiate. He reminded her that this negotiation was a long shot, considering she had tried to kill him multiple times, prompting her to blame a demon for her actions. He cut her off sharply, moving on to his second demand. His eyes glinted as he told her to give him that thing, if she wanted to live. Choi Seola feigned ignorance, nervously asking what he could possibly mean. A sharp twist and a sickening crack told her he wasn't playing games. Choi Seola could only remain silent, her jaw clenched in pain. Geometry knew exactly what he was after, the seal of subordination, a demonic contract stone that still contained her life force and would serve as the perfect leash. Her pained reaction was all the confirmation he needed to proceed with his plan. He called her name again, and she answered with a terrified whimper. He then gave her a bewildering order, to continue her work as a villain. As he walked away, he mused that her desperate will to live made her the perfect informant, one he intended to work like a dog. Just then, his phone chimed with an incoming message. He paused as he saw a text from the blue-haired woman, simply asking where he was. Surrounded by the lingering festival crowd, he quickly typed back that he was in the bathroom and on his way back. She retorted, asking if he couldn't have held it, causing him to inwardly scoff at her scolding. She then texted his full name, Kang Geometry, to which he simply replied, "What?" She repeated that they weren't done talking, her typed words trailing off as if lost in thought. The image of her fingers flying across her phone's keyboard flashed on screen. A fragmented, emotional message about what happened earlier began to form. Meanwhile, the festival's grand finale began as fireworks erupted over the city. A red-haired girl and an orange-haired boy watched the vibrant explosions with childlike wonder. Elsewhere in the city, a blonde woman watched the display, exclaiming at its beauty. A woman in a distinct purple jacket and her friend also stopped to admire the show. The blue-haired woman, however, only stared at her phone screen, her face illuminated by its cold light. Her chat log showed her asking Geometry if he saw the fireworks, only for him to bluntly state he couldn't see them from his location. The sky continued to burst with brilliant, colorful explosions. Resigned, she told him to just hurry back, prompting a moment of silent reflection from Geometry. As a final request, she asked him to get her ice cream, an order he promptly denied as he walked on, considering this might be their last festival together. In a sudden scene shift, a green-haired woman confronted a shadowy figure, demanding to know their identity. A different woman's voice then echoed faintly, weakly calling Geometry's name and begging him to save her. The screen faded to black, promising the next thrilling episode. the venomous sword master. After the festival, the red-haired girl, Chloe, complained loudly about the impending exam season as a cool breeze blew past. She turned to her club president, questioning the overwhelming amount of material they were expected to study. Slamming her fist on the table, Chloe passionately declared the workload a breach of student rights. Her outburst immediately drew annoyed retorts from other students, who told her to shut up and go back to her dorm. The orange-haired student then began his own rant about the test, only to be cut short when the blue-haired student, Saki, coolly stated she had already finished memorizing it. He stared at her in stunned silence, and she simply replied with a deadpan, "What?" The orange-haired student, Weapon, found his resolve, determined to conquer the test himself. In a flash, Chloe's fist connected violently with Weapon's face. She stammered an apology, claiming a fly was on his cheek and calling him smuggy, leaving Weapon confused while the black-haired student wondered why his friend was always getting hit. A chorus of digital chimes echoed through the room as everyone's phones lit up with a new notification. The students looked at their screens, their expressions ranging from mild annoyance to complete surprise. A school-wide alert announced that the final field exam had been changed from a dungeon clear to a team battle, with teams assigned by the administration. Weapon shot up from his seat in frustration, shouting about the absurdity of changing an exam just 3 days before it was set to happen. The black-haired student, Geometry silently lamented the change, as he had been looking forward to gathering materials in the Goblin Dungeon. He realized the story he knew was beginning to change due to his actions, and he feared he had just lost his greatest advantage, his knowledge of the future. If that was the case, he was now moving forward completely blind. Noticing his troubled expression, the girl with blue hair, Ryuju, asked what was wrong, noting it was unusual for him to seem so worried. Geometry quickly brushed off her concern, claiming it was nothing, though her skeptical gaze lingered. Ryuju reasoned that the change made sense after the recent demonoid attack and the Sword Emperor's injury, making any outside events far too dangerous. She concluded that the academy was now the safest place for any event, looking at him for confirmation. A quiet moment of understanding passed between them. Feeling his mind clear, Geometry thanked her, admitting she had helped him sort through his tangled thoughts. Flustered by his sudden change in demeanor, Ryuju told him to stop looking at her so strangely and quickly changed the subject. The blue-haired woman, Ryuju, confessed that his confusion was making her feel confused as well, prompting Geometry to ask why that would be. The red-haired girl, Chloe, interjected that the entire travel club gets disoriented when their president starts goofing around. Ryuju mused that this was typical of Chloe, while Chloe silently grumbled about how slow Geometry could be. Changing the subject, Geometry asked Ryuju if she still possessed the hacked faculty list, to which she confirmed she had a printed copy. Geometry stated that this would make things easier, but Ryuju cut him off, wanting to know what he was planning. With a serious expression, Geometry made his request: he needed her to hack the academy network again. Ryuju stared in shock as an unknown person laughingly wondered if villains had infiltrated the academy. The orange-haired man, Weapon, asked if this was related to the Buffalo Dungeon, but Chloe admitted she couldn't confirm that. Geometry clarified his plan, explaining he wanted to compare a newly hacked faculty list with the old one to identify any discrepancies. He reminded the group that the club's primary purpose was their mutual protection, and Chloe agreed that identifying threats was crucial. While Weapon still had reservations, he agreed to the plan, and both Chloe and Ryuju voiced their complete support for Geometry Geometry thanked his friends, hoping that his limited explanation would be enough for now. Ryuju detailed the complex system the academy used, which auto-updated faculty data monthly via a subspace storage hub, leaving Weapon utterly baffled. Geometry knew this system was their key, as its data-deleting optimization created the exact vulnerability they could exploit to find the perpetrators. Chloe asked Ryuju for a timeline, but before she could answer, Geometry interjected that it shouldn't take long. Ryuju shot him a wry look, pointing out that he was once again shoving all the hard work onto her. Her directness caught Geometry completely off guard. He internally conceded that she was right. He had been taking her help for granted under the excuse of their shared club. The harsh reality was that he, a simple student, had nothing to offer the daughter of the Prime Minister of Japan in return for such a risk. Awkwardly, he asked if there was anything she wanted, a question that seemed to surprise her. The woman with blue hair and horns, Ryuju, considered his offer in thoughtful silence. After a moment, she declared that her help was now a favor he would have to repay later. She assured him it wasn't about money and promised to tell him what she wanted when the time was right. The very next day, the results of her work were ready. Geometry Ma was stunned to find that Ryuju had already printed out all the faculty details, complete with flagged suspicious activities. While he admired her incredible efficiency, the man with orange hair, Weapon, expressed his moral reservations. Weapon pointed out the extreme invasion of privacy, citing the tracking of bathroom breaks, which Ryuju conceded was indeed a crime. Chloe chided Weapon for being a goody saint, but he shot back, insisting they were taking things too far. Geometry Ma firmly told Weapon that in their precarious situation, any bit of information could prove vital. Chloe assured the group they would destroy the data once they were done, and Geometry Ma reluctantly gave his final okay. Geometry Ma reflected on his team, noting that Chloe, an assassin, and Ryuju, a pragmatist, both operated in morally gray areas. He recognized that it was Weapon's strong moral compass that kept the rest of them from going too far. The blue-haired girl with a ponytail called the meeting to order, outlining the travel club's plan to find the villain during finals, but a red-haired boy raised his hand. The boy asked for more details about Geometry Ma's information, and the green-haired girl with glasses seconded the question, wanting to know the source. The green-haired girl admitted she'd been curious since yesterday, but the ponytailed girl reminded her that they don't question the club president. Geometry Ma felt a sense of dread, as they had touched upon the one topic he was desperate to avoid. He couldn't reveal his connection to Choi Seo-la or that Leon was the target, knowing it would cause chaos and, worse, put Seo-la's life in danger if Chloe found out. Geometry Ma deflected, stating only that his informant was trustworthy, which was met with a skeptical look from the green-haired girl. He promised to reveal everything when the time was right, an answer the red-haired boy hesitantly accepted. The green-haired girl with glasses turned away, her expression unreadable as a single musical note appeared beside her head. As Geometry Ma noted she reminded him of someone, he pushed past the tension and officially began the first proper travel club meeting. When the tense meeting finally concluded, Geometry Ma let out a heavy sigh. Chloe approached him with a bottle of water as thanks for his efforts, which he gratefully accepted. He remained completely oblivious to her flustered reaction as he took a drink. Elsewhere, the person with orange hair identified a new faculty member with suspicious movements and handed the file to the blue-haired girl. Geometry Ma tried to reassure a worried Chloe, telling her that her unique skills were just as valuable as the others, reminding her of her contributions at the dungeon and festival. His words of encouragement seemed to lift her spirits, and he confirmed his belief in her with a confident nod. Just then, a notification delivered a devastating blow. Geometry Ma's final exam team included the infamous first year, Rachel de Murat. On the floor, a crushed plastic bottle lay abandoned, a perfect symbol of his own dashed hopes. Geometry Ma let out a long sigh of despair as his friends commiserated, with the orange-haired person lamenting that he was stuck with that blonde, of all people. The man with orange hair tried to look on the bright side, mentioning Hannah was in his group, while the girl with braided hair noted that worrying about the club president was pointless. The girl with red eyes cheekily promised to keep Geometry Ma from getting distracted, earning a grateful "thank you" from the girl with braided hair. Another girl with blue hair and glasses discussed her team, revealing she was grouped with a second-year named Ario and that their leader was Leon. A series of popping sounds filled the air as the tension mounted. The girl with blue hair and horns, Ryuju, broke the silence, snapping Geometry Ma out of his stupor by demanding to know what he was thinking. Dismissing her concern, Geometry Ma declared the meeting over for the day and wished everyone luck on their written exam tomorrow. The lonely sound of summer cicadas filled the evening air as the students began to disperse. The persistent buzzing underscored the quiet tension left behind. As the others departed, Ryuju turned her gaze away from the green-eyed girl who had been with them. Just as the green-eyed girl was about to leave, Ryuju called out her name, Hana, stopping her in her tracks. The woman with pale green hair and glasses, San Hana, turned around and calmly asked if Ryuju needed something. Ryuju remained seated at the desk, surrounded by the piles of incriminating data she had collected. She looked down at the paper in her hand and spoke the name she had discovered, San Hana. With a cold, piercing gaze, Ryuju looked up and asked why her name was on the Academy's faculty list. As Ryuju pressed her for an answer, San Hana simply looked back and asked a chilling question of her own, "Who are you?" Hana then lowered her eyes, a deep and threatening silence falling between the two of them. San Hana calmly observed that Ryuju had a well-rounded personality, yet never said too much. She continued her assessment, noting Ryuju never expressed her own opinions, which prompted Ryuju to retort that Hana had been strange from the very beginning. Ryuju addressed her by name, before pointedly asking if she should instead use the proper title of Professor. As Ryuju began to say the title, Hana calmly interjected, finishing her own name, San Hana. A sudden, sharp laugh from Hana shattered the tense silence between them. Ryuju could only stare back, caught completely off guard by the abrupt change in demeanor. Recovering from her shock, Ryuju once again demanded to know who Hana truly was. Hana spoke down to Saki Ryuju, telling her not to be so tense and suggesting she was overreacting to the situation. She then casually dismissed the entire accusation as a funny misunderstanding, claiming Ryuju had simply confused her with another person who shared the same name. Ryuju's mind raced back to the faculty data, where she now noticed a detail she'd missed. Professor San Hana was officially on a work trip, leading her to wonder if the data had been altered. She reasoned that tampering with the subspace system's data was nearly impossible, and that only Principal Medea had access, a realization that tied her classmates' mystery to the head of the academy. Hana continued her condescending act, patting Ryuju on the shoulder and saying it was fine to make mistakes, after all, she wasn't a machine. Ryuju attempted to save face, explaining to Hana that it's quite common for people in Korea to share the same name, to which Hana feigned understanding. Having declared the confusion cleared up, Hana announced she would be on her way, leaving a fuming Ryuju behind. Left alone in the now empty room, Ryuju cursed in frustration. A hand suddenly landed on her shoulder with a light tap. A different woman, acting as a wise elder, began to offer Ryuju a word of advice. She leaned in and conspiratorially told a shocked Ryuju that dull men like Geometry Ma would never get the hint unless she expressed her feelings directly. The glasses-wearing woman from their club gave her a final cheer of encouragement and wished her luck on the exams before departing. She gave Ryuju one last supportive pat on the back. Ryuju was left utterly bewildered and speechless by the sudden and bizarre pep talk. In a dimly lit room, a phone on a bed displayed the early morning hour of 5:40. Geometry Ma lay awake, grumbling to himself about the exam changes and his new, unwanted role as team leader. His thoughts drifted to his team, specifically the stress of being grouped with Rachel, the person he felt most uncomfortable with. He mused on the true nature of her advances, knowing from his game knowledge that her interest was not romantic, but a pragmatic search for strong genes. He recalled the irony of her character, outwardly bold, yet secretly inexperienced, as the developers had designed her with a gap-mo appeal, making her true love hard-won. Remembering that Rachel was originally meant to fall for Leon, Geometry Ma hoped to avoid trouble, just as his phone began to ring. He glanced at the screen, wondering who could possibly be calling him at this hour. Answering the call, Geometry Ma was surprised to learn that the man on the other end was already awake. The man on the phone was momentarily silent, clearly not expecting a call. He claimed he had just woken up early and then asked Geometry Ma why he had called, questioning if he had found something strange. Geometry Ma bristled slightly, asking if the man thought he only ever called to discuss such matters. He began to justify his call, explaining that a phone call instead of a text usually meant something was urgent or important. He hesitated for a moment, gathering his thoughts to say something serious. But at the last second, Geometry Ma lost his nerve, quickly saying it was nothing and just wishing him luck on the exams. He tried to end the conversation, but the man on the phone called out his name, stopping him. Flustered, Geometry Ma simply repeated his well wishes for the exams before hanging up. After the call, he let out a long, frustrated sigh. He tossed his phone aside, the brief, awkward conversation over. He muttered a quiet thanks to the empty room. Geometry Ma's thoughts drifted in the quiet of his room. Noticing the sun beginning to rise, he decided it was finally time to get ready for the day. Later, a low murmur of conversation filled the air as students gathered at the designated exam location. Though it appeared to be a normal building, a uniquely heavy and strange atmosphere surrounded the Joaquin Academy Special Hall. The students stood in tense silence before the entrance. A description explained that the hall was a miniature replica of Gehenna, painstakingly recreated, though thankfully devoid of any actual monsters. Geometry Ma reflected on how strange it was to experience the Academy's focus on fieldwork as an actual participant rather than just a player in a game. A sudden voice calling his name from behind made him jump. Before he could turn, a hand grabbed his arm firmly. It was Rachel, who greeted him with a cheerful, "Hiya." Geometry Ma pleaded with her to calm down, which only made her tease him for seeming even more dangerous than before. Rachel continued to flirt, attributing his popularity to his dangerous charm, just as the blue-haired Choi Seo-la announced that the full team was now assembled. Geometry Ma then saw the final member, Hannah, approaching with a casual greeting and a B-rank crowbar slung over her shoulder. He stared blankly at her choice of weapon, his brain threatening to shut down from the sheer absurdity of it all. Rachel immediately chided Hannah for being late, while a mint-haired woman with glasses recognized Geometry Ma and greeted him as the team leader. Rachel preened at being called senpai and proudly accepted the leadership role, causing Geometry Ma to dryly note her knack for public relations. An instructor on a podium called for everyone's attention, preparing to explain the rules of the exam. He announced that the first-year final would be a team-versus-team event held inside the special hall, but with a unique twist. The objective was simple: teams had 1 hour to go through a gate and reach a checkpoint, with failure awaiting any who were late. While other students thought it sounded too easy, Geometry Ma knew a simple footrace was far too simple for a final exam at this academy. The instructor elaborated that inside, they would face an artificial Gehenna, and with no subspace protection, first years needed to be especially careful. One student questioned the danger if there were no monsters, while another wondered if the environment was just difficult to breathe in. The instructor shouted for quiet, explaining the weapon ban was to prevent impulsive students from causing casualties amongst themselves. Geometry Ma thought the timed event seemed fairer than the midterms, but he wondered how they would be graded without the assistance of the subspace. A stern-faced instructor with short blonde hair stepped forward, explaining that each team would be assigned an invigilator to assess them and prevent accidents. He then called for the assigned instructors to present themselves. A group of instructors walked forward with resolute steps, ready to begin their assignments. Geometry Ma lamented the boring exam format, while Rachel admitted she was relieved not to have to lug her heavy weapon around. The stern instructor ordered all students to turn in their weapons for the duration of the test. As the students complied, one of the instructors, a woman with white and purple hair, gasped loudly upon seeing Geometry Ma. Geometry Ma questioned if he knew her, as Rachel wrinkled her nose, commenting that the woman emitted a creepy odor. The flustered instructor, introducing herself as Instructor Kim, explained that no instructor at the academy was unaware of Kang Geometry Ma's legendary subspace duel. Internally, however, Instructor Kim despaired at being assigned to the crazy student, especially at a time when her seal of subordination had been taken. She tried to play it cool with a flirty comment, but Geometry Ma bluntly shut her down, comparing her to a yam. Instructor Kim snapped at Rachel, who had insulted her hair, sparking a heated and childish argument between the two. The spat escalated when Rachel fired back a vicious retort about the instructor's flat chest. Pulling rank, Instructor Kim reminded the banana head that she held the power to grade her performance. Geometry-ma calmly interrupted the fight to state that the exam had begun, earning him praise from the instructor for his leadership. As the team started moving, Rachel muttered under her breath about her intense dislike for their new instructor. Her voice trailed off, but her feelings on the matter were perfectly clear. Inside the first trial of the artificial Gehenna, the wasteland, the instructor marched far ahead, leaving Geometry-ma to curse as Rachel struggled to breathe. The instructor smugly taunted Rachel for her weakness in the mana-rich air, prompting the exhausted girl to vow revenge. The oppressive atmosphere of the replicated demonic realm was a tangible weight on all who entered. This wasteland was the first trial they faced after passing through the gate. While Geometry-ma himself felt fine, he saw Rachel's exhaustion from her mana sensitivity and worried that the next trial would be even harder. He then observed Choi Seo-la, who was comfortable due to her high mana affinity, feeling secure in his control over her via her seal of subordination. Geometry-ma then turned to check on the last member of his team, asking Hannah how she was holding up. Hannah replied that it was manageable but tough, feeling only a prickling on her skin, a minimal reaction that Geometry-ma noted with a dry laugh. Her apparent lack of mana affinity, combined with earlier warnings about hidden villains, made Geometry-ma suspicious, but he decided to observe her for now. Realizing time was slipping away, Geometry-ma asked how long they had been inside, directing the question toward the struggling Rachel. Rachel was too out of breath to reply, but Hannah calmly provided the answer: 25 minutes had passed. Geometry-ma's mind raced. With two teammates struggling and only 35 minutes left, they were rapidly losing time. He realized that at their current pace, they were doomed to fail, a frustrating outcome given the unknown reward. He wished he had his knife to sense the flow of mana, but as he thought of its properties, an idea involving Choi Seo-la began to form. Suddenly, it all clicked into place. He recalled that the seal of subordination he possessed was, in essence, a kilogram of pure, concentrated mana. He had found his solution, a way to navigate the oppressive environment. He had his very own mana-sniffing dog right on his team. Guided by an unseen force, Choi Seo-la sniffed the air, her unique senses on high alert. She looked around the desolate wasteland, asking if this was the place, while Geometry-ma watched his plan unfold. He had called her their mana-sniffing dog, and despite the crude phrasing, Geometry-ma admitted to himself that the situation was truly something else. A primal scream echoed from nearby. It was Rachel, who declared her new mantra was to plant one foot firmly on the ground. Then, she would launch herself off and repeat the motion, turning her struggle into a determined exercise. As Rachel chanted her 1, 2 rhythm, Geometry-ma checked on her, only for the girl to insist through gritted teeth that she could overcome the oppressive mana with sheer willpower. Geometry-ma noted with some relief that everyone seemed to be gradually getting used to the environment. Rachel, proudly declaring herself the leader, was observed by Hannah, who noted that everyone's high scores seemed to be well-earned as they acclimated. Hannah then observed that Geometry-ma seemed completely unaffected, prompting her to ask about his secret, to which he offered a cryptic, nonsensical joke about the letters in his name. Hannah let out a small laugh at his strange humor, leaving Geometry-ma to clear his throat in the awkward silence that followed. The rhythmic march of 1, 2, 1, 2 continued, setting the pace for their journey. Choi Seo-la suddenly reported a strong mana signature to the northwest, estimating that the first checkpoint was only about 10 minutes away. Geometry-ma acknowledged her good work, earning a pleased smile from the girl. Though she was acting completely like a loyal dog, Geometry-ma couldn't deny how well they were progressing because of her abilities. A sudden thought, however, gave him pause. Wondering how the other teams were faring, he teased Rachel, calling her Banana Girl, which earned him a sharp retort while Hannah simply laughed. A full 32 minutes had passed since the test began. Meanwhile, another team trudged through the wasteland. Leon's team was currently in the lead, but the heavy breathing of a blue-haired teammate betrayed their exhaustion. Leon urged them to hurry, stating that the first checkpoint was almost within reach. The blue-haired woman and another teammate with purple hair pleaded for a short rest, pointing out they had plenty of time. Leon dismissed their plea, insisting they were almost there and should keep pushing forward. The strain became too much as both the blue-haired woman and her purple-haired companion, Ariel, began coughing violently. Finally, the blue-haired woman had enough, planting herself in front of Leon and ordering him to stop. She furiously questioned his actions, demanding to know if he couldn't see how much Ariel was struggling, but Leon callously replied, "So what?" His heartless response left her speechless, utterly baffled by his ridiculous behavior. Leon calmly stated that while he didn't want to silence Ariel, his duty as team leader was to ensure they passed the trial. The woman, whom he called Saki, shot back that he wasn't fulfilling a duty but was merely on a power trip, but Leon remained unfazed. He coldly informed her that he had no intention of helping teammates who refused to believe in him. Saki began to retort, questioning what kind of travel club he thought this was. Leon forcefully grabbed her shoulder, cutting her off as he spoke her full name, Saki Ryuju. Saki froze, shocked by his sudden aggression. He then told her that she shouldn't expect him to be like Geometry-ma. The mention of that name caught Saki completely off guard as Leon walked away. She furiously demanded to know why he brought Geometry-ma up, but Leon simply stated that he wasn't as considerate as him. The woman with purple hair apologized to Saki for holding her back, promising to try her best despite the tension. A silver-haired man on their team tried to de-escalate, while a woman in red armor urged everyone to try a little harder, understanding the pressure Leon was under. But Saki was lost in her own thoughts, her breath hitching as she muttered Geometry-ma's name. Back in the wasteland, the mana-heavy air continued to swirl around Geometry-ma's team. Geometry-ma addressed their instructor, questioning why they hadn't seen any other teams after walking for a full 30 minutes. Rachel made a crude joke about being trapped, which Geometry-ma dryly acknowledged as the real test that everyone else had already passed. Choi Seo-la, however, corrected her, explaining that just like their island training, each group had a different starting point. Geometry-ma pressed further, asking if all teams were still heading to a single checkpoint, as it seemed odd they hadn't encountered anyone yet. Rachel chimed in, suggesting that most of the other students might have simply given up on the grueling test. Geometry-ma silently agreed, realizing that his own team would likely have failed already if it weren't for Choi Seo-la. He then turned to Choi Seo-la, asking how exactly a person who gives up is supposed to get back. The instructor stepped in, pulling out a small device she called a mana signaler and explaining that pressing the button would reveal their location to the control room. Geometry-ma wondered how such a device could even function where subspace was inactive, prompting the instructor to remark on his sudden curiosity. The instructor admitted she had no idea how it worked, only that it was a lesser replica of an artifact created by the Hero Association's research department. Geometry-ma fell silent, processing the massive implications of her words. He knew of artifacts, priceless relics from the age of gods that predated the separation of magic and blessings. These World Heritage items were so rare and powerful that they were regulated by international law, managed by the Hero Association to maintain the balance of power between nations. The idea that the association could replicate such items and hand them out as standard-issue equipment filled Geometry-ma with a sense of impending trouble. The instructor snatched the device back, comically pleading that she couldn't afford to replace it on her meager wages, a surprisingly down-to-earth concern for a supposed villain. As she began to reassure Geometry-ma, Rachel's excited shout cut her off. Rachel had spotted it, the first checkpoint was finally in sight. The instructor smirked, confidently stating that there was no way they would have gotten lost with her guidance. Geometry-ma praised Rachel, calling her Banana Girl, which she accepted with a weary silence. The instructor announced their time at 48 minutes and 24 seconds, adding that she would restart the 1-hour clock once they passed the second gate. Rachel confirmed that they had passed the first trial, her eyes falling on what lay ahead. The team stood before a single, ominous gate, standing starkly against the desolate landscape. Geometry Ma sarcastically wondered if Doraemon had left a door for them, as Rachel voiced her own doubts about its authenticity. The instructor confirmed that this was no ordinary checkpoint. The single door exuded enough mana to visibly distort the space around it. Rachel peered cautiously at the door, seeing nothing but darkness, and asked Instructor Flatty if she was sure they should open it. The instructor confirmed that the clock would start the moment they entered, goading Rachel into action. Steeling herself, Rachel declared that as team leader, she would be the one to open the door, while Hannah simply stated she was ready. Geometry Ma gave a firm nod, his expression set with grim determination. With a nervous declaration of, "What's the worst that could happen?" Rachel pushed forward. The door gave way instantly, causing her to cry out in surprise as she tumbled through. She landed face first on the other side, looking up with dazed, heart-shaped eyes. Hannah immediately rushed to her side, helping the fallen leader to her feet. Rachel yelled at the instructor for the trap, but the instructor merely confirmed that this was indeed the second gate. With a cheerful chime, the instructor announced that the timer had already started, much to Rachel's fury. They had entered the second trial of the artificial Gehenna, the Abyss Bridge, where the dark water below was the source of the realm's oppressive mana. A chilling realization dawned on Geometry Ma. The test was designed with instructors present not just for safety, but to encourage students to give up. This exam was deliberately structured to become incredibly dangerous for anyone who didn't know what they were walking into. As if to punctuate the thought, the scene cut away. Back on the Abyss Bridge, Saki from Leon's team gasped for air, struggling against the immense pressure. She watched Geometry Ma from afar, noting how he wasn't scared at all, almost as if he had been there before. Every choked breath was a struggle for her and her teammates. Even the silver-haired man on their team looked on with a grim, silent understanding. The final thought lingered on the hero who could effortlessly sense the flow of mana. The red-haired man and his blonde-haired female teammate gasped for breath, apologizing for their failure. A series of harsh, racking coughs echoed the immense strain they had been under. Their blue-haired companion watched them in quiet, pained silence. The blonde woman chastised herself, realizing her own resilience was no excuse. She clenched her fist in frustration, knowing she shouldn't have pushed her team so hard. Abel von Nibelung, their team leader, stepped forward and officially requested to forfeit the final exam. With a resounding click, their withdrawal was processed, their pained cries marking the end of their trial. A system notification confirmed the forfeiture of Team Abel, listing its members, Abel von Nibelung, Rowan Hartman, and Elia Lauren. In the recovery area, a withdrawn student continued to cough violently, the aftereffects of the trial lingering. Another student groaned in misery, lamenting that the ordeal was so intense it made him throw up his breakfast. One of the failed cadets spotted Chloe and asked if her team had been eliminated as well. Chloe confirmed they had taken too long before the first checkpoint, as the other boy admitted his own team had failed after wandering around aimlessly. The boy then mentioned that Geometry Ma and Saki were still inside, but Chloe coolly stated that worrying about Geometry Ma was pointless. He quickly clarified that his concern was for Saki, before his thoughts trailed off to Leon. The narration described Leon as a flawless genius, a blank slate who, like the abyss, could reflect back either the light or the darkness of what touched him. A red-haired girl expressed her faith that Leon would succeed, while an orange-haired boy rallied Chloe to go find the villain with them. The orange-haired boy teased his friend for starting to act like Geometry Ma, earning an annoyed demand to learn his actual name. Undeterred, the boy once again urged Chloe to come along, and she enthusiastically agreed. Meanwhile, on the Abyss Bridge, Rachel and Hannah carefully navigated the narrow path one step at a time. They pressed forward across the treacherous walkway suspended over the dark waters. Having already crossed, Geometry Ma let out a quiet sigh as he waited for his team. Rachel let out a cry as she took a final, precarious leap toward the other side. She landed with a dramatic pose, declaring her success was thanks to her big heart, earning a silent, unimpressed stare from Geometry Ma. Rachel quickly clarified she meant she was generous, prompting Geometry Ma to dryly observe that she seemed to be adjusting well. Hannah pointed towards a structure in the distance, identifying it as the checkpoint they needed to reach. Geometry Ma knew where they had to go, but the true problem was the path to get there. The blonde woman with cat ears stood silently, the oppressive mana making it difficult for anyone to volunteer to lead. Geometry Ma admitted to himself that even he was finding it difficult to proceed without using his subspace abilities. The instructor with white hair noted that the dark lake below was the source of the overwhelming mana, a fact Geometry Ma confirmed he already knew. A purple-haired teammate called out to the flustered female instructor, getting her attention. Geometry Ma then turned to the instructor and coolly suggested she should go first. He rationalized that since he had already used her to scout for danger, there was no reason not to continue using her. He argued that it was the instructor's job to prevent mishaps, overriding her protests that she couldn't get involved in their exam. Geometry Ma stated they would accept any penalties, so long as their stories aligned, a sentiment the woman with cat ears and another teammate quickly endorsed. The terrified silver-haired instructor could only stammer in response, her face pale with fear. She finally cried out that she couldn't do it, admitting to a paralyzing fear of heights. Geometry Ma watched her break down with an impassive, calculating gaze. A dark chuckle escaped him as he thought of another way to motivate her. He made a tempting offer: if she crossed the bridge, he would grant her a single wish. The silver-haired woman's eyes widened in disbelief, hesitantly asking if he was serious. Geometry Ma added a single, non-negotiable condition: the wish could not be to remove her mark of servitude. Her decision made, the instructor firmly accepted the deal, her expression hardening with resolve. She bravely declared for everyone to follow her, earning a cheer from Rachel as Geometry Ma promised to ensure her safe passage. Following close behind, Rachel called out that the bridge felt remarkably sturdy. The silver-haired woman, though still trembling, urged the others to keep moving forward, convinced that it was safe. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoed from the deep abyss below them. The instructor collapsed in sheer terror, screaming that she couldn't take another step. The blonde woman with cat ears scoffed at the instructor's childish behavior, but Geometry Ma calmly noted that, thanks to her, they had crossed safely. As he walked past the collapsed instructor, Geometry Ma quietly commended her for her good work. She looked up in complete surprise, and he simply repeated his praise. Stunned by his unexpected kindness, the silver-haired woman stared at Geometry Ma with a newfound sense of purpose. She sprang to her feet, filled with a sudden burst of confidence, and shouted for Cadet Geometry Ma to trust his instructor. The blonde woman with cat ears wryly asked if Geometry Ma had bribed the ironing board, questioning her abrupt change in attitude. Geometry Ma sarcastically retorted that he didn't have that kind of money, a point she laughingly conceded. Rachel yelled for them not to get too far ahead, but the invigorated instructor proudly declared that it was her duty to lead. Hannah observed that the two seemed to be getting along quite well, but Geometry Ma seemed to disagree. Hannah cheekily suggested that it was all because Geometry Ma was such a bad boy. Geometry Ma glanced back, perplexed by her comment as the team forged ahead. Soon, they arrived at the next stage of the artificial Gehenna, the third trial, the Tower of Ordeal. Elsewhere, Leon and his instructor breathed heavily as they climbed the tower's long, winding staircase. The rest of his team followed, their footsteps echoing in the silent tower. Saki observed that they hadn't seen any other students, meaning first place was guaranteed, yet she wondered why Leon was pushing them so relentlessly. Leon, far ahead, simply told them they were almost there and to keep moving. Both the instructor and Saki finally faltered, their bodies giving out from sheer exhaustion. Saki desperately called out to Leon, pleading with him to slow down and look back at his struggling team. Leon's determined profile remained fixed forward, ignoring her pleas. He coldly told her it was her own fault for being too slow. Saki glared at his back in utter disbelief while her exhausted teammates collapsed below. After a tense moment of silence, Leon's rigid expression seemed to soften. He apologized to Saki, admitting he was tired too, and promised they could all rest on the fifth floor. Saki was left completely bewildered by his sudden and uncharacteristic apology. Leon then announced he would scout the fifth floor alone, telling the others to take their time. As Leon disappeared up the stairs, the dark blue-haired girl, Cadet Ario, finally collapsed. Ario gasped to her instructor that she couldn't walk another step, her energy completely depleted. The instructor tried to encourage the fallen Cadet Ario, telling her they were almost there. Saki stepped in, looking down at Ario and simply telling her to get on her back. She insisted that those who still could should help those who couldn't, urging her to get on before she changed her mind. Internally, Saki marveled at her own actions, wondering if she was starting to take after him by helping someone despite her own exhaustion. As Ario thanked her and climbed onto her back, Saki grunted, surprised by how heavy the skinny girl was. Suddenly, Saki's eyes shot wide open in shock. An unknown event transpired, freezing her in place with sheer horror. Far away, in another part of the tower, Geometry Ma abruptly stopped, sensing a disturbance, causing the yellow-haired girl to ask if he was scared. He dismissed it as nothing, but a heavy, ominous silence filled the air. The scene cut to a close-up of a blood-stained knife, a single drop of crimson falling from its tip. The knife then clattered onto a hard surface. A sickening thud immediately followed. A bloody hand lay limp on the ground beside shards of shattered glass. The camera pulled back to reveal a blue-haired woman lying motionless in a rapidly spreading pool of her own blood. A final, pained groan escaped her lips as her consciousness faded. On the stairs, a woman with purple-streaked hair suddenly stumbled, letting out a surprised gasp. She tried to dismiss the unsettling feeling, telling herself it was nothing more than her own sensitivity. Ahead of them, a man in a suit confidently announced he would take the lead, drawing a cheerful, "good luck," from a blonde woman in his party. The blonde woman then asked Geometry Ma if he was having trouble with the stairs, to which he simply replied he wasn't, noting how the tower's structure perfectly replicated the magic tower. As they ascended, Geometry Ma's sharp eyes noticed faint footprints, a sign that they were not alone. Further up, another young man grumbled about his exhaustion, surprised to find evidence of a team ahead of them after seeing no one for the entire exam. He suddenly let out a choked sound, his body freezing in place. Looking down, he saw a crimson glow emanating from his feet, realizing with dawning horror that he was standing in fresh blood. His shocked exclamation was met by the horrified stare of the blonde girl accompanying him. The young man's face twisted in utter terror at the gruesome scene laid out before them. From behind, a silver-haired woman shouted for Geometry Ma, ordering the other two students to wait where they were. The scene shifted, and a dark shape blurred rapidly through a corridor filled with flashing lights. An unseen observer felt a chilling sense of recognition at the chaotic spectacle. A sharp, high-pitched glitching sound tore through the air. The world itself seemed to fracture as the image of the moving figures distorted violently. In a flashback to the moments before, the blue-haired woman let out a sharp cry of pain. Her fading mind desperately tried to comprehend what had just happened as silence began to fall. Gasping for breath, she came to a horrifying realization. She recognized the sensation as poison, knowing that at this rate, her life was forfeit. With her last ounce of strength, her eyes found a figure in the distance and she weakly uttered Leon's name. In another part of the tower, a blue-skinned man cried out the name of Instructor Paul. It was revealed that the instructor was, in fact, an undercover villain. Leon, the hero candidate, let out a pained grunt as he struggled against his captors. The air crackled with a silent, explosive tension. The blue-skinned man sneered, commenting that this level of resistance was to be expected of the hero candidate. The camera focused on the intense, defiant glare shared between the two adversaries. A silver-haired man scoffed while a man in black lunged, screaming for him to die. Watching the struggle, a woman in a purple dress found the display underwhelming, remarking that even as the hero candidate, Leon was ultimately just a human. Another figure, identified as Ario, criticized Paul for his poor handling of Permersha's power, prompting a swift apology from the man in black. Ario accepted the apology, but her thoughts revealed a deeper contemplation. The villains shared their doubts, questioning if Leon was truly strong enough to be a vessel for Lord Permersh and whether the professor had lied about Lord Agor's defeat. A demoness argued that Leon had lasted surprisingly long without armaments, while another rationalized that Lord Agor's defeat was plausible given his poor host and the Sword Emperor's presence. Ario conceded her expectations might have been too high, but resolved that Leon was still the most fitting vessel available. Just as Ario expressed her confidence in the outcome, her companion's sentence was cut short by a gasp of shock. Back on the stairs, the pink-eyed woman who had posed as Cadet Ario looked down, noticing her victim was stirring. She chillingly addressed Saki Ryuju by name, and as a gurgling sound escaped her throat, Saki realized this was how she was going to die. Her dreary life, her dull family, and her lack of heroic ambition flashed through her mind. She had only entered the academy seeking an excuse to die, however, something had fundamentally changed within her. The impostor gloated about her flawless acting, cruelly thanking Saki for making her infiltration so effortless. Saki struggled to ask why, but her attacker merely laughed, stating the reason was quite simple. With cold eyes, the woman confessed her profound disappointment, revealing that she had once considered Saki a kindred spirit. She had seen a reflection of herself in Saki's dreary, lifeless eyes and apathetic expression. The villain admitted she had even planned to introduce Saki to Lord Permersh once her mission was complete. But Saki's simple act of kindness, offering to carry a supposedly exhausted comrade, had enraged her, proving that in the end, Saki was just another worthless human. The attacker's face seemed to morph into that of a man with light blue hair, his voice echoing her words of terrible disappointment in Saki. Returning to her own form, the dark blue-haired woman taunted that Saki would now never hear the other reason for her betrayal. With a final, dismissive, "See ya," she turned to leave Saki to her fate. A single, desperate thought pierced through Saki's fading consciousness: she did not want to die. The thought grew into a frantic internal scream, a raw plea against the encroaching darkness. She couldn't die now, not when something had just started to change inside her. Through a veil of tears, Saki clung to the heartbreaking realization that she had only just found a reason to live. She knew with grim certainty that in a world like this, there was no God coming to save her. But at that very moment, a silhouetted figure with intensely glowing eyes stared forward, as if sensing her plight. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair noted the arrival of a guest, just as a white-haired woman tried to get Geometry Ma's attention. A woman robed in black and gold stood silently, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic standoff. Her thoughts raced as she saw the hero candidate Leon and Geometry Ma's friend still alive, struggling to piece together the situation. A man with silver hair broke the tension, casually greeting the newcomer as Seola. The real Ario, the blue-haired woman among the villains, put on a facade of pleasantry, asking Seola how she had been. Dropping the act, Ario made a condescending offer for Seola to join Lord Permersh, noting that a traitor like her would need a new master now that her mana was depleted. Seola seethed in silence, inwardly branding Ario as the true traitor who had abandoned their cause at the first opportunity. Ario then turned her attention to Geometry Ma, mockingly calling him the Sashimi Sword Saint and warning him to stay put. She jeered, asking if he truly understood the hopeless situation he was in. Ario gestured toward the captured Leon, questioning what a mere unarmed human could possibly do when even the hero candidate was helpless. Turning back to Seola, she made a twisted offer for the sake of old times: kill Geometry Ma herself, and she would be immediately recommended to Lord Permersh. Another villain, a woman with purple hair, added that Seola already had the necessary weapons inside her bag. Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoed with a chilling command for someone to crawl. An unknown hand, cloaked in shadow, reached out menacingly. The woman with purple eyes, who had been observing, reacted with sudden, wide-eyed shock. The silver-haired man and Ario could only stare, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Frozen in place, the purple-eyed woman couldn't process what was happening. Ario let out a soft, drawn-out sound, a flicker of understanding crossing her face. An immense, unseen power began to converge on a single point in the room. In the aftermath, two of the villains lay defeated and bloody on the stone floor. A shadowy figure stepped forward, a wide, terrifying grin plastered across its face. The camera closed in on Choi Siola's eyes, shut tight in a mask of stress and concentration. A brilliant flash of light erupted, momentarily blinding everyone. Siola's voice screamed out a single name, Kang Geometry Ma. The silver-haired man remarked that Geometry Ma was the same as ever, while Ario stammered in disbelief. Ario's unfinished question hung in the air as she stared at the transformed Choi Siola. Siola's voice rang out, declaring Geometry Ma her new master. Ario, utterly stunned, could only mutter, "Crazy bitch," under her breath. A notification echoed through the space, announcing the activation of the blessing of the sword god. Choi Siola's hand closed around the hilt of a magnificent, glowing sword that crackled with divine energy. The young man Geometry Ma simply smirked and declared that he would cut them all down. A figure knelt on the cold stone floor, a hand reaching out in desperation. Nearby, two of their comrades lay defeated in pools of their own blood. A system message declared the activation of the sword god's blessing as Geometry Ma's eyes blazed with power, his sword held ready. The blue-haired man announced he would take on Kang Geometry Ma, while the woman with him warned him not to kill Siola in the process. A blinding beam of divine energy shot across the dark chamber. Wreathed in a powerful blue aura, Geometry Ma stepped forward, undaunted. The blue-haired man noted his attack was just a scratch, but the scarred man vowed to fight with all his might to avenge Iron Leg. The woman with blue hair gestured to the room, asking if they didn't feel the abundant mana swirling around them. Her scarred companion agreed it was the perfect environment to unleash their full magical potential. Chunks of rock, engulfed in searing flames, were hurled through the air toward their target. The silver-haired man laughed maniacally, declaring that with this power, he couldn't lose even if he wanted to. He cackled that he had made the right choice following Ario to forge a contract with the powerful Lord Permersh. Explosions of raw, chaotic energy filled the chamber, shaking the very foundations. Elsewhere, the woman in black let out a pained scream, caught in the sheer force of the magical onslaught. She worriedly questioned if Paul could now use two attributes, desperately hoping that Geometry Ma wouldn't lose. The man in light armor shouted into the chaos, demanding to know where Kang Geometry Ma had disappeared to, taunting him for being frightened. The silver-haired man bellowed that a mere human like Geometry Ma should have known which lines not to cross. He began to lecture about what happens when one doesn't know their place, but was cut off with a choked gasp. A sudden silence fell, and the man with blue hair's mind reeled, wondering when Geometry Ma had gotten behind him. The woman in black frantically scanned the room, desperately trying to locate the vanished swordsman. A brutal, unseen impact echoed as one of the villains was struck from the shadows. While the man in the blue coat cursed Geometry Ma as a rat, his blue-haired ally ordered Paul to get a grip, his own thoughts racing to find their opponent. A gray-haired man roared in frustration, challenging Kang Geometry Ma to stop hiding and face him. The man in the black shirt barely managed to deflect a sudden, explosive attack that came out of nowhere. The woman in red swore she wouldn't stop her magic until the entire tower was in RU. A spectral blue figure, a phantom of Geometry Ma's sword, lunged at the man in the black shirt. The man in the black shirt screamed in terror, realizing he was about to die. He was struck viciously in his side, the force of the blow sending him recoiling in agony. In his shock, the man realized Geometry Ma could have easily cut his neck and wondered why he was specifically targeting his side. A horrifying realization dawned on him: Geometry Ma had struck him in the exact same place he himself had been injured earlier. The man in red's previous taunts about knowing one's place echoed in his mind, now filled with a chilling new meaning. The terrifying thought began to form in their minds: could he possibly be The man in purple seethed with rage, realizing the so-called mere human had been playing with them from the very beginning. In a synchronized fury, two of the villains unleashed their immense, destructive power. The woman with silver hair and the woman with blue hair could only shout their disbelief at Geometry Ma's sheer audacity. Geometry Ma stood unfazed before a monstrous figure, his own blue energy crackling in defiance. A colossal, shadowy entity loomed behind the villain, dwarfing Geometry Ma in size but not in presence. The two women could only watch, their faces etched with shock and horror. In the center of the storm, Geometry Ma was completely enveloped in an intense, brilliant blue light. A fragile, tinkling sound broke the ensuing silence as a memory began to surface. Fragmented voices from the past echoed, one pleading for a villain not to come any closer. The sound of something being forcefully assembled, piece by piece, rang out in the vision. A blue-haired woman repeated her plea, her voice trembling as she told the figure to stay back. A sinister red glow began to emanate from the approaching figure's eyes. The woman stammered in terror, realizing her pursuer was not human, but a demon. A chilling laugh filled the air as a hand holding a glowing sword lunged forward, ending the memory with a flash of violence. Back in the present, the blue-haired villainess's mind raced with a single thought of survival, regretting she didn't have time to properly offer a sacrifice to Lord Permersh. One of the men frantically plotted his escape, but his attempt to gather mana for a spell was met with a terrifying emptiness. He couldn't sense any mana in the air, a fact that sent a wave of cold dread through him. The blue-haired villainess's eyes widened in sudden, dawning horror at the same realization. The deliberate, heavy sound of footsteps approached them through the unnatural silence. The impossible truth struck them. Geometry Ma's weapon was actively rejecting and nullifying all mana in its vicinity. The woman with blue hair, now desperate, warned him not to take another step. She brandished a knife at a hostage's throat, threatening to slice the woman's neck if he came any closer. The hostage, a woman with short blue hair, froze in sheer terror. The villainess cursed repeatedly, her desperate gambit failing to halt Geometry Ma's steady advance. The hostage flinched, then realized with confusion that the knife at her throat was suddenly gone. The now disarmed villainess's voice was cold as she demanded to be let go. She gasped that Geometry Ma's grip was painful. In a blur of motion, Geometry Ma appeared, his hand tightly clamped around her wrist. A sickening crunch echoed through the chamber as her bone shattered. Meanwhile, the purple-haired woman growled in disbelief at her foe's resilience, as a girl with blue hair calmly stated that poison resistance was a given for the absolute Bao clan. The girl coolly added that being a half-demon didn't grant immunity to poison, prompting the purple-haired woman to hiss her deep disappointment in Aereo. Nearby, the man in the black suit retched violently, spitting out a glob of poisoned blood. The purple-haired woman collapsed, weakly calling out the name Saki with her last breath. The victorious girl with blue hair swayed unsteadily, her balance faltering. She staggered forward, the fight having clearly taken its toll on her. A metallic clank rang out as her weapon finally fell from her weakened grasp. It hit the stone floor with a final, definitive thud. The white-haired Seola gently shushed the woman in her arms, her lips forming Geometry Ma's name before she was interrupted. The defeated blue-haired villainess, cradled in Seola's arms, whispered that his grip had hurt, and then asked why his face looked so sad. She faintly reminded him that just a few days prior, he had promised he would do her a favor. With her remaining strength, she gently rested her head against his chest. Her voice was barely a whisper as she made her final request. She asked him to just stay like this with her for a little longer. A faint sigh escaped from the hospital bed as life slowly returned. The rhythmic, steady beeping of a heart monitor echoed in the sterile room. The patient on the bed flinched as consciousness began to filter back in. The blue-haired woman's thoughts remained a blurry haze as she struggled to wake. The man with orange-brown hair exclaimed that Saki was finally awake, and she groggily managed to recognize him as Weapon. Weapon explained with great relief that she had been unconscious for 3 entire days, a revelation that left Saki reeling in shock. He then jokingly asked if she always slept so deeply, his words hanging in the air. A sudden, dawning realization began to form in Saki's mind. Weapon explained that she owed her life to the club president, Geometry, whose first aid was so perfect that even the doctors were amazed. The name Geometry echoed in Saki's mind, causing her to question what she was hearing. A vivid memory surfaced of her whispering to Geometry, asking him to stay like this with her for a little longer. The mortifying recollection caused Saki to gasp, her face flushing red. An unending, silent scream of pure embarrassment echoed through her mind. Weapon watched with concern as Saki started hyperventilating, asking her what was wrong. Saki's mind raced with a single, repeating thought: there was no way she could possibly face Geometry now. Weapon wondered aloud what horrible thing must have happened, while Saki privately questioned if she was suffering from PTSD. Snapping out of her panic, Saki defensively challenged Weapon, asking what he was staring at. Weapon thought that her usual prickliness had intensified, leading him to truly wonder if she was traumatized. He awkwardly tried to calm her down, offering some of her favorite red bean wagashi as if comforting a pet. A dangerous silence filled the air as a vein throbbed on Saki's forehead. Her simmering rage grew in the tense quiet that followed. Saki finally erupted, furiously demanding to know if he thought she was some kind of dog. She landed a solid kick, yelling that a simple snack wouldn't make her forgive him and ordering him to get out. The door slammed shut with a definitive thud. Left alone in the quiet, Saki immediately regretted freaking out at Weapon for no reason and decided to apologize later. With a weary sigh, the blue-haired woman collapsed back onto her pillow. Staring at the ceiling, Saki finally allowed herself to process the simple, overwhelming truth that she was alive. The word alive echoed the profound reality of her survival. The scene faded to silence, shifting focus. Elsewhere, the sharp clang of steel on steel rang out as Geometry trained with punishing intensity. He grunted and spat, pushing his exhausted body past its limits. His body convulsed as he violently retched, expelling the last remnants of the poison from his system. A final, dark glob of blood hit the ground. As he trained, a memory of the blue-haired woman's voice surfaced, quietly saying that something was good. The story picks up 3 days after the harrowing final exams. A report confirmed that both Leon and Saki Ryuju had been severely injured in the incident. Geometry reflected that while they had been at death's door, his desperate gamble to use all his blessings had paid off. The image of carrying his injured allies toward a sliver of light was seared into his memory. Standing alone, Geometry's thoughts were heavy with the weight of recent events. Fragmented voices from the confrontation, including a woman with glasses and a scarred old man, echoed in his mind. A new, cold resolve settled over the young man's face, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. He grimly accepted that the fight was no longer his alone, other people were now being dragged into the conflict. Geometry knew that raw power was not enough, and that he would need to attain something far greater. A flash of memory brought back his own cold voice declaring that he had been trying to be nice. His dark reverie was broken by a familiar voice calling out to Weapon. Weapon turned, surprised to see the club president, and explained that he was on watch duty for the day. Geometry Drilly said he was touched that Weapon would visit him, but Weapon clarified he was just in the area. Weapon then excitedly announced that Saki was finally awake. Geometry stated that while she seemed physically fine thanks to him, there was a problem, causing Weapon to ask what he meant. Weapon explained Saki's screaming and pillow throwing as PTSD, to which Geometry Drilly replied it sounded like she'd made a perfect recovery before Weapon added she was swearing more than ever. Changing the subject, Geometry asked Weapon for an update on their search for the villain. Weapon reported that thanks to Rachel's help, their investigation was almost complete. He then handed Geometry a document detailing their findings. The paper listed 6 suspects from within the academy staff, from assistant instructors to the dean of a dorm. Geometry voice was dangerously low as he confirmed that the elder Claudie was the bastard responsible. In a different room, a white-haired man confirmed to Medea that Elder Claudia was indeed the mastermind, prompting her to ask if he was also behind the final exam incident. The man continued, revealing Claudia's transaction records showed he had gone as far as hiring the infamous undertakers. A ripple of green energy burst from Medea's feet as she processed the damning information. Medea spat the name with contempt, calling the undertakers filthy, subhuman, killer bastards. The dark-suited man in the room added that the undertakers were last seen at a port near Avalon Island. Medea's expression soured further at the mention of Avalon Island. The white-haired man cautiously advised her to calm down. Medea furiously retorted, questioning if she should just sip tea while she had a duty to keep every student safe. She seethed at the thought of an insider, a member of the Council of Elders no less, orchestrating such a betrayal. Her voice cracked with rage as she lamented how such things could happen internally despite all their preventative measures. The bald chairman interjected, assuring her she wasn't the only one angered, as his own granddaughter was also a student. The three powerful leaders sat together, the air in the room thick with unspoken tension. The white-suited man asked if their evidence was sufficient, and the chairman confirmed their 2-month investigation was solid enough for immediate elimination of the threat. Seen from behind, the weight of their grave decision seemed to press down on the three figures in the grand room. The white-suited man grimly acknowledged the chairman's conclusion. As the tension peaked between Medea and the chairman, a teacup on the table suddenly shattered. The broken porcelain lay starkly against the dark liquid spreading across the tabletop. Just as the white-suited man was about to give the final order for the night, a sharp knock echoed at the door. The green-haired woman's voice came from the other side, announcing to the chairman that she was there on urgent business. The door creaked open as someone excused themselves for the interruption. A young boy inside the room looked up in surprise and recognized the visitor as Kang Geometry. The scene abruptly cuts to a phone screen at 2:56 a.m., displaying a bizarre chain letter threatening misfortune, followed by a chibi woman vowing to fight poison with poison. A special, late Lunar New Year episode begins, with characters in traditional dress debating if the celebration was even necessary. A man in a blue hanbok weapon proudly presented a Korean funeral tablet as the perfect item for the occasion. The woman in blue pajamas, Saki, shrieked that she wasn't dead yet, while Weapon panicked over his mistake. Two other women quickly swapped the morbid item for a lucky pocket, offering their belated wishes for the new year. A turquoise-haired woman asked Saki if she was alright, and Saki confirmed she would be discharged tomorrow, questioning why everyone had gathered. The visit devolved into friendly chaos as the blonde woman showed off an item, Saki lectured Weapon on proper traditions, and Weapon defensively blamed the internet for his error. Geometry arrived amidst the clamor, and a blonde woman explained they had all come to visit so no one would be alone. Weapon noticed a box in Geometry's hands, which he explained was a traditional dessert set he had prepared for the new year. Saki commented on how noisy it had become, privately wishing for her favorite wagashi, as Geometry wisely noted that this was just what holidays were like. Geometry offered Saki a piece of the dessert, which she accepted. Saki admitted the dessert wasn't bad as the happy chatter of her friends filled the hospital room. With a small smile, Saki offered a soft apology and wished them all a late Happy New Year. Weapon let out a gasp of utter astonishment at the unfolding scene. The green-haired woman stood silently for a moment, her expression unreadable. Flustered, she then stammered out Geometry's name, demanding to know what brought him to her at this hour. The black-haired young man explained that he had something to tell her about the final exam incident, prompting Weapon to realize the true purpose of their visit. The black-haired man, Jin Woo, began to detail everything they had uncovered regarding the final exam and the villains who had infiltrated the academy. The green-haired woman listened with a grave expression, absorbing the shocking report. She then turned to Weapon, confirming his name and noting that while she knew he was in the travel club, they had never met in person before. With formalities aside, she cut to the chase, demanding to know if the individuals on the list were indeed the half-demon scum she suspected. Weapon affirmed her suspicion, explaining that their multiple investigations had revealed suspicious hiring practices and work histories for everyone on the list. A dangerous glint entered the green-haired woman's eyes as they began to glow a menacing red. A sudden, sharp tension filled the room as her aura intensified. She revealed that after checking with her blessing, she had confirmed the individuals on the list were not employed by the Academy through any official channels. The man with black and white hair knew that if she had used her blessing of the poet to verify the list, the information was absolutely certain. At a nearby table scattered with the remains of shattered teacups, the man with white hair sat in deep, silent thought. The green-haired woman acknowledged the gravity of the intel but shifted her focus to another pressing matter. She fixed her gaze upon the students and demanded they explain just how they had managed to access the confidential faculty list. Jin Woo and Weapon exchanged a sharp, panicked glance, caught completely off guard. The woman, her glasses glinting, sternly repeated her demand for an immediate answer. A nervous Weapon shot a look at his club president, silently pleading for guidance on what to do. Jin Woo stepped forward and confessed that he and Weapon had hacked into the Academy's network. The chairman asked in disbelief if the two of them had truly managed to breach what was considered the most secure network on the planet. Jin Woo took full responsibility, stating he had ordered Weapon to perform the hack and vouched for his friend's surprising skill with computers. He admitted their actions were wrong but explained they were pressed for time before the school break began and had intended to inform her first. The chairman turned to the other officials present, stating that she trusted they would understand the students' extreme measures. She let out a long, weary sigh, processing the reckless but effective actions of the boys. Deciding to overlook the transgression for the sake of the cause, the chairman sternly warned the students never to do it again. The principal thanked the chairman for her understanding, while another man remarked that any other student would have been immediately expelled for such a breach. The orange-haired man silently breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had just narrowly survived the tense confrontation. He reflected on Weapon's character, thinking that the more time he spent with him, the more he realized what a genuinely good friend he was. The elderly man with scars bluntly stated that this new development complicated their plans to attack the elders that very night. However, the elderly man with a white beard interjected, telling the Sword Emperor that the students had a right to know everything. The Sword Emperor reluctantly conceded and revealed that their original plan had been to raid Elder Claudi's personal quarters that night. The black-haired man repeated the name with a questioning lilt, Elder Claudi. The man in the blue shirt informed Kang Geometry that the Council of Elders was responsible for the slander against him and his friends, with Claudi orchestrating most of it. A bald man explained they had just procured evidence through the auditores, but the Sword Emperor lamented that his hands were bound by rules. Without the status of a 7-star hero, the Sword Emperor couldn't directly attack the powerful Council of Elders, even with justification. The chairman reasoned that attacking the elders now would cause the hidden villains to flee the academy, but they couldn't let the council's crimes go unpunished. Jinwoo's mind raced, realizing they needed a way to strike both the elders and the villains at the exact same time. He then voiced a daring solution: they would gather both enemy groups into a single place. To set his audacious plan in motion, Jinwoo called out to Choi Seola. A startled Choi Seola, her mouth full of food, mumbled a reply asking what the matter was. Jinwoo confirmed with her that the villains were largely anonymous to each other before ordering her to round them all up, leaving her utterly baffled as to how. Medea, the woman in the black dress, supplied the method in 2 chilling words: the lucky letter. The plan began to take shape. The auditores, who held the authority to prosecute nobles, would lead a strike on Elder Claudi's quarters. The man in the suit confirmed the second part of the strategy, stating that he and Medea would simultaneously attack the villain's gathering point. The chairman deemed the plan feasible and immediately shouted for Sieg to prepare. Medea questioned how Geometry could possibly gather the auditores on such short notice, even as others began to mobilize around them. Jinwoo urged everyone to start moving, promising he would explain the rest of the details on the way. The bald man with white eyes wryly commented that Geometry tendency to act before explaining made him seem more like an auditor than a hero. The man in the white suit inquired about their backup, and the bald man confirmed he had brought 8 of his most elite agents from Sicily. The man with a gray scar weighed their odds, pitting the 8 elite auditores against the full might of the council's guardian knights. Jinwoo made a bold declaration, stating that he would personally strike Claudia alongside the auditores. Medea, claiming to be a victim of Claudia's crimes, fiercely insisted on joining the assault as well. The man with the gray hair and scar started to speak again, his words trailing off as a new resolve filled the air. A voice echoed the sentiment that power alone was not enough, especially when others were being dragged into one's personal troubles. A firm decision was made: to protect everyone, it was necessary to rise higher. The declaration rang out, a vow to become a future 7-star hero and succeed the Sword Emperor himself. This powerful proclamation sent waves of shock, grim acceptance, and intense focus through the assembled group. The elderly man acknowledged the gravity of the moment, confirming that the decision had finally been made. The young man with orange hair affirmed his resolve with a simple, unwavering yes. Above them, a full moon shone brightly in the dark, star-scattered sky, a silent witness to the knight's fateful choices. Weapon stood in quiet contemplation, the weight of the coming mission settling upon him. He swallowed hard and asked Geometry Ma if he was really going to go through with it. Jinwoo paused for a brief, thoughtful moment before turning to his friend. He simply instructed Weapon to wait there for his return. With a promise that he wouldn't be long, Jinwoo walked off into the darkness. The man with the orange hair bun watched him leave, quietly murmuring a hope that Geometry Ma wouldn't push himself too hard. Elsewhere, at 2:56 a.m., a phone screen lit up with a bizarre chain letter, a supposed letter of good fortune, that had warped into a death threat from Prof. 3 Sor. The silver-haired man who received it exploded in anger, furiously questioning if the sender thought they were all stupid. Despite the rage, he knew it was the professor, and he, along with a man in glasses, seethed at being treated like common cronies. A woman in black coolly mocked a bald man for his panicked haste, which he heatedly denied. A man with blue hair clicked his tongue in annoyance, resigning himself to following the professor's orders despite hating the man. The woman in black scanned the empty surroundings, wondering why they were the only ones who had shown up to the supposed full summons. A faint clicking sound cut through the tense silence of their waiting. The blue-haired man's head snapped up as he announced the arrival of one more person. He impatiently waved the approaching figure forward, urging them to hurry. A blue-haired woman shouted a warning that the professor would be furious if they were late, but a flicker of doubt crossed her mind as she sensed no mana. A creeping sense of dread washed over her, and she desperately tried to warn her comrades to wait. The gathered villains turned in unison to confront the shadowy presence that had just arrived. In the next instant, a severed arm landed on the ground with a sickening thud, blood pooling around it. The blue-haired woman and her 2 companions stared in absolute, frozen horror. With a series of sharp, cracking sounds, a figure in a trench coat unleashed a swift and devastating attack on the assembled group. The blue-haired woman screamed into the chaos, desperately demanding to know who was there. An unseen character's voice calmly mused that it seemed they were the one who had been foolishly drowning in peace. The green-haired chairman's voice then sliced through the air as she coolly greeted the assembled scum. As she strode forward casually carrying a severed head, a young boy cried out in horror, recognizing her as the chairman. Kang Geomma observed the young man, calling him a peculiar individual. The young man stared back, his expression a silent question. Kang Geomma confessed that he couldn't read the young man at all, a rare admission given his line of work. The young man's gaze remained fixed and intense, betraying nothing. Kang Geomma noted that his pitch-black eyes seemed as if all emotion and humanity had been carved out entirely. He then posed a philosophical question, asking if the boy knew what separated a human from a monster. Answering his own query, Kang Geomma mused that a monster is something that believes itself to be human. A faint sound punctuated the heavy silence of the memory. The masked man left him with a final, stark warning: don't become a monster. A sharp snap brought the focus back to the present. The memory was consumed by the chaos of a full-scale battle unfolding in the aftermath. A man in a dark suit called out the name Nox in disbelief at the slaughter. 8 of the finest elites, the very pinnacle of the night arts, had been deployed. A bald man uttered a single name with reverence, Auditoria. This force had arrived in the name of the House of Order. Their grim mission was to pass judgment on the corrupted. A severed head rolled gruesomely across the blood-soaked ground. The man with blue hair screamed out his fallen comrade's name, Shinji, while another man stood frozen in shock. The green-haired woman, introduced as Sage Medea, casually counted 5 cancer cells among her foes, a veteran of countless battles. A man with pink hair and the blue-haired woman shouted defiance, dismissing Medea as a fossil who hadn't seen the front lines in 40 years. Igniting with purple energy, a red-haired man drew on the power granted by his liege. He charged forward, screaming at Medea to get lost, calling her a washed-up relic. The green-haired woman met his furious advance with a calm, simple question. With a furious roar, the red-haired man unleashed a devastating attack against the unbothered sage. In the wake of the battle, an unsettling silence fell over the room. Inside, 2 men stood frozen, their minds reeling from the carnage they had witnessed. Suddenly, a purple-haired man in a black hoodie cried out in panic to his superior. The man in the white mask ordered him to calm down, but the subordinate could only stammer that the other party had arrived. This news sent a visible jolt of shock through the masked leader. A low crackle of residual energy hung in the air, a grim reminder of the fight that had just occurred. The full extent of the slaughter was revealed, the room littered with the bodies of their fallen comrades. A red-haired man swore in disbelief while a bald man with a beard called out the name Nox. The bearded leader then commanded Nox to suppress his emotions, despite the horrifying sight before them. A man clad in black and a shadowy figure mocked the order, smugly identifying the bald man as the leader of the auditores. A purple-haired man then chimed in, sarcastically questioning if the old leader lacked emotions entirely. The red-haired man couldn't contain his rage, screaming that these intruders had murdered their brothers. The shadow figure condescendingly dismissed him as a rude brat and offered him a grotesque gift. With a sickening chuckle, the purple-haired man revealed he was holding severed heads, which he then tossed over, telling the man to take care of his family. A raw, animalistic scream of pure rage tore through the tense air. The purple-haired man smirked, taunting that he'd finally found the emotion he was looking for, before turning his attention to another. He addressed Mr. Claudy, a pink-haired man who sneered in agreement, sickened that a mere butcher would try to join the Society of Nobles. An elder with a white beard erupted in fury, condemning Claudy for joining forces with such vile creatures. In response, an elder with purple hair and a mustache silenced the butcher, threatening to eliminate the Auditora family himself. A man in a suit fired back, calling the elder a parasite and declaring his own father would be ashamed, a comment that shocked a nearby blue-haired youth. At that moment, a young man with black hair calmly spoke, bringing the white-bearded elder back to his senses with a simple word. Claudy was incensed that a lowly commoner had dared to speak of his father, but a robed figure ordered him to stop. The pink-haired man choked on his rage, still fuming that the man had dared to mention his father's name. Regaining a sliver of composure, the pink-haired man forced the words out, ordering an end to the outburst. His furious gaze then settled on the black-haired young man as he realized just who he was facing. This was the legendary student from the Golden Generation, the man who effortlessly took the first seat in the Academy's history. He was none other than the other vessel candidate. A memory surfaced of a powerful entity's offer, unlimited glory in exchange for Leon and Kang Geometry Ma. In the flashback, Kang Geometry Ma stood silently beside an older man in his study, absorbing the tremendous proposition. A faint purple energy swirled around him, his expression serious and unreadable as he looked down. The memory fractured, snapping the focus back to the tense present. Claudy blinked, momentarily confused by the sudden, palpable shift in the room's atmosphere. An angry older man allied with Claudy seized the moment, threatening Kang Geometry Ma and declaring his life forfeit without Medea's protection. Kang Geometry Ma's gaze remained utterly unfazed by the threat. In his mind, there was no better time to repay his debts to Elder Claudi and all the other villains who had foolishly failed to uncover his true nature. He calmly delegated the task of dealing with their necks to his companions, announcing that he would handle the magic. The enemy forces scoffed, with one calling him crazy and another mocking how he planned to cut magic with a simple kitchen knife. As if in answer, a celestial blessing was invoked, activating the power of the sword god. Kang Geometry Ma simply replied, of course, his title as the Academy's sword master appearing as a testament to his power. An immense explosion of light and force erupted from his position, engulfing the area. Panicked, the man in the purple mask screamed for the attack to cease, certain that such a blast was enough to nearly kill their targets. He then ordered his allies to finish them off, burning a sinister laugh from an elderly mage who watched the chaos unfold. When the thick smoke and debris began to clear, the battlefield was momentarily obscured. The man in the purple mask gloated, taunting that he could see them hiding and that this would be a piece of cake. His words were cut short as two silhouetted figures emerged from the smoke, coolly finishing his sentence for him. A man with a prominent scar stared in disbelief, wondering how they could have possibly survived the barrage without a scratch. The purple-haired man furiously berated his mages for their incompetence, while a woman in red screamed for them to fire again. Twin flashes of intense magical energy lit up the sky as the casters unleashed another volley. A man with glasses cried out in alarm, realizing their opponents were already closing in on them. A brilliant beam of light suddenly illuminated one of the casters' faces, freezing him in shock. The battle took to the skies in a chaotic melee of spells and steel. A pale-faced man and his purple-haired comrade could only watch in horror as they realized their foe had literally cut through their magic. Another of their allies cried out that it was impossible, his voice trailing off as he witnessed the unbelievable feat. The man with glasses frantically tried to rally the troops, but a large, cowardly man claimed he was too busy overseeing the battle to help. In stark contrast, a girl with pigtails cackled with glee, enjoying the chance to spam her spells alongside a woman in red who screamed for her enemies to die. Their uncoordinated assault resulted in a wasteful collision of blue and yellow light as their spells cancelled each other out. The woman in the red dress angrily told her ally to aim properly, only to be cursed at by a woman in a purple shirt for shooting at the same time. As the red-dressed woman began a taunt about her rival's dead master, a bald man with a sword called them fools for losing focus on the enemy. His words were immediately thrown back at him by a large man crackling with purple energy, who pointed out the swordsman was also looking away. The large man's eyes glinted with grim knowledge as he began to pontificate on the nature of the weak. He declared that they simply do not understand the concept of silence. And that, he concluded with chilling certainty, is the very reason why they die. Elsewhere, shrouded in magical smoke, the mustachioed elder complained that he couldn't see what was happening. He suggested they should procure some vision, an idea that the purple-haired man enthusiastically supported. The purple-haired man then relayed the order, bellowing at their idiotic underlings to clear the smoke and fight properly. A sudden flash of light, followed by a sickening crack, cut through their conversation. When the dust settled, the man in purple could only stare, uttering a single, confused, "What?" His confusion morphed into sheer disbelief, followed by a curse as the reality of the situation crashed down upon him. All around them lay the devastating results of the skirmish, their forces had been utterly decimated. The mustachioed elder trembled in a mix of fear and fury, spitting the words, "lowly insects," at the victors. The sound of dripping blood was the only thing that broke the stunned silence. With his last breath, a fallen villain identified the cause of their utter collapse. Kang Geometry Ma was the problem. The man in purple let out a choked gasp as one of the heroes advanced on him. In a desperate, cowardly act, he grabbed the mustachioed elder, threatening to kill his own ally if they came any closer. In response, a hand simply tightened its grip on a brightly glowing sword. The elder's eyes widened in terror as his treacherous subordinate swore he would follow through with the threat. A sharp ticking sound echoed in the silence, each beat ratcheting up the unbearable tension. Suddenly, the purple-haired man was grabbed from behind in a vice-like grip. A silver-haired man had appeared, calmly informing the villain that he was using his hostage incorrectly. A young man on the hero's side sighed in relief, exasperatedly demanding to know what took the newcomer so long. A hooded figure confirmed they had been waiting, as the captured purple-haired man recognized the newcomer with dread, crying out the title, Professor. The hooded figure tightened his grip, admitting that he never imagined all but one would end up dead, as this was not part of his plan. He mused that an educator feels no greater reward than a student's growth, even as the captive villain cried out the title, Professor, in terror. A heavy silence fell as the man with white hair stared in disbelief at the newcomer. The white-haired man furiously demanded to know why the hooded figure, who gathered them all, was only showing up now after it was too late. The hooded figure scoffed, finding it foolish that they would blame him for their own weakness and calling their behavior more childish than the students. The pink-haired man could only stare, stunned into a single, disbelieving question. His disbelief quickly turned to rage as he confronted the latecomer, shouting about the many who had died because of his inaction. The hooded figure reflected on the saying about empty vessels making the most noise, finding the pink-haired man's outburst to be a perfect example. Seething, the pink-haired man grabbed the masked figure, threateningly asking if he wanted to die for talking so arrogantly. A sudden, sharp sound cut through the tension elsewhere. A captive blue-haired woman desperately pleaded for help, promising she would tell her captors everything. The woman with green hair coolly asked if that was really true, her skepticism causing the captive to flinch. The blue-haired woman swore it was, eagerly offering to answer any questions they might have. Her captor dismissed the offer with a cold statement, making it clear she would never believe a word. The woman with green hair noted that everything seemed to be cleared up, a sentiment with which the man with white hair agreed. However, the silver-haired man, Mungsuri, voiced his suspicion, questioning if there were truly only 6 of them. A sudden, deep vibration caught the green-haired woman's attention, while the masked man urgently called out Geometrima's name. The green-haired woman realized the vibration was coming from Claudi's villa and urged the others to hurry. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure offered a word of guidance. The cloaked figure then apologized, remarking that things had become a bit too noisy. An old man stared in shock, while a young man identified the newcomer as being from the Quarren. The man in the robe, held captive, looked up with desperate hope, believing his savior had finally arrived. The woman with green hair formally greeted Cadet Kang Geometrima, asking if he had been well. The young man named Damien stood frozen in shock. The cloaked figure addressed Damien's unspoken curiosity, offering to explain how he had found them. The green-haired man revealed he had placed a wiretap spell on Ms. Ciola, certain her desperate survival instinct would lead her to Kang Geometrima. The man in the suit processed this information with dawning horror, realizing he was speaking to the mastermind. The green-haired man casually waved off his previous talk about blessings, assuring him his scholarly curiosity and the information he'd provided were both genuine. The man in the suit demanded to know the true reason for his actions. With a chilling laugh, the green-haired man noted his target had left without a word, before stating his motive was simple. He needed a vessel. However, he admitted there had been a calculation error in his grand design. The problem, he explained, was that 2 pests still remained. A large, crackling magic circle materialized, glowing with immense power. The air itself seemed to hum with anticipation and dread. The silver-haired man, Mungsuri, calmly advised his opponent not to resist, stating he had no desire for an unnecessary war of attrition. A series of rapid, explosive sounds filled the air. The masked man desperately tried to track the source, unable to predict where the next attack would come from. Mungsuri noted that for someone so confused, he was dodging quite well, as expected of an auditora, just as Jinwoo reacted in surprise. Jinwoo could only question what was happening as the barrage continued. The air continued to pop and burst with magical explosions around him. The silver-haired man explained that even if his limbs were blown off, it wouldn't be a problem for using him as a vessel, though taking him in one piece was preferred. With that chilling clarification, Mungsuri suggested his opponent should dial back the resistance. The relentless magical explosions continued to detonate around the combatants. The masked man grew frustrated, wondering if this magic could even be cut, as it was preventing him from getting close. Onlookers observed that it was a spell that exploded air at a targeted point, and slashing it would only get one caught in the blast, a mystery of magic. The figure with green hair chuckled, realizing his opponent had figured out his trick. He commented that this man was truly different from the others. It was, he mused, as if his opponent could see everything. The masked man knew the explosions were triggered by hand gestures, but with only 15 seconds left, he couldn't predict their location or afford to keep dodging. An ally told him to read the flow of the air, a suggestion he found utterly ridiculous. A brilliant flash of light signaled another attack. A figure dashed through the chaos. The man in the black suit noticed a slight delay in the simultaneous attacks, a realization sparking a new theory in his mind. An observer enthusiastically encouraged the professor to kill them all in this magnificent fashion. Elsewhere, a man with a bowl cut and mustache stared with wide, terrified eyes as blue energy enveloped him. The green-haired man complimented his speed, surprised he dodged the attack, while the terrified man asked why he wasn't being saved. The green-haired man feigned confusion, asking why he would ever do that, prompting the man to ask if summoning the villains wasn't for his protection. A cold, cruel smirk spread across the green-haired man's face. He erupted into laughter, mocking the very idea that he would have any reason to save a worthless elder. He derided the man for clinging to anyone he could, despite having not an ounce of worth himself. Calling him an insect, trash, and filth, the green-haired man cruelly stated that even his father must be wailing in hell, leaving his victim stunned. He revealed the man was merely bait meant to scatter his powerful enemies, as he couldn't handle the Blade Emperor, the headmaster, and an auditora all at once. The villains weren't summoned for protection, he explained with a sneer. He had actually tied them down so they couldn't run, knowing his bait was a coward who always tried to flee. Although his pawns were now gone, the green-haired man declared his objective had been achieved. The man with the bowl cut could only curse him as a villainous bastard. The green-haired man found it unfortunate that those would be his last words, bidding a final, mocking farewell. An image of white-robed, masked figures appeared in a hazy vision. The man searched for the mass of air that was swallowing Claudia. And along with it, he sought the fuse. He scanned the chaos for the single point connecting it all. A young man with turquoise hair declared he had found it. His discovery sent a ripple of confusion through the ranks of the white-robed figures. A graying-haired man looked around, completely bewildered. The green-haired mastermind's plan shattered as he screamed, demanding to know why this was happening. As he panicked, wondering what was going on, a short-haired person in white simply watched. A sharp sound preceded a shocking new development. The green-haired man could only stare in disbelief, muttering that it was impossible. The man in the blue suit, Kang Geometry Ma, had appeared, coolly stating that Claudia's head was his share. The green-haired man could only utter Geometry Ma's name in stunned horror. Geometry Ma turned his attention to his true target, vowing to cut Damien down. The scene abruptly shifts to a phone, where a blue-haired woman's image laments that she planned to bring someone to her lord, eliciting a "wow" from the phone's holder. In a brightly lit room, the blonde girl with cat ears, Saki, stared at the phone screen, realizing she had been in genuine danger back in chapter 67. Her eyes widened in surprise at what she saw next. Suddenly, a blonde woman named Rachel exclaimed that Lady Abel had started a starstagram, startling the teal-haired girl. Rachel peered at the phone, finding Saki's self-deprecating profile description amusing as she read through the popular post's hashtags. Rachel recognized a photo she had taken of Abel during the festival, which Abel had posted despite Rachel's initial disapproval. She then scrolled to an elegant selfie Abel took before visiting Saki in the hospital, complimenting her friend's natural grace. After quickly following the new account, Rachel listened to Abel's quiet complaint that it was supposed to be a private account. The blonde woman leaned in conspiratorially. Rachel then asked if Abel was going to show her new account to Geometry, causing the teal-haired girl to blush and stammer his name. Pointing out how Saki was risking her life to stay close to Geometry, Rachel urged Abel that she couldn't lose and should at least interact with him on social media. Rachel wondered aloud if Abel's hidden charms were enough, or if they needed to work together to grow her Starstagram presence. Abel hesitantly tried a pose as Rachel coached her, encouraging a more enticing look. Rachel cheered her on, declaring the shot was perfect for a thumbnail, cackling that the Abel boom was coming. A narrator began by stating that time itself is relative. In what felt like less than a second, the protagonist looked through his enemy's magic. Through this vision, he saw the faint line connecting the mage to the explosions. Kang Geometry coolly declared that he would cut him down. A nearby blonde man and a man in red armor could only stutter in disbelief. The man in red armor desperately insisted that Geometry's feat must have been a fluke. A sharp, definitive sound echoed as a magical connection was severed. The blessing of the sword god granted him a heightened level of sensitivity. Any magic he had captured once with his mind's eye was now visible. Geometry confirmed that he could now easily spot these connections using his enhanced senses. More explosions detonated harmlessly, leaving the green-haired man and his mustached companion in shock. As another blast was nullified, the green-haired man realized this was happening again. He stammered in utter disbelief, asking if Geometry could truly see his invisible magic. The man with the mustache could only curse under his breath as their plan unraveled. A tense, powerful energy crackled in the air as the confrontation reached its peak. The green-haired man shrieked, unable to comprehend how a mere human could perceive his power. Throwing caution to the wind, he decided it no longer mattered and prepared to unleash his full might. With a furious roar, he vowed to take them all out in one final, massive attack. He screamed Kang Geometry's name, daring him to watch and see if he could possibly handle all the attacks at once. The green-haired man continued his taunt, questioning if Geometry could really stop him from blowing up the entire area. One by one, the threads of magic began to snap under Geometry's precise assault. Geometry's face was a mask of cold determination as he prepared his next move. The green-haired man watched in horror as his intricate web of magic began to fray. He panicked, knowing that he could chain the explosions if even a single one was triggered. His mind raced, desperately searching for a way to salvage his attack. While the villain spiraled, Geometry calmly continued severing the magical tethers. Explode, 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 the green-haired man frantically chanted, trying to force his magic to obey. Geometry remained silent, his focus absolute and unbroken. This enemy was one of the shadows that had been relentlessly pursuing him. The man desperately tried to trigger just one bomb, a single link to start the chain reaction. He was the mastermind who had endangered the people around Geometry. More connections snapped, each one a blow to the mastermind's collapsing plan. He pleaded with his own magic, begging for it to just explode and blow everything away. In that moment of desperation, something finally seemed to give. The green-haired man let out a triumphant cry, believing one of his traps had finally activated. Watching from the sidelines, a bald old man grimly stated that it was over. A brilliant flash of opposing powers erupted in the center of the conflict. The villain was aghast to see all his fallen bombs tangled together, wondering when they had been moved right in front of him. A man in a suit watched in astonishment, realizing Geometry had gathered them all with just his blade. A nearby blue-robed figure let out a short cry of alarm. In the distance, a massive burst of green energy erupted from a building, lighting up the night sky. An eerie, profound silence fell over the city after the explosion. The scene cut away to show the decapitated body of the blue-robed figure lying in a pool of his own blood. A disembodied hand held a small, glowing artifact, indicating the swift and fatal attack. The black-haired young man reflected that what he had just witnessed was only a fraction of the true power on display. In a dimly lit room, the young man glanced over his shoulder, his mind still reeling. Elsewhere, a robed man cursed the monstrous individuals he had observed, vowing to use this chance to act. He froze suddenly, his declaration cut short by an unseen threat. A pained grunt escaped his lips as he was struck down. His final, agonized scream echoed into the darkness. The scene shifted to a blood-stained captive who defiantly told his captors the nobles would retaliate, urging them to just kill him. An elderly masked man regarded the prisoner with a cold, unimpressed gaze. The elderly man remarked that the captive was quite talkative for someone who had discarded their humanity. A young man in a suit stood over the kneeling figure, a blade held ready. The prisoner spat one last insult, calling his captor a lowly subhuman. The elderly masked man turned to a red-haired, hooded figure named Knox, noting his surprising calmness. Knox corrected him, stating he wasn't calm but had simply grown accustomed to such displays of power. He revealed that he had once faced Geometry Ma's slashes head-on after immaturely taunting him. Knox confessed that though he was once called a genius, he hadn't been able to land a single scratch, and the memory had filled him with fury. But now, the hooded figure admitted, he finally understood the sheer difference in their strength. A woman with dark hair mentioned Chloe's belief that Geometry Ma alone was stronger than the entire Auditora family, a claim Knox now agreed with. A nearby bald man concurred, declaring that Kang Geometry Ma was stronger than anyone he'd ever met, by a massive margin. Another man in a suit added that, most importantly, Geometry Ma used his incredible power for a good cause. Knox quietly mused that this must be why Chloe had been so completely charmed by him. The bald man addressed Knox by name as Knox respectfully acknowledged the presence of his family head. The elderly family head repeated his long-standing advice, to carry out the family's duties but to always follow his own beliefs. In a symbolic vision, a gloved hand firmly grasped a masked face. Knox made a solemn vow, declaring his intention to become Kang Geometry Ma's shadow. The bald man immediately asked if he was absolutely certain he wouldn't regret that decision. Now seen clearly in a fine suit, Knox gave his family head a firm answer, he would not. Footsteps echoed in the tense silence of the chamber. The silver-haired man and the teal-haired woman stared at the scene before them, where the black-haired man stood over a kneeling figure under a single beam of light. The teal-haired woman could only gasp in disbelief. Beside her, the silver-haired man remained utterly silent, his expression unreadable. The black-haired man maintained a stern, unyielding profile, seemingly unfazed by their arrival. The silver-haired man finally broke the silence, his voice tight as he demanded to know what had happened, just as the masked man with a cane calmly stated it was exactly as it seemed. The masked man with the cane explained that villains had been waiting in ambush, but they, including an elder named Claudie, had been dealt with despite their own heavy losses. The teal-haired woman erupted in fury, questioning how the most elite of the Auditora could have fallen and why villains were present in the first place. The masked man with the cane revealed that the attack was orchestrated by the mastermind known as the Professor, who had sent their forces. As the woman in teal hair began to protest again, the silver-haired man calmly interjected, suggesting they hear the rest of the story first. The identity of the young man was a question that hung heavy in the air. Kang Geometry Ma, just who was he? The man with the scar mask confirmed their fears, stating that everything appeared to have been part of the professor's grand plan. The woman in teal hair could only whisper that the entire situation was insane. A heavy silence descended upon the grim scene. He was a sword lacking emotions, and more troublingly, a sense of morality. This was the truth of the man known as Kang Geometry Ma. The man with the scar mask reacted with alarm, while the silver-haired man conceded that the boy was undoubtedly talented. The man with the scar mask warned that a blade that loses its direction can become a disaster by its very existence, which is why it needs a guide. The silver-haired man then proposed that the man with the scar mask, the one he addressed as Sword Emperor, should be the one to take on that role. An elderly man agreed, suggesting they allow Kang Geometry to undertake the trial passed down through the Nibelung family, confident in the boy's ability to complete it. A few days later, a woman in red armor excitedly told her friends she was heading to her family's vacation house in Hawaii. While his classmates chattered about their plans, Geometry quietly reflected on the chairman and the Sword Emperor's promise to handle the aftermath of the incident. He knew that despite the evidence against Claudia, the death of an elder would not be an easy matter to resolve. Chloe turned to Geometry with a sigh, confessing that she didn't want to be separated from him during the break. Geometry simply looked away, his stoic expression giving nothing away. His attention shifted as he spotted Saki, asking if she was all right, while both Chloe and Saki faltered mid-sentence. Saki appeared flustered by their presence, thinking to herself that she should have arrived earlier. Saki reassured them she was fine now, prompting Chloe to remind her to take her medication. An unspoken tension lingered in the air between the three students. The black-haired male student asked what the hospital had said, and the blue-haired female student replied that she still needed further treatment. Geometry correctly guessed she would return to Japan for treatment, which seemed to catch her off guard as she fumbled over the topic of the break. Saki nervously turned the question back on him, and he replied that he had no special plans and would just stay at the academy. The red-haired female student reacted with shock at his plan to stay for a month, but Geometry simply stated that he had nowhere else to go. The blue-haired female student stared at him, a thoughtful expression on her face. Saki suddenly noted that Geometry face seemed a little different, much to his confusion. She pointed out that his hair seemed to have more white in it than before, a comment that made him pause. An image flashed through his mind, a bare foot standing near a bloodied, broken piece of metal on a cold tile floor. The sound of rushing water filled his memory. He silently acknowledged the truth in her words, his appearance was changing daily. He also noted the numerous calluses forming on his hands. In his previous life, such calluses were a sign of growth, but these, he knew, were the result of taking countless lives. He told himself they deserved to die and that he had no regrets. A discarded, blood-stained shirt served as a grim reminder of his recent actions. Even so, he couldn't deny the strange, rushing sensation that filled him after each kill. A silent scream of anguish echoed within his thoughts. He realized his body now reacted before his mind, and this was not merely the blessing's effect, but a fundamental change in his very being. Wondering what this body truly was, he recalled how even his parents had disappeared without a trace, as if they never existed. The question burned within him, just who am I? His dark thoughts were interrupted by the girls trying to get his attention, while Saki watched him with concern. The blue-haired woman, Saki, called his name, and Jin-woo snapped back to the present, prompting her to ask if he was okay. Chloe brushed it off as nothing, while a red-haired girl guessed he'd be clearing dungeons all break, a sentiment Saki agreed was very likely. Saki playfully mimicked him, holding up a toy and threatening to cut someone down, but Jin-woo sternly told her to stop. The red-haired girl remarked that he wasn't exactly ordinary, a comment that visibly struck him. In the mind of a monster, they often believe themselves to be ordinary. Jin-woo hesitantly asked what she meant by not ordinary, a question that puzzled Chloe. The red-haired girl confirmed it 100%, and Chloe enthusiastically added that every student in school knew how far from ordinary he was. A past warning echoed in his mind, don't become a monster, and he fell silent. Jin-woo suddenly announced that he might try to get some rest over the break, a decision that shocked Chloe and intrigued her red-haired friend. The blue-haired woman started to make a suggestion based on his new plans, but was cut off. A student burst into the room, shouting for everyone to sit down before stumbling. The student hastily tried to quiet the giddy, restless classroom. The instructor officially declared the start of summer break but sternly reminded the students to remain vigilant while outside the academy. In response, the students roared their understanding. Observing from the podium, the silver-haired man chuckled at their thunderous, enthusiastic reply. He tapped his fingers expectantly, drawing the room's attention. Students began to mutter anxiously, worried he was about to launch into an hour-long lecture. The silver-haired man cleared his throat, commanding the room to silence. He declared that only clueless old fools speak more than they need to, before wishing them well and hoping to see their growth next semester. The students erupted in cheers, with one shouting their belief in the Sword Emperor as the joy of summer break finally began. The lecture hall emptied in a rush as students poured out, eager to start their vacation. Chloe wished Geometry Ma a nice vacation as she prepared to leave. A moment of silent understanding passed between them. Nearby, the man in the mask gave a subtle, affirming nod. Jin-woo wished Chloe a good summer, saying he looked forward to her progress. Chloe waved a final, cheerful goodbye to everyone, wishing them all a nice break. Her cheerful expression suddenly vanished, replaced by one of pure shock. An elderly man stood silently, waiting for her. Jin-woo told Ryuju she could head off now, and to his surprise, Chloe quietly agreed. In her mind, Chloe thought of Geometry Ma before uttering a single, chilling word, slave. Elsewhere, the young woman with blue hair was solemnly escorted by two uniformed guards through the grand archway of an imposing building. Back at the academy, the silver-haired man asked the young man about his plans, noting he had likely exhausted what he could learn training alone. The silver-haired man then extended an invitation for the young man to come with him, prompting a simple question, to where? They walked down a magnificent hallway, its ornate windows hinting at the prestige of their destination. Their destination was the ancestral home of the Nibelung family. A finger tapped rhythmically on a phone screen in the early morning light. The young woman's eyes snapped open, realizing with a start that it was already 9 o'clock. She shot up in bed with a cheerful "Ohio," but her morning greeting died on her lips. A moment of quiet contemplation passed as she adjusted herself in bed. Her brow furrowed slightly as she continued to stare at her phone. The blue-haired woman, Abel, saw he wasn't home and resigned herself to staying at the academy. A nearby student offhandedly mentioned he was also staying for the break, but Abel was lost in her own thoughts. Staring at her unread messages to Geometry Ma, she wondered if he was still sleeping after the end of the term. The woman in black grew flustered, muttering that she hadn't even had a chance to properly thank him yet. A tense silence settled over the pathway leading to the male dormitory. The dormitory door creaked open under her hesitant touch. Abel's heart pounded in her chest as she admitted to herself that she had actually come all this way to find him. She tried to calm her racing heart by blaming him, reasoning that it was his fault for not replying. The anxious thumping of her heart seemed to be the only sound in the empty hallway. She spun around, a flustered expression coloring her cheeks. The blue-haired girl reasoned that he was probably just exhausted, having had no break since the festival. She tried to console herself, thinking that it was only the first day of vacation and that she could afford to wait. Meanwhile, at the bustling Equine Academy bus stop, students gathered for the shuttle to Incheon Airport. The black-haired young man, Jin-woo, stood by himself, admitting internally that the thought of going abroad made him nervous. The elderly man with white hair explained that since Jin-woo was to be his successor, this trip would serve as transitional training. He then leaned in, adding that there was a far more important reason for their journey, which caught Jin-woo's attention. The man warned that the Council of Elders would soon learn of Jin-woo's involvement with the traitor and would use the summer break to make their move. He elaborated that while the auditores were trying to control the information, a leak was ultimately inevitable. Jin-woo silently agreed that his best option was to take shelter somewhere the council couldn't easily reach. His mind recalled details about the Nibelung family, whose ancestral home, Castle Sigurd, was a veritable fortress nation where the Sword Emperor's word was absolute law. It was a sanctuary that only a madman would dare to attack, confirming that taking cover there was indeed his best choice. The black-haired young man looked at his mentor and formally accepted the plan. The silver-haired man, Mungsuri, praised his decision and explained he would leave first to create a diversion, instructing Jin-woo to depart alone the next day. He gave one final, crucial instruction: avoid all transmission devices, especially his phone, until he reached the Nibelung estate. Jinwoo asked how he was supposed to find his way, but Mungsuri simply assured him that a guide would come for him when the time was right. His thoughts were shattered by a nearby blonde girl's sudden cry of recognition, which made him jump. Her red-haired friend excitedly pointed out that he was the famous Sashimi sword saint from the festival who fought Iron Leg. The blonde girl gushed that he was much hotter in person, prompting Jinwoo to dryly state that he could hear every word. As the red-haired girl wondered if she should approach him, her friend egged her on, while a nearby blue-haired man scoffed in disbelief. The blue-haired man let out an exasperated sigh, and his brown-haired companion simply stared, astounded by the scene. A blonde woman boldly stepped forward, calling out "Sashimi Sword Saint" and stopping Jinwoo in his tracks. Her advance was abruptly blocked by a figure appearing in a flash. The sudden arrival of a woman with blue hair, Abel, left the surrounding students completely bewildered. She looked directly at Jinwoo and calmly asked if his grandfather hadn't told him she was coming. The silver-haired man's parting words echoed in Jinwoo's memory, promising that a guide would come for him. The woman with blue hair tilted her head slightly, awaiting his answer. Realization dawned on Jinwoo as he admitted Mungsuri had indeed told him, causing a flustered Abel to express her relief. As their car departed, a voice from the crowd wished them a safe journey. Inside their vehicle, a man in a blue uniform tried to point out the celebrity passenger to his partner, who curtly replied that he'd rather not look. The woman with blue hair, Abel, sat in quiet contemplation as the car moved through the city. Abel reflected on the awkwardness of the situation, realizing it was the first time they had been alone since that one particular day. A sudden jolt from the car made her flinch, a wave of nausea beginning to rise. Her mind drifted to Saki, Rachel, and Chloe, and she couldn't help but feel that he deliberately kept his distance from her, unlike the others. The sharp click of a seatbelt being unfastened startled her from her thoughts. Another passenger apologized for the bumpy ride, but Abel's world was shrinking as she fought against a growing bout of carsickness. The queasy feeling sent her spiraling back into a long-forgotten memory. Long ago, a tearful child Abel had adamantly refused to get on the bus, wailing about being carsick. Her father had knelt down to comfort her, gently saying that it seemed Daddy still needed to accompany her on trips. He then produced a small patch, telling her to put it on as he placed it gently behind her ear, calling it a sticker. He confidently assured his skeptical daughter that the special sticker had the power to chase away all carsickness. While another family in the present day happily headed back home, one person's journey was far more somber. For the teal-haired woman, the very word home was now a loaded and complicated concept. She reflected on the fact that a full decade had passed since that tragic day. It was the day she had lost both of her parents in an instant. For her grandfather, it was the day he lost his own child, forever altering what home truly meant to them. Back in the car, Jinwoo noticed Abel's distress and offered her something, telling her to use it if she was carsick. Abel looked down to see a medicated Kinmouth patch, specifically designed for motion sickness. A bittersweet memory flickered in her mind as she quietly thought of it as another sticker. He asked if she knew how to use it, and she quickly nodded, thanking him as she took the patch. Some time later, Abel awoke with a yawn, apologizing for dozing off, which earned a dry remark from Jinwoo about the guide sleeping on the job. Jinwoo recalled how she had fallen asleep almost immediately after applying the patch and wisely chose not to mention that she had been drooling. Upon arriving at the airport, the woman with aqua hair declared herself ready and called out a name, earning a confused look from the young man. Abel awkwardly tried to explain her hooded disguise, stammering about paparazzi and not wanting to start any rumors. Jinwoo's casual dismissal that they weren't celebrities made Abel trail off, as she had been quite sure they always followed her. She nervously pulled her hood down further, trying to conceal her identity. Experiencing the airport for the first time, Abel felt a genuine pang of anxiety, nervous that someone might recognize her. Her eyes then widened as she spotted a large crowd, pointing and insisting that her worries had been justified after all. In an instant, they were swarmed by a mob of reporters bombarding Kang Geometry-ma with questions about his Sashimi Sword Saint title and his future plans. As the press corps begged for a single comment, Jin-woo sighed, realizing there really were reporters waiting for him. With the global hero community's eyes on him, Abel's quiet protests were drowned out as Jin-woo weighed his limited options. He understood that the reporters would not budge until he gave them some kind of statement. It was absolutely crucial to keep his real summer destination a secret, making the truth an impossible answer. Watching the live feed from afar, a girl with distinctive teal pigtails and pixelated glasses remained silent. Next to her, a red-haired man and a blonde woman were also glued to the screen, watching the chaotic scene at the airport. With the world as his audience, Jin-woo, the man in the suit, made his move, declaring loudly that he was going to the United States. The boy with black hair held a neutral, unreadable expression after dropping the massive piece of misdirection. The watchers erupted, with the red-haired man shouting that Geometry-ma's next opponent must be the American hero, all mute. Seeing the perfect distraction, a woman with purple sleeves gave a sharp command, "Now." Jin-woo and his guide seized the moment, breaking into a sprint to escape the pandemonium. In the chaos, only one thought remained in his mind: he needed to get back home.